Chapter 1 Reservoir Manager, Proper Establishment. Longhua, Dukjeong County, by the reservoir. A man wearing a bucket hat and a blue raincoat stared at the float on the river without looking away. Just a moment after Sumu lit his cigarette, a large black float. Sumu quickly held the cigarette, but the lighter still fell into the water as he picked up the fishing rod and started pulling. Pulled for 5 minutes. Yes, that's right, big head carp, 10 pounds. After fishing up, patted the fish belly, and put it back. At this moment, a few fishing guys on the bank, came a burst of anger. Didn't you say that you can't fish in the reservoir here? For what you can. At that, Sumu sucked the last mouthful of smoke, hands in pockets, and said, "Gotta have a license." Saying that, he took out a blue book with 3 big words engraved on it: fishing license. Got one of these? The 2 fishing guys on the bank looked at each other. I don't know, a broken reservoir keeper, look at the prestige to him. Let's go to the next place. Good luck with his night fishing and dumping the power lines. Said the 2 anglers reluctantly left. Night. Sumu, who was warming the fireplace on the shore for night fishing, was making a phone call. Sumu, what are you thinking about? You let go of your $500,000 a year executive salary and come back to be a security guard at the reservoir? Pay attention to the wording. I'm on the exam, reservoir administrator, proper establishment, 5 insurance, and 1 gold. What's the point? $2,000 a month? When will you marry me? When can you raise enough for the bride price to go? Wait. Which one are you? I'm Shaoli. Oh. Da. After hanging up the phone, another colleague came out of the duty room and asked, Old Su, who is it? Sumu coughed up a mouthful of old phlegm and stared unblinkingly at the luminous float on the river. Ex-girlfriend. No mouth at night, ah. After saying that, Sumu picked up the sea rod, walked back a few steps, revealed his unicorn arm, and threw it hard towards the center of the river. However, he did not do so, and with too much force, he directly flung it to the utility pole on the opposite side. In the next second, with a burst of lightning and thunder, Sumu instantly transformed into Vengeful Flame Soulbrand, his whole body burning with flames, and fell headfirst into the water. Old Su! Old Su! Falling into the cold river water, his body kept falling, the voice from the shore was intermittent, and in the middle of the mass, his mind started to go off the rails. Sumu knew that it was in danger. Began to recall their own this ed life, really unlucky, their own this only guard reservoir less than a month, life only began to enjoy. I'm going to die? The next second, do not know how long has passed, has long lost the concept of time. Sumu regained consciousness, his body felt cold again, he opened his eyes and found himself floating on the river. The river water was dark and cold, piercing the bones. He stood upright and started treading water, surveying his surroundings. Oops your ass, where did you give me a, is this still the country? Just in the moment of Sumu's despair, an ethereal voice rang in his head. Shoha system, binding success. Hearing this voice, Sumu, who usually likes to read metaphysical novels, instantly realized that he had crossed over. However, why is it still river guard? I've crossed over here, why do I still have to guard the river? He struggled to swim towards the shore, climbed onto the bank, and laid down on the bank, gasping for breath. It took several moments of rest to slow down. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, none. Mastery avatar, water control, swimming. Mastering water beasts, none. River control, none. River favor points, none. Sumu checked his attribute panel, and it was clear, none. After a few hours of you asking and answering, Sumu also finally figured out the role of his own system. His own system can refine all the water beasts in the waters and turn them into his own, and he can also control the rivers. In short, anything that has a little bit of a connection with water, he can operate. Sumu looked at the small river in front of him and muttered, let's start with this small broken river. But first, find a family and settle down first. However, Sumu walked along the riverbank for several days, and in addition to the riverbank and the river, he didn't find a family household, and couldn't see a bit of human population. He was already starving, being a mortal himself, starving for 7 days was already the limit. Sumu was so hungry that his face was waxy, he sat on the bank with a weak face, looking at the river in front of him, he swallowed his saliva, he could only go his old way. However, he didn't have a fishing rod in his hand, how could he fish? Moreover, the water is so cold and deep that it is unrealistic to go down to the river to catch fish when he is physically weak. I won't starve to death here, right? This kind of suffocating death, I'm afraid it has to be on the list of the most miserable crossing protagonist. At this moment, he remembered, didn't he also awaken a divine ability called water control? Walking to the shore, Sumu opened his hands, his mental energy was highly concentrated, and he worked hard for half an hour, his face suffocating red. Finally, he controlled a drop of water. Holy, this is too weak, right? Also, what kind of aptitude is this swimming? Sumu's face was like ashes. He sat on his butt on the ground, kneeled down towards the river in front of him, folded his hands together, and said piously, "Great river god, I don't have any beautiful maidens here for you to sacrifice, so I owe you for now. Do me a favor and have a fish to eat." Plop. In the next second, a splash sounded. A golden carp leaped out of the water and landed in front of Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu's heart was overjoyed, and he said, "Allow me to praise you, great Lord River God, the beautiful maiden I owe, and I'll pay you back when the time comes." Saying that, Sumu grabbed this golden carp and looked for a few oddly shaped pebbles on the bank, setting up a simple barbecue grill stone shelf. Looking for a long time, only to find half a piece of dead wood, a cone-shaped pointed stone, no matter how Sumu rubbed hands or rubbed smoke, or did not build a fire. Looking at this raw carp, Sumu cannot care so much, found a sharp flat stone, spend open the stomach, take out the internal organs, after cleaning in the water. Doesn't care if there are any strange parasites in it, he ate it with great gusto. One bite down, Sumu froze, his eyes were starry. "I drop mom. This fish is also too delicious." There was no fishy flavor at all, it tasted very fresh, and the meat was incomparably tender. Moreover, after eating half of it, he felt obviously satiated, his stomach was warm, don't mention how comfortable it was. The remaining half of the fish, Sumu also put away. However, after eating this half fish, his eyelids were heavy, and a wave of drowsiness hit him, so he laid down on a rock, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. In his sleep, he seemed to hear a crackling sound like hot water boiling, echoing in his ears. P.S. Realms from low to high, Chi training, foundation building, Jin Dan, purple mansion, Mahayana stage, God transformation realm, ferrying realm, ascension realm, human immortal, true immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. Chapter 2, Who says crossing over doesn't require a toll? Slowly opening his eyes, Sumu felt that his entire body was incomparably permeable, with an indescribable sense of relief. He hurriedly checked his panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation level, 5th level of Chi practicing. Mastery of avatar, water control, swimming. Mastering water beasts, none. River control, none. River favor points, none. Seeing his cultivation level directly coming to the 5th level of Chi practicing realm, Sumu was also dumbfounded. Didn't he say that it's not easy to cultivate? He ate a fish and his cultivation level rocketed? That fish must be a treasure. After his cultivation increased, Sumu walked to the bank, mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, gathered it in his palm, and blasted towards the river in front of him. But when the spiritual energy attacked, the moment it landed on the surface of the river, it instantly disappeared, as if a mud cow had entered the sea, and even the slightest ripple didn't lift up. Seeing this scene, Sumu was dumbfounded. Isn't that right? So weak? He just wanted to catch a fish, and it was this hard? I'm a Chi practicing cultivator, I just want to catch a few fish, what's wrong with me? After a few fruitless attempts, Sumu also gave up. However, the good thing was that with the increase in cultivation, there was no more hunger in his stomach, and he should have reached the legendary half-refreshing realm, which meant that for the time being, he didn't have to worry about being starved to death. The next second, Sumu used the water control divine ability, and realized that he could only control one drop of water. This made Sumu a little skeptical. Sumu dove headfirst into the cold river water and began to look for prey, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find a single fish, not a single hair. The golden carp that was just there was definitely a treasure. Sumu was ready to find another one. But, completely unable to find a little bit, this river water cold batch only swam for less than 3 hours, cold shivering, then climbed onto the bank. At this time, Sumu again prayed devoutly to the big river, "Great river god, oh you another beautiful girl, send down another divine fish." The words fell, no response. Prayed again, still no response. Sumu was so angry that he scratched his ears. How did he get stuck in this hole of a place? 1 month later. A youth with a waxy face limped along the riverbank with a withered wooden walking stick, his cheekbones protruding from hunger and his eyes blackened. He had overlooked an important factor, which was that Chi practicing cultivators could indeed half expel granias, but they also had to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What kind of Thai place is this, Thai place? Sumu was also feeling like he was out of blood luck, crossing into this hellish place. He couldn't feel any trace of spiritual energy in the air, and the oxygen was all very thin. He had been starving for a month, so hungry that he was about to hallucinate. At this time, in a trance, he saw a small boat appear in front of him, with a person standing on it. He dropped his walking stick and ran toward the boat, then cried out, "Hey, hey, hey! Help!" However, no matter how much he shouted, the other party couldn't hear him, and it even seemed as if he couldn't see himself. Sumu couldn't care less and directly jumped into the river and swam towards the boat. On the boat stood a youth, wearing a casual dress, the top is boy, shoes are adi, pants are noble bird. The youth had a confused face and let the boat float automatically. At this time, he saw a person swimming towards him on the river in front of him, and was scared to death. After Sumu got close to the boat, the youth cupped his fists and bent over, "No offense, no offense." Hearing these words, Sumu's brows clustered, and when he saw the youth's attire, his pupils shrank, and his entire body was energized. This dress, could it be that he was a person of the Blue Star just like himself? Good fellow, had he met a protagonist who had traveled from the Blue Star to the other world? Sumu jumped onto the boat, looked at the youth kneeling towards himself, and asked out loud, "Who are you?" The next second, the youth raised his head, looked at the man in front of him who was bare-chested and only wearing a pair of blue shorts, and replied, "My little brother Han Xiaoran, may I ask what this place is?" "You yourself don't know what place this is?" Sumu inquired. "I don't know." Of course Han Xiaoro couldn't say that he had traveled across, as a person from a different world, he couldn't expose his identity to the natives. "I also wanted to ask you what this place is." Han Xiaoro looked at Sumu with a hopeful face. Sumu shook his head, and when he looked down, he realized that on the board of this small boat, there were 2 big words written on it, Tian-nan. "You can't see the words on this?" Sumu pointed to the 2 large characters on the boat's board and asked. "Can't see it. Are there words?" Han trotted along the direction Sumu pointed his finger to, and shook his head when he didn't see any on it. At this moment, the boat was still moving forward automatically towards the front without stopping. Sumu rubbed his chin and murmured in his heart. Can't it be that the place this boat is going to is a place called Heavenly South? Just in time. We can take this strange boat and leave this small broken river together. Is it convenient to go together? I'm the river keeper here, my boat broke down, and it's too far from the town, so it's faster to take the boat. Sumu inquired. All right. Han Xiaorun didn't refuse and agreed. Just like that, the 2 of them sat on the boat, sailing towards the front with the flow of the river. Abruptly, the boat suddenly stood still. The 2 looked at each other. Sumu turned his head and asked Han Xiaotu, "Brother Han, there seems to be something wrong with your boat?" Upon hearing this, Han Trotter's heart also thumped. In fact, this boat wasn't his. After crossing over and opening his eyes, he was on this boat, and he couldn't jump off the boat, he was confined to the boat. For how this youth in front of him got on the boat, he was actually shocked. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Sumu's mind, "Please disembark from the boat, the host is not able to leave this river for the time being, so please refine this river before trying again." Hearing this voice, Sumu also wanted to cry. Good fellow, forcing himself to guard the river, right? At this time, Sumu had a bright idea and said to Han Xiaoro, "Brother Han, I know a little bit about the way of repairing. Your boat isn't like my boat that's already completely rotted, this boat of yours should have a minor problem. However, if I help you repair your boat, you'll have to pay me the repair fee and the river crossing fee. You know, I'm the river keeper here, and all the boats that come and go have to pay some crossing fees." At those words, Han trotted dumbfounded. What? Now there's a crossing fee for crossing? Han trotted all over his body, and finally felt out a Snickers bar, handed it to Sumu and said, "I only have this thing." Hearing this, Sumu then reacted, as if this was the reasoning. This Han Xiaojun just crossed over, and he doesn't have anything valuable on his body. Forget it, this kid had only just started crossing over, he didn't even have a golden finger yet, and he didn't have much to cross over. However, of course, Sumu didn't intend to let him pass so easily. "Do you have any paper on you?" "What paper?" "Toilet paper?" "What? You want to take a?" "No, paper that you can write on." Han trotted out a bunch of brand new A4 paper from the briefcase on his waist. Seeing this, Sumu gripped all of it as soon as he could and drew a sheet out of it. "Is there a pen?" "No." Sumu looked at the river that was as black as ink, stretched out his index finger, dipped it in the river, and began to write something on top of the A4 paper. "Then let me assign you a program. Chapter 3 Crossing Loan, go over there and have a good time. Since you don't have a crossing fee, then you take out a loan. Saying that, Sumu handed the A4 paper to Han Xiaorun. I Han trotting ID number, due to road tolls things, in year month deficient 10 treasures, after both sides of the negotiation, the annual interest rate of 15.4%. The creditor shall bear the cost of price inflation, moral damage, transportation, lost wages or other losses incurred by the creditor due to the recovery of this debt. The parties agree that this agreement is enforceable. Hereby establish this document. Debtor, Sumu's signature and handprint. After reading it, Han trotted blinded, his eyes full of incredulity. It's not true, is it? Before I crossed over, I was burdened with a mortgage, but now that I've crossed over, I still have to be burdened with a crossing over loan? My life really can't avoid this loan thing? Han Xiao confused, holding the contract, the heart want to cry without tears. I'm not even done with my mortgage yet. Upon hearing this, Sumu smiled and said, you have to pay the toll to cross the road, this is the rule. Han Xiao looked at the seemingly harmless riverkeeper, how am my damn landlord a debt out? This treasure in your contract? What does it mean? What kind of things are considered treasures? Han trotted out the blind spot in the contract and hurriedly inquired. Something that I feel is a treasure is a treasure. Sumu said indifferently. Hearing this, the dead memories began to attack themselves. Is this the legendary, the final interpretation right belongs to this company? Sign or not? If you don't sign it, I won't move. No. I'll sign. Han Xiaojun said, I don't have any sealing clay, I can't press the handprint off. Bite your finger and press it with blood. This is the only way to be sincere. Sumu wrapped his hands around his chest and urged. Han Xiaojun really couldn't be argued with, and could only obediently press a blood seal. After taking back the contract and confirming that it was correct, he then revealed a smile and stretched out his right hand, happy cooperation. Cooperation. Happy. Han Xiaojun wanted to cry, but couldn't cry. Little Han, you go over there, don't lie flat, you have to be diligent. If you have any treasures, make good use of them, save more money, spend what you should spend, don't spend what you shouldn't spend, don't go to places that are too dangerous, life is important. Also, in the future, when you're well mixed up, I'll personally come to see you. Sumu urged Han Xiaojun in his serious tone. Many thanks. Thanks for caring. Han Trotter thought to himself, save more money? This is helping you save money, right? And coming to see me? This is to collect a debt, right? When I get over there, I don't give a about the bull contract. You're not going to not pay it back, are you? Sumu was afraid that Han Xiao would renege on the debt, so he admonished him in advance. Of course I won't, when I go over there and mix well, I'll definitely pay back what I owe. Han Trotter patted his chest for fear and said. I'll pay back a dare. When I go over there and mix well, I still don't believe that you're really capable of that. Please believe me, I'm not the kind of person who owes money and won't pay it back. Han Trotter continued to pat his horse's ass. Not bad, very spirited. Sumu heavily patted his shoulder, jumped off the boat, floated in the water, and waved bye-bye to Han Xiao. Go on, go over there and mix well. Cheer up and work hard. Just like that, Sumu jumped off the boat and casually pounded on the bottom of the boat, and the small boat began to move. He watched Han trot away until he disappeared from sight. After returning to the shore, Sumu looked at the faraway direction, and his heart was also envious of his own crossing. Where exactly did it go wrong? Trapping himself inside this Tai river. You have maintained the order within the river, favor points plus 200. After sending Han Xiaoyuan away, due to maintaining order and security, Sumu also received a full 200 favor points. One might have traveled halfway through the crossing process and had some kind of accident. He couldn't leave this place for the time being, so he should simply stay here. Refine this river first, escape from here first, then find a sect to cultivate, and step by step walk up to the peak of life. Sumu built a simple house with stones and wood on the riverbank and stayed. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, 5th level of Qi practicing. Aptitude, water control, swimming. Mastery of water beasts, none. River affinity, 0.01%. River affinity points, 380. River affinity points, 380. River affinity points, 0.01%. River favor points, plus 10. As the system broadcast sounded, he discovered a pattern. As long as he guarded the river for a full day, he would increase his river favor points by 10 points. This river favor points was very useful, and Sumu only found out that it could be used for drawing, increase river affinity. Sumu went to the river and prepared to draw a prize. This lottery is a random drawing, spending favor points to draw a prize. The scope of this lottery is for the entire world of the heavens and the heavens, it all depends on luck. If you draw some trashy worlds, you'll be out of luck. 1 river favor point corresponds to a normal lottery. 10 river favor points corresponds to a bronze lottery. 100 river favor points corresponds to a silver lottery. 1,000 river favor points corresponds to the gold lottery. The higher the level of the lucky draw, the easier it was to draw goodies from the higher worlds. However, it was also possible to draw treasures from the higher worlds in a normal lottery, but the probability was very small. Single draw a miracle. Sumu spent 1 point and chose ordinary draw. 1 river favor point spent, ordinary lucky draw is about to take place. Drawing. The next second, a white treasure chest leapt from the river to the bank and arrived at Sumu's feet. Opening the white treasure box, there was a jade seal inside, which was 4 inches square, with 5 dragons on the top button, and the front side was engraved with the words, "By the order of heaven, both life and eternity." Name, Jade Seal of State. World, Qin Dynasty. Introduction. After Qin Shi Huang unified the world and became the emperor, the prime minister Li Si took jade from Lantian and had it made into the state seal, which was used as a token of divine authority and legitimacy. The front side is engraved with 8 characters in seal script, which are the symbols of the Orthodox emperors of China. After seeing that it was the Jade Seal of State, Sumu's eyes lit up. Good fellow, the Jade Seal of passing on the state. After the excitement, he immediately felt a lack of interest again. Although it was the Jade Seal of passing state, it was indeed a mortal item. What he needed was a treasure with divine powers. However, it is still a good collection. If one day he can return to the Blue Star, will bring back this Jade Seal of State transmission, also can be regarded as fulfillment of the great wish of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Sumu found another small carp stranded on the shore and directly released it. Favor points plus 5. Sumu discovered that as long as he maintained the order of the small broken river, it would all increase the river favor points. 10 straight draws. Sumu directly used 10 favor points to make 10 normal draws. Chapter 4 Stranded Little Turtle. Li Hanyi's skirt, Iron Man's discarded titanium shoes, Huang Rongbao's freshly baked meat buns, 9th grade arrow god Yan Shai's arrows. Looking at this pile of rags in front of him, Sumu was speechless. Familiar 10 consecutive draws, familiar bald head. Opening the steamer with hot steam in front of him, he took out a white floury bun, bit into it, and his eyes immediately lit up. The flavor is not bad. It's still a bit of a harvest. Sumu dazzled all 8 buns in this cage in 3 tries, laying down on a chair, comfortably patting his belly. The last few days of baldness, Sumu already had no temper. Is it consuming 300 river favor points to raise the river affinity? Yes. Boosting. Affinity, 0.01%, affinity, 0.013%. Although there was only a 0.003% boost, but nevertheless, Sumu could feel his affinity for the river, increasing by a tiny bit more. Sumu walked to the edge of the river, casting the water control, divine ability. His face was suffocating red, still he could only manipulate a single drop of water, leaving the surface of the water. At this time, he thought of something and opened the details panel of water control. Water control, strip, static, accelerate, backward. Strip, level 0010. Stasis, level 0010. Acceleration, 0 level 010. Backward, 0 level 010. He realized that his water control avatar was further detailed into 4 minor aptitudes, which were peeling off, standing still, accelerating, and retreating. He controlled the water droplets and left the surface of the water. This should be stripping. Looking at the 84 river favors points he still had left, with the mindset of trying it out, he added them. It was directly filled up first. Strip plus 10. Stripping, level 1 can be increased by adding more points after the river affinity is raised to 0.1%. After seeing the progress bar move, his heart was overjoyed. Standing on the river bank, with a wave of his hand, he was able to control a small mass of river water to leave the surface, about 10 drops. Stillness plus 10. Stillness, level 1 can be increased by adding points after river affinity is raised to 0.1%. He has gone from being able to control only 1 square meter of water to being able to control 10 square meters. Acceleration plus 10. Backward plus 10. Acceleration, level 1 can be increased after river affinity is raised to 0.1%. Backward, level 1 can be increased by adding points after river affinity is raised to 0.1%. When these 4 minor aptitudes were added to full level, Sumu could control 10 drops of water to peel off the surface of the water, and control the 10 square meters of water to stand still, accelerate, and retreat. Backward and other operations. It can't be raised any further? Sumu looked at the river in front of him. This 10 drops of water, what does 10 square meters count as? It seems that the primary objective now is to raise the affinity of the river to 0.1% before continuing to add more points. He checked, swimming, again. Swimming, level 0010. Profile, can swim in any waters. After looking at it, he made another addition, pulling it full first. Swimming plus 10. Swimming, level 1 can be raised by adding points after river affinity is raised to 0.1%. Introduction, you can swim in any water and step on the water, which increases your speed by 10 times and your endurance by 10 times. Sumu spent 50 river favor points to raise all of these divine abilities to level 1. After adding all the divine abilities that he could currently add points to, Sumu only had 34 favor points left. All of a sudden, it became tight, so he had to find a way to earn favor points. You cleared the debris by the river, favor points plus 5. You pulled weeds from the river. Favor points plus 5. It's a safe and calm day again. You've done a good job in guarding the river. Your favor points are plus 10. You fed the fish in the river, plus 1 favor point. You fed the fish in the river, plus 1 favor point. In the next few days, Sumu rolled up his sleeves and worked hard, disguised as a diligent river caretaker, maintaining the order of the river. He saved a lot of favor points, and in just a few days' time, his favor points directly came back to more than 300. River favor points, 397. Sumu didn't plan on wasting his favor points to go to the lottery. He had lost a lot of money recently. First, raise the degree of affinity. This is a steady business. Does it consume 300 river favor points to raise the river affinity? Yes. Boosting. Affinity degree, 0.013%, affinity degree, 0.016%. Sumu calculated that 100 favor points would raise the affinity by roughly 0.001%. His goal at this stage was to raise his affinity to 0.1%. Then, there was still a shortfall of 0.084%, which translated to almost 8,400 favor points. It's a long way to go. Another calm day. Sumu was lying on the basilica chair, leisurely eating the exotic fruits from all the major worlds. Although there was nothing here but the necessities of life, Sumu did not lack anything. Spend a little bit of favor points, go to the ordinary lottery. Although out of the big goods of the odds are small, but out of some food living supplies are very simple. For example, Sumu lying this basking chair is not ordinary basking chair. This is Yongjing sitting chair, good purple gold Manhwa to build, gold silk inlaid jade, low-key luxury and atmosphere. As long as nothing goes wrong with this river, and the wind and waves are calm for a day, you will gain an additional 10 favor points. After enjoying the food, Sumu stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and began to start patrolling along the riverbank. This small broken river looked very drawn across and not wide. It couldn't help that it was really too long. Sumu had already been guarding it for 3 months and had only explored a corner of it. In order to make it easier for himself to guard the river, when Sumu had nothing to do, he would build a duty room a few thousand meters apart and then patrol along the river all the time, and when he encountered stranded small fishes and shrimps, he would lend a helping hand. Ha! Found another stranded little guy. Sumu walked to the bank and found a small dark green turtle, toppled over on the bank, on all fours, unable to climb up no matter how. Squatting down, he grabbed this little turtle. The moment the little turtle was held, it instantly didn't move. Those deep eyes looked at Sumu. I don't know if it was Sumu's illusion, he saw fear in this eyes. Sumu, on the other hand, stroked the turtle's head and soothed, "Little guy, don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Go on. Be careful next time, don't run around, thanks to me patrolling this area today, otherwise you'll suffer." Saying that, Sumu carried the little turtle, bent down and threw it, hit a water drift, and sent the little turtle back to the river. Favor points plus 5. After sending the little turtle back to the river, after getting the favor points, Sumu smiled with satisfaction and patted the dust on his hands. Again, he continued to walk forward along the riverbank. Soon, Sumu found another stranded little turtle, and when he approached to take a look, the body was dark green, especially the head had a small black spot. Wasn't this exactly the same as the little turtle just now? Chapter 5, what else do you say you have? What's going on, little one? I was just downstream, didn't I just set you free? How long has it been? Why are you stranded again? Saying that, Sumu grabbed the little turtle, and in the little turtle's dull eyes, Sumu revealed his unicorn arm, took several steps backward, and threw it out with force after boosting his run. Directly flung to the center of the river. Favor points plus 6. Another 6 favor points, a little more than just now. What a cute little turtle, in just a few minutes, he let himself brush 11 favor points. Sumu simply went upstream again and started squatting. Soon, a little turtle struggled to swim to the shore, but as soon as it hit the shore, it tumbled to the ground in a weird position. It could be seen that it was really struggling, but Sumu wasn't in a hurry and observed. After a while, this little turtle finally rolled over and started to climb towards the shore. Just then, it was time for enthusiastic citizen Sumu to come on. He walked over with big strides, grabbed the little turtle, and without saying a word, threw it directly into the river. Go you! Favor points plus 10. It was adding more and more. Sumu was pleasantly surprised, and then ran upstream one more time and started squatting. However, after squatting for more than an hour, there was no more shadow of the little turtle. It seems that this little turtle doesn't have a head iron anymore. Sumu patted his butt, got up and continued to start patrolling. A certain realm continent, Xian divine sect. A green tile glazed immortal hall, standing on top of the island, with immortal clouds and 4,000 rainbow bridges. In front of the immortal hall's door, a green-robed, stooped old man looked at the sky and muttered, "The old ancestor has already ascended for 1,000 years, I wonder how he's doing in the upper realm." As the words fell, the blonde-haired man next to him, looking at the sky, also had a look of anticipation on his face. "Jeaner, you are the golden-scaled sacred fish body. If you cultivate for another 500 years, you will also touch the realm of ascension, and follow the old ancestor's steps to the upper realm. You are already invincible to the world in this realm. The upper realm is your true heaven and earth." The blonde-haired man put his hands behind his back, his pupils glowing with a little bit of immortal aura as he slowly said, "Master, you said, what exactly is the upper realm like?" "That's unknown. You are the one who has the most hope of ascending to the upper realm after the old ancestor. The old ancestor's original body was a Shin turtle, and he cultivated for 3,000 years before he was able to ascend. From a talent perspective, you have already touched the ascension realm in 1,000 years, you are even stronger than the old ancestor." Saying that, the green-robed hunched old man heavily patted the blonde man's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "The old ancestor has already ascended for 1,000 years, perhaps he has even become a big shot in the upper realm. At that time you will still be able to go after the old ancestor's steps when you have ascended." "I definitely will." The blonde man looked at the sky, his pupils glowing with a strange color, and his fists unconsciously clenched. "Master, I'm going to go into seclusion first, and strive to ascend as soon as possible." "Aha, go." 100 years passed by in a hurry. On this day, above the void of the Xian heavenly divine sect, black clouds were dense and divine thunder chanted from the heavens. A man with a golden light emanating from his body rushed up from a certain island and hovered above the void. At this moment, all the cultivators of the Xian heavenly divine sect walked out one after another, looking up at the sky and kneeling towards the golden shadow in the void. Respectfully presenting the sovereign's ascension. Respectfully sending the sovereign to ascend. Respectfully send the sovereign to ascend. The cries of Chi Tian spread to the sky like waves. The green-robed old man looked at his protege who had come this far, his cloudy eyes flooding with little tears before he waved his hand with a smile and said, go on, go to a wider heaven and earth." The blonde man stood tall, looking down on the crowd, his thunderous voice rolling, "I'm going." After saying that, the entire man rushed towards the dark cloud divine thunder. In the next second, the spatial rift disappeared, and the heavens and earth returned to a calm. "Ha! Found another little guy, why is it stranded again?" Sumu found a stranded little goldfish on the bank. He quickly walked up, squatted down, grabbed it, and casually threw it towards the downstream of the river. "Go back." The whole process, a single breath. Then he stood up, humming a little song, and continued along the riverbank, to rescue those little ones who jumped out of the river, or were stranded and in need of help. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, at some point in time, in some pond, a small goldfish was eating river sand and spitting bubbles at the bottom of the river. On this day, Sumu was lying in the courtyard in front of the stone house taking a nap when he suddenly heard some movement in front of him. He slowly opened his eyelids and rubbed his sleepy eyes, then he saw a small boat slowly traveling ahead, preparing to pass by this section of the river. With that, he walked to the bank and beckoned to the figure on the small boat, come here, and pay first." I don't know if the distance was too far, or if the other party intentionally didn't hear him, or if he was sitting on the boat and didn't move at all, but Sumo instantly became furious and exerted his water control divine ability. Controlling the boat below a square meter of water static, then, he stepped on the river surface, towards the boat slowly walked. Only when he got closer did he realize that it was a slightly clean-cut woman, 1 meter 6.5 tall, with a goose-egg face, who was sizing herself up with a shocked expression. "Who is the visitor? Give your name." Sumo blocked the front of the boat and asked the woman on the boat. As the words fell, the woman stood up, cupped her fists at Sumo and said, "My daughter, Central Huan, is from the Blue Star." After hearing Blue Star, Sumo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "Good guy, could it be another traveler?" "What's going on? Last time I met Han Xiaorun is also a traveler. This time I met this woman named Central Huan is also a traveler, or a female main traveler." Oh, pay the toll." Sumo looked down at the 4 words engraved on the boat Great Young Dynasty. It seemed that the place this traveling woman was going to was called a Great Young Dynasty. I don't have any money. Central Huan has not yet crossed. This is still in the process of crossing, body penniless, or what toll? Before she crossed over, she had read a lot of girl main crossing over novels, but she had never heard of crossing over and needing a toll. The man in front of her can step on the water. Is it possible that the legend of the immortal? It should be, otherwise it's impossible to stop himself on this crossing. Sumo had long anticipated this statement, so he directly asked, "If my guess is correct, the place you're going to should be a dynasty. Which side are you going to develop? Do you have any lofty ambitions?" Hearing this, Central Huan replied without thinking, "Marry the royal family and become the queen." Hearing this sentence, Sumo froze. Good lord, it still has to be a female frequency. Male frequency, sweep the Turk, snow the shame of Luoshui, long live Giant Tang. Female frequency, marry the royal family. Male frequency, blood washing the shame of Dinkung. Kill the golden dogs. Long live Shaosong. Female, marry the royal family. Male, go east out of the Shanhai Pass, plow through the countryside, the Third Empire of the Great Ming, start. Female, marry the royal family. So what do you have for me when you've gone over there? Sumo asked. For this kind of heroine who traveled to other worlds to become an empress, Sumo really didn't know what it was good to make them owe something. Let's say you're the empress, right? The country belongs to the emperor, and the finances are in the ministry of the household, so besides being favored, what else do you have? What else do you have? Chapter 6, Dolphin Fish. This. I can have my husband, divide the world in half for you. Central Huan thought about it and his eyes lit up. Who are you to ask your husband to share half of the kingdom that he has fought so hard for with me? Sumo asked with a smile. On the basis that he loves me. Well, love again, love can be great. Sumo didn't want to say anything more. However, Sumo also didn't make things difficult for that bitter emperor who had never met him and had worked hard to fight for the kingdom. Didn't write this provision into the contract. He directly took out a contract, wrote down the name Central Huan in dark-colored river water, and then handed it to her, saying, "Bite your finger, and then press your handprint at your name." Central Huan looked at the paper in her hand, and after seeing the words clearly, her beautiful eyes were full of unbelievable colors. There was really an IOU? She somewhat couldn't believe her eyes that she actually saw an IOU here. What was owed was written as "to be determined." Can you accept it? If I can't accept it, I can stand here and not move. Sumo laid down in front of the boat, his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Central Huan instantly became anxious. No, I'll sign. Please move. Only after seeing that Central Huan had pressed her handprint did Sumo lift the static restriction of the waters where the boat was located underneath, giving way to the small boat. Mix well, don't be the empress, just be the emperor. Sumo waved his hand towards the distant silhouette and advised in a serious tone. You have maintained order in Hanoi, favor points plus 100. As the system's announcement sounded, 100 favor points arrived. Host, Sumo. Cultivation level, 5th level of Qi cultivation. Aptitude, water control, swimming. Water beast, none. River affinity, 0.016%. River affinity, 1,500 points, river favor points. I've been patrolling diligently for a while now, and I've accumulated 1,500 river favor points. Let's raise the affinity first. Whether or not to consume 1,400 river favor points to raise the river affinity? Yes. Boosting. Affinity 0.016%, affinity 0.03%. 100 points left? What to do? Of course. Open a bet. Sumu opened the lottery panel and first tried the water with a single draw. Favor points 1. Ordinary draw in. Congratulations! Triggered a special reward, 100 times the favor points. Favor points plus 100. Upon hearing this, Sumu's face immediately turned black, a big loss. Why didn't he bite the bullet and draw 100 points? 100 times cashback is not that 10,000 points of favor points. Loss of hemp belongs to Is. There are still 199 favor points. Sumu's heart, stupid, there is a voice in his head is constantly tempting himself draw 100 points. Draw 100. Double it and it's 10,000. Sumu clenched his teeth, crossed his heart, and started to draw. Favor points 100. Silver level extraction in progress. Thank you for your patronage. Hearing these 4 words, Sumu's eyes went black and he directly slapped himself hard, angrily cursing, "Gambling dog shall not die." The 100 points that just arrived, turned around and gave it away, no 100 times cashback even if nothing was drawn. This made Sumu was unable to endure a little. 10 consecutive draws, start. Favor points 10. 10 ordinary draws in. 1 extremely high-grade spirit stone. A 5th grade foundation building pill. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Extreme gold silk soft armor earth grade. Spider-Man's generation suit. Thank you for your patronage. Uncle Nine's peachwood sword. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage. This time, the 10 consecutive draws, the luck is not bad, out of the 5 pieces. Sumu tapped the loot, picked up the first generation of Spider-Man's battlesuit, put it on, felt like a silly hang, and then took it off and threw it aside. This gold silk soft armor can be, or ground level, after wearing and skin into one, cannot feel the weight, also cannot see. Then picked up a peachwood sword, after waving a little, also lack of interest, thrown into their own stone house. There are no zombies here, there is no soft use for a mahogany sword. There was also a 5th grade foundation building dan, and an extremely high grade spirit stone. In fact, Sumu had always wanted to draw a technique that could be cultivated, even if it was trashy. However, after drawing for such a long time, all of them were all junk, and there wasn't a single merit law. He was stuck here guarding the river, so he couldn't possibly guard it for the rest of his life, right? Looking at the 89 favor points he still had left, Sumu was ready to draw all of them. He still doesn't believe that he can't draw a single technique? Favor points 10. Bronze level extraction in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained the long sky sword earth grade. Favor points 10. Bronze level drawing, congratulations. Congratulations, you've won the X virus injection. Favor points 10. Bronze level in the draw. Congratulations, you've won the green sky dragon skill. In the next second, in Sumu's mind, the cultivation text of Qing Tianhua Lani appeared. Finally, he was able to draw a technique that he could cultivate. In the next few days, while Sumu was guarding the river, he was also figuring out how to cultivate on his own. However, practicing and practicing, Sumu realized, no wonder those ordinary cultivators got the secret martial arts book but couldn't cultivate it, because it was too difficult. In the past few days, Sumu could only barely read the literal meaning, and had absolutely no idea how to start practicing. Host, Sumu. Cultivation level, 5th level of Qi cultivation. Mastery avatar, water control, swimming. Mastered technique, Qing Tianhua Lani. Mastery of water beasts, none. River affinity, 0.03%. River affinity points, 59, river affinity points, 59. Sumu opened the detailed panel of Qing Tian Dragon Harmonization Technique. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, 08010. Seeing this, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Was it possible to add points as well? Holding the mentality of trying it out, he started adding points. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique plus 10. Qing Tian Dragon Transformation Skill, 180-100. In the next second, Sumu's aura began to skyrocket, and the experience, enhancement, increase, and other effects gained from practicing the technique were all manifested. It was equivalent to Sumu having practiced hard for several years, and with that, his cultivation level was raised to the Qi practicing perfection realm. Sumu violently opened his eyes, running the Qing Tianhua dragon skill. Majestic green spiritual energy burst out from his palm, surrounding his body. Sumu looked down at his hands slowly clenched, an unprecedented sense of power. Well, now you don't have to specialize, and you don't have to study the secluded words in it. It doesn't matter if you recognize it or not, just add some points and you're done. On this day, while Sumu was practicing, he noticed a movement coming from the riverbank. He stood up and walked quickly towards the river, and found a fish entangled in the water plants along the bank. Sumu approached and realized that it was a dorado. The dolphin fish, also known as the 10,000 fish, flying wahoo, ghost head knife. The body is extended and laterally compressed, with a tall front and tapering backward. The head is large, the back is very narrow, there is a bony bulge in the forehead, the body is greenish-brown, the abdomen is silver-white to light gray, the side of the body is scattered with green spots, the dorsal fin is purple-green, and the caudal fin is silver-gray with a golden-yellow luster. Sumu pulled up his cuffs, ripped open the silk grass, and grabbed this dorado in his hands. In fact, Sumu did not intend to eat it. This kind of ordinary fish, eating it would just fill up his stomach. It would be better to release it and add some favor points to himself. At this time, Sumu remembered that his system could also command water beasts. Could contracting this dorado increase his favor points? Holding the mindset of trying, Sumu began to contract it. Chapter 7: The River That Doesn't Exist. Is it spending 10 favor points to make a contract? An announcing voice came from the system. Yes, contract it. As Sumu's mind moved, a white light wrapped this dorado. Contract successful. Successfully contracted dorado, congratulations on gaining 10 favor points. The favor points he had spent were immediately returned to him. After this dorado was contracted, its eyes towards Sumu changed from the initial fear to meekness. It kept swimming along the shore and didn't leave. Sumu looked at the little dorado and said, "Go on, go catch me a few treasure fish to eat." After receiving the instruction, the little dorado dived into the water. It should be able to understand me, right? Sumu muttered. After doing all this, Sumu went along the river bank again and started to clean up the weeds and debris, and he didn't know what was going on. It was clear that he had been pulling up the weeds along these banks every day, but as soon as he woke up, they had risen a lot more. Not only that, on the first day, the gravel on this bank would somehow be a lot more. However, this is a good thing, right? Cleaning up these weeds and debris can also add favor points to yourself. Clean up weeds, plus 1 favor point. Clean up weeds, plus 1 favor point. Clearing debris, favor points plus 5. Clean up debris, 5 favor points. Sumu was busy for an hour, and almost had 50 favor points in his account. Meanwhile, in the Tiannan continent, the falling cloud sect. Elder Han, good morning. As Han trotted down the road, the disciples who came and went greeted him respectfully, and he nodded. Nowadays, he had come to this world for more than 200 years, from the mortal realm, rising from the minutest of beginnings, steadily step by step, and now he had become an elder of the falling cloud sect, an existence of 1 person and 10,000 people. Sometimes, when he dreamed at night, he would also dream that more than 200 years ago, during his crossing over, he met a man who signed a contractual contract with him. Every time he thought about it, it would feel unreal. Because at that time, after traveling to a certain place in a small boat, the boat suddenly capsized and he lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he had already come to a continent called Tiannan. Later, as he slowly grows, he is also step by step to inquire about the news about the Black River, but also sought countless places, not to mention found, not a trace, and even the ancient records about the river are not. So, Han Xiaoro began to doubt, at that time is not their own in the dream? After a long time, Han Xiaojun has also long forgotten about this matter. He had long ago inquired about the news that there was rumored to be news of divine treasures coming out of the land of the extreme west, and he was prepared to go alone to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Han Xiaoro had always had this character, going out to find opportunities or explore secret realms, all by himself. The purpose was simple, it was convenient to run by yourself. Therefore, this time when he went to the land of the extreme west, he also planned to travel by himself. Nowadays, he had already arrived at the Yuaning realm, and his speed of catching up didn't need to use the Ark shuttle anymore, using the Falling Clouds Sect's Ark to catch up. Instead, it still seemed to be ostentatious, and catching up by himself was only a matter of 3 or 4 days. Han trotted to change his outfit, then quietly descended the mountain and rushed to the extreme west. In the land of the extreme west, above the Ink Sea, there were countless strong people standing in the void, looking at a 4-sided stone door on the sea in front of them. The stone door is dark, derived from the bottom of the sea, like a dragon door, emitting a palpitating breath. The surrounding countless strong people have not dared to approach, only dare to watch from afar. Han Xiaoro stood behind the crowd, his brows furrowed as he surveyed the stone gate on the sea surface. At this time, a Yuaning powerhouse descended from the sky and stood at the very front, voicing out towards the crowd, "This sea is the territory of my Bone Xian sect, and I'm afraid it's not proper for all of you to intrude into my Xian sect's territory." As he spoke, the powerful pressure of a late-stage Yuaning was released, shaking the sea surface and causing it to keep churning. Immediately afterward, a blue-robed middle-aged man, who was also in the late Yuaning stage, let out a light laugh and said, "Vice Patriarch Wu, when did this sea of Mo become your Bone Xian sect's territory? Also, divine treasures come out, those who have the ability can obtain them. When did it become your Bone Xian sect's family's property?" These words ushered in quite a few people's concurrence. "Yes, Patriarch Wu, when a secret treasure comes out, those who have the ability can have it." "Patriarch Wu, do you want to drive all of us out of the Ink Sea?" With two words, the blue-robed middle-aged man directly pulled Wu Zhongkue into the position of a target. At those words, Wu Zhongkue was so angry that his beard was trembling. This Mo Hai has been returned to the Bone Xian sect for 300 years, which sect in this extreme western land didn't know about it? Now that the secret treasure had come out, instead, all of them had disavowed it, wantonly trespassing into his Bone Xian sect's territory. Although he knew that the other party was intentional, but at this moment a conflict will only benefit themselves in an unfavorable place. Han Xiaoro looked at Wu Zhongkue and also laughed in his heart. This Wu Patriarch is also a rash, the secret treasure out of the world, all the people in the world can come to grab, just rely on "this is my territory" want to let people return home, quit the competition, this is obviously delusional. At this moment, above the Ink Sea, more and more cultivators are arriving. Han Xiaojun, who had concealed his breath, surveyed the situation at this moment. 2 late Yuaning stages, 5 mid-Yuaning stages, and 10 early Yuaning stages including himself, other cultivators below the Yuaning realm weren't in Han Xiaoro's scope of consideration. If there was only one secret treasure, the odds were that Han Xiaoro could only return empty-handed. After all, the gap between the strength of late Yuaning and early Yuaning was too great, and Han Xiaoro's intention was to see if he could take advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters and touch a treasure to go. Due to the stone door that protruded out of the sea, the aura emanating from it was too terrifying, no one dared to be the first to try it, and everyone was waiting. Such a situation, so many pairs of eyes staring, the first to go, that is not stupid? Pure and simple big cannon fodder ah. Just like this, all the cultivators above the Ink Sea, all waited quietly, no one made a move, the atmosphere was once very strange. Abruptly, the stone door began to vibrate, lifting up layer after layer of waves. In the next second, at the center of the stone door, a dark purple immortal light coalesced, and everyone's eyes were all fixed on that dark purple immortal light. A mighty pressure was released, shaking the seawater and causing it to keep churning, and a great battle was imminent. Since none of them are moving, the old man smiles. At this moment, an old man in the middle stage of Yuaning operated his gungfu, golden dharma seals circled around him, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light, heading towards the immortal light cluster. After this mid-Yuaning old man made his move, the rest of the people also began to make their moves. Chapter 8 Terrifying Creature. Old thing, this is not yet yours. The blue-robed middle-aged man at the late stage of the Yuaning stage offered a spell, and the palm of his right hand transformed into a large hand of nothingness, grabbing towards the old man. Just at the moment when the old man was about to grab the immortal light cluster, the great hand of nothingness instantly sent him flying and fell into the sea, stirring up 1,000 waves. At this moment, the rest of the powerhouses watching were not only not bluffed, but became even more frantic, seizing the gap between the blue-robed middle-aged man's strikes. Dozens of people grabbed towards the immortal light cluster from all directions. Grabbing the chance was like this, just grab it first and run away. They were almighty cultivators of the Yuaning realm now. They might not be able to compare their fighting means to the late Yuaning stage, but their means of escaping and saving their lives were endless. As long as they grabbed the hand, they all had ways to escape. Seeing this, the blue-robed middle-aged man's pupils shrunk, and his majestic spiritual energy burst out, destroying the momentum, killing towards the immortal light at an extremely fast speed. The blue-robed middle-aged man was worthy of being an old demon of the late Yuaning stage, instantly shocking away those who were preparing to fish in troubled waters. The gap between cultivation levels was shown to the fullest at this moment. Just when the blue-robed middle-aged man was about to get his hands on him, a sword light fell from the sky. The blue-robed middle-aged man's pupils shrunk, and he could only dodge backward. Wu Zhongkue was also at the late Yuaning stage of cultivation. How could he let Wei Guang snatch the treasure away under his nose, or within his clan's jurisdiction? After repelling Wei Guang, Wu Zhongkui also grabbed towards the immortal light. As long as he got the treasure first and then rushed back to Bongshan sect, he would be safe. This place was not far from the Bongshan sect, and there would be someone from the sect who would come to meet him once he succeeded in snatching it. After Wei Guang stabilized his body, with a wave of his hand, a silver lance appeared in his hand, his body transformed into white light, swept up a terrifying immortal aura, and killed towards Wu Zhongkui. The rest of the Yuaning cultivators also started a great melee. For a time, above the entire Ink Sea, there was chaos, and those cultivators below the Yuaning level didn't dare to approach at all, because they knew that if the treasure was only this one, then it would be impossible for them to participate in the snatching. Even if they were lucky enough to grab it, they didn't have the means to carry it away from here. Han Xiaoro clasped his hands in front of his chest and observed the battlefield in front of him. He was also a Yuaning great cultivator, but had no intention of participating in the battle. This was because the time was not ripe yet. Since there was only one treasure, he would have to be more careful. It would be best if he could grab it, and he wouldn't fight for his life if he couldn't. He was looking for a perfect opportunity. Because he still had a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman on him, as long as he seized the opportunity, after grabbing the treasure, he would cast the teleportation talisman and travel 1,000 miles away, then find a small village or town to hide down. Although Han Xiaoyun can't beat the late stage of Yuaning, but on the aspect of running away, he is absolutely confident enough. He was waiting for a perfect opportunity. Yuaning level melee, fight the entire Ink Sea constantly churning, the sea countless water beasts have fled. Luckily it is in the sea. If this is on land, on this level of big melee, do not know how many small sects to be affected, the so-called gods fight, the brats suffer, said this is the truth. Han Xiaoran and others have already retreated a few thousand meters. Wu Zhongkui and Wei Guang, two people, has killed Red Eye, all kinds of cards one after another, the whole center of the battlefield, only the two of them left, the rest of the people have already withdrawn from the battlefield. The battle has reached a white-hot stage, and has been completely reduced to a performance match between the two late Yuaning. Right at this moment, Wei Guang caught a tiny crack in Wu Zhongkui and stabbed out with a spear. This stab was fast to the extreme. Once the opponent dodged, then he or she could grab the treasure, and if the opponent didn't dodge, the shot would kill or seriously injure him or her. Just when he was about to stab Wu Zhongkui's chest, Wei Guang couldn't see any meaning to dodge in the other party's eyes. He was shocked in his heart. This madman, what are you going to do? Wu Zhongkui just gently sidestepped, avoiding the fatal position, the long sword in his hand, slashed towards the opponent's arm. He had completely killed his eyes. There was no way he would let Wei Guang take the treasure away, even if he had to fight a losing battle. At this time, Wei Guang also slanted his body, dodging at the same time, but the sword she still chopped himself. And he himself also stabbed Wu Zhongkui's shoulder, and both of them were instantly catapulted dozens of meters, receiving serious injuries. Both of them looked miserable, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this scene of two defeated men, Han Xiaojun, who was secretly observing, had his eyes light up, knowing that it was time for him to make his own move. He was the only Yuaning cultivator in full state in the entire arena. Who else could stop him? Just the moment he was about to strike. Boom! A divine thunderbolt descended from the sky. At an unknown time, the sky above the sea area was filled with black clouds, and dots of divine lightning kept jumping in the clouds. In the next second, a huge creature that looked like a black dragon dived out of the black clouds and hung above the void. The dark and deep pupils were like an abyss, the body was several thousand meters long, the black scale armor was glowing with a cold light. Little Dorado found something good so quickly? With that, Sumu used the silver dagger he got from the lottery to slice open the belly of the silver dragonfish, and after cleaning all the internal organs inside, he went to his stone house, and proceeded to build a simple barbecue grill with pebbles from the bank, and skewered it with wooden sticks. He also found some dry firewood and dead leaves, gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, lit a spiritual fire, and used the spiritual fire to light the dry firewood again. Just like this, Sumu hummed a little song and sprinkled seasonings. Ever since he drew the Huangrong's kitchenware, Sumu had no shortage of cooking tools at all, what with all the pots and pans, sauces, vinegars, oils and teas. The skin of this silver dragonfish, it's really thick. After roasting it for so long, it actually hasn't browned at all. Only after Sumu used the spirit fire to roast it for a full half hour did this silver dragonfish start to change color. An hour later, nourishing oil was bubbling, the fragrance was overflowing, and Sumu involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Soul juice, pour it on. Sumu poured the bowl ingredients he had mixed onto the fish, and instantly the fish's fragrance overflowed. Opening his bloody mouth, he took a bite. The meat was so firm that it didn't taste like fish anymore, instead it was like beef. In 3 clicks, he finished eliminating this one catty silver dragon fish. I don't know why, this one catty of fish meat eaten made Sumu feel very bracing, his own chi practicing perfection appetite, not to mention 1 catty of fish meat, eating 100 catty of beef is a normal meal. A burst of drowsiness came, Sumu directly lay on the pebbles on the shore and fell asleep. In his sleep, Sumu felt that his body was undergoing strange changes, and his blood and flesh were boiling. When he woke up again, he realized that he had become not quite the same, and his entire body had an indescribable sense of permeability. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, 8th Foundation Establishment. Mastered Avatar, Water Control, Swimming. Mastered Technique, Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique. Mastered Water Beast, Lochless Dragon. River Affinity, 0.03%. River Affinity Points, 150 points. Through the system panel, Sumu discovered that his cultivation level had risen to the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. Directly soared all the way from Chi practicing perfection to Foundation Establishment 8th level. Rocket right. This is simply, it seems that silver dragon fish is even more precious than the carp that he got the first time, it really is a treasure fish. However, Sumu quickly discovered a blind spot. Lochless dragon? What the hell was a lochless dragon? Could it be that it was talking about a small Dorado? He had only contracted a water beast, so it could only be a small Dorado. Maybe it was called differently in this world. Anyway, in Sumu's opinion, it was a Dorado. Soon, another commotion came from the shore. Sumu's eyes lit up. The little Dorado had gotten a good treasure again? Walking to the river bank to take a look, he found that the little Dorado loach was full of wounds, its eyes were red, and there was even a bit of blood seeping out of its eyes. Seeing this, Sumu asked, "Little guy, did you go looking for a fight?" "You little guy, don't go mess with those big fish." In the next second, the little Dorado opened its mouth and spat out a smooth meat dan. Sumu took it in his hand and pinched it, realizing that it was the texture of meat. "Where did you get this?" Sumu also saw this kind of thing for the first time. It was a small meatball that was still shrinking in his hand. Although he didn't know where the little Dorado went to get the thing, but from its bruised and battered appearance, he could tell that it must have been a vicious battle. Maybe it was a water treasure snatched from the hands of some water monster? Really pity this little guy. Sumu didn't know any medical skills either, much less how to help the fish heal its injuries. "Can you use favor points to help it heal? Will you use 2 favor points to heal the lochless dragon?" The system seemed to have heard Sumu's heart and took the initiative to ask. Use it ruthlessly. "It's just 2 points, give me a good treat for one of my great generals." Successful healing. The little Dorado that was bruised and battered in the last second was already as good as new in this second. At this time, Sumu felt the gratitude that the little Dorado threw at him, and it excitedly circled around Sumu's feet. "Next time, don't look for a big fish to fight with this little body of yours, 1 bite will swallow it for you. But, you got credit for finding the treasure today, very good. You wait, I'll go bring you some delicious food." After saying that, Sumu returned to the stone house and took out a pack of wild battle blue carp fish bait. This blue carp fish bait was also drawn from the lottery a few days ago. Speaking of the blue carp fish bait, Sumu has a lot to say about it. Suitable for wild fishing and fishing in a variety of freshwater fishing. Large fish, carp, grass, bream have a miraculous effect, the flavor of fishy aroma pure. It contains a lot of protein fiber and can be pulled to catch big fish. The method of baiting is also very simple. The bait ratio of bait to water is 1 minute and 0.9 seconds, and if the water is deep, you can add about 10% of pulverized powder, and when you pull the bait to water ratio is 1 to 1.1, and you need to add 15% 20% of pulverized powder. This is all the baiting method he learned from Mighty Emperor. The package will not Air Force. Sumu opened it, mixed it well, clenched it into a ball, and threw it directly in front of the little Dorado. Big mouth made. "This is a rare thing. You're here, surely you can't eat it. This is my hometown's technology and ruthless goods, package." You eat confused. However, the little Dorado came close and sniffed, then backed off some more, and again came close and sniffed again, as if testing, and as if confirming. I don't know if it was Sumu's illusion, but he seemed to see an expression of extreme disgust on the little Dorado's face. "What the hell? This is still disgusted? This is good stuff. I can at least hang more than 10 pounds of fish in such a ball, and now that all of it is for you to enjoy alone, I'm still treating you badly? Why don't you eat it?" Sumu frowned and asked. The little Dorado that heard this sentence, the next second directly sucked this ball of fish bait all into his mouth in one bite. Seeing this, Sumu then revealed a satisfied smile. That's only right. Go on, go play. If you see a treasure, bring it, if you don't, go play by yourself. Sumu wasn't an evil capitalist who couldn't oppress all the time, and he hated evil capitalists who didn't care if the Parus lived or died. This point, Sumu still felt that he belonged to the more humane farm owners. After having the little Dorado, Sumu was also pondering, why don't we contract a few more water beasts? This river seemed to be quite uncomplicated as well, and after he ate 2 precious fish from here, he directly put his cultivation on a high speed. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that the frequency of travelers appearing here was also very high. Can't it be that this is the birth point of a traveler? However, why is it that other travelers are able to leave the birth point to venture out and make their mark, while they are stuck here in a bug? Forget it, why think so much? First hurry up and save up the favor points to refine this broken river so that you can get out of here. Just like that, Sumu continued to start patrolling the river. As he walked, he suddenly realized that a whirlpool had appeared in a certain part of the river in front of him, stirring up the originally calm surface of the river. He remembered that it wasn't even there yesterday. Why did it appear today? It didn't look as if it was a good thing, such a large abnormal whirlpool. What if someone passing by fell in? Maintaining the stability of the creek and protecting the safety of people passing by, Sumu decided to fix this abnormal whirlpool. Generally speaking, the spiral vortex formed by the water flow encountering a low-lying place is a whirlpool. Either there is a gap in the riverbed, and underneath is a culvert, and the water keeps flowing into the culvert to form a whirlpool. The first situation is normal, but the second is not normal. Sumu took off his clothes, jumped headfirst into the water, and swam towards the whirlpool. The closer he got to the whirlpool, the stronger the pulling force became, as if he wanted to churn Sumu's body into pieces. Still 3 meters away, Sumu didn't dare to get any closer, because the tearing force was too strong, and he didn't dare to take a risk, even though he was already a Foundation Establishment 8th level cultivator. But this river was weird as hell, it was better to be careful. Sumu dived down, he wanted to check if there was a gap in the riverbed. However, after Sumu dived to a distance of 10 meters, he felt his whole body rising, the feeling that his body was going to collapse, and he didn't dare to continue diving down. He surfaced and returned to the shore. Looking at the vortex, he thought of something and executed the water control avatar of waters, stillness, just enough to cover the mouth of the vortex. Sumu prepared to forcefully correct the whirlpool. In the next second, that whirlpool indeed returned to calmness under Sumu's forced prohibition. Looks like it's not the riverbed. Sumu stroked his chin and muttered. You have repaired the whirlpool and maintained the order of the river, favor points plus 3,000. After hearing the system's broadcast reward sound, Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell? 3,000 points. Did he hear it right? In the past, it was all about points and points, but this kid got 3,000 at once. Good guy, he repaired a vortex and rewarded himself with 3,000 points, good and ruthless. All of a sudden, Sumu became rich. He forced himself to endure the mentality of being a gambling dog, and directly first turned these 3,000 points into affinity before saying that he couldn't keep more favor points on his own body. As soon as he had more, Sumu wanted to gamble. Favor points 3,000. River affinity, 0.03%, river affinity, 0.06%. Only 4,000 favor points away from 0.1%. Maelstrom, I need Maelstrom very much right now. Sumu followed the river bank and continued on, expecting to encounter another vortex. After all, this fixing a vortex is a full 3,000 favor points. Chapter 10, The Understanding Protagonist, The Difficulty of the Water Snake. Unfortunately, after strolling around, I didn't find a whirlpool like that. It was also quite normal. This river was relatively gentle and didn't flow fast, so it was difficult for a vortex like the one just appeared. Only, what Sumu directly didn't know was what kind of impact his unintentional action had brought to a certain world in the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the crescent moon continent. On the sun, a black-haired man sat withered on the broken red sun altar as he stood above the sun, looking down at this crescent moon continent that he had once guarded. He was an imperial beast master, and that little guy who had chosen to reincarnate over and over again to accompany him had now entered the next reincarnation and gone to another time and space. He knew that he was merely a part of one reincarnation at a time. But this kind of reincarnation had been playing out for 10,000 years, caught in an endless cycle of time. And one's end would ultimately be nothing more than becoming the sustenance for the next reincarnation of oneself, eventually dissolving into heaven and earth in anticipation of some reincarnation of oneself that would break this cycle of time and end this tragedy. Abruptly, he snapped his head up and realized that the scene around him was constantly changing and retreating. Eventually, he returned to the day when he named the little one himself. Wasn't he trapped on the sun? Why had time gone backwards? Reincarnation broken? The man looked at the little guy in front of him. He couldn't care less anymore. The feeling of being lost and regained made him hug the little guy, holding him tightly for fear that if he let go, he would disappear. He looked up at the incomparably real sky and murmured, was it his own prayers that moved the heavens? No one answered, and no one knew. He only knew that this endless cycle of reincarnation was finally the end. On the bank of the river, Sumu, who was patrolling, sneezed, Who's cursing me? As he spoke, he sensed movement coming from the river, and when he looked up, he saw the familiar boat, once again appearing above the river. Seeing this, Sumu was overjoyed in his heart. Can't it be that it's another traveler? With an excited mood, Sumu stepped into the water and approached towards the boat. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was standing on top of the small boat, was also startled when he saw the man who suddenly appeared. Then he cupped his fists and said, "Little brother was passing by this place and accidentally disturbed Senior's purification, so I hope I won't be offended." Hearing this, Sumu looked up and down at this clean-cut youth, 7 feet tall, although boyish, but with a resolute gaze, rather like a traveling protagonist. Sumu lowered his head and looked at the words on this youth's ship, Continent of Fighting. Looks like another traveler. The 3 people he encountered here, without exception, were all travelers, and this traveler's birthplace was solid. Report your name, Sumu inquired. Xiao Hua. Surname Xiao? Yes, what's the problem, Senior? Xiao Hua revealed a puzzled expression. Nothing. I'm the riverkeeper here, and I have to record all the boat passengers that come and go. Sumu just lamented that the surnames Lin, Xiao, and Yi were all big crossing surnames. Crossing over? Sumu asked tentatively. Even if it wasn't, it didn't matter. At these words, Xiao's pupils shrunk violently, his heart trembled, and his gaze towards the man in front of him became different. One glance and you can tell that I am traveling through? Indeed, Xiao had been hit by a large truck, and once he woke up, he had arrived at this place, and by the looks of it, he had definitely traveled across. But this mysterious man in front of him actually saw that he had traveled across in a single glance? What the hell? The natives of this world, is any random river guard this strong? Senior, how did you see it? Xiaohua could not help but ask. Guess. Xiaohua. A flat A, tricked out the big one. That said, is this the kind of thinking a normal person should have? Who's a good person who meets you and asks you if you're a traveler? Is it common to cross over this thing? I won't hide it from Senior, it's true that I'm not from this world, but nevertheless, I just want to pass through here safely and have no other thoughts. I also hope that Senior will let me go. Since he was guessed, Xiaohua also simply stopped pretending and was a bit more honest. Letting go is fine. Have to pay some toll, Sumu said in a serious manner. There's still a toll to pay? Xiaohua wiped all over his body. There was nothing, he had only just crossed over. What to pay the toll with? Elder, I've only just crossed over, I don't have anything. I know. So, I prepared this for you in advance. Sumu took out a piece of paper, handed it to Xiaohua, and said, take a good look at it, then sign it. A loan. Loan? Xiaohua opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What's wrong? Any objections? Sumu said with a slight frown on his sword brows. No. I'll sign. Saying that, Xiaohua directly bit through his finger and pressed his handprint on it. Seeing this, Sumu was a little surprised. So understanding? Senior, here. Sumu received the loan contract and confirmed that it was correct before revealing a smile and extending his right hand. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Xiaohua poured in a generous handshake. Wasn't it said that the protagonists who traveled across the world were all untamed? This Xiaohua, however, appeared to be very calm. His state of mind was not ordinary. Such a person is suitable to befriend, suitable to be a friend. Sumu gave way to Xiaohua, and said, we'll meet again, go over there and mix well, I'll come find you when I have the chance in the future. Hearing this, Xiaohua then clasped his fists and said, if my little brother really mixes well, as long as Senior comes, I'll be sure to entertain with good wine and meat. It's okay, go. Sumu smiled and waved his hand, bidding farewell to Xiaohua. And silently remembered this person in his heart, the Xiao Hui of the Do continent. Congratulations, you have maintained order, triggering an additional blitz reward, favor points plus 800. Good guy, 800. Not bad, not bad, a few more travelers who understand things like this. If there were 1,000 or 800 of them, he would be able to refine this broken river that had trapped him. After successfully sending Xiaohuo away, Sumu continued to start patrolling. At this time, Sumu suddenly received a distress signal from the little Dorado. Sumu immediately turned around and rushed towards the little Dorado based on his spiritual senses. Soon, he arrived at a pool depression. This pool depression, surrounded by a few large rocks, formed a separate small pond. Through the water, Sumu saw the little Dorado in the water, entangled by a thigh-thick water snake. Just at the moment when the water snake was about to swallow the small Dorado in one bite. Dull. Don't hurt my son. Sumu directly jumped into the pond. Chapter 11 Heaven Swallowing Sacred Python. Sumu jumped into the pond, grabbed the water snake, and with a forceful tug with both hands, saved the little Dorado. Right at this moment, this water snake didn't know where the strength came from, and with a direct death entanglement, it directly wrapped Sumu's entire right arm. Moreover, that terrifying winding force made the bones of Sumu's right arm clang. I'm a hallowed foundation establishment cultivator, and I still can't clean up this little water snake of yours? Sumu was also furious, running his gong method. Spiritual energy dazzled on his right arm, his left hand toward the water snake's head, and swung a fist. Dang! A fist went down, splashing water, but due to the principle of light refraction, it caused the punch to miss a little bit. But nevertheless, this water snake, perhaps sensing Sumu's powerful strength, was intimidated and hurriedly loosened its entanglement, preparing to swim towards the river outside the pond puddle. How could Sumu let it run away so easily? His entire body, which was not in the water, directly grabbed the tail of the water snake, and then threw it with force, directly throwing the water snake to the shore. The moment the water snake landed on the shore, it curled up on the ground, shivering, not daring to move. Sumu returned to the shore, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards the water snake. Peerless Continent, Kunlun Domain C. A heaven-swallowing sacred python was grabbed by a pair of large hands in the void, forcefully grabbed away, and the shattered Domain C instantly returned to calm. A few human great emperors who were watching the battle not far away looked above the void with fearful expressions on their faces. The heaven-swallowing sacred python was grabbed away by that pair of great hands of nothingness. Did you guys see it clearly? Didn't see it clearly. But why do I feel that those big hands of nothingness were saving that loach dragon? I also feel. Let's just get out of here, it's too scary. On the shore, Sumu had already dissected the water snake thoroughly. There were 3 treasures on the snake's body: snake skin, snake bile, and snake meat. Sumu had snared the snake skin, which was 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, and the snake dan was also a great tonic. If the snake meat, it was more than 200 pounds. Sumu used a dagger, cut a large piece of snake meat, came to the shore, looked at the small Dorado that was scarred on the shore, and threw the snake meat into the water. Old me helped you take revenge, eat it, this is the spoils of war, you also have a share. The little Dorado was first flabbergasted for a while, and after transmitting gratitude, it took a bite and swallowed the large piece of snake meat all the way inside its stomach. In the next second, the injuries on the little Dorado's body, visible to the naked eye, healed a large portion. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. It seems that this water snake is also a spirit snake? The next time you encounter a guy that bullies you, just lure it to the shore and I'll stand up for you. Sumu said to the little Dorado. The little Dorado happily circled around as if it had found a backer. Sumu used a large iron pot and cooked a pot of soup, and when it boiled, he put down the snake meat cut into pieces. Almost 30 pounds were put down, and the remaining 100 pounds or so, Sumu planned to save for the next time. After the snake meat entered the pot, the original boiling water, all of a sudden turned into cold water, and even showed signs of freezing. Seeing this, Sumu added a few more dry firewood and the fire became much more vigorous, but the water in the pot still didn't show any signs of boiling. After boiling for a full 5 hours, it finally started to bubble. Sumu took his chopsticks, inserted them into the snake meat, and found that it was hard as ice. Continuing to cook for another 5 hours, the snake meat finally softened and began to overflow with a strong flavor. Sumu, whose eyes had been drooling for a day, used the seasoning to mix a dipping plate, and continued to cook for almost an hour. Sumu picked up a piece of snake meat, dipped it in the dish, and bit down with a mouthful of thick fragrance. Too fragrant. This bite went down, really tensed his toes. He had eaten snake meat before, but this was the first time he had eaten this texture of snake meat. It was soft, smooth and flavorful. There was no time for praise. Head down and dry rice. 10 hours to cook the meat, 5 minutes to eat it. Not even soup was left, all dried inside the stomach. Sumu propped his hands on the ground and burped, not to mention how satisfied he was. In fact, sometimes when I think about it, being trapped in this tight place is not a bad thing. At least the small life is quite nourishing. The cultivation level is also rising. The only drawback was that it was too lonely. Couldn't even find anyone to talk to. This river, it was too quiet. Occasionally people would pass by, but they were all protagonists who had traveled across, and they were just passing by, they wouldn't stay. There was only a small Dorado to keep himself company. However, the little Dorado brought some treasures to himself every day, and he helped him fight some fights, so the days were not too boring. After eating, Sumu returned to the basking chair and started to take a nap, eat and sleep, sleep and eat, and when he was bored, he went to patrol the river. As he slept, Sumu felt his whole body was hot and dry, as if he had been drugged. He snapped his eyes open, sat up, and realized that his whole body was sweating coldly. The entire person, as if he was being boiled, was so hot that Sumu was jumping up and down, and he couldn't control it even when he was running his gong methods. The next second, a stream of pure energy burst out in the stomach, followed the meridians, and spread all over the body. Sumu knew that this must be from eating that snake meat. He sat down cross-legged, no longer resisting, but running his gong method to slowly refine that energy. The sitting was for 3 days. At this time, Sumu's chi and blood suddenly skyrocketed, and his cultivation directly came to the Jindan realm. It was still rising. It kept rising until it reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm before it stopped. At this moment, Sumu felt unprecedentedly powerful. A piece of snake meat, directly allowing his cultivation to soar all the way to the 9th Jindan realm, so fantastic that he couldn't believe it. That water snake, in the end, what kind of heaven-defying treasure was it? In the next few days, Sumu's meals were all snake meat. However, after eating a dozen or so pounds, his cultivation level managed to come to the Jindan great perfection. Later, after eating a few more pounds, although his chi and blood had strengthened and his flesh had become powerful, his cultivation didn't rise any further. Sumu then planned to stop eating for the time being. He should have encountered a bottleneck. It wasn't possible to break through by eating meat alone. For the next month, there were no more encounters with crossers, and the days were uneventful. Basically, it was all about patrolling the river and accumulating favor points. However, what surprised Sumu was that the little Dorado didn't know where it had run off to, and hadn't moved for a whole month. But he didn't intend to recall it either, let it go play by itself. Maybe people have their own wives and children to keep them company too? This month, Sumu's luck was pretty good. Every day he went out he was able to pick up stranded small fish, shrimp and crabs. Every day, he was able to earn more than 100 favor points. In 1 month, he earned more than 3,000 favor points. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, Jindan Great Perfection. Mastered Avatar, Water Control, Swimming. Mastered Technique, Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique. Water Beast, Lochless Dragon, Mastery of Water Beast, Lochless Dragon. River Affinity, 0.06%. River Favor Points, 4,325 points. Sumu planned to use 4,000 favor points to directly raise the affinity to 0.1%. Chapter 12 The Man Looking for Sheep. Points of Favor 4,000. River Affinity, 0.06%, River Affinity, 0.1%. After the affinity was raised to 0.1%, the most intuitive feeling was that one's connection to the river was enhanced by a few points. Finally reaching the 0.1% threshold, Sumu couldn't wait to enhance his divine ability. Tapping on the Water Control SAD point interface. Strip, level 10100. Stasis, level 10100. Acceleration, 1 level 0100. Backward, 1 level 0100. Seeing that the progress bar could be seen, it meant that the restriction had been lifted, and he could continue to add points. Strip plus 100, strip, level 2 river, 0100. Stripping, level 2 can be increased after river affinity is raised to 1%. Introduction, expand the range to 10 pounds, one time can manipulate 10 pounds of water out of the water surface. Seeing this, Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell? 10 pounds? What kind of niche quantity is that? After raising his level to level 2, you're telling me that I can only manipulate 10 pounds of water? This is too weak, isn't it? Sumu raised his right hand, about 10 pounds of water left the surface and gathered into a water ball. Sumu could control this 10 pounds of water to perform a series of operations such as attacking, transferring, and changing forms. However, compared to before when he could only manipulate 10 drops of water, there was still a great improvement, right? Sumu could only comfort himself like this. Stillness plus 100. Stasis, level 2 can be increased by adding points after river affinity is raised to 1%. Introduction, expand the range to 50 square meters, can make the waters of 50 square meters stand still, stop flowing. Backward plus 100. Backward, level 2 can be increased after river affinity is raised to 1%. Description, expands the range to 50 square meters, causing 50 square meters of water to become still and stop flowing. Description, expands the range to 50 square meters, allowing 50 square meters of water to flow backwards. After the 3 avatars finished adding points, Sumu only had 25 points left, which wasn't enough to continue adding. Sumu stood on the river bank, stretched out his right hand, and executed his divine ability, which could make 50 square meters of water stand still and flow backwards. Today the river is calm and the waves are calm, the stationing is meritorious, extra favor points plus 50. In recognition of your care and attention to the river in the past few days, additional favor points plus 30. Detecting the hosts, in patrolling, favor points plus 10. In just 3 days' time, Sumu had saved another 200 or so favor points, and with the remaining 25 points, there were a total of 275 favor points on his body. Acceleration plus 100. Acceleration, level 2 can continue to add points to improve after river affinity is raised to 1%. Description, expands the range to 50 square meters, accelerating the flow of water in 50 square meters. Sumu planned to add points to the swimming aptitude to improve it as well. Swimming plus 100. Swimming, level 2 can be increased after river affinity is raised to 1%. Introduction, can swim in any water, and can step on the water's surface, in which the speed is increased by 20 times, the endurance is increased by 20 times, and the negative effects of the water are weakened by 30%. Sumu jumped into the water and found that his speed had reached 100 meters per second. This swimming speed of mine, if I return to the Blue Star, what Phelps, all of them will give me an award to Grandpa by the side. Where did the little Dorado go recently? Sumu hadn't seen the little Dorado for more than a month, and if it wasn't for his spiritual senses, he would have suspected that it had already gone karma. Through spiritual sensing, Sumu realized that the little Dorado was no longer in this section of the waters and had run upstream, and was still a bit far away. Just be alive. On this day, while taking a nap, Sumu was in a daze when he heard a commotion coming from the river. He hefted up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked towards the surface of the river, vaguely discovering a silhouette of a person, walking on the surface of the river. Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrunk violently, dozing instantly awake, stood up, treading water towards the silhouette. Li Chiye was walking on the surface of the river against the current, his expression very alert, paying attention to his surroundings at all times. Abruptly, he felt a sound of water coming from the front, and when he looked up, he found a man, treading water, coming to Li Chiye's front with ease, stopping him. His entire body was like an enemy, looking at Sumu with an incredulous face, and only after a long time did he speak out and ask, "You? Who are you?" Hearing these words, Sumu also laughed, thinking to himself, "You youngster barged into my territory and you're asking me who I am? This sentence, I should be the one to ask you. You trespassed into my territory without authorization, and you want to leave without even saying hello?" Upon hearing this, Li Chiye seemed to have heard something unbelievable, revealing an incomparably shocked expression, his voice stuttering a bit. Your territory? You said this river is yours? What? Is there a problem? Sumu's brows furrowed. This man in front of him, his breath was a bit weird. He didn't look like some traveler who had only just arrived. He was probably an indigenous cultivator. He couldn't see the other party's cultivation by himself, and estimated that the other party's realm shouldn't be low. No problem. Li Chiye was also quietly sizing up the man's cultivation, and the more he sized it up, the more shocked he became, as he hadn't seen such a low cultivation realm in many, many years. He had almost forgotten that there was even a Jindan realm. It was too long ago and too small. However, he definitely didn't dare to treat the man in front of him, who walked on the river of time, as an ordinary Jindan little weakling. Surely it was just an appearance. Where are you planning to go? Sumu asked out loud when he saw that this man's expression was a bit anxious. To find my sheep. Li Chiye also answered directly to the point. Looking for sheep? You looked for sheep and found me here? What sheep can be on the river? Sumu also felt that this man was a bit of a god poking and prodding, a patient who ran out of some mental hospital. Other people's sheep can't be on this river, but not mine. Li Chiye replied. You can find whatever sheep you like. I am the riverkeeper here. This river was opened by me. If you want to pass from here, leave the money to buy the road. Mu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. In his eyes, this man was here to make things happen. He himself would be able to gain favor points as long as he maintained order, so how could he let him mess around here? Hearing these words, Li Qiye's heart thumped, because no matter how he looked, he couldn't see this man's true cultivation, so there was only one possibility: the other party's cultivation was far above his own. At this moment, Li Qiye suddenly clasped his fists and revealed a smile. I wonder if you have heard of my name, Li Qiye? Can you give me face? Li Qiye had already cultivated to the supreme realm, and he was a regular visitor to this long river of time, often passing by, and in his later years, he had bounced around all the major worlds in order to find his sheep, and his fame was a resounding presence in the heavens and the worlds. He used to come to this long river of time, and he hadn't seen any riverkeeper. How did a riverkeeper suddenly appear? Chapter 13: The Fierce Man Who Robbed on the Long River of Time. What hook ate Li Qi Night? Never heard of it. Don't get close to me here. Are you famous? I must know you. Sumu only felt that this man was somewhat pretending to be a god. Is it so hard to leave some money to buy your way? I don't want you to much. Leave some spirit stones, even if it's a treasure, or even a meal. It's also considered giving face. Hearing these words, Li Qi Night confused. How many years has it been? I don't know how many years no one has dared to talk to him like this. However, he actually did not get angry. If he were to do it before, with his temper, he would have slapped his face. But now, he didn't dare to. What? Lousy asked you to leave some money for crossing the river, and you take a piece of broken copper and iron to dismiss Lousy? You really think I'm a beggar? After seeing the man's face darken, Li Qiye was also a bit confused. What? This is still not satisfactory? Are you kidding me? What do you mean by taking this broken copper and iron? Are you making me laugh? Sumu held the iron lump and waited, then looked up and sneered. Li Qiye was also baffled. This was a fragment of the diffractive void realm's origin, and it was also the most central piece, and back then, he had died 9 times for this fragment, and had been chased by several great god kings for several great worlds. This is not even satisfactory? Li Qiye was shocked. In his eyes, this origin fragment, are all broken copper? How high was this eye level? However, there was also the possibility that what he regarded as a treasure might still be a piece of junk in the eyes of certain powerful beings. Li Qiye's heart crossed, and he gave up. The hemorrhaging couldn't be stopped today, so he had to break a leg to get over it. With that, Li Qiye stretched out his right hand, passed through his chest, took out a golden heart, and handed it to Sumu's face. Seeing this, Sumu was also startled. Good fellow, I just asked you to take something slightly valuable, and you directly pulled out the heart? And, after pulling out the heart, the person is still fine? This kid, can't it be that he's some kind of demonic cultivator who has grown 2 hearts? Sumu had only just come into contact with immortal cultivation not long ago, and didn't quite understand these bizarre spells. Senior, this should have sincerity, right? Li Qiye's face was a little pale and looked a little weak. This heart, he had refined for a full 1,000 years, fusing the heart of the green dragon, the power of the Nuafuchi, the ancient tire of the Taibi, and so on. At a realm like his, not having a heart didn't have much of an effect, only that he would have to spend another 1,000 years to refine another one. Although it was a little more troublesome, it was still quite easy to refine it himself if he wanted to. 1,000 years wasn't very long. One's own use of origin fragments plus 1,000 years of heart and soul, this buying money, it's considered sincere enough, isn't it? Hearing this, Sumu was surprised. This is your heart? Sort of. Li Qiye wasn't too good at defining it, and could only answer like this. Are you really okay? Sumu asked. It's fine. Senior should also be able to see that this object is extraordinary, although it may not be able to enter your eyes, but I also spend a lot of time. Li Qiye replied. In other words, this is a treasure that you refined? Sumu caught the point. Li Qiye nodded. Since it was a treasure, then Sumu took it and let him pass and forget about it. He just wanted a valuable treasure, he didn't intend to take his life. Then you go over. Sumu made way for Li Qiye. Many thanks. Li Qiye finally revealed a smile. If the other party was no longer satisfied, Li Qiye would have no choice but to force his way through. Right, where did you lose your sheep? Do you want me to help you look for it? After receiving the toll, Sumu also revealed a smile and said with concern. Where did you lose it? This question, Li Qiye was not really able to answer. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. I've already found the animal's trail, I should be able to find it myself. Li Qiye was unwilling to reveal the secret of the sheep. After all, that sheep contained a secret that concerned his fate. Alright then. Good luck, find your sheep soon. Sumu didn't ask much further, it just felt that coming to the river to find a sheep was indeed very strange. Maybe his sheep is a water sheep? In this world, it shouldn't be strange for there to be sheep on water in life, right? Li Qiye took one step at a time, slowly walking towards the upstream of the river. Seeing that Li Qiye was walking so slowly, Sumu decided to give him a hand, and he maneuvered the waters under Li Qiye's feet and began to accelerate. In an instant, Li Qiye realized that the waters under his feet began to move quickly towards the front, and he turned his head to see that it was that senior who was helping him. Instantly, his suspicions about Sumu instantly dissipated. Controlling the flow of the long river of time? What the hell? This was the big brother, this was the top invincible big brother. Soon, he disappeared at the end of the river. Li Qiye couldn't see Sumu's figure either. Damn, had I known that Senior was so powerful, I should have befriended him more. He himself even forgot to ask the Senior's name. He recalled that he had just bragged about being powerful and said that the other party didn't know his name in an attempt to get the other party to give him face. Now that he thought back, he was truly humiliated and only felt his face burning hot. It was too embarrassing. Easily and effortlessly walking on top of the long river of time, still able to control the flow of the long river of time, such a supreme existence, needing to know one's name? Needed to give himself a face? Chapter 14. Isn't immortal cultivation so simple? Maintaining order on the river, plus 1,000 favor points. Hearing that the system rewarded a full 1,000 favor points, Sumu's mouth was about to split with laughter. If only there were a few more people like Li Qiye who trespassed on the river, they could earn favor points as well as rob some tolls. He was the river keeper himself, so it made sense to collect some tolls, didn't it? Sumu returned to his own stone house, looked around at the iron lump that Li Qiye had given him, looked left and right, but didn't see anything extraordinary. He treated it as a scrap iron lump and threw it into his own house. Eyes fell on this golden heart, holding in the hand, some heavy, he weighed, this must be 1,000 pounds. Bad. I forgot to ask Li Qiye how to use this treasure. In addition to the color of gold, the appearance is no different from an ordinary heart, still contracting and beating. Should I? Just eat it? When things are not decided, just eat it and be done with it. Eating it inside one's stomach, how could one go wrong? Saying that, Sumu very skillfully set up an iron pot, and after the water boiled, he threw this heart into the pot to cook it. After only a few seconds of boiling, the water in the pot was instantly absorbed. Sumu kept adding water again, and after adding it several times, it was all absorbed only a few seconds after being added in, and this heart was still as good as new. Whatever. It's not dry, it's not sick if you eat it. Saying that, Sumu opened his mouth and swallowed this heart in one gulp. In an instant, the heart got stuck at Sumu's throat, choking so much that his face turned purple and he kept pounding his chest. After hammering hard several times, it was finally swallowed. However, it wasn't swallowed into the stomach, but was stuck in the chest. Sumu grunted and gurgled for a while, but still didn't swallow it. This can put him to the whole anxious. I have known to cut into small pieces before eating. He won't choke to death, right? Sumu hurriedly sat up in place and prepared to refine the heart at his chest, the moment the spiritual energy in his body touched the heart. That heart was as if it had been electrocuted, instantly passing through the esophagus and coming directly to Sumu's chest, located on the right side of his chest. The next second, the flesh and blood began to wrap around the heart, growing countless fine blood vessels, and began to fuse with Sumu's body. This process lasted for a day and a night. Sumu's entire body was wrapped in blood chi, and his breath, too, instantly skyrocketed the moment the heart's blood vessels connected. Purple Mansion First Gravity. Purple Mansion Second Level. Purple Mansion Third Gravity. Purple Mansion Great Perfection. The cultivation level rushed all the way to the Purple Mansion Great Perfection before it came to a standstill. Sumu's physical body had also strengthened by more than 100 times, and even his height was 5 centimeters taller, a standard 1 meter 85, with well-proportioned muscles, and his temperament had undergone a transformational change. Moreover, he could clearly feel that this golden heart himself only refined a very small part, perhaps 0.1% or not. Just this 0.1% could directly make Sumu's cultivation skyrocket to the Purple Mansion Great Circle. If this was completely refined, what kind of terrifying realm would it have to reach? Nowadays, Sumu had 2 hearts, one on the left and one on the right. The one on the left was his original heart, which was flesh-colored, while the one on the right was the second extra heart, which was a light golden color. As for why Sumu could tell that he had only refined about 0.1%. It was because, his own flesh body connected to his original heart, there were a total of 3 million fine blood vessels. And this second heart, there were only 3,000 blood vessels connecting to his own flesh, which was almost like 0.1%. The next few days, Sumu deliberately went to build blood vessels to connect to the second heart, and found that all of them failed. He also summarized the reason, that is, his original physical body is too weak, cannot withstand this heart. To put it bluntly, his own flesh is a level 1, while this heart requires 100 level flesh to be able to fully adapt. It was like, how could a 1-meter-high culvert fit a 3-meter-high train? Therefore, Sumu's idea of a speed pass was dashed. He was still thinking that he would completely refine this heart and directly ascend to heaven in one step. It looked like he was still young, he still had to take one step at a time, and first make his physical body strong. The organs of the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs, except for the heart, which was high level, the rest were all very low level. This snake meat, it's really good. Unfortunately, there are only 10 pounds left. Sumu gulped down the remaining water snake meat from last time, although he could no longer enhance his cultivation, eating this snake meat could strengthen his physical body. These past few days, after eating dozens of pounds of snake meat, the 3,000 heart vessels had increased to 4,000 heart vessels, and a small portion had been refined again. But however, the cultivation level hadn't risen, it was still the Purple Mansion Great Circle. Although the cultivation had not risen, one sea of consciousness had expanded by 10 times, the power of chi and blood had expanded by 50 times, and the spiritual power, divine sense, soul power, and so on had all increased by a lot. In this river, there were quite a few precious fish. It was a pity that one couldn't catch them. The first precious fish was from the white John, the second silver dragonfish, and the third water snake were all brought by the little Dorado. At this moment, Sumu missed the little Dorado. He came to the shore. He released the spirit summon, but found that the small Dorado had already left this part of the waters, and the distance was still far, he could only sense a rough direction. This little guy, don't ya, it is his good luck koya. Without you, I won't have any need to eat. It's not like Sumu hasn't tried to go down to the river to catch the precious fish. Some time ago, with his excellent swimming skills, he searched in the water, and after hours of searching, he didn't even see a single hair. Although there were stranded fish and shrimp from time to time, those were ordinary fish that Sumu couldn't even bring himself to be interested in, so he might as well just release them to earn favor points. What he lacked were precious fish and snakes like the silver dragonfish and water snake. Sumu planned to use his favor points to raise the proficiency of his feats. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique plus 100. Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique, first level 0-100, Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique, second level 0-200. In the next second, Sumu's aura began to rise, and there were more experiences and memories about the Qingtian Dragon Harmonization Technique in his mind. Although he hadn't broken through to the Mahayana stage, he was infinitely close to it. With the aftermath of the Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique's elevation, Sumu's spiritual strength, dimension, and majesty had all been elevated in all directions. Introduction: use gas to attract God, use God to become an elephant, raise your hands and throw your feet. The power of the elephant, one of the human body, composed of 840 million particles. If you awaken its potential, every tiny particle is the power of the elephant, all awakened, comparable to the god elephant, overturning the river, roaring down the stars, picking the moon and swallowing the sun, at a stroke of a finger. After reading the synopsis, Sumu was shaken inwardly. The physical body consists of billions of flesh and blood particles, and if its potential is awakened, every tiny particle is the power of a giant elephant. This was a heavenly, exaggeratedly envisioned and powerful technique. Add more to me. Give me a hard edition. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, plus 10. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 1 weight 0500. In the next second, Sumu could feel his flesh and blood particles changing. The 10 flesh and blood particles changed into giant elephant particles, changed again into yuan elephant particles, and finally changed into divine elephant particles. Sumu revolved his gong method, and the 10 calendars of divine elephant particles gathered behind him to present a divine elephant shadow. At this moment, Sumu felt an unprecedented power, and stopped his gong method before the divine elephant shadow disappeared. One must know that this was only the first level, and it had such power. If one wanted to ascend to the second level, one would need a full 500 favor points. From this point, one could see that this divine elephant prison suppressing strength was a few levels higher than the Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, which only required 100 points to raise to the second level. I still have 640 points left for myself, so continue to add more points to me. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength plus 500. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, second level 1000. Abruptly, the 10,000 particles of flesh and blood changed into Divine Elephant particles once again. After running the gong method, 10,001 Divine Elephant particles converged into a Divine Elephant shadow, standing behind Sumu like a phantom, 1,000 times more powerful than just now. With the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength cultivated to the second level, Sumu felt that his physical body was at least more than 100 times more powerful than it was originally, and this was all a conservative estimate. The next second, Sumu felt the bottleneck loosen. He was going to impact the Mahayana stage. He sat in place, holding his breath and concentrating fully on impacting the Mahayana stage. Immediately, Sumu felt that the Dantian, the Chi Sea, were undergoing qualitative changes, especially the Sea of Consciousness, which was really turning into a sea, with abundant spiritual energy, thick in thousands. A crisp sound came out from his Dantian, and Sumu's breath quickly skyrocketed to a whole new height. Early stage of Mahayana. The Mahayana stage was different from the previous realms. There were only 4 sub-realms in the Mahayana stage, which were Early Mahayana stage, Mid Mahayana stage, Late Mahayana stage, and Mahayana consummation. After breaking through to the early stage of Mahayana, Sumu stood up and only felt that his entire body was incomparably permeable and indescribably subtle. This Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength was worthy of being the treasure that he had spent a full 1,000 favor points to draw, and it really didn't let himself down, successfully allowing himself to step into the early stage of Mahayana. Upgrading from the second to the third requires 1,000 points now. Sumu didn't have that many left and had to start saving again. This favor points, it really wasn't enough, to use it to raise the river affinity, and to use it for the lottery, and to use it to raise the feats. Congratulations, you cleared a piece of debris from the river, plus 1 favor point. Congratulations, you've cleared a piece of debris from the river, plus 1 favor point. There's no time to grieve, start patrolling. Congratulations, plus 1 favor point for clearing weeds. Congratulations. You saved a crab from being stranded. Plus 10 favor points. It's a quiet day again. You've done a good job of maintaining order. Plus 20 favor points. This favor point, it's cool to spend it, but to earn it, it's really bitter. At first, Sumu thought that calmness was quite good, with guaranteed favor points every day. However, now, Sumu hoped that the river would be a bit more chaotic, and then he would transform himself into a messenger of justice, the light of the righteous path, to maintain the order of the river, so that he could earn some more favor points. Just like Sumu now very much hoped that there would be a few more lychee breaking into the river at night, or a few more ungrateful ones making a mess. However, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. For the next half-month, it was quiet. However, Sumu's impatient state of mind also calmed down. Earlier he was a bit too impatient, always wanting to eat into a big fat. Everyday patrols to guard the river, almost also have 30 guaranteed income, good times have 50. Half a month's time, also saved 521 favor points. Favor points, 661. During this half-month, Sumu wanted to be a gambling dog countless times, but he held back. Every time he almost went to his head, a sentence would ring in his head, "Gambling dog shall not die." During this half-month, Sumu was sleeping in addition to his daily patrols. Cultivate? There was still no cultivation. In fact, it wasn't that Sumu didn't want to cultivate, but rather than diligently cultivating, it was better to go on patrol. Cultivate that time, they have repaired a few river gaps, cleaned up a few pieces of debris, pulled up a few weeds, earned favor points, used to directly add points does not smell? However, Sumu's not cultivating, refers to not continuing to cultivate backwards. Let's say, regarding the cultivation of Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, Sumu wouldn't go through the trouble of impacting the third level, because there was no need to do so, and it would be fine to directly add points to it. What he was going to do now was to spend his time on consolidating the foundation, which was to constantly review the first and second weights that he had already learned. Each time he revisited, he would gain unique insights. Revision had a miraculous effect. Originally there were only 10,010 Divine Elephant particles. After Sumu kept consolidating and revising, it increased to 10,100 Divine Elephant particles. Here, Sumu had to say, "There is an old saying in our dragon country, if you can learn from the past, you can be a teacher." On this day, when Sumu was patrolling, he suddenly felt a gust of wind, blowing upstream from the river. Sumu, who was wearing a bucket hat on his head and a straw raincoat, slowly raised his head to look upstream of the river. In the next second, he seemed to see something dark, floating from the upper reaches of the river towards the lower reaches. Seeing this, Sumu put down the shovel in his hand and stepped on the water at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he came to the middle of the river, facing upstream. After seeing what was floating, Sumu's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, "This? What is this thing?" Chapter 16: The Black Coffin Floating Downstream Upstream. A pitch-black coffin, floating on the surface of the river, floated downstream towards the downstream along the flowing waters. Sumu controlled the waters, causing the waters below the coffin to stand still, and the coffin came to a stop. After getting close, Sumu walked around the coffin's perimeter several times, and finally pressed his ear to the coffin's board, tapped with his finger, and inquired, "Is there anyone there?" With these words, Sumu felt a bit like a little cutie. This is a coffin, it would only be abnormal if someone responded, right? Knock knock. In the next second, the sound of 2 knocks on the wooden boards also came from inside the coffin, startling Sumu. Is there a living person inside? Sumu grabbed the coffin board with both hands and prepared to open it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. He directly ran the divine elephant prison strength, and the divine elephant shadow appeared. He took a sharp breath and lifted it with all his might, and found that it still didn't move. Sumu was confused. Is Laozi cultivating a fake immortal? Mahayana stage? Mahayana stage can't even open a coffin? Sumu immediately lost his temper, took out a sword, and directly slashed towards the coffin. The moment the sword touched the coffin, it instantly crumbled into 2 halves, and he was also numbed by the tiger's mouth, and was knocked back several steps by the powerful recoil. It's just a matter of time. Sumu did not intend to toss it, this coffin was a little weird. At this time, he remembered a very taboo folklore, burial water coffin. After a person dies, they should be buried in the ground, and only when they come into contact with the earth's cheek can they return to dust and earth to earth. This will float the coffin on the water for burial. Water is originally in force, this burial method, very easy to get out of taboo things. Moreover, the knocking sound that just came from inside the coffin, it's hard to believe that. Is it a necrophilia? Before crossing over, Sumu hadn't seen many zombie movies. However, with his Mahayana cultivation, he is not afraid of any zombies. It's just that he feels taboo and inverted feng shui. Buried in other waters, Sumu couldn't care less, but buried in the river he was stationed in, that would be a big problem. This is really too destructive of feng shui, they guard here every day, it is impossible to look at this coffin floating around here, right? With this in mind, Sumu controlled the waters to reverse, lifting the water coffin and sending it back. Wherever it came from, it was sent back to wherever it came from. Only after the coffin disappeared from sight did Sumu nod his head in satisfaction. Wushu Plains, Black Central Realm. In the chaotic nothingness, unable to see anything, several unnameable and powerful silhouettes were conversing across the air. Counting the time, it should have arrived. A hoarse voice resounded in the void. After a long time, another voice responded, it should almost be here. But if it's here, why hasn't it changed? Another low voice echoed out. Somewhat strange, if it has already arrived in the past and succeeded, this Black Central Realm shouldn't still be a void and chaos, and we wouldn't still be trapped here. Bone Emperor, what do you think? At this moment, an irregular black shadow in the void materialized into a bone shadow, its face a void that was impossible to peer into. The bone shadow raised its head and looked above the void, and after a long time, a majestic voice came out, perhaps it failed. Failed? Impossible. With its ability, even if it failed, it couldn't have changed at all. Why would it fail? These voices were clearly a bit shocked, and even a bit flustered and broken. After the bone shadow had deduced for a long time, he discovered a truth that he dared not imagine. It seems that it didn't fail, but rather it didn't break through the river of time, and was forcibly beaten back. At these words, the remaining 3 were stunned. The next second, a pitch-black coffin appeared out of the void and arrived in front of the bone shadow. Immediately afterward, 3 clusters of irregular black shadows also arrived next to the bone shadow, looking at the coffin incredulously. It's really been beaten back. One of the clumps of black shadows exclaimed in shock. It doesn't make sense that we can't even pass through the long river of time. After staring for a long time, the bone shadow finally came to a conclusion, there should be someone interfering. It's just, I can't deduce whether that person is in the present, the past, or the future. With each deduction, it could only see a blurry silhouette, it couldn't see it, it just couldn't see it. Someone is interfering? What kind of existence can actually interfere with the long river of time? The three clusters of black shadows had lived for endless years, and it wasn't as if they hadn't set foot in the long river of time regarding the long river of time, only that they were now trapped in the black central realm, and their true bodies couldn't set foot in the long river of time, or else they wouldn't have sent an external object to break the situation, and instead, they would go there in person. Although they were able to reverse the long river of time and go back to the past, they absolutely could not influence the long river of time, let alone exerting means to reverse what was on the long river of time back. This was somewhat beyond the realm of what they could comprehend. Just what kind of existence could do such a thing? You guys help me out. The bone shadow intended to deduce with all his might, and as soon as his words fell, three clusters of black shadows disappeared into the bone shadow, fusing into one and emitting a terrifying black immortal aura. He sat down and began to deduce. In a trance, he seemed to see a silhouette standing above the long river of time, only. No matter how much he deduced, he could only see a back shadow and couldn't see his face. After only 3 seconds of deduction, he felt some signs of his divine soul crumbling and didn't dare to continue deducing. The three clusters of black shadows, with the help of the bone shadow's perspective, also saw the silhouette that stood above the long river of time. Could it be him? I think that it should be him. But why is he standing above the long river of time and can easily reverse our stuff back? Standing above the long river of time, then does he exist in the past or the future? They were baffled and fell into endless confusion. The long river of time was a river of rules that traversed the heavens and the worlds, existing in the underworld, above the rules, and they were careful if they wanted to step on the long river of time, lest they be swallowed up by temporal causality. But that silhouette, not only was it able to stand above the long river, it was also able to affect the long river of time. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Bone Emperor, what should we do next? The three clusters of black shadows looked towards the bone shadow in the center. Try again. I don't quite believe that someone can affect the river of time. Although the bone shadow had deduced the silhouette, it was not necessarily his doing. I don't quite believe it either. Let's try again, but if we fail again, we'll lose a lot. We're already miserable now, how much more can we be? If we can't change the timeline, we might have to be stuck in this dark and sunless black central realm for eternity. Soon, the three clusters of black shadows once again reached an agreement and all possessed the body of the bone shadow. The next second, the bone shadow slowly raised his right hand, and majestic black immortal light wrapped the pitch-black coffin. Immediately afterward, the pitch-black coffin slowly rose, and eventually disappeared into the void. After doing this, the bone shadow was very weak, and the black light on his body dimmed by a few points. I hope there won't be any more accidents. Chapter 17, Where's public morality? Can you stop dumping corpses into the river? Sumu had only sent the coffin away 1 second, and he had only just returned to the bank the next second the coffin floated down again. Seeing this, Sumu froze for a moment. This upstream is what kind of unethical family If someone died at home, wouldn't it be better to bury them in the ground? Why does it have to be a water burial? Could it be that the land in this world is also an inch of land, tens of thousands of dollars a square foot, and can't afford to buy a cemetery? Now, Sumu was also in a temper. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave the waters for the time being, he had to chase after them to take a good look. In the end, what kind of unethical guy threw a body into his river? He directly stood on the bank, controlling the 50 square meters of water below the coffin to retreat, although he couldn't control the whole river to retreat at once, but he was able to perform panning manipulation. As long as the 50 square meters could cover the coffin, he was able to manipulate it to go forward and backward. Just like that, Sumu maneuvered the waters and sent the coffin back upstream again. That awful guy upstream. You're really bad. If you keep dumping bodies into the river, I don't care if it's your old man or your old ancestor lying inside your coffin, I'll sink you straight to the bottom. Wushu Plains, Black Central Realm. After successfully sending the coffin into the river of time, all 4 of them had suffered a great deal of vitality, and they were all in the process of conditioning and recovering. Sending the coffin into the long river of time and flowing into the past was originally against the rules of time, and even they had paid a great price. They had been hibernating here for thousands of years for the purpose of today. If they fail again, they will have to completely collapse. It shouldn't fail, right? At this time, a weak voice rang out, and from the voice, one could hear that a great deal of effort had been expended. It shouldn't. Let's just wait for the timeline to change and this black central realm to return to its original state, so we can get out of the trap. That guy chopped the black central realm into nothingness with a single sword, trapping us here to fend for ourselves. He missed a step in his calculations and made a wrong move. we have been practicing for tens of thousands of years, we can exist in the past as well as in the future, and when we go out, it's his time to die. The long period of imprisonment had already made them a little crazy. They only wanted to get out as soon as possible, and then kill their way back to the main battlefield. Bone Shadow, however, didn't say a word, instead staring tightly above the void. For some reason, he always had an uneasy premonition. Logically speaking, traveling the long river of time to the past should only be a matter of a few breaths, and if the past timeline had changed, then the Black Central Realm should have returned to normal. The thing in the coffin wasn't something that they could deal with in the past. Changing the timeline should be easy. Why was this? Next second, that black coffin, in the same manner, was reversed back again. However, after the four of them saw this black coffin, they were already completely unable to calm down. Why? Why was it reversed back again? The three clusters of black shadows had already lost their minds somewhat. They had laid out their plan for so many years, yet they had failed twice in one day. This failure meant that they would have to hibernate and recover for another 1,000 years if they wanted to send the coffin into the long river of time again. This was because sending an external object into the long river of time required the consumption of their origin power. The only origin power they had left today would not be able to support them a third time, and they could only slowly go through 1,000 years to recover. It's him again. The Bone Shadow, who had originally been quite calm, had also become unsettled at this moment. It was that mysterious silhouette on the long river of time that had reversed his coffin back again. The first time might have been a coincidence, but the second time, it definitely couldn't be a coincidence. That mysterious silhouette was targeting them. The Bone Shadow began to recall his past, began to recall if he had messed with such a fierce person in a certain world, at a certain point in time. However, no matter how much he recalled, his mind was unable to find a match for it, because how could a terrifying existence that could influence the long river of time be his enemy? In other words, he wasn't qualified to have an existence like that regard himself as an enemy. But why was he targeting himself? Bone Shadow couldn't figure it out, but right now, other than changing this timeline in the past and restoring the Black Central Realm to its original state, he couldn't find any way out of his predicament. He could only make another hibernation layout and recuperate for another 1,000 years before making a third attempt. After all, it was impossible for that silhouette to squat on the long river of time to guard himself for 1,000 years, right? What was the long river of time? Their real bodies didn't even dare to stay on the long river of time for more than a minute, staying for 1,000 years. What kind of joke was that? You three, think back carefully. Do you have any enemies? The Bone Emperor turned around and inquired to the three clusters of black shadows behind him. When these words came out, the three clusters of black shadows were also a bit tearful. Bone Emperor, what kind of joke are you playing? How could we have made such an enemy? What kind of heaven-defying existence must a person who dares to act recklessly on top of the river of time be? Bone Emperor, you're looking down on us too much. If we really had such an enemy, do you think we would still have the life to live until now? This was true. A terrifying existence that could influence the long river of time would be too simple to obliterate them. 1,000 years. Let's cultivate for another 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, we'll make another attempt. Well, that's the only way. After a few simple conversations, the Black Shadow disappeared into the Lord of Chaos, and this place once again returned to dead silence. 1,000 years, a snap of the fingers. The four of them gathered together again, and this time, they were full of confidence. 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. I hope that this time, I won't fail again, or else. I'm really afraid that my Tao heart will crumble. It won't, it's been 1,000 years, that person must have left the river of time long ago. Just like that, the Bone Shadow gathered the origin power of the other three, manipulated the coffin once again, and entered the long river of time. On the bank of the river, in front of the wooden house, Sumu was cleaning up the weeds that were growing wildly along the bank when he sensed something and looked up. He then saw a black coffin, once again floating down from the upper reaches. Seeing this, Sumu was flabbergasted. What the heck? Still coming? It's only been 10 days, what? Someone died in the family again? Why are they dumping bodies into the river again? A nameless fire bubbled up. Sumu put down the sickle in his hand and stepped on the water to the coffin. He took out a pen and wrote a sentence on the surface of the coffin. You have the ability to try again? After writing it, Sumu continued to maneuver the waters backward, sending the coffin upstream until it disappeared from sight. Really? What a stinking problem. After doing this, Sumu returned to the bank and continued to cut the grass and organize the river. Chapter 18, obliterating him 5,000 years ago. Wushu Plains, Black Central Realm. The four of them looked at the void with great apprehension. 1,000 years was not a long time for them, but it was definitely not short either. Since this place was a chaotic void, it created endless loneliness. Once a person was lonely, their spirit would collapse. However, it was good that they had practiced for endless years, and their state of mind, of course, was not something that ordinary beings could compare to. But no matter what, it had been a full 1,000 years, and if they failed again this time, they might actually doubt their lives. Bone Emperor, how's it going? Can you sense that it has successfully traveled through the river of time to reach the past? One of the clumps of black shadows asked with great apprehension. Can't see. The Bone Emperor looked into the void. He no longer had any extra origin power to deduce, he could only wait quietly for the result. Just like that, all four of them prayed in their hearts, hoping that everything would go well. The next second. The space above. The Bone Emperor pondered for a long time, and also made a major decision in his mind. At this point in time, we can only use our last move. As the words fell, the other three showed shocked expressions. Is that really necessary? The Bone Emperor nodded. This is the only way left. Let's try first. Can we get in touch with the main battlefield? With that, the four emperors began to deduce, sending their information out of the Black Central Realm to the distant main battlefield. The 50 years of the Black Central Realm passed by in a hurry. A will that appeared in the Black Central Realm. When the four emperors sensed this will, they were also ecstatic that they had finally succeeded. Immediately afterward, the four emperors transformed into human figures and knelt down on one knee towards the illusory will in the void, performing a special salute. Your Holiness. As the words fell, the will in the void was flooded with dots of golden immortal light, and its voice was transmitted to the four emperors' minds. You four, absorb this will of mine as much as you can, recover your physical bodies in the fastest time possible, and personally send the Black Coffin to the Huainan realm 5,000 years ago. If you guys have the chance, it's best to obliterate him in the cradle before he grew up 5,000 years ago, and if you can't kill him, leave the Black Coffin 5,000 years ago, and you don't have to care about the rest. The situation in the main battlefield is tilted. I have already split up. This will that I have split up is already the greatest support I can make. I'll give you all 500 years to recover. Make sure you accomplish it. After saying that, the golden will power split into 4 parts and disappeared into the bodies of the 4. In a flash, the 4 black shadows glowed with a bit of golden light, and their breath was recovering. After receiving a portion of the power of will, the 4 people's deficient origin power was mostly restored, and the next step was to need time to recuperate. In a short period of 300 years, or 500 years, they would be able to recover their essence. The Bone Emperor, who had obtained the power of will, was not so excited. The appearance of His Holiness was not a good thing. It meant that the situation in the main battlefield was at a disadvantage and needed the assistance of their 4 outcasts. Great! His Holiness hasn't given up on us. The remaining 3 emperors, however, looked very excited with His Holiness's hand. It was only a matter of time before they escaped from this Black Central Realm. You guys shouldn't be too happy too soon. The fact that His Holiness asked us to personally send the Black Coffin back to the past means that our main battlefield is already at a huge disadvantage, and we need to influence the situation in the main battlefield by changing the past timeline. If the several exalted lords of the main battlefield are defeated, then no matter how far we flee to the ends of the earth, we won't be able to escape being completely obliterated. These words from the Bone Emperor caused the remaining 3 to fall into silence. The truth was indeed true, that terrifying enemy in the main battlefield, once he had defeated the several exalted lords, it would be nothing more than a wave of his hand to finish them off. After they had cultivated to such a realm, they also understood the truth that in a true battle, one could only win, not lose, and once they lost, they would be doomed. 5,000 years ago in the Huainan realm was the time when that powerful enemy had just come into prominence, and I still remember that we, at that time, did not place him in our eyes. It's just that I didn't expect that 5,000 years had allowed him to grow to a level that was enough to fight against the entire ancestral lands. The Bone Emperor recalled something and somewhat regretted it. The one from 5,000 years ago, he was fully capable of obliterating. Yes, at that time, we didn't take him seriously. Who knew that in 5,000 years, he would have grown to the level of imprisoning us here with a single sword? Now that another 3,000 years have passed, we can tell from Your Holiness' tone that he has grown to the point where he gives Your Holiness a headache. The 3 dark shadows lamented. Time is running out, let's recover as fast as possible and personally travel back through the river of time to 5,000 years ago to assist His Holiness. The Bone Emperor murmured. However, in case we run into that existence that has hindered us 3 times on the long river of time, the remaining 3 were a bit worried. There aren't that many buts, we have to complete this mission, and I also want to see who exactly is messing with us on top of the long river of time. And now that we have your holiness backing us up, we can't cower in fear. The Bone Emperor changed his earlier fearful demeanor. Ah, Rowan. Sumu, who was lying down to rest, sneezed violently. Who's cursing me again? He stood up, yawned, and stretched. At this time, he felt a spiritual sense on the shore and his heart rejoiced. Little Dorado. It had been missing for a month or 2, finally it knew to come back. If it didn't come back, Sumu thought that it was karma outside. With that, he followed the spiritual sensation and headed towards the riverbank. Chapter 19. Place the ground cage and start catching fish. When Sumu came to the shore, he found the dying little Dorado. When he fixed his eyes on it, he saw a black-green water plant wrapped around his tail, and the end of the water plant seemed to be connected to something. At this moment, the little dolphin fish was covered with wounds, a horrible wound spreading from the head to the tail, 50 centimeters long, and the wound was so deep that you could see the blood and flesh. Whether or not to use 100 favor points to heal the wound? Sumu was ready to use the favor points to heal the little Dorado, but he found that it needed 100 points. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about the 100 points, but he was a little surprised. The last time it was also injured by a small amount of injuries, it only needed a few points. And this time, actually need 100 points, so it can be seen how heavy its injuries. The little Dorado's breath was also very weak. Sumu hurriedly used 100 favor points to heal the little Dorado. The next second, the wounds on the little Dorado's body rapidly healed, and its breath was also rapidly recovering, and this time it took a full 5 breaths to fully recover. Looking at the little Dorado that recovered as before, Sumu also let out a sigh of relief. This little guy was Sumu's first pet, and also his good luck koi, bringing him a lot of surprises, not to mention 100 points. Even if he spent 1,000 points, Sumu wouldn't hesitate. After recovering, the little Dorado also transmitted a spiritual sense towards Sumu. He looked towards the water plants on the little Dorado's tail and muttered, "Is this the treasure you found?" Sumu removed the water grass that was wrapped around the little Dorado's tail, and after holding it in his hand, he started dragging it. It was still strangely heavy. Sumu rolled up his cuffs, and after making a lot of effort finally got the thing wrapped around the end of the water grass out of the water. What is this? Sumu approached to take a look, and after seeing it clearly, he was startled. This is a skeleton, and still a human skeleton. Skull, sternum, leg bones, finger bones all exist, intact. My goodness! Is this the treasure you were talking about? How did you fish a corpse back for me? Just as Sumu felt bad luck and was about to throw this skeleton back to the bottom of the river, he realized. This skeleton glowed with a faint golden light. Can't it be that it's a treasure? Sumu dragged the skeleton back to the bank, then squatted down and began to examine it. He stretched out his right hand and touched the skeleton, and the moment his finger touched it, it instantly shrunk back. What a high temperature! His fleshly body was already so strong, but his fingers were actually scalded with a blister. Something wasn't right. This corpse had been soaked in river water for so long. Why was it still so hot? Can it be that this skeleton was a powerful cultivator in life? But it's been dead for so long, and there's only a skeleton left. How can it still maintain such a high temperature? In the next second, the white bones turned golden and finally turned into a golden skeleton. For the next 2 days, Sumu was studying this skeleton. Determining that this was a treasure was right, but how could this be used? It was a bone, and it was impossible to eat it directly, and it was so hard that he couldn't even split it with his full strength, let alone bite it. Big bone boiled into soup? This of course tried, completely useless. In these 2 days of free time, Sumu was basically studying this golden skeleton. On this day, while Sumu was researching, he accidentally stumbled and fell onto the skeleton. Abruptly, this skeleton was like a piece of craft candy, sticking to Sumu to make it hot. Ouch, I'm noisy. In the next second, he wanted to shake it off, but he realized that this skeleton was tightly stuck to his skin, and the most terrifying thing was that this bone started to fuse towards his body. This scared Sumu half to death. It's over, how is this bone like it's coming to life? It couldn't be that it was going to take over himself, right? He began to operate his gong method to resist the golden bone from fusing with his body, but he realized that he couldn't stop it at all for a little bit. In just 3 short breaths, the golden bone completely fused into Sumu's body. At this moment, the bones in his entire body, all of them turned golden. His aura also began to skyrocket at this moment. Intermediate Mahayana stage. Late Mahayana stage. 2 realms were broken through in a row. The most obvious improvement wasn't the cultivation realm, but Sumu's physical body strength. His chi and blood power instantly doubled by more than 100 times, his chi expanded several times, and there were countless changes in the details of his body. As his physical body strengthened, the fusion of the second heart he received from Li Chiye with his body went 1 point further, and the tiny blood vessels of the heart connecting to his body became 10,000. At this moment, Sumu felt that his body was incomparably light and permeable, with an indescribable sense of mystery. In the end, his cultivation level stayed at Mahayana perfection. It was only 1 step away from the God transformation realm above the Mahayana. My goodness! Directly soaring all the way from the early stage of Mahayana to Mahayana perfection, is this really cultivation? This is a rocket ride. The most intuitive change was still on the physical body. Sumu was in a very good mood as he arrived at the river bank and recalled the little Dorado. Looking at the little Dorado on the bank, Sumu was ready to give the little Dorado a big reward. Whether or not to spend 100 favor points to feed it? Yes. Give me a big reward for my Dorado General. After the favor points were fed to the little Dorado, it returned to most perfect state. In the next second, the little Dorado's body suddenly grew to a meter long. Seeing this, Sumu was a bit surprised. It seemed that his favor points could not only heal the injuries of water beasts, but also help them grow. Not bad, not bad. Now that it was already a meter long, it was already a big fish. Now that you've grown so big, it won't be easy to be bullied by big fish and crabs in the future. Sumu said with a smile. As the words fell, the little Dorado was very happy, swimming back and forth, and its tail kept slapping the water. The next day, Sumu used the rattan from the river and weaved a simple ground cage to catch fish. Don't look at Sumu, a big rough man. This handicraft work is a masterpiece. Soon compiled a beautiful and solid ground cage. Because after the little Dorado brought back treasures for himself these few times, he also discovered that there were quite a few good treasures hidden in this river. Soon, Sumu finally found a place with more silk grass and shallow waters. The second cage was lifted up and found a tattooed chili bar. Sure enough, as soon as you put the ground cage, it's easy to catch water snakes. This water snake was too common, and Sumu released it. The third cage, the fourth cage was empty, nothing. There was only the last cage left, and Sumu lifted it up with great apprehension, realizing that it was still full of silt and river sand. Rough. Is it hard to be in the Air Force again? At this time, Sumu realized that there was movement in the silt, and there was something inside. He lifted it up, came to the bank, and after pouring out the silt, he found a pancake-shaped, octopus-like mollusk, curled up in a ball. An octopus? No, it didn't look like an octopus. After taking a closer look around, it was discovered that it was a whole ray. Whole rays, also called bossfish, sparfish, potfish, and tiger color, generally inhabits the sandy bottom of colder sea areas, often buried shallowly in the sand, exposing eyes and waterspouts, lurking during the day and active at night to feed. Sumu is quite knowledgeable about fish, so he quickly distinguished it based on its characteristics. This whole ray was almost 40 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Normally, the appearance of the whole ray was brownish yellow, but this whole ray was purplish red. For some reason, Sumu felt that this whole ray looked very eye-catching and intended to make a contract. Is it contracted? Yes. As Sumu's mind moved, he instantly established a mental connection with the whole ray. The whole ray, which was shivering in the last second, threw a sense of goodwill towards Sumu in this second. Sumu placed the whole ray in the water. Go, and bring me any good treasures you find. As the words fell, the whole ray stayed where it was. How it looked a bit dumbfounded. It looked somewhat unintelligent. The whole ray stayed for several seconds, as if confirming something, before finally sinking slowly to the bottom of the river. Although there wasn't any big goods today, but the perseverance about a whole ray, it wasn't a lack of harvest. Sumu continued to bury the ground cage in the water. There were a lot of precious treasure fish inside this river, so of course Sumu had to utilize them. Congratulations, you repaired a gap in the river, favor points plus 50. Congratulations, you saved a fish that was entangled in water plants, favor points plus 10. Congratulations, you helped a stranded turtle, plus 15 favor points. Congratulations, today is another day of peace and calm. Due to the merit of being stationed there, you gain additional favor points. Favor points plus 100. Today's luck is very good. a full 300 favor points have arrived. Sumu, who was repairing a gap in the riverbank by the river, felt a spiritual sense, and he walked towards a certain body of water downstream. When he came to the bank, he saw Kong rays floating dully on the river. When Sumu arrived, the whole ray rolled over, and it had a bright green sapling clamped to its mouth. "Is this your meet and greet gift for me?" Sumu received the emerald green sapling, intending to look it up and down. Was there any sapling that grew in a river? Bringing it to his nose and sniffing it, he could smell a strange and exotic fragrance, which filled his nostrils, and for a moment, he only felt that his heart was relaxed, and his whole body was incomparably permeable. Sumu's eyes lit up. Good treasure. Carefully, Sumu discovered a centimeter-deep bloody hole on the back of the left abdomen of the Kong rays, so he used favor points to treat it. Is it spending 20 favor points to heal? Yes. In the next second, the bloody hole began to recover. The whole ray that felt the changes in its body seemed to have frozen again, and its pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Sumu. Go play. It wasn't until Sumu gave the word that it slowly left. Sumu took this emerald green sapling to the front of the stone house, having had the experience of the previous times. He planned to not boil it with water and directly swallowed it in one bite, and then slowly refined it. After he swallowed it in one bite, he then sat on the ground and started meditating. The next second, Sumu's face was suffocating red. No matter how he operated his gong methods, he couldn't digest that emerald green sapling, and it seemed like the sapling was starting to grow inside his stomach. He was nauseated for a while, and then spat out the sapling. The moment the sapling landed on the ground, it was buried in the earth, taking only 3 seconds. The sapling had already landed on the ground and started growing. In just 1 hour, it had already grown taller than even Sumu himself. The next day, when Sumu woke up with a start, he realized that there was a willow tree in front of his stone house. The trunk of the tree was as thick as a man's arm, the tree was 3 meters tall, the crown of the tree was very wide and covered Sumu's stone house completely, and a root of emerald green willow with a faint green fluorescence was hanging down. This is only one night from a willow sapling grew into a heavenly tree. This willow tree seemed to have a spirit, and a willow drooped down in front of Sumu. In the next second, this willow automatically broke and fell onto Sumu's hand. He gripped this willow tightly and realized that this willow contained incomparably majestic energy. Sumu held the willow and without performing any feats, he gently drew it towards a shield in front of him. A shattering sound rang out, and this incomparably sturdy, Captain America's shield, instantly broke in half. This shield, which was drawn through a lottery some time ago, and which he himself had tested, had an extremely high defense, but it was just lightly drawn into pieces like this, so it was obvious how powerful it was. The most crucial thing is that he didn't use to exert any spiritual power, it was just a flat-out draw. Suitable as a weapon. Sumu looked at the willow in his hand and said in surprise. Abruptly, this willow tree drooped another willow and landed in front of Sumu. On this willow, something was growing. What is this thing? Chapter 21, the years snapped their fingers, and he was already heavenly. Already available. On the willow, there is a fruit growing. The fruit was fist-sized, dark green in color, and its shape was a bit like an apricot, but it was a bit bigger than an apricot, a bit like a combination of an apple and an apricot. In the next second, this fruit automatically fell and landed on Sumu's hand. Holding it in his palm, he could feel that the fruit had some weight, at least 100 pounds, and he also felt a pure and majestic energy from it. He bit down hard, and it was easy to bite open. The fruit flesh was very tender, and after entering the mouth, a rich and exotic fragrance was poured into his nose, and then the fruit flesh transformed into a stream of pure energy that went down Sumu's esophagus and spread throughout his body. After feeling the strange changes, Sumu finished the fruit in 3 tries. Immediately afterward, he sat on the ground and began to meditate, regulating his spiritual energy to continuously comb through this majestic force that was rampaging through his flesh. Abruptly, Sumu violently opened his eyes, and there were dots of immortal light harboring in his pupils. The power of his divine sense began to surge uncontrollably. As soon as his divine sense opened, he was able to perceive all the winds and grasses in a 2-kilometer radius, and compared to before, it expanded by a full 2 times. Yes, you read that right, only 2 kilometers after a 2-fold boost. The original him, after his divine sense was fully opened, could only perceive things in a 1-kilometer radius. He didn't know why, but when Sumu's cultivation level arrived at the half-step transformation god realm, his divine sense could still only perceive 1 kilometer, and at that time, it was also very depressing for Sumu. Is the spirit transformation realm so weak? Isn't it a legend that the divine sense of the god realm opens up and radiates for millions of kilometers, and can perceive all the winds and grasses in 1,000,000 kilometers in a radius? But when it came to himself, once his divine sense was open, he could only perceive a kilometer of this river. He was somewhat skeptical that he had cultivated a false immortal. Now after he ate this fruit, he can clearly feel his power of divine sense has soared dozens of times, but the actual perceptual range has only expanded by 2 kilometers. It's just a matter of not dwelling on it. This river is weird. After he saves up enough favor points and refines this river, he will be able to leave this weird and broken place. Is there any more? How about another one? Sumu asked to the willow tree. He could sense that this willow tree must have a spirit, otherwise it wouldn't have made this series of moves. The willow swung as if to say that there were no more. It's also good to have an extra treasure tree. Not only will there be spirit fruits to eat, but in the future, when you lie down for a nap, you will also be able to take a cool ride under the tree. Sumu picked up the hoe in front of the stone house, the sickle, put on the bucket hat, and after pulling up the pants leg, started to go on patrol. At this moment, a certain spirit whirled. Greetings to Heavenly Father Han. Greetings to Heavenly Father Han. Beneath the Qingyuan Palace's grand hall, a dozen or so mighty cultivators with powerful breaths performed a kneeling salute to the majestic man sitting on the throne on the hall. On the throne, the man wore a purple and gold python robe. Between his eyebrows was engraved with the meaning of majesty. Just sitting on the end of the seat, that point of Taoist rhythm embraced in his surroundings. All the people under the temple did not dare to meet their eyes. Get up! Only with the fall of the majestic man's words did these mighty powerhouses slowly rise. I am already aware of your intentions. Now that the situation in the spirit realm has stabilized, I will return to you the territory in the spirit realm that originally belonged to you. When these words came out, the dozen or so mighty powerhouses at His Highness looked at each other with some disbelief. After Tianzuan Han unified the spirit realm, he became the only one at the transition stage and was honored by the world as Tianzuan. These 12, maybe. Actually, Han Xiao didn't know if he could succeed in ascending, and in the 1,000 years after arriving at the transition realm, he was hesitant to take that step. His character, coupled with his stability-seeking mindset, had caused him to hesitate for a long time, as well as hibernate and settle down for a long time. After 1,000 years of precipitation, he felt that he was ready to that step, and as long as he succeeded in crossing the tribulation, he would be able to ascend to the upper realm. He knew very well that although he was invincible in this realm, he always felt that he had only traveled a short distance on the long road of immortal cultivation. If he continued to stay here, the upper limit might be set to die. He wanted to go after that supreme apex, so he had to leave this realm and go to a higher world. A frog at the bottom of a well, if it could not jump out of the mouth of the well, then it would only ever be able to see a limited amount of sky, and a small insect on a withered leaf would never be able to discover the grandeur and beauty of the world. Therefore, he had made up his mind and was ready to leave. But before leaving, he had to settle the spirit realm well before he could feel at ease to cross the tribulation and ascend with peace of mind. Congratulations, Heavenly Father! Ascending to the upper realms. The 12 people also congratulated from the bottom of their hearts. It's too early for you all to congratulate me. It's not too early. We all believe that Heavenly Father will definitely succeed in crossing the tribulation and ascending to the upper realm. Hearing these words, Han Xiao only smiled and said, if you guys find out one day that I'm not here anymore, you guys will just take over the territorial boundaries you once governed, as I said. Maintain the peace and stability of the spirit realm. After saying that, the 12 people replied in unison, we will live up to Heavenly Father's trust. You guys accompany me for a walk. With that, Han trotted out of the outer hall, and the rest of the 12 followed behind. In the next second, Han trotted to the edge of a cliff. He's alone at the edge of the cliff, staring at the distant clouds without a word, his eyes gazing out. The 12 people who followed behind him didn't speak either, and just waited quietly. Han Xiao looked at the cloud slowly rising from the mountain stream. His thoughts also began to leave the shell, began to recall. A long, long time ago, so long that he himself is somewhat unable to remember. Before he came to this world, on a river, he met a mysterious man who made a contract with him. Due to the fact that it was so long ago, he could not somewhat recall the man's appearance. But he remembered very clearly that he owed him 10 treasures. But so much time had passed, and there was no sign of him, he had already wondered if that was just a dream he had in the first place. He withdrew his thoughts, stood up, turned to look at the 12, and said solemnly, what I am going to say next, you must bear in mind. Chapter 22 He is my debtor. Heavenly Father, please speak. It was the first time the 12 had seen the Heavenly Sovereign show such a serious expression. Actually, Han Xiaorun didn't know if he should say it or not, but for the sake of the peace of the spirit realm and the safety of his descendants after he left, he decided to leave a backhand. I have a debtor. I'm worried that he'll seek out the spirit realm for trouble after I ascend. The debtor Han trotted out was a mysterious man who had once forced him to sign a contract. Although so many years had passed and he didn't know if that man was still alive or if he existed, he decided to speak up just to be on the safe side. When these words came out, the 12 people looked at each other in disbelief, all seeing the shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. A debtor of Han Tianzuan? Just ask this realm, who was qualified to be Heavenly Exalt Han's debtor. Moreover, they actually heard a hint of worry from Heavenly Sovereign's tone of voice. In other words, that debtor of his seems to be very strong? Heavenly Father, there's something we don't understand about your words. Dare I ask who that debtor of Heavenly Sovereigns is? Could it be that that debtor is even stronger than Heavenly Father? They inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoro began to recall the scene when he first encountered that mysterious man. The first time he encountered him, he didn't have any cultivation, so he simply couldn't perceive the other party's cultivation strength, nor did he know how strong he was. However, during these thousands of years, he had also been searching for that river. With his means and strength not being able to find it, then it was certain that that river definitely did not exist in this world. Then there was a possibility that that river most likely existed in a world even higher than this world, and if that was the case, then the other party's cultivation strength must be unfathomable. As for whether it was stronger or weaker than one's own, it didn't matter. What mattered was that once he ascended and left, if that man sought him out, then it would be a catastrophe for the entire spirit world. Therefore, he had to prepare for the worst. After he ascended himself, he had to at least leave some protection for his spirit realm, his descendants, and his friends and family. In terms of strength, it should be stronger than me. Han trotted out the worst-case scenario, aiming to give them a sense of urgency and not take it too seriously. Upon hearing this, the 12 people showed fear, and waves of shock were set off within their hearts. An enemy that was even stronger than the Heavenly Father, such a powerful existence, once it came to their door. If the Heavenly Father ascended, who would be able to resist in the entire spirit realm? You all don't need to be afraid either. I just owe him something. As long as I return it, he certainly won't be angry with the spirit realm. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a portrait appeared in his hand, on which a blurry face was outlined, not so detailed that only his eyebrows could be seen. This was a portrait that Han Xiaoro had drawn with his memories from once upon a time, and could only maximize a pair of eyebrows and eyes and a vague outline. With his own memory, remembering a person's appearance, even if it was a very long time ago, it should still be easy to recall. But for some reason, the more he recalled, the blurrier that memorized face became, as if there was a mist of nothingness covering the man's figure that he couldn't see, much less deduce. This is the likeness of that debtor of mine. Since it's been so long, I can't remember some of it, so I can only draw this pair of eyebrows and a rough outline. Han trotted and handed the portrait to the crowd. They all came together, their gazes fixed on the outline on the portrait, memorizing it deeply in their hearts. If one day, he seeks it out, you all tell him that I have already ascended and left, and am not in this world. Regarding the things owed, I have long since placed them somewhere in the spirit world, so I hope he won't be angry with the spirit world, and if he's not satisfied, he'll go to the upper world to find me. Han Xiaoran put 10 pieces of still good treasures and put them somewhere in the spirit world, and also left a trace of his own breath. He knew that with the other parties means wanting to find it was very simple. This is the backhand he left, can only hope that the other party to comply with the contract. If it was true that the other party was still not satisfied, let him come to the upper realm to find himself, if he had that ability. Hearing these words from Heavenly Father Han, the 12 people also involuntarily swallowed their saliva. When the strength was so powerful that Heavenly Exalted was at their level, it was a havoc in a realm at every turn, and even if they were all under one person, they had to look at people's faces and pray for a way to survive. We understand. They carefully put the portrait away and nodded solemnly. This small portrait carried the life, death, and havoc of the spirit world. For the next 100 years of the world, I will be in seclusion for the catastrophe, and regarding the management of the spirit realm, I will leave it to you guys to take care of it. You guys have followed me for so long and helped me deal with many big and small things in the spirit realm, and I also believe that you guys are capable of managing the spirit realm well. Han Xiaoro was prepared to spend 100 years to impact the final step of ascension. He had made enough preparations and had a whopping 60% certainty. That's why he rushed to hand over all these things before his closed-door apocalypse, so that even if his own apocalypse failed and he unfortunately fell, it wouldn't lead to great chaos in the spirit realm. We will live up to Heavenly Father's heavy trust. Heavenly Father, please rest assured that you are in seclusion. Regarding the many troublesome matters in the spirit realm, Heavenly Father does not need to worry. Rest assured that you are in seclusion for impact. We will do our best to deal with all of these troublesome matters in the spirit realm, large and small, and maximize the maintenance of peace and stability. The 12 of them also understood that Heavenly Father's closed-door transit was the most important thing in the entire spirit realm. Once Heavenly Father ascended to the upper realm in the future, when there were people in the upper realm, they would have someone to rely on, and if one day in the future, they were fortunate enough to also make it to that step of ascension, they would still be able to follow in Heavenly Father's footsteps and ascend to the upper realm. Therefore, Heavenly Father was their faith, someone they were worthy of following. You guys go make the arrangements. Han Shaoran waved his hand, and after dispersing the crowd, he sat on the edge of the cliff alone again, his gaze gazing into the distance, until the sky was far, until it was far away. Above the long river of time, Sumu, who had been tired for a day, finally had to take a nap. He lay under a willow tree to cool off, shaking a folding fan in his hand. Although repairing the river was tiring, looking at the 500 favor points that had been credited to him, all of a sudden he didn't feel so tired. Payment and return should be proportional to each other, so that the more you work, the more energized you will be. Just like before the crossing, the kind of $3,000 a month of miserable work, but also want me to work overtime? After a hard day's work, I came home and looked at my $3,000 paycheck, and the original tired and bent waist, directly broken. If a month $50,000 salary. Tired? Is this tired? Tired would not be a feeling, but a greatness. Tired? No feeling. The people are more tired. This is the awareness of high wages. The company is my home, the boss is my butterfly, I love going to work. Work is the best place for human beings. Just like now, after being tired all afternoon and getting 500 favor points, don't mention how great it is. He opened the attribute panel, checked his favor point balance, and then slept beautifully. After Sumu fell asleep, a willow drooped down and picked up the folding fan that fell on the ground, fanning Sumu. After sleeping for almost 2 hours, he sensed something in his sleep, snapped his eyes open, and walked towards the shore. Chapter 23, with a wave of his hand, he shattered all pride. When Sumu hurried to the shore, he found the little Dorado and the whole ray fighting in the water near the shore. The little Dorado was biting the head of the whole ray, and the whole ray was wrapping its tail around the little Dorado to death. The two water beasts were fighting. Stop fighting! Sumu roared out. The two beasts were perhaps red-eyed from fighting, and completely didn't hear Sumu's words. Seeing this, Sumu reached into the water and gave the head of both of them a big mouth. A big mouth finally woke them up, only to realize that the master had come. The little Dorado immediately loosened his teeth that were biting the whole ray. The whole ray also let go of the tail that was wrapped around the body of the little Dorado. The two water beasts were trembling with fear and trepidation, and looked at Sumu very innocently. What's the fight about? You are both my favorites. I also said that I would bring you two to meet and get to know each other one day. This is good, there's no need for an introduction, you guys are now considered to be not fighting. Sumu lectured, and the two water beasts honestly listened to the lecture. After they learned that they were the same master, the anger in their hearts disappeared, and only then did the two beasts begin to shake hands and make up, indicating that they had been abrupt earlier. Only after seeing the two water beasts make up did Sumu nod his head in satisfaction. This is only right. We're all family, why fight to the death? Moreover, you are both my favorite generals. In the future, you two have to take care of each other, understand? As the words fell, the two water beasts then nodded. At this moment, somewhere in the great realm, the Sea of Chaos. It's over. The Sea of Chaos is going to be shattered by those two supreme beings. Damn it! This Sea of Chaos, why would such a powerful two-headed being appear? At this moment, quite a few cultivators with powerful breaths looked at the space around them as it continued to crumble, their faces showing fear. On the Sea of Chaos, there were hundreds of supreme powerhouses of this realm, who had come to the Sea of Chaos in order to compete for the opportunity. However, they did not expect that two powerful beings suddenly appeared and fought in the chaotic black mist over the Sea of Chaos. Due to being covered by the chaos black fog, they could not see what kind of beings the two powerful existences were, and could only vaguely see the horrible bodies, dark scales, huge eyes, and horrible tentacles waving in the black fog. As the saying goes, when the gods fight, the brats suffer. The boundary of the Sea of Chaos wouldn't reopen until a year later at the earliest, and they couldn't leave this place. Due to the aftermath of the battle between those two terrifying beings, the small world had been shattered and was on the verge of collapsing. Once the small world crumbled, then all of them would be buried here. However, they couldn't do anything about it. A battle of that level above the void was not something they could stop. Your Highness, if this realm crumbles, my subordinates will sacrifice themselves to kill a way out for your Highness. At this moment, a black-armored middle-aged man said to a woman in front of him, kneeling on one knee. The woman stood on the surface of the sea, a purple dress, a faint immortal charm surrounded her body, her face was beautiful, and not a single trace of emotion could be seen in her cold and beautiful eyes. Do you think you have that strength? After a long time, the purple-clothed woman's cold words fell. As the words fell, the black-armored middle-aged man buried his head even lower and replied, "My subordinate deserved to die," and made a big fuss. Everyone will reveal their truest fears when they reach the moment of their imminent death. Your heart is clearly afraid. Since you are afraid, back off a bit. After saying that, a green-colored long sword appeared in the purple-clothed woman's hand, and her beautiful eyes looked at the black mist above the void that was constantly flashing with white light, and her eyes became more and more appraised. Since they are all going to die, it is better to die in battle. Feeling the woman's battle intent, the black-armored middle-aged man panicked. His voice was a little trembling. Your Highness, you can't die. If you die. So what if I die? All people have a death calamity. I merely encountered it in advance. The woman in purple interrupted. Was she afraid? It might not be possible to talk about fear, it was just some regret and unwillingness. Regret that she would die here. She herself knew very well that the strength of these two terrifying beings that had suddenly appeared had reached a point that she could only look up to, and even if she rushed into the battlefield to stop them, she would end up in ashes. It could be that she herself was not willing to just wait for this realm to crumble, or it could be that she had a character that was not afraid of death from the bottom of her bones. Just at the moment when she was ready to kill her way into the battlefield to die, a large hand of nothingness broke through the void of this realm. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked towards that pair of great hands of nothingness, and the originally noisy and crumbling world suddenly quieted down at this moment. Only to see that pair of great hands of nothingness, after breaking through the void, slapped towards the two beings in the black mist who were fighting. With such a gentle slap, those two terrifying beings instantly stopped fighting. Everyone looked fearfully at the pair of great hands of nothingness, their eyes widened and they even forgot to breathe. They had never seen such a terrifying and bizarre scene. That pair of great hands of nothingness, as if they had come to persuade the battle, with a mere slap, those two terrifying beings instantly quieted down, and this realm no longer continued to crumble. No one dared to breathe for fear of startling that terrifying great hands of nothingness. What kind of existence was it that could stop such a terrifying two living beings with just a single voidlessness? The scene that was happening in front of them had already exceeded the realm of what they could imagine. At this moment, the violet-clothed woman looked at the pair of large void hands, her beautiful eyes stunned. Last second, she was planning to go to her death, and this second, a pair of large hands of nothingness broke through the void, stopping the great battle and saving the collapsing small realm. It seemed as if she saved? For some reason, she always felt that these two terrifying beings were the spirit pets of that great hand of nothingness. She wasn't the only one who felt this way, everyone present felt this way. It was because ever since those two great hands of nothingness had appeared, not only had those two living beings stopped fighting, they had actually gotten along peacefully this very second, and even had the feeling that they were getting along very well. It was completely unlike the previous appearance of fighting to the death. This feeling was as if two small children were fighting and suddenly an adult appeared and stopped the two small children from fighting. At this moment, a sense of insignificance continued to grow in the heart of the purple-clothed woman, and it also continued to spread in the hearts of the rest of the people. Yes, in the eyes of that supreme being, the playful jostling of their own family's small children had nearly cost them their lives. They thought it was a catastrophe, but to them, it was just a small fight. In the past, they always felt that the saying "when the immortals fight, the small children suffer" was a bit too outrageous, but at this moment, they felt that they themselves could not even be considered as small children, but rather, they were ants on the ground, and a little bit of the aftermath could make them die in their own way. The woman in purple had always thought that she was very proud of herself, and that she had already reached a certain level on the path of immortal cultivation. But now this scene told her. She was very small, incomparably small, when encountering a truly powerful existence. She was just an ant with a fairly large head, but in the end, it was still an ant. Unconsciously, the sword in the purple-clothed woman's hand slowly slipped and fell into the sea. Everyone didn't dare to move and could only stare at the black mist chaos above the void. The pair of large void hands appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In the next second, those two terrifying existences in the void disappeared into thin air. With their departure, this realm was free from the collapsing havoc, and they had thus retrieved their lives. Among them, quite a few more knelt down on the surface of the sea in a vain manner. This scene today would be deeply imprinted in their hearts, never to be forgotten. That pair of large void hands just now had unintentionally saved them, but it had also shattered the pride in their hearts. Every single one of them was a great person, a supreme power in the eyes of others in the outside world. And at this moment, they only felt small, never before small. After the havoc was lifted, they were harboring different thoughts as they slowly left this place. No one knew what was going through their minds, only they themselves knew. Your Highness, the boundary is open, why don't we leave here first? The black-armored middle-aged man finally came back to his senses from the endless fear and asked cautiously. He had worked hard all his life just to be able to protect His Highness one day. But when it truly came to this day, he realized that even if he poured his life into it, it was all ridiculous. He was too weak, he had never felt weak like this at this moment. You take the people and leave first, I'll be alone. The woman in purple did not turn around, still looking at the distant void, not knowing what she was thinking. Your Highness. I don't want to repeat myself a second time. Only after the words fell did the black-armored middle-aged man leave with a few people behind him. After everyone had left, the woman in purple was lost in thought as she walked aimlessly towards the front. For a while, she seemed to have lost her direction, not knowing where she should go or how to regain her confidence. Unconsciously, she walked aimlessly in this sea of chaos for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. By the time she reached the 5th year, she had walked back to the place where she had dropped her sword in the first place. Abruptly, she snapped her head up and her heart was enlightened. With a wave of her jade hand, the sword that had fallen from her hand and sunk to the bottom of the sea 5 years ago returned to her hand. 5 years of contemplation, 5 years of epiphanies, and finally on this day, complete clarity. If I am truly a mole cricket, then I will also try to climb upwards, and one day, I will see clearly who the person behind those large hands of nothingness is. She put her longsword into its scabbard and took a step away from the sea, leaving this secret little realm alone. On the riverbank, Sumu crossed his arms and said in surprise, so that's how it is. So it turns out that you guys fought because you found a treasure at the same time. We're all family, what's the point of fighting? Now that you know each other, you'll have to get along next time. From the spiritual sensations coming from them, Sumu understood the causes and consequences of why they fought. What kind of treasure made you guys fight? Quickly take it out for me to see. Sumu asked with a smile. Chapter 24 Boundary Skate Beast, 5 Hidden Ascender 4K. The two beasts seemed to be letting no one in, and together they pushed out a purple and white orb with the appearance of a night pearl out of the water. Although it was true that they had shaken hands and gotten along well in the last second, when it came to claiming credit, but no one would let anyone, both stating that it was something they had found first. After sensing the two beasts secretly competing with each other, Sumu then smiled and said, alright, this treasure was found by you guys together, you all have credit. After saying that, the two beasts didn't continue to secretly fight. Sumu picked up this purple-white night pearl, held it in his palm, and carefully examined it. This night pearl, roughly the size of a fist, the appearance was white and transparent, just like amber, inside was filled with flowing liquid, it was not known whether it was water or what, presenting a purple-black color. Sumu picked up the night pearl and shook it, and found that the purple-black water inside was shaken out in small bubbles. Although he didn't know what it was, after holding it in his palm, he could feel that a very majestic energy was sealed in it. After running the gong method, a powerful suction force came out from the palm and sucked towards the night pearl. In the next second, a faint blood chi was sucked out from the night pearl, and it traveled down Sumu's palm to Sumu's entire body. As this light blood chi disappeared into his flesh, Sumu's pupils shrunk, only feeling that his chi and blood were insanely surging, instantly rising by more than 2 times. Not only that, he could clearly feel that the bottleneck that was stuck on him had loosened. A few more times, maybe he would be able to completely step into the transformation god realm. This night pearl should be a magic treasure that aids in cultivation. After Sumu put away the night pearl, was ready to properly reward his 2 favorite generals. Come over here, you guys have been meritorious in finding the treasure, I'll reward you properly. Hearing these words, the Kong rays and the little Dorado revealed looks of anticipation. Whether or not to spend 10 favor points to heal the water beast contracted by the host. Yes. Sumu first spent 10 favor points to heal the injuries on the 2 beasts. This stranglehold was too fierce, right, it actually required 10 points to heal it. In the next second, the injuries on the 2 beasts were instantly repaired, and their breath returned as before. The Kong rays that had a somewhat dull personality stared with wide eyes, their faces full of incredulity. It didn't expect its master to actually be so easy to right, and heal such serious injuries on its own body so quickly. Seeing the Kong Skate's face of not having seen the world, the little Dorado snorted coldly. I told you that the master is very powerful, now you're dumbfounded, aren't you? Also, I am the first one to follow the master. In the future I will be the big brother and you will be the second brother. In the future the big brother will cover you. The little Dorado was already starting to solidify its position as big brother. After treating and there was an additional piece of fine scale armor on the tail. After feeling the change, the ray froze in the water, a little confused. At this time, the little Dorado flicked its tail and slapped the Kong Skate on the head, waking it up. Second brother, are you stupid? What are you waiting for? Still not quick enough to thank the master. In the next second, the Kong Yao was also very excited and rolled over, belly towards the water, spitting out bubbles. This was a special way for their clan to express their respect and gratitude. Just like a stray cat would flip its belly for you to touch if it wanted you to take it home. Little Dorado see the whole ray on the last second as if dumb, the second so will come to things. Disgusting. That's disgusting. Will you spend 100 favor points to feed the Dorado? Yes. In the next second, the body of the little Dorado grew by about 10 centimeters, and the scales on its body turned into a light golden color, while nothing else changed. After sensing its changes, the little Dorado circled around Sumu's legs, and even gave Sumu a kiss. Seeing this scene, the whole ray said, "Who the hell is disgusting? Alright, go play. Bring any treasures you see, you two brothers have to help each other out, don't choke each other. If I find out you're secretly fighting, I won't forgive you lightly. Also, there are a lot of big guys in this river, you guys are still considered small, be careful and don't mess with those big guys." Just a few days ago, Sumu saw a big fish with a length of 3 meters jumping out of the water in the middle of the river, and he just chased after it and it immediately disappeared. To Sumu's chagrin for a long time, that big fish was 3 meters long, its whole body was golden, and it looked like a treasure fish. So, the little Dorado and the whole ray with this length could only be considered small. Once they encountered a big fish of that level, an inattentive one would be swallowed in one bite. After Sumu instructed them, he let them go. For the next 2 days, after Sumu's daily patrols were idle, he used the night pearl to cultivate. In fact, there was a question that puzzled Sumu. The chi and blood power he absorbed from this night pearl was actually fresh chi and blood power. This fresh chi and blood power was as if it was directly extracted from a living being. However, this night pearl was just an ordinary magic treasure, and there was only purple-black unknown liquid in it, so how could there be living beings? Sumu didn't look too deeply into it. After all, there are thousands of magic treasures in the world, all of them have different specialties. If they are not special, how can they be called magic treasures? Today, Sumu, who is full of vitality, intends to prepare to upgrade and promote himself. This period of time is bursting with luck, good luck comes, really can't be stopped. Like yesterday, Sumu gambling addiction came, took 10 points of favor points for the lottery, a shot in the arm, triggered the doubling of rewards, directly doubled 100 times, directly 10 points into 1,000 points. If it was before, Sumu would have been annoyed. Why didn't he draw 100 points? 100 points, doubled 100 times, wouldn't that be 10,000 points? That was before. Now Sumu wouldn't think that way. He had already figured out this lottery system. If Sumu had drawn 100 points yesterday, it might have been given directly for nothing. That's why people can never be too greedy. He had also saved quite a few favor points himself during this period of time, and with yesterday's 1,000 points, he had currently accumulated 6,000 favor points. As Sumu's mind moved, his attribute panel appeared. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, half-step transformation spirit realm. Mastered avatar, water control level 2, swimming level 2. Mastered techniques, green sky dragon transformation technique 2nd level, divine elephant prison suppressing strength 2nd level. Water beasts, lochless dragon, boundary ray beast. River affinity, 0.1%. River favor points, 6,650 points. Sumu estimated that if he wanted to raise the river affinity to 1%, it was still 0.9% short, and that was almost 90,000 favor points needed. Every time he thought back, Sumu felt that his future was dark. Where was this? This was just raising it to 1%, he didn't even dare to calculate how many favor points would be needed to raise it to 100%. First of all, let's raise the degree of affinity. Favor points 5,000. River affinity, 0.1%, river affinity, 0.15%. Sumu saved the favor points after a period of time. The big head was used to raise the affinity degree, and the small head was then used to raise the feats he practiced. There were still 1,650 points left. Due to the water control and swimming, two aptitudes, they need the affinity to reach 1% before they can continue to add points to enhance them, so for now, they will not be considered. Then the remaining 1,600 points would be used to enhance the Green Sky Dragon Harmonizing Technique and Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, plus 200. Qingtian Dragon Transformation Skill, second level 0100 Qingtian Dragon Transformation Skill, third level 0500. After spending 200 favor points to raise the Qingtian Dragon Transformation Skill to the third weight, the next second Sumu's mind had more understanding and experience of the third weight. With a wave of his hand, the majestic green spiritual energy transformed into a green stinging dragon phantom that surrounded Sumu's body. This was the third level of the Dragon Transformation Skill, the Green Dragon Dharma Phase. After actualizing the Green Dragon Dharma Phase, the comprehensive combat power would be increased in all directions. Upgrading to the fourth level required 500 points. Sumu was a bit reluctant to part with it, so let's just do it first, raise one weight at a time, and then raise 2 or even 3 weights at once when there were really a lot of favor points saved up. Moreover, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength requires 1,000 points to raise. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength plus 1,000. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, second level 0,1000. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, third level 0,1500. With the increase in Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, a full 100,000 flesh and blood particles had turned into Divine Elephant Particles. Together with the previous 10,500 Divine Elephant Particles, there was a total of 110,500 Divine Elephant Particles. Abruptly, behind Sumu, the Green Dragon Dharma Phase and the Divine Elephant Shadow appeared at the same time, and the Green Dragon and Divine Elephant, which were intertwined, emitted a heavenly immortal light that embraced Sumu. In the next second, Sumu's bottleneck completely broke open, and his breath was just like a flooding beast, breaking through the heavenly barrier and rising wildly. Sumu only felt that God traveled to heaven and earth, and the entire person crossed into a completely new realm, with a feeling of an immortal traveling to heaven and earth, and his heart was relaxed and happy. The entire feeling, very subtle, this was a feeling that had never existed before when breaking through a great realm. There were a total of 5 divine deposits in the spirit of transformation, which were Heart Divine Deposit, Liver Divine Deposit, Spleen Divine Deposit, Lung Divine Deposit, and Kidney Divine Deposit. This realm was very special and mysterious, and it was not necessary to cultivate all 5 divine deposits in order to break through to the Ascension realm. One only needed to cultivate 2 divine deposits to meet the minimum breakthrough requirements and step into the Ascension realm. However, there were cultivators who were not satisfied with 2 divine treasures, but rather pursued higher and more divine treasures. Cultivating 5 divine treasures was the lifelong goal of all God transformation powerhouses. Cultivating 5 divine treasures and stepping into the Ascension realm was known as a 5-treasure ascender. Generally speaking, the 5 Tibetan ascended masters were rare in the ancient and modern times, and only those who had a talent that was hard to come by in the ancient times, coupled with top-notch cultivation conditions, cultivation resources, and an extremely strong perseverance and state of mind, would have the chance to challenge the 5 Tibetan ascended masters. This was still only a chance, not a certainty. Therefore, throughout the long history, every ascended realm that had cultivated into the 5 divine hidden realms was a leading figure of the era. The moment Sumu stepped into the God transformation realm, the capillaries above the second heart increased once again. In an instant, Sumu directly cultivated the hardest and most difficult heart God hidden. This somewhat surprised Sumu. It seemed that the heart obtained from Li Chiye could really be a heaven-defying treasure. This hardest heart divine collection, one directly didn't need to cultivate it on their own. The difficulty of cultivating the 5 divine collections, from high to low, are Heart Divine Collection, Liver Divine Collection, Spleen Divine Collection, Lung Divine Collection, Kidney Divine Collection. In the past and present, there were countless great prides who were unable to cultivate the 5 divine collections, and eventually could only cultivate the 4 divine collections to ascend, which was stuck above the most difficult Heart Divine Collection. And Sumu had already succeeded in cultivating the most difficult Heart God Collection at the very beginning, so now, it was impossible to say no without cultivating a 5 collection, wasn't it? It had only been a few months since Sumu had crossed over here, and his cultivation had rocketed, from the initial chi refining to the current spirit transformation realm, and every time he raised, it was a major realm advancement. Every time he ascended, he wanted to ask, is it really hard to cultivate immortality? However, no one could answer him with this question. The affinity was raised, and the feats were added. There were still 450 favor points left. As long as there was some pussy left in his hand, Sumu couldn't resist the urge to be a gambling dog. Immediately, a voice in his heart kept telling him, gamble, gamble, gamble again, just in case something big comes out. I'll just gamble a little gamble is good for the heart, and I'll call it quits right away if I gamble out the trash. Saying that, Sumu opened the lottery panel. First, I'll draw a little bit to try the water. Spending 1 point of favor points for a normal draw. Drawing in progress? I'm sorry, thank you for your patronage. Seeing this, Sumu had a nameless fire immediately surging up, and then was forced down by himself. Close your hand, absolutely do not bet. But just sat down, only rested for a while. Sumu, the more you think, the more angry. Then a pat on the thigh, no, and then draw again. Spending 1 point of favor points for a normal draw. In the process of extraction. I'm sorry, thank you for your patronage. Spend 1 favor point for a normal draw, drawing in progress? Drawing in progress, I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you for your patronage. Spend 1 favor point for a general drawing, drawing in progress, thank you. Drawing in progress, I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you for your patronage. Seeing this, Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell? 10 times all for nothing? Although it only gave 10 points for nothing, it was very, very infuriating and very, very insulting. In the past, he used to draw to the back of the line before he would not give out any goods. Now it's good, directly do not pretend, right? The opening directly 10 times for nothing, not even willing to give themselves out of the trash. Sumu came back with another 10 draws at once. A full 100 ordinary draws, all for nothing. Sumu was dumbfounded. Could it be that it was retribution? After all, his own luck some time ago was just too good. Without realizing it, Sumu himself didn't even realize that he was already on top. He snapped back to his senses only when there was only a little bit of favor points left in the draw. It's over, he's completely gone to his head. As expected, people would completely lose their minds when they were extremely angry. Sumu looked at the last bit of favor points he had left. In the dark, he had a feeling that he was about to make a big shipment. Once he had played a game called Poison Milk Powder, and before succeeding, all of them needed pads. So, the 449 points in front of him must be pads, for the big goods at the end. The last point, doggone system, don't force me to kneel down and beg you, give me out. Spend 1 favor point, extract it in. Chapter 25 Supreme Bone? Take it and feed it to the dogs. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the Supreme Bone. The next second, a piece of gold-colored bone appeared in the hands of the careful look. You can see this piece of bone covered with fine runes. After placing it in his hand and weighing it, he found that it weighed 100 pounds. After carefully measuring it, Sumu's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what kind of bone it was, what was certain was that it was a precious bone. After the experience of the last time, similar to this bone type of treasure, he did not toss it, not to engage in any big bone soup. It was enough to directly transplant the bone inside his body. Sumu surveyed this bone, but could never tell where it was from. The body of an adult male. There were a total of 206 bones, there were 29 cranial bones, 51 torso bones, and 126 limb bones. In his previous life, Sumu, the human biology in the university was full of credits, so for the composition of the human body bones that are well aware of. After confirming it again and again, he realized that this bone should be a child bone, and it was also a child bone located at the chest. Only babies have child bones, children's bones should actually be 217-218. With the development of the body, some bones are together, into a piece. After distinguishing that this was a child bone, Sumu picked up this supreme bone and directly passed it through his chest, placing the bone in a position on his chest that was closer to his heart. After transplanting the supreme bone, Sumu sat down and quietly waited for the change. But after waiting for several seconds, nothing changed. Sumu frowned. What supreme bone? Feed it to the dogs. Just at the moment when Sumu was about to pull out the supreme bone, that supreme bone linked to the chest above the middle sternum. In the next second, two powerful energies collided together within themselves. This was the supreme bone and Sumu's golden bone constantly colliding. Because some time ago, Sumu had obtained a golden skeleton, and by mistake, that mysterious golden skeleton had fused into his own flesh, and as a result, he had directly rocketed all the way from the early stage of the Mahayana stage to the late stage of the Mahayana stage, and his flesh had also been greatly increased. Now, he had transplanted another piece of supreme bone, and he didn't know if it was a problem of incompatibility, but the supreme bone and the golden bone on his body were mutually exclusive. The battle between the two bones caused Sumu's entire body to feel very uncomfortable, his face suffocating red as he continuously operated his spiritual energy to be compatible with the supreme bone and the golden bone. In just a few breaths, the golden bone was vaguely being suppressed. If this continued, the golden bone would definitely be devoured by the supreme bone, which wasn't a good thing for Sumu. He ran the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, and went through the divine elephant particles to fuse the two bones to be compatible. Although it played a small role, no matter what, this divine elephant prison suppressing strength, which he had only cultivated to the 3rd level, had a limited role. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Sumu suddenly roared out, "Whoever disobeys again, I'll directly take it out and feed it to the dogs." As soon as these words came out, the golden bone and supreme bone seemed to understand Sumu's words, and the repulsive collision between them instantly disappeared. Soon, the two bones were instantly perfectly compatible. True intimidating era. If you don't threaten, you really don't know who's the boss anymore? With the compatibility of the two bones, Sumu's aura instantly skyrocketed, and his physical body received another all-around boost. And not only that, he could feel that the kidney god collection among the 5 collections had been greatly improved. The kidney is the main bone, its splendor is in the hair, and the opening is in the ear. Sumu was still quite knowledgeable about Chinese medicine. He remembered that in Su Wen, yin and yang should be like the theory pointed out that the kidneys produce bone marrow hidden with the bone cavity. In order to nourish the bones, the so-called kidneys are full of marrow. If the kidney is good, the bone marrow will be full, the bones will be strong, and the movement will be fast and healthy. Its splendor is in the hair, the kidney hides essence, and essence can transform blood. When essence and blood are strong, the hair will be strong and moist. Opening in the ear, the kidney opens in the ear, the maintenance of the kidney is the maintenance of the ear is thick and big, is the performance of sufficient kidney energy. Ear thin and small people, mostly for the deficiency of kidney energy. Therefore, when Sumu's bones have been upgraded, then the corresponding kidney Shinzan will definitely be upgraded. Moreover, Sumu could feel that with his supreme bone and golden bone, it was only a matter of time before he could cultivate the kidney god collection. After drawing the supreme bone, all of the favor points had been cleanly spent, not a single one left. Next, it's time to go back to the days of working hard to earn favor points. Ha! What is this? Today, when Sumu got up early in the morning, he went to collect the ground cages in the silk grass shallow waters, and when he opened the 3rd cage, he found a very fat crab. This crab was different from ordinary crabs. First of all, it was the size was a meter big, about the same as a king crab. The shell was greenish-gray, a bit like a green crab, but it had 4 crab pincers, the eyes were light blue, and the eyes looked at Sumu with great fear. Sumu stepped on the crab with 1 foot, found a cane from the side, gave this crab a 5-fold tie, tied it up like a hairy crab and placed it on the shore. Continuing to check the rest of the ground cages, Sumu made up a few more ground cages in the past few days when he had nothing else to do, and now a total of 10 ground cages were placed in the water, spreading the net widely. Ha! There's another one. Sumu found another similar crab in the last ground cage. The shell was black, and there were 2 more crab pincers than the one just now, and there were 6 crab pincers. However, it was a male crab, a little smaller. Sumu was judging the male and female through the abdomen. People who often eat crabs know that the male crab's abdomen is triangular, and the female crab's abdomen is round or oval. The male crab was taken to the shore, and after continuing to be tied up with the cane, it was put together with the female crab just now. I don't know why, but these 2 crabs inexplicably look good together. They can't be a pair, can they? At this time, Sumu only felt his leg eating pain, lowered his head to look, found a palm-sized small crab, to his leg to come a pincer. Sumu grabbed this small crab. Originally Sumu did not eat such a small crab, but dare to pinch me? Then you can't be spared. 3 times will be this small crab also tied up, 3 crabs, a male, a female and a small, looks like a family. Properly this time, the family is neat and tidy. This 10 ground cages, the other is a pile of garbage, small fish and shrimp are released. This is the law of the angler. The big one can be down in the waist to go out to hang around to pretend, but catching the small ones will generally be released. Of course, this is just general. There are some extreme fishing men, adhering to the concept of never Air Force, fishing cannot fish to grip the black pit boss's chickens and ducks, and even more, and even cows and sheep are carried overnight run. We fishers, never Air Force. Taking the crabs, the family returned to the front of their cabin. I've been here for so long, I've eaten fish and shrimp, but I haven't had a taste of crabs yet. Chapter 26 Treasure Crab. Is this really an ordinary crab? Sumu took a large black pot from the stone house. With a wave of his hand, the pebbles on the ground automatically built into a shelf, and placed the dry firewood that he had picked up from his recent patrols in it, and he only put a small piece in it. Because he found that this river bank dry firewood are very burnable, a small piece can be burned for several days and nights will not go out, need to pinch yourself to go out. After lighting the firewood, set up the black pot, add water at the bottom, and then put a steamer, steamed hairy crabs, in order to eat the original flavor. After making all the preparations, start steaming. Such a big gate crab, at least have to steam half an hour, steam crab time, Sumu on the side of the nap. Half an hour later, Sumu opened the lid and found 3 crabs staring at him with big eyes. Not to mention steamed, they were even alive and vibrant, their vigor was infinite. Why did he seem to be doing sweat steam for them? Sumu covered the lid and increased the fire, ready to steam it for 8 hours first. Steam crabs this time, Sumu of course will not be idle, take the hosicle, put on a hat ready to go out on patrol. Congratulations, you found 3 gaps in the river bank, you repaired it in time, favor points plus 30. Congratulations, the river is overgrown with weeds, you cleaned it up, plus 10 favor points. Congratulations, you saved a small fish from being entangled in a broken net, plus 20 favor points. After a busy day, Sumu, who had returned to the stone house, walked to the stone pot and opened the lid, and what met his eyes was 3 pairs of big eyes looking at him in unison. The eyes seemed to be saying, "What the hell, little old brother, increase the firepower." Sumu was dumbfounded. From this performance, these 3 crabs must be treasure crabs undoubtedly. After steaming for so long, nothing happened. Sumu not only did not get annoyed, but instead became more excited. Good. He knew that this ordinary fire definitely couldn't steam them. Walking in front of him, he ran his gong method, and majestic spiritual energy burst out, turning into blue spiritual fire, and began to scorch the precious crabs. After the spirit fire was added, these 3 crabs finally changed their cozy expressions, and were obviously a bit flustered. Sumu continued to output the spirit fire. Fortunately his foundation was very solid. This high intensity lasted for 3 hours without a hint of a deficit. For 2 whole days, Sumu didn't stop for a moment, finally feeling some sense of emptiness. In the place of an ordinary spirit transformation cultivator, this high intensity output of spirit flame, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold on for up to 3 hours. Finally on the 3rd day, the stone pot overflowed with a strange fragrance. When he smelled this fragrance, Sumu was instantly energized, it was finally cooked. Sumu stopped the spirit fire output and opened the lid, then he saw the eyes of the family of 3 finally close. Humph! Wasn't it quite bold just now? Wide-eyed and provoking me. Are you comfortable now? Sumu took all 3 members of the family out, made a flat pebble, and lined up the 3 members of the family on top of the pebble in order. The rich fragrance overflowed, and just by smelling a mouthful of it, one felt physically and mentally relaxed and incomparably permeable. Treasure crab, treasure crab. It's about time, I'm going to start. Let's start with the fattest female crab, because the size of this female crab is really too big. Sumu found a machete and cut down all 4 crab pincers. Holy! This meat is golden colored. After Sumu took out all the meat from the crab pincers, he realized that the crab meat stick was golden yellow in color. Finally, preparing a punch to crack open the crab shell. When a fist went over and hit the crab shell, it was as if it hit a piece of 10,000-year-old metaphysical iron, and it hurt so much that Sumu only shook his hand. Not a crab, bro? You've been vaporized and your shell is still this hard? This can't help but let Sumu think of everything before crossing over and playing games with his brothers. The whole body only mouth is mouth hard, cremated, mouth can't even melt, because it's too hard. Also, I am a great power in the realm of God realization, how can it be so difficult to open a crab shell? At this moment, the familiar feeling of skepticism came back. Is it true that what I cultivated is not a false immortal? After trying several times, but still couldn't open the crab shell, Sumu started from the abdomen. Sure enough, the abdomen is the crab's most tender place, and with a forceful tear, it directly ripped open, revealing the crab yolk. No, why is this crab yolk black? Not only is the color black, but it is also a piece of crystal sense, a kind of black crystal sense of vision. After Sumu took out the complete crab yolk and placed it on the cobblestone, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a diamond-shaped black crystal. Finally, preparing to deal with the male crab. Strangely enough, this male crab's crab shell was very fragile, drying up and crumbling with a single punch. But however, its crab pincer was very sturdy. No matter what Sumu used, he couldn't take out the crab pincer meat, and under all reluctance, he had to give up. Opened the abdomen, but found that this male crab has no crab yolk at all, the whole stomach is empty. Crabs can only eat crab pincer meat and crab yolk. This male crab has no crab yolk, the crab pincer is too strong to smash open, and in the end, nothing can be eaten. Sumu vented his anger on the body of the small crab. Very easily, the small crab pincers and crab yolk were all taken out in one piece. Very good, a whole family. The Honorable Mr. Su, getting ready to enjoy his afternoon tea. One bite of one crab pincer meat, eating Su Mu's eyes wide open. It was too delicious. This kind of deliciousness was no longer enjoyed by the taste buds, but by every cell in the whole body. After eating all of the crab meat, Su Mu could feel a majestic to the extreme energy accumulating in his abdomen. Su Mu planned to slowly digest it after eating all of it. The crab yolk that was like a black crystal, Su Mu ate it with a crunch. Fortunately he had good teeth, but he still ate it for a full hour before he finished it all. After eating, Su Mu's face was red. The majestic energy in his abdomen could not be suppressed. If he didn't want to find a way to digest it, he felt like he was going to explode and die. Su Mu meditated, running his gong method, to digest this energy a little bit. This time, he sat for a whole day. Abruptly, Su Mu violently opened his eyes, and his breath skyrocketed several times. Spleen God Collection, cultivated. Su Mu didn't expect that he had simply eaten 3 precious crabs, directly allowing himself to cultivate the spleen God hidden. Nowadays, his heart divine deposit, spleen divine deposit had been completely cultivated, and his kidney divine deposit was almost complete. The 5 divine hidden areas were almost full. This kind of cultivation speed, if you look at history throughout the ages, who could compare? Although Su Mu's cultivation had been increasing all the time, the more he cultivated, the more he felt that he was very out of place, and didn't have the kind of condescending vigor and strength that a god transformation powerhouse should have. Would a normal spirit transformation powerhouse go through so much trouble to eat a crab? Maybe this crab is very uncomplicated. Su Mu could only comfort himself like this. Su Mu picked up the crab pincer that couldn't be cracked, and the crab shell that couldn't be smashed. This crab pincer and crab shell can be used as weapons, right? At this time, Su Mu felt a very weak life fluctuation from the mother crab shell. He frowned slightly, turned the crab shell over, and looked towards a corner inside. This. What is this? Chapter 27, Ancient Battle Axe Beast, Disappearing World. A thumb-sized young crab slowly climbed out from the crab shell. Seeing this, Su Mu was a little heartbroken and was ready to release it, although it was said that he wanted to cut off the roots and the whole family was eaten by himself, so this little young crab was better to be released, lest it cause some crab lovers to attack. However, Su Mu discovered a blind spot. The mother crab was so tenacious that it took several days of simmering with spirit fire to die. How did this small young crab, which was not yet born, survive? This was a bit bizarre. By all accounts, it was impossible to survive. Then there is only one explanation, that is, the small young crab's vitality is strong enough to carry Su Mu's spiritual flame of the spirit realm, or a full few days. No, tenacious life force shouldn't be enough to describe it, it should be said to be a miracle. Even the heavens were unwilling to let this little life die. At this time, an evil idea suddenly sprang up in Su Mu's heart. How about contracting it? This kind of miraculous life, it was a bit of a waste to just give it a release. Why do I say it was a bit evil? After all, he had just given it all 3 members of his family to eat in the last second, and this second, he was going to let it recognize a thief as its father. However, as long as Su Mu didn't say anything, the little young crab wouldn't know. After all, its life is weak now, and its spirit is not yet opened. In fact, if Su Mu released it, the odds were that it wouldn't survive. If he contracted it and used his favor points to heal it, he could save it. After hesitating for a little while, Su Mu still decided to contract it. After all, this kind of tenacious little life was really a miracle, and he didn't want to miss this kind of miracle. Whether or not to contract the stone axe beast? Yes. In the next second, the two established a spiritual sense. Through the spiritual sensing, Su Mu could intuitively feel that the vitality power of the little young crab was already like a flickering candle that would go out at any time. The name of this small young crab in this world is called Stone Axe Beast, which is quite a nice name. Whether to spend 500 favor points to heal the stone battle axe beast? Seeing this, Su Mu froze. It actually costs 500 points. This was too much. That's just it, I just have enough. I don't know what kind of fate it is, but in the past few days, Su Mu has just saved 500 favor points, no more, no less, just enough to save the little baby crab. Forget it, just take it as compensation for eating your family of 3, saving a crab's life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. In that case, I'm really a good person. After all, this is 500 favor points. Save it, 500 is 500. Immediately after, the vitality of the small young crab instantly all recovered, but however the eyes were still closed, because it was not yet fully born, it had to be nurtured for a while, before it might fully come to life. Su Mu dug a water pit in front of his stone house. With that, he turned around and executed his water control divine ability. He could control 10 pounds of water off the surface at once. However, to fill this small water pit, it would take about 50 pounds. It only needed to be cast 5 times to be enough, but after casting it for the second time, he actually gasped a bit. The exertion was very great. This confused Sumu. This water control divine ability of his own, why was it so chickenish? However, nowadays, there was only this river in front of him that he could manipulate. It took 50 minutes and 5 transfers to fill up this small puddle. After filling it up, Sumu released this little juvenile crab. You'll develop here for a while, and when you're done, I'll release you back into the river. This little juvenile crab, which had absolutely no ability to survive, could only be kept here for now. At this moment, in a certain realm of space and time, a human supreme being sitting in the void violently opened his eyes. How did the Yuan Kuei realm disappear? He ran his gong method and began to deduce it, and finally realized something of great horror and stood up violently. Will submit. As he called out softly, a tall man slowly walked out of the void. This tall man, wearing a golden willow armor, had an aura so powerful that it caused the surrounding void to twist and break somewhat. The golden willow armor man came in front of the silhouette and knelt down on one knee. His thick voice slowly came out. What is the king's command? You now immediately go to the Yuan Kuei realm, and if you find any abnormalities, immediately come back and report to me. The gray-robed man was obviously a bit anxious. At this time, the golden-armored man who heard the tone of the king's voice was also very surprised. He rarely saw the king reveal such an anxious expression. Yuan Kuei realm was the most central and important realm under the king's command. Could it be that something had gone wrong in Yuan Kuei realm? Yes. The golden-armored man got up and walked away in large strides, his body soon disappearing into the void. After a while, the golden-armored man once again walked out of the void and came in front of the gray-robed man. At this moment, his face was fearful, as if he had seen something great and terrifying, in stark contrast to his previous calmness. After the gray-robed man saw the golden-armored man's expression, his heart felt bad. How is it? Upon hearing this, the gold-armored man unconsciously swallowed his saliva and said with a somewhat trembling voice, Your Majesty, why don't you go there yourself? As the words fell, the gray-robed man waved his big hand, tearing a hole in space, and in the next second, his entire body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the space crack. Seeing this, the golden-armored man followed suit. In just one breath, the two of them arrived at the Yuan Kuei realm, which was billions and billions of kilometers away from each other, one after the other. The gray-robed man looked at the Yuan Kuei realm in front of him and froze in place. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, he was in charge of the 8 great realms, and it was already difficult for anything to cause any fluctuations in his heart. But the scene in front of him had already exceeded the scope of his cognition. The region where the Yuan Kuei realm was located was a void where nothing existed. The Yuan Kuei realm, which was the general size of 10 separate small realms, occupied a space that was measured in billions of trillions of megabytes. Such a huge large realm, to say that it was gone just like that? At this moment, the golden-armored man stood behind the gray-robed man, also not daring to speak for fear of angering the king with a single word. Just now when he came to check on the Yuan Kuei realm, his entire body was also stunned. He thought he was dreaming. A Yuan Kuei realm that was in good hands had actually disappeared out of thin air? The gray-robed man was stupefied in the void for a long time before coming back to his senses. He was in control of 8 great realms, the most important of which was this Yuan Kuei realm, because this Yuan Kuei realm's spiritual energy was several times more advanced than the other several great realms, and the degree of richness was also 10 times different. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the Yuan Kuei realm's resources, which were incomparably abundant and very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, this Yuan Kuei realm became his private cultivation realm, dedicated to nurturing his descendants. His own disciples and grandchildren, as well as some of his descendants, all cultivated in the Yuan Kuei realm. And now, the entire Yuan Kuei realm had been removed out of thin air. Wouldn't that mean that one would be completely extinct? The golden-armored man of course knew this, so he was now not daring to utter a single breath. Chapter 28, A Realm of Nothingness with a Wave of the Hand. The gray-robed man's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip out of water, and the void in this area began to fracture layer by layer because of his emotional changes. He has been invincible for 1,000 years. Since 1,000 years ago, he completely controlled the ancient Yu 8 worlds. In this ancient Yu immortal realm, he is synonymous with supreme. Therefore, he had been nurturing his offspring all these years. Although he was already invincible, he was still stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through. He knew very well that his fortune had been exhausted and he would not be able to further refine himself for the rest of his life. So he placed his hopes on his offspring, hoping that through his own means, he would use all the cultivation resources of the 8 realms to cultivate a heavenly Dao Qilin son. Luckily, the heavenly Dao had mercy on his Lin family, and 100 years ago, his 102nd generation Xin grandson, Lin Feng, showed his heavenly jealousy talent. In a short span of 100 years, he had grown from an innate wasted vein, all the way to the current harmonized God realm. 100 years, for the grey-robed man, it couldn't even be talked about as a time of seclusion, it could only be considered a small break. Therefore, Lin Feng was in his eyes, as if he had woken up from a nap and realized that there was such a young God transformation cultivator in his family. Back then, he himself had taken a full 500 years to set foot in the God transformation realm, a speed that had already stood out at that time in that era. 100 years of God transformation, even if he was the lord of the immortal domain's 8 realms, he had to sigh, a talent that is envied by heaven. Therefore, 10 years ago, he had sent Lin Feng into the Yuan Kuei realm, secretly focusing on cultivating him to become his successor. Moreover, just 5 years ago, he had gotten good news from the Yuan Kuei realm that Lin Feng had already cultivated into the 4th Tibetan of the Transformation Spirit, and was only 1 Tibetan away from the legendary 5 Tibetan of the Transformation Spirit. His own self at the time could only manage to cultivate the 3 divine hidden. Therefore, he regarded Lin Feng as the Lin family's greatest hope. However, how long had it been? 5 years. For him, it was a matter of closing and opening his eyes, and then realizing that even the person with the world had all disappeared. The grey-robed man exhaled heavily, first calming his anger on the verge of erupting. Began to analyze. This Yuan Kuei world, why disappeared out of thin air? This Yuan Kuei realm has always been the ancient Yu immortal domain's richest, the most core of a realm. About the Yuan Kuei realm of the fight, from ancient times to the present day, the ancient Yu immortal domain fought for millions of years long. But the ancient well to and from all the masters, including those who have long been ascended to the immortal domain masters, for the Yuanka realm of control, can only fight, absolutely cannot do remove. Then, it is impossible for a good and proper great realm to disappear out of thin air. Moreover, this place was a void, and no traces of battle were found, which also ruled out the possibility of it being detonated by someone. Besides, if the entire Yuan Kuei realm was detonated, then the entire ancient Yu immortal realm would also be blown to pieces. The Yuan Kuei realm gave people the feeling as if it had been forcibly dug out, because although there was no battle sent, the space here left a very obvious gap. This kind of gap wasn't a lack of space, but a lack of laws, rules, and even time. It was equivalent to someone removing everything in the Yuan Kuei realm out of thin air. To be able to remove the entire Yuan Kuei realm without anyone realizing it, no one in the entire ancient history of the immortal realm would be able to do so, whether it be now or in the future. Will submit. You guard the law for me. I'm going to perform a deduction. After saying that, the grey-robed man sat in the void. The golden-armored lanky man, with a wave of his big hand, majestic spiritual power was released, compressing and confining all of the void here into a perfectly isolated boundary, ensuring absolute safety. The grey-robed man's heart was ruthless, and he directly burned 1/10 of his essence blood. In an instant, a terrifying blood chi wrapped his entire body, and his body became illusory as a powerful aura burst out. Even with the golden-armored man guarding his path, the little bit of aura that spilled out caused the surrounding void to start distorting. Seeing that Wang Shang had directly burned his essence blood, he realized just how serious the matter was. Nowadays, in the entire immortal region, Wang Shang was already a supreme existence standing at the highest point. What kind of person, what kind of existence, is worthy of Wang Shang's deduction? Even at the expense of burning his essence blood? At this moment, it was the time when the king was at his weakest, and the golden-armored man could not be sloppy as he controlled the 100 inches of space they were in, constantly shifting through the spatial cracks. This method could circumvent certain ill-intentioned realm kings from discovering the king's weakness at this moment. The king was the king of the 8 realms, and although no one dared to provoke his kingly authority, if once certain realm kings realized the opportunity, they would definitely pull the king down at all costs. After all, the position of the king of the 8 realms was just too tempting. In order to deduce how the Yuan Kuei realm had disappeared, the grey-robed man had gone so far as to burn his own essence blood to deduce it. Although the main purpose was to retrieve the traces of his disciples and grandchildren, there was another important reason that he wanted to know if it had been removed. If it was really removed by a living spirit, then he, the king of the 8 realms, would not be able to sit still. A powerful being who could easily remove the Yuan Kuei realm. If he wanted the head of the king of the 8 realms, who could stop him? Therefore, he had to rule out this danger. As the deduction continued, The gray-robed man's thoughts began to float and his perspective switched. Finally, he spied an image. This image came from the moment when the Yuan Kuei realm disappeared. But, however, this image was fragmented, and only a blurry half could be seen. From this image, he saw a pair of great hands of nothingness, traversing through the endless void to this Guyo immortal realm. Then, this pair of large void hands grabbed towards the entire Yuan Kuei realm. In an instant, the entire Yuan Kuei realm was grabbed by that pair of great hands of nothingness and taken away, not knowing where. In the final moment, in a trance, he seemed to have seen a silhouette standing on the riverbank. The moment he saw that silhouette, the gray-robed man's deduction was directly interrupted, and he violently opened his eyes, spitting a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the golden-armored man who was protecting the road behind him, after seeing the king spit out blood, his eyes widened and he hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man's voice trembled a bit. "Shogun, hurry up and get out of here. Take me back." In the next second, the golden-armored man didn't dare to have any hesitation, manipulating space as the two of them returned to a hidden side of the void. The gray-robed man's face was pale, his back was already seeping with cold sweat, panting heavily. No one knew what kind of horrifying scene he had seen. "Your Majesty?" The gray-robed man slowly raised his head and looked at the golden-armored man, saying word by word, "From now on, the 8 realms will be changed to 7. No one is allowed to go deeper into the reason why the Yuan Kuei realm disappeared. Once anyone goes to investigate deeply, they will be executed according to the laws of the Immortal Realm's supreme regulations. Also, this matter, no one is allowed to mention it again, including you." Chapter 29: The Unpredictable Back. "My words, do you hear me?" The gray-robed man roared out when he saw the golden-armored man frozen in place. "Subordinate understands." The gold-armored man hurriedly responded. What was the king deducing here? That was the Yuan Kuei realm, the most important realm among the 8 realms of the ancient Yu, and the most crucial thing was that the king's disciples and grandchildren were all still practicing in the Yuan Kuei realm, so to say that they wouldn't delve deeper into it? He had followed the king for over 2,000 years, and he knew the king's temperament very well. He had never seen the king so afraid of someone or something, and he clearly remembered that once, when the king was still not strong enough, he had already dared to take his daughter captive under the eyes of a realm lord, and had been hunted down and killed by several realm lords for several realms, and he had never seen him afraid of anything. Moreover, he knew this king of his very well. He was an extremely protective person. There was a time when a realm lord had insulted one of his grandsons who he didn't even know very well, and he had directly removed an arm of that realm lord with his own hands. Therefore, in the entire ancient Yu immortal region, the people of the Lin family were absolute divine power that no one dared to mess with. But now, someone had directly terminated all of the Lin family's descendants in one pot, and the king actually didn't pursue the matter at all? Could it be that the king had deduced something terrifying? However, he didn't dare to ask. After a while, the gray-robed man, whose mood had completely calmed down, exhaled heavily before slowly saying to the golden-armored man, "We'll submit, our ancient Euclid immortal realm, we might be in trouble. You're still young, you still have a great future ahead of you, you leave Guyo and go to another immortal domain." Hearing these words, General Chang then replied without any hesitation, "I'm not leaving. If it wasn't for the king, I would have died in the pile of dead 2,000 years ago. Now that the Guyo immortal region is in trouble, I can't leave even more." At those words, the gray-robed man then smiled bitterly. "You staying won't change anything." When he recalled the pair of large void hands that span countless voids, and that back figure, the gray-robed man felt an instinctive palpitating sensation growing deep within him. He had never seen such a powerful existence before, and just a back shadow that he had deduced caused him to spit out blood from his mouth, and his internal organs shifted. He didn't know why that back figure wanted to move the Yuan Kuei realm away, but if that back figure really had its sights set on the ancient Yu immortal realm, then it would be a catastrophe for the entire ancient Yu immortal domain. That back figure could easily move the Yuan Kuei realm away in space, and with such strength, it would also be enough to wipe out the entire ancient Yu immortal domain. "Your Majesty, I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is that I can't share your worries for you." General Chang's voice was decisive and firm. The higher the cultivation level, the more he cherished his life, but he was different. In order to repay the king, if he was told to die in the next second, he wouldn't have any hesitation. "Your Majesty, why was the Yuan Kuei realm?" "It was removed by someone in space." The gray-robed man no longer hid it from General Chang, so he spoke out. Upon hearing this, General Chang's pupils shrunk violently, and his breathing became rapid. It really was removed. Then what kind of existence, what kind of heaven and earth-shattering greatness could do that to instantly remove a great boundary across the sky? No wonder the king said that the immortal realm was in trouble. This was feared to be a catastrophe for the entire immortal realm. Alright, there is no need to mention this matter anymore. The major realm lords should have discovered the abnormality of the Yuanka realm. The gray-robed man looked at the void in front of him and muttered. They're so bold. Coming straight to the door, this is hoping for something to happen to the king. Your Majesty, you rest well, I'll go out and blow them all away. General Chang said with a furious expression on his face. No need, I'll go out myself. They won't be at ease until they see me. It's just as well to take this opportunity to announce the matter of changing the 8 realms into 7. The gray-robed man stood up and walked towards the void in front of him step by step, the void under his feet constantly catering to his footsteps and collapsing into feet. In just 3 short steps, he walked out of this quiet void and arrived outside of an immortal hall. At this time, outside the immortal hall, all 6 realm lords arrived, and after seeing the gray-robed man arrive, they clasped their fists to, greetings to the domain lord. The masters of the 8 ancient Yu realms were known to the world as domain lords. The gray-robed man nodded, his gaze scrutinizing the bodies of these 6 domain lords. The 8 realms of the ancient Yu immortal realm originally had 8 realm lords, the strongest of which, the realm lord of the Yuan Kuei realm, had been beheaded by him as early as 1,000 years ago, and it was by virtue of the earth-shattering battle of beheading the Yuan Kuei realm lord that he had taken the position of the lord of these 8 realms. Among them, his subordinate, General Chang, also relied on his own strength to defeat the original realm lord of the Golden Flame realm 5 years ago and became the new realm lord. He was also quite competitive, not relying on his own support, and became a realm lord based on his strength. This was also the reason why he would keep General Chang by his side, loyal and powerful. On the other hand, these 6 realm lords in front of him were the original realm lords, each with their own agenda. Although they were submissive to him on the surface, he knew very well that once he lost his power, the 6 of them would definitely spare no effort to pull themselves down. However, although he had the strength to kill any of them. But for the time being, he couldn't kill them. After all, he had only been on the throne for 1,000 years, while these 6 original realm lords, the longest, had already been on the throne for 5,000 years. Their forces were spread throughout the entire ancient Yu immortal region. Once they were killed, it would cause great turmoil, and it would be difficult to support a new territory's lord to come to power in a short period of time. Therefore, he had been nurturing his juniors for the past 1,000 years, preparing to hollow out the power of these sector lords step by step. However, he didn't expect that when he was about to succeed, his own descendant was still alive or dead. 1,000 years of effort turned into nothing. When the 6 realm lords knew that the Yuanka realm had disappeared, they were not shocked at first, but ecstatic. How could they not know that the domain lord had secretly nurtured his juniors, step by step installing these juniors within his own realm, little by little going to dismember his power? Now it was good, it was all over in one pot. Therefore, they came in front of this domain lord's hall in the first instance, ostensibly to care about Lin Dong, but in reality, they wanted to see if he was alright and if he was still alive. After all, this Yuan Kuei realm was Lin Dong's heart and soul. Lin Dong looked at the 6 realm lords and said, I declare that the 8 realms will be changed to 7, and from now on, there will only be 7 great realms in ancient Yu. No matter what, he was the supreme being in this ancient Yu immortal realm. Once these words were spoken, the 6 realm lords also hurriedly bent their heads to listen. Domain Lord Eminence, what happened to the Yuan Kuei realm? Why did it disappear? This was, a realm lord with a thin figure cupped his fists at Lin Dong and asked. This question was asked to disgust Lin Dong. Zhang Gushan, shut your stinking mouth, if you push one more time, you don't blame me for not giving you face. Standing behind Lin Dong, General Chang angrily said to this realm lord. Will present, you reckless man, I am caring for the domain lord's eminence, what is wrong with my words, is there a problem? Saying that, Zhang Gushan looked around at the other 5 realm lords, as if inquiring. We have come here because we are concerned about the comfort of the domain lord eminence, as well as the safety of the Yuan Kuei realm. Will present, aren't you going a bit overboard with this statement? Another realm lord stood out, echoing Zhang Gushan and disliking General Chang. With regards to this young realm lord, they had actually always been very unhappy in their hearts, and even though General Chang had become a realm lord with his own strength, in their opinion, it was all because the domain lord eminence was so easy to become a realm lord. It was as if some Startus, no matter how hard they tried, they ended up with a label in the eyes of the public, Hia, so-and-so's son. What do you think in your own hearts? Don't think I don't know. Don't be hypocritical here. Will Present snorted coldly and said. All right. Lin Dong's brows furrowed as his powerful aura was released, and instantly everyone stopped arguing. Chapter 30 Destroying You, what's it to you? The Yuan Kuei realm was forcibly removed by a certain mighty being, and I don't know where it was moved to. Now that the ancient Eurasian immortal region is in crisis, I hope that we should be united against each other instead of engaging in petty maneuvers on our own. Once the ancient Euclid immortal region falls, is there any point in you guys fighting over it? This position of mine, even if I let you guys take it, will you be able to sit on it? The 6 realm lords caught a keyword in Lindong's words, the Yuan Kuei realm was removed? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? It wasn't like they didn't know how big the Yuan Kuei realm was. A Yuan Kuei realm was as big as 2.5 realms. Lord Domain Master, are you not joking? Not to mention our ancient Yu immortal realm, even if it was a few of the surrounding great immortal realms, no one could manage to remove the entire Yuan Kuei realm. The 6 realm lords clearly did not believe these words spoken by Lindong. Remove the Yuan Kuei realm across the sky? What kind of joke is that? What a joke! Upon hearing this, Lindong furrowed his brows and said coldly, I am only informing you, I don't need you to believe it. Also, by order of the Domain Lord, I order you all that regarding the reason for the disappearance of the Yuanka realm, you will not need to give any other explanations to the outside world, lest you cause panic. Also, you are to control the people under you, and are not allowed to look deeper into the reason for the disappearance of the Yuan Kuei realm. Once that terrifying existence is angered, then it will set the Guyu immortal realm in a place of no return. After saying that, he turned around and left. After Lindong and the others left, the 6 realm lords looked at each other, all seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. What do you guys think? What do you think? You believe this? I think you've been kneeling in front of Lindong for so long that you can't stand up. Lindong is also treating us like 3-year-olds. I reckon that this Yuan Kuei realm is being hidden by him in order to make us let our guard down. After all, over the years, many of the forces in our 6 realms have been infiltrated by his juniors. I also don't believe it. If that person is really so outrageous, if he has the ability, he will now take my old man's flame cave realm captive for the whole realm. Alright, disperse, it's so meaningless. Soon, the 6 realm lords left this place. On the river bank, in front of the stone house. Ha! It's only been a day since I've seen you, you've grown so big? When Sumu came to the small puddle, he saw that the small young crab was a full circle bigger than yesterday, and was already half the size of the palm of his hand, but yesterday it was only the size of his thumb. Ah! How is the water missing half? You guys, do you drink this much water a day? Sumu was surprised to see that the water in the puddle was already half missing. This crab, it still drinks water? It also drank so much. Sumu came to the bank, found the same waters as yesterday, and executed the water control avatar, pumping water from the river twice more to fill the puddle up again. At this time, Sumu sensed the little crab transmitting a grateful spiritual sense toward him. The crab should be eating some small fishes and shrimps, right? He hadn't really studied what kind of food crabs ate. He only knew how to eat crabs. Who cares what crabs eat? Sumu then left a small portion of some of the small fish and shrimps that he caught from the ground cage today and threw it into the small puddle. Eat more, grow a little. At this moment, the ancient Yu immortal domain. The 4 realm lords, early in the morning, knelt outside the domain master's hall, each with a fearful expression. Brother General, where is His Holiness? Why hasn't His Holiness come yet? The 4 realm lords had changed from their previous unruly and untamed appearance, and were now as humble as they could be. It had only been a few short years since the Yuan Kuei realm had disappeared, and just an hour ago, a pair of great hands of nothingness had crushed the void, grabbing the flame cave realm and the Lai Yuan realm, as well as the Levy Feather realm, out of the 7 realms, directly. The realm master of the Lai Yuan realm was lucky and happened to not be in the Lai Yuan realm, and wasn't captured along with the entire world. But he had witnessed the entire process of the entire Lai Yuan realm being grabbed by those large hands of nothingness, and as the lord of a realm, he had been stunned silly. But Ji Bochang of the Flame Cave realm, and Zhang Dushan of the legendary Feather realm, did not have this luck, and were directly captured along with the 2 realms, and were feared to be in dire straits. The remaining 3 realm masters, although they have not been affected yet, they are also scared silly. They don't even dare to go back home, fearing that it will be their turn tomorrow. Wait for a moment, the king already knows about this matter. He's dealing with some important matters and will be here soon. Will Present looked at these 4 trembling realm lords, and was speechless in his heart. They had clearly been reminded of this a few years ago, and they didn't take it seriously at all, even thinking that it was the king who had deceived them. Now they believed it, right? Only now do they know to come crying to the king for asylum? After a while, Lindong, who had a tired face, walked out of the void. At this moment, he was much older compared to a few years ago. Upon seeing Lin Dong's arrival, the four realm lords pounced and knelt down. "Please, your holiness, punish me." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong then smiled bitterly and did not blame them. Nowadays, Lin Dong was already a loner, and had looked away from many things. "Get up, you guys are not guilty of anything," Lin Dong said to the four realm lords. What sin did they have? They just didn't believe it. Even if they believed it in the beginning, even if they united and resisted together, what could they change? Could it change the outcome of another three realms being taken captive today? And cannot. Those supreme existences sitting on top of the clouds only need to wave their hands, can decide the decline of an immortal domain, as well as the life and death of all of them. They were like dirt on the ground. For those who passed by, they just passed by normally and trampled you down. And you, what can you change? What does it matter to you if you are destroyed? This was the sorrow of the weak, the despair of the weak. The ancient you immortal region is on the verge of collapsing. You guys should leave this place early. I don't have the ability to shelter you even if you come begging me. Let's go to the other great immortal realms. Lin Dong waved his hand at the four realm lords and said. Just like that, the flourishing Guyu immortal realm went into decline. Your Majesty, are we leaving? General Chang asked as he looked at the fragmented ancient Yu immortal domain. Let's go to the green domain. Start from scratch. After losing all of his closest relatives, Lin Dong however felt that his bottleneck had loosened and his state of mind had been upgraded, and his fervent blood, which had long since cooled down, was once again burning at this moment. He was ready to go to a new place and start from scratch to pursue a higher realm. And he would never forget this day. One day, he would face that back directly and make him pay for his blood. Ah Chio. Sumu, who was repairing the river, sneezed violently and frowned. Someone is scolding me behind my back again. Why are you always sneezing lately? At this time, movement came from the river. Sumu raised his head and looked towards the downstream, and saw several silhouettes, sitting on small boats, sailing towards him. Seeing this, Sumu was overjoyed in his heart. After waiting for so long, finally people are coming. Are they travelers? It doesn't look like it. Why are there so many people? Sumu stepped on the water and walked towards the small boat step by step. Chapter 31 9 Snakes pulling a boat, 5 travelers. Only after Sumu got a little closer did he realize that there were 5 people standing on the boat. This boat, which was a few times bigger than all the previous small boats, had a pitch black color all over, and was shaped 4 square, somewhat like a coffin without a lid. In front of this coffin-like boat, there were 9 small pitch black snakes that were leading the boat towards the upstream. The 5 figures on the boat, 3 men and 2 women, all looked young and in their prime. Some had an excited face, some had a curious face, and some had a terrified face. Brother Yi, where are we going? A youth with a slightly stout figure asked a youth with a stalwart face and black hair next to him. I don't know, but it's worth determining that we should be leaving the Blue Star now. Yifan's brows furrowed as he gazed out at this endless river and muttered. This was a woman with a better figure and wearing a long light blue dress, surveyed the surroundings with a terrified face, her expression a little tense, and subconsciously leaned towards Yifan's back. Can we still go back? Louis was very nervous. Since the Tarzan mutation, they were separated from the other students and teachers. The always silent Yifan was calm at the moment, that's why she leaned towards behind Yifan. Li Xiaoman standing behind Louis, although the heart is also very afraid, but the fear, but also some excitement. She originally is like the stimulation of the character, so also will be disliked by the silent Yifan, and broke up with him. The slightly stout youth, named Pang Biao, is Yifan's good brother, although he is also a little afraid, but at the moment also showed a very calm. Among them, the most calm one was Yifan. What he was thinking about instead was his Mercedes-Benz parked at the foot of Mount Tai. If he didn't go back quickly, how much more parking fees would he have to pay? There. How come it seems like there's a person walking towards us? Louis pointed ahead, at this moment on the river, not knowing when a thin layer of mist had risen. Only a silhouette could be vaguely seen in the upper reaches of the river, walking towards them. It seems like is walking on the river. Pang Biao said with a shocked face. They were all young people of the new century, advocating science, maintaining a skeptical attitude towards all supernatural phenomena, but the events of these 2 days were breaking their cognition time and time again. At this time, everyone's gazes all fell on the silhouette that was walking towards them. Almost instantly, that silhouette was like an instantaneous movement. From a distance of several thousand meters, it instantly came to only 10 meters away. Only then did they see the silhouette clearly. Tall and thin, wearing a clean and simple green robe, with sharp knife-like angles, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, especially those eyes, which were as deep as stars, and the ancient waves were unperturbed. Standing on the water, the mist on the river's surface was like an immortal mist, embracing his surroundings. For a time, the 5 people were also flabbergasted. It was as if the man had walked out of a myth, making people not dare to meet his gaze. For a moment, they somewhat forgot how to speak. Without waiting for them to open their mouths, the man's ethereal voice slowly came out. "Where are you guys from?" This voice, like the sound of an immortal, constantly echoed in their minds, making them subconsciously tell the truth and not dare to deceive. At this time, Yifan, who was the main backbone, took a step forward and replied, "Back to the senior, we came from another distant place, and I don't know where we are right now and where we should go." Hearing these words, Sumu already had an answer in his heart. It was true that they were travelers from other worlds. But however, this man who answered his own words looked a bit calmer than the others. He didn't reveal what specific world he came from, but he didn't dare to deceive himself either, and instead answered himself in an ambiguous manner. In fact, Sumu wasn't interested in what world they came from. They were all travelers anyway. As long as he knew that they were travelers, that was enough. "Oh. If you guys want to cross this river, you have to pay a crossing fee." Sumu laid down in front of the boat, and he exerted his divine ability to still the side of the waters where this boat was located, so the 9 black snakes that were pulling the boat were also forced to stop. This was the 4th time Sumu had seen the traveler. But, however, this time, the crosser wasn't quite the same as the previous ones. There were actually 9 small black snakes pulling the boat, and there were 5 crossers at once. This was a good thing. With more crossers, one would collect more crossing fees and earn more favor points. "Senior, do you think this will work?" Yifan touched out $100 bills from himself and handed them to Sumu. The moment he saw these $100 bills, Sumu's pupils shrank. "Ha? His own hometown?" He also crossed over from the blue planet. As the saying goes, when one's hometown meets one's hometown, one is extraordinarily kind. However, there was also another saying, hometown? The one who slaughters is the hometown. Sumu can look at the hometown for the sake of a discount, but the toll is not exempt. Sumu is not a great benefactor. Anyone who crosses this river from his own guard, even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to leave to buy the road. This is the rule. This can't be used. Sumu shook his head. What's the use of holding this $100 bill by himself? How can he hand over something useful? Hearing this, Yifan also determined one thing, that is, he must have left the Blue Star. Otherwise, in the Blue Star, there is nothing that money can't do. If not, then it is definitely not enough. Not enough? At this time, Pangbo took out a bank card and said, "Password 3 6s and 3 8s, there's $500,000 inside." Hearing these words, Sumu still shook his head. $500,000, for the pre-crossing self, it could be used as a down payment to buy a house. But now, not to mention $500,000, even if it was 5 billion, it was all waste paper in his own eyes. To be precise, right now, Sumu only had treasures in his eyes, treasures that were valuable to him. Seeing that so much money wouldn't work, the 5 people knew that they were definitely not in Blue Star. However, when they thought about it, it was normal. Was there anyone in Blue Star who could instantly move a few thousand meters in an instant, and could step on water? This must be a bizarre supernatural otherworld. Li Xiaoman pursed her lips, made a decision in her heart, walked forward, pursed her lips, and said in a delicate voice, "Senior, if you don't mind, I can stay and accompany you." The moment these words came out, other than Yifan, the other 3 people all looked at Li Xiaoman with a surprised expression. At those words, Sumu frowned and said, "I'll say it for the last time, what I want is the toll, it's the treasure. If you dare to say those words again, do you believe that I will throw you into the river to feed the fish?" When these words came out, it scared Li Xiaoman so much that she didn't dare to make any more crooked thoughts. Chapter 32. Did I let you pass? The 5 people were a little apprehensive when they saw that no matter what they did, it didn't work. Yifan walked out and said to Sumu, "Senior, I don't have any of the treasures you want for now. If you trust me, I'll sign an IOU with you, and when I find the treasure, I'll return it to you the first time." Hearing these words, Sumu raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Understanding. He himself hadn't even said that he wanted to sign an IOU and sign a loan contract, but he brought it up first. He looked this young man up and down. He was completely different from the other 4. He was very calm throughout, and was quick thinking and well organized. "What's your name?" Sumu asked. Yi Fan. Hearing the surname Yi, Sumu also understood. It seems that this is the real protagonist. The other 4 are just accompanying soy sauce characters. However, these protagonists all had one problem: they loved to be smart. How could Sumu not see that little bit of Yifan's mind? With his current cultivation level, what the other party was thinking in his heart, he was able to detect it with a single thought, so all these seemingly sensible and smart behaviors of Yifan were just little kid's tricks in his own eyes. In fact, a truly powerful villain with a little bit of brains can casually suppress those protagonists who like to jump. In the past, he, who liked to read novels, still thought that the protagonist was so smart and powerful, playing the villain around. But now he understands that it's those authors who wrote the villains to be too wise and stupid. If he wanted to wipe out Yifan, the protagonist, he only needed to wave his hand. A truly powerful villain should be cautious, suspicious by nature, cut off the roots, step by step, ruthless, not disdaining the other party for being weak. But however, Sumu does not want to be any villainous enemy, he has been simply collecting a toll since the beginning. Although Sumu was all set to make them sign a loan contract in the beginning, but nevertheless he didn't like to be led by others. If you want to mention it, it's also Sumu himself who mentioned it first. You started out all sorts of show their own tart operation, show you are right. Your name is Yifan, right? Well, I'll give you more loans. Let you long memory, let you eat a pick long wisdom, in the future encounter villains like me, so as not to be slapped to death. Sumu first ignored the request made by Yifan. Instead, he took 4 contractual treaties that he had drafted in advance and handed them to the other 4. Although Yifan was the real protagonist, this river crossing fee was charged per head. No matter if you were the protagonist supporting actor, as long as you passed through here, you had to pay something, and were treated equally. The other 4 people who received the contract treaty, without the slightest hesitation, hurriedly signed their names. Bite your fingertips and press a blood seal with your blood. Sumu's words fell, and the 4 people also immediately complied. Yifan, who was standing next to Pang Bo, glanced at the amount owed on the contract. 10 treasures, 1 billion spirit stones. Ha! Although Yifan didn't know what the concept of 1 billion spirit stones was, but this spirit stone sounds like something extraordinary, a simple conversion. Even if 1 spirit stone is only equivalent to $1 in Blue Star, then this could be $1 billion. Moreover, this was only the most conservative estimate. This river guard administrator, is it so dark? However, why didn't this senior let himself sign? It should be letting himself off the hook. It seemed that saying more and acting cooler was indeed still beneficial. After signing it, Sumu carefully inspected it and put it away after confirming that there were no problems. At this time, Yifanfa asked, "Senior, can we go then?" "Wait, there's you. This is for you." Sumu retook a loan contract that was customized for him and handed it to Yifan. After receiving the contract and seeing the most crucial loan amount on it clearly, the whole person froze, blinked his eyes to confirm that he hadn't misread it, then raised his head to look at Sumu and asked, "Senior, did you get it wrong? Why is what I signed not quite the same as what they signed?" Yifan was also dumbfounded. Why was it that they were 10 treasures and he himself became 1,000? They were 1 billion spirit stones, and they themselves became 10 trillion? Moreover, this 1,000 treasures is really too general, right? What does treasure mean? How do you define a treasure? Moreover, the last sentence of the contract says, "The final interpretation of this contract belongs to me." This is a black contract. He is the one who decides what is a treasure. He didn't understand why he was being targeted. What's more, he was the one who first proposed to sign the contract, and even though it was just a stopgap measure and wasn't intended to be returned, he didn't know what he was thinking, so why was he being targeted? Unfair. This was just too unfair. What's the problem? Sumu frowned and asked, spilling out a hint of breath that made Yifan feel like his entire body's chi and blood was about to solidify. No problem. Yifan tried his best to stay calm, constantly admonishing himself that he must be calm and not mess up. Anyway, it's just a stopgap measure, just sign it. Anyway, he doesn't intend to pay it back in the future, so let's get through this first. Saying that, Yifan quickly signed his name, and like the other 4, bit his thumb, and at his name, pressed a blood seal. After receiving the contract and carefully checking it to make sure there were no problems, Sumu finally revealed a smile. Having signed the contract, it's also considered prepayment for the river crossing. Congratulations everyone, and I wish you a pleasant journey. However, don't forget, this loan contract, but it has interest and a limited time. Don't take any chances, and don't procrastinate, and don't think about not paying it back. Going over there, develop well, when you guys are well mixed up, I will come to find you. Sumu revealed his trademark polite smile, and trademark condescending words. These words, he would say them to every single crosser, and had already formed an assembly line template. As long as the contract was signed and the crossing fee was paid, everything was fine. After seeing that this terrifying man had changed his attitude, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief, but Yifan was holding his breath. Sumu made way for the boat and also lifted the stillness of the waters. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Sumu smiled and waved his hand. However, after the path was made way, the 9 little black snakes that were pulling the boat seemed to be dumbfounded and fixed in place, not daring to move. Go. Keep pulling. Otherwise I'll call the little Dorado and the little Whole Ray to come for an extra meal. As soon as these words came out, he could feel the little Dorado and Whole Rays hurrying towards his waters as if they were rescuing him. The 9 small black snakes sensed what was going on and were scared silly, pulling the 5 people on the boat towards the front and fleeing frantically. Seeing the distant back, Sumu suddenly saw what words were written at the stern of the boat and his brows clustered. In the next second, it appeared in front of the boat again, cutting the boat off again. Seeing this, the 5 people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Come again? Yifan only felt a surge of chi, which went straight to the sky, and almost fainted from the anger. This senior, what's going on here? Yifan asked, forcibly suppressing his anger. Chapter 33, Future Body, Past Body, Time Karma. Yifan had been holding his fire and didn't dare to send it out, and the sky-high contract had been signed by himself. How? Shelf this card bug, repeatedly signed right? Don't worry, I do things with principles, cross the river once, collect money once. Sumu didn't intend to charge money again, but he found an abnormality. After he forced the boat to stop, he walked to the back of this boat and found a string of characters written at the stern, but he didn't recognize these ancient characters, but he could roughly tell that this one was a place name. On the bow of the boat was the name of the place where Yifan and the others were going, a place called Beidou. Through his previous experience, he knew that it was normal to have a place name written on the bow of a boat, but to have another place name written on the stern was strange, and this was the first time he had encountered it. Yet, he didn't recognize the words. It's just a matter of time, why do you care so much? As long as nothing happened to the river he was guarding, it was fine. After determining that there were only ancient characters and no other dangers, Sumu patted the dust on his hands and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just checking if you guys have brought any dangerous items across the river." Only after saying that did a few people breathe a sigh of relief. Why did they have a sense of being on a high-speed train? After saying that, Sumu lifted the stillness of the waters. As soon as the stillness of the waters was lifted, the 9 little black snakes that were pulling the boat fled frantically towards the front again. After sending off this batch of travelers, the system's broadcasting sound rang out in his mind. Congratulations to the host for maintaining order and peace and triggering an additional reward, favor points plus 5,500. Upon hearing this, Sumu froze for a moment. My goodness! 5,005. A one-time reward of 5,005, happiness came too suddenly, Sumu was somewhat flattered. 5,005 favor points, plus the 500 favor points saved over the past 2 days, Sumu felt like he was rich again. Let's start gambling. Forget it, let's not gamble. In order to prevent himself from wanting to gamble, he first used it to raise his affinity. Favor points 5,000. River affinity, 0.15%, river affinity, 0.2%. With the affinity raised to 0.2%, Sumu could feel that his fit with the river had increased by a hair. Sometimes, Sumu really wanted to call the police. He is a great cultivator of the spirit transformation realm, but he is still trapped on this river, and the most ed-up thing is that he must refine this river before he can leave. Favor points more favor points more travelers a day to come 1,000 or 800 would be great. Or maybe a few more to mess things up. Forget it, it's better to patrol on the ground. Sumu followed the river again and started today's patrol mission. At this moment, Wushu Plains, Black Central Realm. In an imaginary Black Central Realm, there were 4 unnameable huge chaotic black shadows that were gradually shrinking and eventually turned into 4 human figures. As the 4 silhouettes appeared for a moment, they emitted a powerful aura that caused the entire Black Central Realm to vibrate continuously. At the head of the group was a man with miserable white skin, his entire body was so thin that he was skin and bones, his fingers had no skin, and only bones that looked like white jade could be seen. The 3 men behind him were tall. One of the tallest is 3 meters tall, skin covered with fine scale armor, behind the growth of a dragon tail, face majestic. The remaining 2, both were 2 meters tall, with purple-black skin and eyes that resembled an abyss, points of destructive immortal light evolving and annihilating in their eyes. 800 years, finally restored the original body. The majestic man with the dragon's tail raised his voice to the sky, shaking the surrounding space to continuously collapse and break. Dark Emperor, I told you, don't be too happy too soon. His Holiness used a portion of his willpower to help us get out of the trap, and originally allowed us to recover our flesh for 500 years, but now, it's already 800 years, which is already more than 300 years. The Bone Emperor's words pulled the other three emperors back to the harsh reality. The next second, an illusory silhouette with an unreadable face tore through space and landed on top of the void. Upon seeing this illusory silhouette, the four emperors cupped their fists on one knee and said, "Please punish your Holiness." They were sincerely terrified inwardly. After all, they were a full 300 years late, and they didn't know if they had delayed the situation in the main battlefield. The illusory silhouette did not reply, and with a wave of his large hand, the pitch-black coffin, once again, appeared in front of the four emperors. There has been a change in plans. On this trip, you don't have to be sent to the Huainan realm from 5,000 years ago, but rather the Little Thousand realm from 7,000 years ago. Behead the weaker him. Upon hearing this, the four emperors revealed a puzzled expression. Your Holiness, did something happen on the battlefield? The Bone Emperor asked. No, just 800 years, it's just a matter of blinking your eyes, nothing can change. What I'm worried about is that you guys are afraid that you won't be able to decapitate the man from 5,000 years ago. After all, at that time, he had already risen to fame and prominence. The voice of the illusory silhouette came out. Your Holiness, it's not that I'm arrogant, the him from 5,000 years ago, let alone the four of us going together, I alone would be enough to deal with him. The Bone Emperor wasn't an arrogant character, instead he was cautious. Even for him who made such a cautious person to say these words, it could be seen that this mission was very simple and 9 out of 10. The other three emperors also spoke out in agreement. The one from 5,000 years ago was a full realm below them. The one from 5,000 years ago was an ant that could be crushed by a single hand in the eyes of the four emperors. Do you guys not know about the time karma effect? When these words came out, the four emperors looked at each other in disbelief, somewhat unable to understand what His Holiness meant by these words. Dare I ask Your Holiness, what is the time karma effect? The four emperors. We reverse the flow of the long river of time, go to the past, and behead the opponent's past body. Then the opponent's future body will most likely rush back to save their past body. This is the time karma effect. If we try to change time, then we will definitely create karma, and the other party will probably notice. Because, as long as one's cultivation reaches a realm like ours, the long river of time can be traversed casually. If we can travel through it, so can the other party or the other party's friends. So, I'll let you guys travel back 7,000 years ago and rush to kill him 7,000 years ago in an instant before his future incarnation arrives, so that the success rate is a bit higher. If you can't succeed in killing him, you must also leave the black coffin in the past. The illusory figure explained word by word. Upon hearing this, the four emperors came to a sudden realization. Indeed, they had only thought of themselves returning to the past to decapitate the other party, but had forgotten that the other party could also return to the past to stop them. On this trip, make sure you succeed. The illusory figure exhorted. Your Holiness. There is something that I don't know if I should say. The Bone Emperor recalled that more than 1,000 years ago, they had jointly sent the black coffin into the river of time, only to be reversed back twice. However, he wasn't sure if he had deduced it incorrectly, so he didn't dare to tell His Holiness. What is it? The illusory figure inquired. Chapter 34. Four Emperors shocked. The man walking on time. It's fine, Your Holiness, I think I should be able to fix it without affecting the plan. The Bone Emperor hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't say anything. After all, he himself wasn't sure if he had deduced it correctly in the first place, and if he gave his venerable superior the benefit of the doubt, he was afraid that it would distract him. Moreover, His Holiness has already paved the way, helped them restore their physical bodies, gave them direction. The four of them only need to go to the long river of time to walk up and send the black coffin to the past is considered to have completed the task. If everything had to be worried about by His Holiness, wouldn't the four of them be trash? It's good that it can be solved. Remember what I said and make sure to finish it. After saying that, the illusory silhouette disappeared into the void, and the entire black central realm returned to silence. Among the four emperors, the Bone Emperor had the highest cultivation strength, being a fifth realm heavenly immortal, followed by the Dark Emperor, being a fourth realm heavenly immortal. The remaining two emperors were Emperor Huan and Emperor Nan, both of which were three-realm heavenly immortals. Emperor was just a title given to them by the outside world, and they were still 100,000 miles away from being true emperors. As long as they reached the heavenly immortal realm, they could step into the river of time. However, they can't stay on the river of time for long. Going back to the past of 7,000 years is already their limit. Once they stayed for a long time, the laws of time were misplaced, their bodies would be ruthlessly eroded by time karma, and in just an instant, they would be completely swallowed up by the long river of time, and even the cycle of reincarnation would be swallowed up and cleaned up, and everything would be turned into nothingness, and completely and utterly disappeared from the world. We have to hurry. Saying that, the four of them had their breath in full swing, going to explore that long river of time that connected the heavens and the worlds, that legendary river of rules. After a long time, the four of them snapped their eyes open, and after determining the coordinates of space and time, they dragged the black coffin, tore through the void, and shuttled towards that river of rules. I don't know how long it took, but the void and chaos around them, which was constantly illusory, gradually became solidified. The line of sight began to clear, and the four of them stood on top of the black coffin, which floated on the surface of the river. Shrink your flesh some. Old me is about to be squeezed down. The Bone Emperor, who had always been emotionally stable, cursed angrily at the three large men behind him. This black coffin, which was only this wide, has a limited place to stand, and you few are already big, can't you shrink a little bit? If this accidentally falls into the river of time, then it is the greatest god immortal cannot save the three of them. Upon hearing this, the remaining three emperors executed their divine abilities and shrunk their physical bodies to a similar size as the Bone Emperor, a standard 1 meter 8. Only after the physical body was shrunken did the shaking black coffin stop rocking and begin to move gently towards the downstream. Although they were celestial immortals, they could only barely set foot on the river of time, and could only cross the river of time with other mediums. This medium is this black coffin, because the material of this black coffin is the legendary wood of time, which can resist the erosion of the water of time for a short period of time. This is the second time I've set foot on this long river of time. What an emotional experience. The Dark Emperor stood on the black coffin, looking at the long river of time that could not be seen at a glance, and letting out a burst of emotion. Thinking back to his first time stepping foot on the long river of time, he had only attempted to do so, and it was fortunate that there was a senior who led him, or else he had almost died on top of the long river of time. The Bone Emperor should have been here many times. Hearing this, the Bone Emperor just shook his head and said, the fourth time. The remaining Southern Emperor and Huan Emperor then looked a little apprehensive, and in their apprehension, they were also a little excited. Because this was the first time they stepped foot in this legendary long river of time. This long river of time didn't look that big or that vast and majestic, but this river was the time rule that constrained everything in the heavens and the worlds. It was said that every drop of water in this world river could be a small world. But this is just a legend. As for whether it is true, no one has gone to verify it, and no one has the ability to do so. Actually, there's nothing peculiar about it. In the future, if you guys come here a few more times, it won't be like this. The Bone Emperor said to the Southern Emperor and the Huan Emperor. He had already managed to cross the long river of time 3 times, and now he was used to it. As long as he was careful not to fall inside the river, and careful not to stay too long, nothing else happened. Moreover, they were already like this when they were only celestial immortals, not to mention those immortal kings and immortal emperor powerhouses. In the eyes of many immortal kings or immortal emperor supreme existences, a long river of time? Wasn't it just randomly on? For their kind of level of existence, they could already affect the rules of time. Even if they couldn't kill you for the time being, I would directly reverse the long river of time and kill you. How would you react? The worlds of the heavens are being played by this group of immortal emperors who treat the long river of time as their backyard. Now some of the highest immortal sects, the highest power, the war between the highest power, cannot simply you punch me, I kicked you, you kill my son, I kill your disciple, this kind of childish. But directly from the long river of time to start, I cannot beat you now, I still cannot beat you 1,000 years ago? Your current power has developed to the point where it is enough to resist me. I directly counter current time river, back to the day you established the clan, directly to you all stirred up, the roadside eggs are for you to shake yellow, I see how you still develop. This is called, directly from the source to extinguish. Just like the current 4 emperors, the main battlefield was a bit strained, so they considered starting from the long river of time. It's a bit cold. After going up the long river of time, the Bone Emperor felt that something was wrong, it was a bit chilly. He remembered that the last time he went up the long river of time, it was all quite lively. Sometimes, at the same time, all the major heavenly immortals, immortal kings, or other immortal emperor supreme beings were traveling on this long river of time. Encountered recognized, will also wave to greet. Encountered enemies, you must quietly follow up. This is completely not dare to bet Maybe the other party is there to bully you as a child. Do you dare not follow? You dare not follow, the other side will dare to the childhood of your little chasing after karma off. directly let you cut off the children and grandchildren. Is it vicious? No. Is it childish? Not childish. The war between the truly strong often is so plain and simple. But however, they all do not dare to fight on the long river of time, because it is really too dangerous, and then the great hatred will not do it on the long river of time. After sitting on the coffin and floating towards the downstream for almost an hour, he actually didn't run into a single person. This made the Bone Emperor very surprised. This long river of time, when did it become so cold? Unconsciously, fog rose on the surface of the river. Seeing this fog, the Bone Emperor's face changed drastically, and he yelled lowly to the other 3 emperors, "Don't use any trace of spiritual energy. No sensing, no breathing, in short, don't make any other superfluous movements." This was the time mist that had made countless great men fearful. Once lost, one would fall into the eternal cycle of time and never be able to come out. The most effective way is to remain calm, not to disturb the time fog, let nature take its course, the more resistance, but will fall deeper. The rest depends on the fate of heaven, because this long river of time is a river of rules. Even the ordinary mist is a kind of rule power. If you don't pay attention to it, it is easy to lose your life. At this time, they looked towards the front, and they saw that in the mist, there was a shadow of a person, stepping on the surface of the water, and was walking towards them step by step. Chapter 35, The 4 Emperors, already honest, begging to be spared. Seeing this silhouette, the Bone Emperor's mind suddenly flashed back to the back of the person he once was, and his heart abruptly palpitated. The 3 emperors behind him were also looking at this walking silhouette as if they were on the verge of an enemy, their faces terrified. It wasn't said that in this time mist, one couldn't walk around at will, not even a little bit of excess movement, but what was going on with this silhouette? Why was he able to casually travel through the time mist without being affected? The most crucial thing was not this: why was this silhouette able to step on the water of this long river of time? As the silhouette approached, they could feel that the waters they were in suddenly stood still, and they were also fixed in place, unable to move forward, much less backward, and could only allow the silhouette to approach. The river was quiet, so quiet that only the sound of their breathing rose and fell between them. Finally, the silhouette approached to 10 meters, and only then did they see the silhouette's appearance. This is a very young-looking human man, handsome appearance, slender body, strong angles, a simple green and white robe to show the immortal charm of thousands, stepping on this long river of time. The most horrible thing is... The most terrifying thing is that the surrounding time mists seem to be clustered around his body. The time mists are clustered, stepping on the water, walking on time, this man. What kind of existence is this man? The Bone Emperor's pupils shrunk violently, the back figure that he had once deduced gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him, and a great feeling of fear grew uncontrollably in his heart. He hadn't felt this kind of fear that came from the depths of his soul for a long time. Because he had never seen any living being that could casually step on top of the long river of time, ever. Even if he had once seen a supreme being that transcended above the immortal emperors, that supreme being would not dare, much less be able to step on the water of time. He didn't even dare to pry into this man's cultivation, because from the breath to separate, the sense of oppression this man gave them wasn't very strong, or even very weak. But the more so, the more bottomless the heart, the truly strong, their cultivation, you cannot probe out, the cultivation you see, just the other party wants you to see the cultivation. To be able to stand above the river of time, then this man. What realm has he reached? At the very least, they were all above immortal emperors, but as for what realm above immortal emperors, they didn't know, and they didn't dare to explore too much. Not to mention the immortal emperor, an immortal king would be as simple as crushing an ant to death. Sumu looked up and down at these 4 not-so-smart-looking fools. After he saw the black coffins stepping on the bottom of their feet, Sumu's face instantly darkened. Good fellow. He then remembered that some time ago, someone had thrown coffins and corpses upstream into his river, and he was still angry even now when he thought about it. This coffin was identical to the one he had sent back some time ago. So it was these 4 idiots who did it. Do you have to throw a body into the river? It happens to be a stomach of anger cannot find someone to send, and now sent to the door. Do not ruthlessly slaughter a meal, the heart of this stock of gas is not straightened out. You 4, you have to throw corpses into my river? Sumu embraced his hands in front of his chest and questioned the 4 on the coffin. When these words came out, the 4 emperors' hearts thumped, and they unconsciously swallowed their mouths. This sentence was extremely informative. His river? And it turned out that the terrifying existence that had once reversed the flow of their black coffin back was truly the man before them. The Bone Emperor lost his temper all of a sudden. Before he came, he also said that if he met that person who had twice spoiled his good deed, he would have to give him a good beating. Now see the person, the temper at once no longer, a little temper do not dare to have, has been honest, begged to let go. Senior, we didn't mean to offend. After trying to calm down, the Bone Emperor said weakly. Not intending to offend? What is inside this coffin of yours? Sumu stared at the black coffin under their feet and asked. This. The four emperors looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. What? Is this question hard to answer? Sumu's brows furrowed and his tone was a bit displeased. No, it's not hard to answer. Actually, we don't know, we were ordered to do so, as for what is contained here, we don't know either. This was not a lie from the Bone Emperor. Because he really didn't know what was inside this black coffin, only His Holiness knew. Don't joke with me, it's not funny. Sumu didn't believe that they were bull-ting. Once these words came out, the Dark Emperor, who was standing behind the Bone Emperor, in a rush, took a deep breath and directly said, back to Senior, in fact, inside here is the corpse of my old man. Hearing these words, the other three emperors cast shocked and grateful gazes towards the Dark Emperor. Dark Emperor, the organization will thank you for your efforts. In order to muddle through, you even moved out your own old father who had died for thousands and thousands of years. Only after hearing this did Sumu nod. He didn't really have to know what was inside this coffin, he just wanted to know what kind of operation they were doing by throwing the coffin into the river 3 times. Since it's your father's corpse, why don't you let him go into the ground? What's the point of throwing the corpse in my river? Sumu once again questioned. Hearing these words, the Dark Emperor was somewhat speechless for a moment. Yes, who would bring a corpse up the river of time? One lie to be covered up with countless lies. Just as the Dark Emperor was stumped for a reason, Sumu waved his hand and said, that's just it, there's no need to explain. Since you guys have to find a place for a water burial, bury it downstream, bury it far away, and never bury it here in my place, it's in my way. At these words, the 4 emperors were overjoyed. They had originally planned to be going to the downstream of the long river of time, almost 7,000 years ago, just as they wished. Although they didn't know why this man was here and why he said that this long river of time was his, they didn't think about it for the time being and tried to find a way to get there first. They had already been on the long river of time for too long. The time on this long river of time was misplaced. Hell knows how long it had been since Your Holiness and their main battlefield had passed. In case they missed the optimal period, it would be disastrous. Therefore, one could not continue to waste time on the long river of time. Many thanks, Senior, many thanks, Senior. The 4 emperors hurriedly thanked. However, they realized that as long as this man was in front of them, the waters on this side would stop flowing. This kind of strength has already surpassed the realm that they can imagine, making the waters of the long river of time stop flowing. What kind of realm does this have to be? Senior, could you please make way? The Bone Emperor squeezed out a smile and asked tentatively. It's okay to make way, but it has to be charged. Sumu slowly said. Chapter 36, Are you usually this brave? I'll do some math, haha. Saying that, Sumu waved his big hand, a piece of paper appeared in his hand, and began to write and draw. The 4 emperors also didn't dare to make a sound, not knowing what this man was up to, not daring to move, not daring to say, and not daring to ask. After the math was done, Sumu raised his head and said to the 4, let's do it this way. For the 4 of you to cross the river, in addition to the crossing fee for the 4 of you, you must also add the burial fee for this coffin. Since you're burying a dead person in water, considering the security fee, management fee, moral damage fee, visual pollution fee, psychological compensation fee, and so on and so forth. For the time being, let's count it as counting 3 river crossing fees. How about this, is this acceptable? Once these words came out, the 4 emperors were dumbfounded and froze in place. What? What the heck? A river crossing fee? Since when did the long river of time also charge a crossing fee? What? Can't accept it? Seeing that the 4 people's expressions were a bit squirmy, Sumu asked again. He could let them be buried in water and only charge 3 times the river crossing fee, which was already considered fair. Can accept, of course I can accept. It's just that, why didn't they have to charge for it before? Why now? Bone Emperor immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. In the past, everyone used to wear the long river of time at Walla. Why is there a fee now? Before was before, now is now. Now that I am guarding this river, I have the final say, and now that we are crossing the river, we all have to charge a crossing fee. Don't worry, don't misunderstand, I'm not targeting anyone, I'm targeting everyone who crosses the river. As long as someone crosses the river, they have to pay the crossing fee. Sumu, this person, was fair, and definitely didn't engage in any special treatment or racial discrimination. Let alone a dead person having to pay a fee to cross the river. Even if a dog wanted to cross the river today, it would have to leave the dog's leg behind. Then, at the risk of asking, this river crossing fee, how is it charged? The Bone Emperor had no bottom in his heart, because this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. This long river of time has always been something without a master, each one crosses it according to his ability. Who would think of paying any river crossing fee? Don't worry, I won't screw you guys over. I am a person who is most concerned with the word fairness. The four of you, one person's crossing is a treasure. But the burial cost of this dead man, you have to pay 3 treasures out. Saying this, Sumu's gaze fell on the Dark Emperor's body and said, since this is your old father, then you should pay 3 treasures, plus your own, just give me a total of 4 treasures. When these words came out, the Dark Emperor was dumbfounded. Huh? I'm paying 4 alone? At this moment, the other 3 emperors winked at the Dark Emperor, indicating that he should pat himself first, and the organization would definitely reimburse him. In order to appease the Dark Emperor, the Bone Emperor secretly transmitted his voice, you're taking a bit of a loss and patting it yourself first, I'll truthfully report this move of yours today to His Holiness afterward, and His Holiness definitely won't treat you poorly. Hearing this voice transmission, the imbalance in the Dark Emperor's psyche was only slightly eased. However, the question came up, what kind of treasure was considered a treasure? The Bone Emperor suddenly realized this very rigorous question and asked, may I ask Senior, what treasure are you referring to? Hard to understand? Treasures are the good things on your bodies. But I can warn you, I can do without your most valuable things, however. Don't you all treat me like a little cutie. Up and fool me with some broken copper and iron. Still, Sumu was a person who was open and shut, and is more or less conscientious. Although he wouldn't be so black-hearted that he would let you lose your family's money, you would at least have to come up with a decent treasure. This sentence, although it sounded simple, but in the ears of the 4 emperors, the meaning it contained was extraordinary. This sentence, translated in their hearts, was lousy is just being polite. If you don't take out the best thing, see how lousy will clean you up. The Bone Emperor, who was the backbone, had to make a start. There couldn't be any more delays. From his sleeve, he took out a purple leaf and handed it to Sumu saying, Senior, look, are you satisfied with this? After Sumu looked at Bone Emperor twisting and turning to take out a leaf, he also looked up incredulously at Bone Emperor. I'm brown. Are you usually this brave? Taking a leaf to get rid of me? Writing face output? Seeing the man in front of him with a somewhat ugly expression, Bone Emperor's heart thumped. Ha! Is this not enough? This was the cotyledon leaf of the boundless tree, which was the most precious thing that His Holiness had rewarded him with back then, bar none. This boundless cotyledon leaf contained a strand of spatial rules. If he could penetrate it, he would be able to comprehend a very small portion of the spatial rules. Even though there was only a hint of it, it was the power of the rules. Although he had not yet comprehended it, but given a certain amount of time, it was estimated that he would be able to attempt to succeed. This treasure was considered one of the few most precious treasures he had. Seeing the Bone Emperor's stunned expression, Sumu still took this leaf as soon as he could and looked around, realizing that although it wasn't an ordinary leaf, it didn't seem to be enough to be called a treasure, right? Barely counted as half a piece, come down and study it yourself. That's just it, just barely counted as half a piece. Hearing these words, not only was the Bone Emperor dumbfounded. The other 3 emperors were also dumbfounded. Eyes so high. The boundless cotyledon leaf, all of them could only be counted as half a treasure? When they first learned that His Holiness had rewarded the Bone Emperor with this boundless leaf, it had numbed them with envy. This was legendary in the power of the rules. If one was lucky enough to comprehend it, even if it was just a hint, it would already be a supreme chance. They are already calculating in their hearts what kind of treasure they have to take out to be able to count the treasure in the man's mouth. The Dark Emperor had already despaired and was about to break. They are one piece. But I've got 4 of them. He had already begun to regret saying that the person lying inside the coffin was his own old father. After the Bone Emperor saw Sumu put away the boundless leaf and said that it only counted as half a piece, his entire body went numb, completely numb, his heart was dripping blood. But he still endured it. In order to complete the mission, he had to hemorrhage money. There was no way. In case this terrifying man was pushed to the edge and directly threw them into the river of time, it would be a real disaster. Turning the other cheek? Turning the other cheek was impossible. Not to mention whether they could beat this man together, just by virtue of being on the river of time, by virtue of being surrounded by time mists, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Endure. I endure. As long as the mission can be successfully completed, His Holiness will definitely not treat himself poorly. What are you waiting for? There are still half a piece off. When Sumu saw that he was dumbfounded in place again, he spoke out to urge him. Chapter 37, Ceremonial Pure Bottle, Gothic Blood Fetus, Extra Reward. The Bone Emperor really wanted to call the police, but maybe the phone dialed and the voice that came through was Sumu's. The boundless cotyledon leaf was only counted as half a treasure, this river crossing fee, it was too expensive. He fumbled and tangled for a long time, and very reluctantly took out a small purple-black bottle. The appearance was a bit like a vase, but the mouth of the bottle was very small, and the bottle was almost as big as 2 palms. From the mouth of the bottle towards the inside, it was pitch black, just like an abyss. Seeing Bone Emperor squirming with the vase, after Sumu approached, he took it over. Bring it to you. After getting his hands on it, Sumu carefully examined it and realized that it was a good magic treasure, and it could probably be considered half a piece. After putting the vase away, Sumu then revealed a smile and said, "Alright, your crossing fee is paid. It's your three's turn." After saying that, Sumu looked at the 3 emperors behind the Bone Emperor again, revealing a harmless human and animal smile. The Bone Emperor wanted to cry, this eternal pure bottle, but it was one of his original magic treasures. When the other 3 emperors saw that the Bone Emperor had even taken out his original treasure, the unholy pure bottle, they only felt a great deal of pressure, and after having this standard from the Bone Emperor, they also had to take out almost the same treasure, and at the very least, it couldn't be too much worse. Huan Emperor took out a piece of blood-colored fleshy thing from his sleeve, a very big pile, and it was still bouncing in his hand, very much like a blood taiyao. After seeing this item, Sumu's eyes lit up, because he felt a majestic chi and blood power from this piece of flesh-like thing similar to blood taiyao, which was a great tonic at first sight. When Emperor Huan took out all of the Gothic blood tires, he froze. What? Did Emperor Huan play so big? This was the treasure of his heart. In the beginning, this piece of Gothic blood tire was snatched back from the ancient secret realm by him. Because of this piece of Gothic blood tire, he was hunted down by several immortal kings for a long time. If not for His Eminence's intervention to protect him, he would have been killed by those immortal kings long ago. This piece of Gothic blood tire, which originally weighed 10 pounds, he had used it for thousands of years, and he hadn't even used 2 pounds of it. When the 3 of them begged for a long time, Huan Di refused to share a little bit out. This directly take out, this is not like him out of so much blood. In fact, Emperor Huan really didn't want to take out the Gothic blood tire. Because he is a person, very cautious, go out on the body, do not bring any treasure, body with a life magic treasure and life preservation magic treasure. Afraid of what happened, sheep others. Because this piece of Gothic blood tire, he wants to use for cultivation, so carry on the body. It was impossible for him to take out his own intrinsic magic treasure, unlike the Bone Emperor, who had several intrinsic magic treasures with him. Therefore, he could only take this piece of Gothic blood tire. Sumu took this piece of Gothic blood tire over as soon as he could, weighing it in his hand. The weight was quite sufficient. Yes, this can be counted as 1 piece. Sumu didn't want to make things too difficult for him, seeing that he had an expression that was on the verge of crying out. Emperor Huan really wanted to cry out. He had never imagined that he would actually be so humble one day, being blackmailed and robbed on the long river of time. Not to mention him, even if Zoom came up, he would probably have to honestly hand something over. It can't be helped, who is a good person to run on the long river of time to rob a? This is estimated to say out, no one will believe. Alright, there are still 2 of you left. Sumu's gaze, again, landed on the 2 of them, the Southern Emperor and the Dark Emperor. The Southern Emperor took a deep breath and clenched his teeth and took out 3 treasures at once, which were a blue jade, a red rope, and a skin, which was a bit like a tiger's skin with spots all over it. After Sumu briefly surveyed them and found that they were all treasures, he collected them all in his head and came down to study them later. Finally, Sumu turned to the last Dark Emperor and said with a smile, "Now you're the only one left." "Oh no, there's still your old man." He pointed to the coffin under his feet. The Dark Emperor closed his eyes, his chest heaving, his eyelids trembling slightly. Finally, probably having made up his mind, he snapped his eyes open and directly removed the space ring from his hand, handing it to Sumu and said, "All my things are here." He only kept his 2 original magic treasures, and gave out all the rest. Sumu received the spatial ring. Big talk a look, there were quite a few treasures in here. There were spirit pills, elixirs, spirit stones, and some strange treasures that he didn't know what they were. The Dark Emperor wasn't like the other 3 emperors, he was a casual cultivator, he didn't have too many treasures on him, most of them were used for cultivation, or damaged in battle. Boss atmosphere. Sumu took this spatial ring in. Alright, the crossing fee is paid. After saying that, Sumu gave the four emperors a way out, and with a big wave of his hand, he lifted the prohibition of the waters. After they saw that this man could easily, with the lift of his hand, affect the flow of the long river of time, they unconsciously swallowed their mouths, their hearts coming up in their throats. Pay attention to safety, find a good place to bury your father. Pay attention, when you bury it, you have to secure it, don't let it float around on the river, if I see it, I'll have to step in and deal with it. Sumu barked at the Dark Emperor. Although he had agreed to the other party's water burial in his river, it had to be buried and fixed properly, he didn't want to see a big black coffin floating around in front of his eyes. Of course. Dark Emperor nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. After seeing Sumu's terrifying strength, he had no resistance at all. It was fortunate that he had honestly paid the river crossing fee at the beginning instead of tearing his face apart and resisting. If this were a fight, I'm afraid that they would have to become four floating corpses in the long river of time, turning into the nourishment of the long river of time. After Sumu made the path out, the four emperors still didn't dare to go and kept staring at Sumu. They were truly afraid. Seeing this, Sumu waved his hand, let's give you guys a ride. After saying that, Sumu executed his water-controlled divine ability and maneuvered the waters below the coffin to accelerate. With a direct catapult start, the coffin directly rushed towards the downstream, frightening the four emperors into a tight hug for fear of falling down if they weren't careful. In order to prevent their water burial coffin from being too close and getting in his own way, Sumu simply sent them directly farther away, sent them very far downstream, and soon, the four of them directly disappeared in their own line of sight. After doing all this, the system's broadcast sounded. Congratulations to the host, maintaining order on the river, triggering an additional reward, favor points plus 9,000. After hearing a full 9,000 favor points arrive, Sumu's eyes widened and his heart rejoiced. My goodness, it's still fast to earn like this. More people crossing the river like this, or more troublemakers? Isn't it over? Where did this us? When the four emperors came back to their senses, they realized that they had already arrived in a very unfamiliar place. Chapter 38. In retrospect, it had been 100,000 years. The four emperors surveyed the barren surroundings, and at a glance, they could only see the gray earth and forested stone mountains. At this moment, the Bone Emperor had an unsettling premonition, his divine sense dispersed, and when he sensed something, his pupils shrunk violently. It's over, that man doesn't know where he sent us. 1 billion kilometers around, there is no scent of any living being. Hearing this, the other three emperors also hurriedly opened their divine sense, and after taking a closer look, panic surfaced on their faces as well. According to the normal process, they had traveled to 7,000 years ago and only needed to travel a few kilometers on the long river of time. But after that man accelerated them, they rode in the black coffin, barreling downstream for an unknown distance, and the powerful time turbulence caused them to fall into a coma, completely unaware of what time and space they had been sent to. Even their divine sense is fully open, cannot feel the breath of any living being. This horse is worn to the Pangu Kai Tian Di came? Ha! Where is the black coffin? It was only then that the four emperors reacted to the fact that the black coffin wasn't around anymore. Hurry! Let's take 4 directions, split up and look for it, and after an hour, gather here again. As the words fell, the four emperors transformed into streams of light and rushed off in the 4 directions of southeast, west, north, and west. 1 hour later, the four emperors returned to the original place empty-handed. Didn't find. Me too, I've searched out hundreds of millions of kilometers, and I haven't found anything at all. The Bone Emperor sat on his butt on the ground and muttered, it's all over now, the black coffin has probably fallen to a certain time and space. We don't know what space-time we were sent to either. Now without the black coffin, that means without the wood of time, we probably won't be able to return. When these words came out, the other 3 emperors also went dark and their legs went a little weak. The black coffin lost, they do not know what time and space, not to mention the completion of the task of the emperor, this is not even back to go back. A gust of wind rose, blowing the waste sand on the ground, the 4 emperors' faces stiffened, their expressions stagnant, completely losing hope. This was even harder and more desperate than trapping them in the Black Central Realm. Trapped in the Black Central Realm, they at least knew where they were, and they could at least expect Zune to come up and save them. Now well, the time was wrong, and so was the space. Even if they were as strong as His Holiness, it was impossible to deduce what time and space they were in, much less find them. The Bone Emperor, who had always been calm and collected, was completely absent now. If the black coffin had not been lost, they would have traveled through the time river once more after they had rested. But now, without the most important medium of crossing the river, the wood of time, there was no way for them to go up the river of time again. This kind of thing, the Wood of Time, was rare in the world, and to find it, it was entirely based on luck. They used to be able to cross the River of Time because they borrowed the Wood of Time from their predecessors. In this place, not to mention trees, not even a single blade of grass could be seen. If this world, the Wood of Time, didn't exist at all, then they would be trapped here for eternity, only until they died of old age. Just like that, the 4 emperors sat here for a full 3 days and 3 nights, unable to think of any solution. Bone Emperor, I think, there is only one way out. This place must have been thousands and thousands of years ago. Shall we wait for the passage of time and live to a normal timeline? The Southern Emperor, who had been silent for a long time, spoke out. When these words came out, the Bone Emperor then laughed bitterly. How can you be sure that we are thousands of years ago? It's no problem to live for a few thousand years, we can close our doors and simmer down for a while. But what if this is tens of thousands of years ago, hundreds of thousands of years ago, or even longer? Do you think we have the life to live for hundreds of thousands of years? Also, how can you be sure that this world is our original world? You have to think clearly, not only are we in the wrong time, but the wrong space as well. Hearing these words, Nandi fell back into despair. Yes, if they had only traveled 7,000 years ago, even if they lost the black coffin, it wouldn't be a big problem. If they stayed up for a while and made it to 7,000 years ago, they would return to the normal timeline. But the problem now is that it is definitely not as simple as 7,000 years. They have traveled so far on the time into a river, it is estimated that 700,000 years are possible. 700,000 years. What a long time that was. They were only celestial immortals, not immortal kings, much less immortal emperors, and couldn't live for that long. Even if an immortal emperor came, 700,000 years would be enough to drive any immortal emperor crazy. This 700,000 years was still a conservative estimate. What if it was even longer? They no longer dared to think about it anymore, and the more they thought about it, the more desperate they became. The only way at the moment is to search for the Wood of Time. The Bone Emperor stood up and gazed into the distance with a complicated expression. But the Wood of Time is rare, and this world is still barren. The Dark Emperor despaired. This is the only way. Emperor Huan said. The Bone Emperor cut his finger and took a drop of his blood and dripped it onto the ground. Let's use this place as a rendezvous point. We'll look for it from 4 different directions, and we'll meet once in 100 years. When the 100 years are up, whether we find it or not, we must return here. After saying that, the other 3 emperors also cut their fingers and left their blood on the ground for marking. 4 blood marks appeared on the ground, which were blood marks left behind in order to prevent getting separated, as this world was simply too big and too large. If after a certain number of years, anyone's blood mark disappears, it means that they have fallen. If after a certain 100 years, when you all gather here again, you find that my blood mark has disappeared, it proves that I have fallen. Then, you guys shouldn't give up. As long as the 4 of us, one of us survives, we can leave this place, go search for the Black Coffin, and complete His Holiness's mission. The Bone Emperor barked word for word at the other 3 emperors. Leaving behind 4 blood seals not only represented the point of convergence, but also whether or not they were still alive. Let's go. We don't have much time left, we can't waste a single second. After saying that, the Bone Emperor faced the north, and in the next second, he tore through space and started searching for that legendary Wood of Time from the north. The other 3 emperors went to the east, south, and west directions. The years flew by like a shuttle, and 100 years passed with the snap of a finger. When the 4 emperors gathered again, they looked much older. A short period of 100 years had allowed the Bone Emperor to have a lot more white hair on his head, thus showing how much had been experienced in these 100 years. Seeing that all 4 of them were empty-handed, they also understood that they hadn't found the Wood of Time. The 4 emperors didn't say anything more, just nodded to each other and turned around to continue to find. Chapter 39 Legends about him, legends that cannot be found. Time was like a torrent, surging and relentless, always devouring years and years without realizing it. Not knowing how long time had passed, the place where the 4 emperors had left their blood imprints had been transformed into a forbidden land, erecting a stone hall. The originally barren earth was now full of vegetation, the barren Rocky Mountains had turned into green hills, there were more birds and birds flying in the sky, and many crawling ferocious beasts could be seen above the earth. In such an environment, that stone hall is very abrupt, as if it is the pearl in the night, the wilderness in the green. On this day, several young human youths and maidens, who were dressed in flashy costumes, came to the most dangerous forbidden land in the central region, named 4 Emperors Forbidden Land. Walking in the front was a slightly stout brocade-robed youth, holding a green-colored long sword, clearing the thorns on the road and killing quite a few ferocious beasts that blocked the way. Followed by the youth is two young girls, one wearing a yellow dress, about 17 years old, looks beautiful and breakable, curved eyebrows, tied a double ponytail, smiled with two small dimples, playful with a little cute. Being yellow skirt girl on the arm is a woman in green, wearing a clean and simple green clothes, age to be older, and 20 years old, the woman's skin like fat, beautiful eyes such as green tan, temperament is extraordinary. Look carefully, these three people's breath is powerful, the strongest cultivation is the woman in green, reaching the terrifying Jindan triple realm. The yellow-skirted girl on the side who was curiously surveying the surroundings, her cultivation had also reached the foundation establishment perfection realm. And the stout young man who walked in front to open the way, his cultivation reached the first level of Jindan realm. At such an age, but having reached such a cultivation level, it was evident that these three people were the top prides of this world. At this moment, the yellow-skirted girl asked the green-clothed woman, "Sister Year, why is this place called the Four Emperors Forbidden Land?" It was her first time going out, so she didn't know much about many things in the outside world, and this time she followed her senior brother and sister to go out to practice, but she also sneaked out behind her master's back. As the words fell, a look of reminiscence appeared on the green-clothed woman's face as she murmured, "Actually, I'm not very clear. My master teacher told me that his master teacher is also my master ancestor. When my master ancestor followed the other ancestors to this continent, the Four Emperors Forbidden Land already existed. There are very many legends about the Four Emperors Forbidden Land. The most credible of them is that this continent experienced a shocking battle before they came, causing all living beings on the continent to disappear and turn it into a barren wasteland. The Four Emperors Forbidden Land is actually the cave residence of four emperor powerhouses. There are legends that those four emperors are still alive and come to this Four Emperors Forbidden Land for a meeting every 100 years. Speaking of this, the lanky youth who was walking ahead to open the way also turned around and interjected, "Senior Sister Yi is right. As long as this Four Emperors Forbidden Land reaches every 100 years, this place will transform into a forbidden area of death, with divine thunder rolling above the void, and all living beings in the Forbidden Land will flee out. Legend has it that it's because the four emperors meet every 100 years. Once a strong person then saw it from afar, and it was said that the four emperors gathered here from the four directions of southeast, west, and north. But however, Senior Sister Huang doesn't need to worry. I've already looked through the ancient books before I came here. It's only been 50 years since the end of the last meeting of the four emperors, which means that the Four Emperors Forbidden Land is safe for the next 50 years. In order to ensure the safety of his junior sister, Song Jian had consulted a large number of ancient books about the Four Emperors Forbidden Land before he came, ensuring that there was no danger before he dared to come to this place. Huang Yingying nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, "Then why do the four powerful emperors gather once every 100 years? In fact, this question was not only curious to Huang Yingying, countless cultivators in this continent were curious. I don't know either. Although Song Jian had consulted many ancient books, there was no record in the ancient books as to why the four emperors would gather once every 100 years. At this time, Yi Qingye lightly opened her ghostly lips and said, "They should be looking for something. Once I have seen in a few books of wild history that there were four supreme emperors searching for shuttles all over the continent, the distant Bone Spectre Sea, the Entropy Wasteland in the extreme north, the Plains of Darkness in the extreme south, and so on and so forth. All of these places, there have existed traces of supreme emperors. I'm guessing that those four supreme beings are the four emperors of legend." Yi Qingye had been a keen researcher of some ancient legends since she was a child, and when she was only 7 or 8 years old, she spent her days hugging strange texts and reading them. When she first learned about the legend of the Four Emperors Forbidden Land, she was also obsessed for a long time, and later on, she also consulted a large amount of ancient information. The more she checked, the more alarmed she became, because the legend about the four emperors could even be traced back to 50,000 years ago. When Master Zhang founded the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, it was only 10,000 years ago. One could not dare to imagine what a long time 50,000 years was. 50,000 years of searching, what were they searching for? In fact, Yi Qingdian had always wanted to know. Abruptly, the entire Four Emperors Forbidden Land began to vibrate as a powerful pressure began to descend. The three people's faces were startled. Song Jian waved his big hand, gripped the longsword in his hand, and said to the two women, "Go. Let's leave in a hurry." With that, the three of them barely hesitated and fled towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. Unfortunately, they had only escaped a few thousand meters away when several powerful to the extreme pressures instantly descended into the Forbidden Land. In the next second, above the Forbidden Land, four standing silhouettes appeared, but they were wrapped in dark clouds of divine thunder, making their faces impossible to see. After seeing these four silhouettes, the three people's pupils shrunk violently as they looked up into the void, their entire bodies stiffening and not daring to move. Could this be the four emperors? It seems that the legend is true. But why had they descended 50 years in advance? Yi Qingdian raised his head and looked at the four figures in the void with some excitement. Could it be that they had found what they wanted to find? At this moment, not knowing where the courage came from, he asked towards the four silhouettes, "For seniors, please. Are you guys looking for something? If it's possible, I can also help you guys look for it." As soon as these words came out, the other two also looked at Yi Qingdian with shocked faces. They did not expect that senior sister Yi would actually dare to talk to the four emperors. In fact, Yi Qingye was also scared, but curiosity overcame her reasoning. Like a mystery that had plagued her for many years was close at hand, she wanted to know the truth of the matter. There was also a more important reason that if these four emperors were truly searching for something, she could ask her master to use the power of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect to help search together. In that case, there was even a chance of pulling these four supreme powerhouses to join the Tao Ancient God Sect. After a long while, the four silhouettes in the void were unmoved, as if in their eyes, Yi Qingdian and the others were mole crickets on the ground, unqualified to converse with them. However, after a while, a vicissitude voice came out, "There's no need, it's already been found." Probably hearing Yi Qingdian's good intentions, that vicissitude voice, too, did not make things difficult for them. At this moment, two powerful silhouettes rushed into the Forbidden Land, came to Yi Qingye's side, and blocked in front of them. Master Ancestor. Why are you guys here?" Yi Qingye was also surprised after seeing the visitors. Unexpectedly, the Master Ancestor, who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, had come. At this time, the Master Ancestor did not answer Yi Qingye's words, but instead knelt down towards a certain silhouette in the void. "Late generation Li Changqin, I pay my respects to the beginning ancestor." Chapter 40, When you see him, please remember to remain in awe. When these words came out, Yi Qingdian and the others stared wide-eyed. The beginning ancestor? The next second, a silhouette with gray hair and a slightly stooped figure walked out of the black cloud and looked down at the crowd. This stooped silhouette was the Bone Emperor after 50,000 years. As he looked at Li Changqin, a look of remembrance also appeared on his face as he asked, "Are you a descendant of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect?" Back to the patriarch, "I am the 37th generation of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect master." Hearing these words, the Bone Emperor was also saddened. It turned out that so much time had passed, and the Tao Ancient Divine Sect that he had once founded was already in its 37th generation of sect masters. The ancient teachings of the Tao Ancient God Sect have never been forgotten by my juniors, and over these 10,000 years, the Tao Ancient God Sect has been searching for the Wood of Time. Yet it has never been found. I ask the patriarch to condemn me. Hearing these words, Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes were stunned, and all the mists and fogs became clear at this moment. She was the holy daughter of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. She certainly knew some of the secrets of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. The only ancient teaching of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect was to search for the legendary Wood of Time. What she didn't expect was that one of the four emperors was actually the founding ancestor of their Tao Ancient Divine Sect, and what's more, she didn't expect that the thing that the four emperors were looking for was also the Wood of Time. I don't blame you guys. Now that the Wood of Time, I have found it. I will be leaving this realm, and the Tao Ancient God Sect will be in your hands. The Bone Emperor revealed a smile. This was the first time he had revealed a smile in so many years, probably because he had found the Wood of Time, or maybe it was because they could finally leave this place. Congratulations, Patriarch. Li Changqin knelt down, and the rest of the people also knelt down. Is the beginning ancestor ready to go for revenge? The Tao Ancient Divine Sect is willing to follow the beginning ancestor and go with him, going through fire and water for the beginning ancestor. Li Changqin knew that the beginning ancestor was not from this continent, as if he had been exiled here by some powerful existence. No need. If you guys go, you're just cannon fodder, nothing will change. What's more, I'm not going here for revenge, but to do something more important. The Bone Emperor smiled. Revenge? He didn't hate the powerful man on the River of Time. On the contrary, the Bone Emperor was grateful to him. If he hadn't mistakenly exiled them to this time and space, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to touch the immortal King realm in their entire lives. 50,000 years of searching, 50,000 years of cultivation. They had gotten very many opportunities in this space-time, and now they had already touched the immortal King threshold. Now that the Wood of Time had also been found, they could leave. But Li Changqin was a bit confused by what he heard. Wasn't the beginning ancestor searching for that wood of time in order to go for revenge? You guys have to remember. This world is much bigger and more expansive than you can imagine. Never be complacent, never feel invincible. You, including me, will always be nothing more than ants in the eyes of those supreme existences. Learn to be reverent. The once Bone Emperor was also a very proud person. Ever since he had met that mysterious man on the long river of time, his pride had disappeared as well, becoming incomparably low-key and learning to be reverent. Awe was not fear. It was a kind of cleverness. An existence that, with a wave of his hand, affected the flow of the long river of time, and with a wave of his hand, sent them to a time and space of an unknown number of years ago. Shouldn't one be in awe? What's more, he himself had been blessed by a disaster, so there was even less reason to harbor this heart of vengeance. Hearing these words, several people also froze for a moment, as if they realized something. The leader, Li Changqin, once again asked, "Patriarch, you left this realm. How are we going to find you and follow your steps?" Upon hearing this, the Bone Emperor was silent for a moment. In fact, he could have just snuffed out their hopes and told them not to come looking for him, but on second thought, you have to leave some hope in everything, right? In these 50,000 years, he had relied on the word hope to persevere. If he hadn't been holding on to hope, he might have given up long ago and turned into a shovelful of yellow earth, burying himself in this realm forever. If you guys really want to find me, if you guys can really cultivate to that day, you have the ability to set foot in a place called the Long River of Time and follow it upwards. But however, you may meet a man. You must be prepared to cross the river, and you must not clash with him. You must honor and reverence him. For that man is the one who exiled me to this realm, but he is not my enemy, much less yours. Speaking here, the Bone Emperor paused. Just think of him as your benefactor. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have come here, and the Tao Ancient Divine Sect wouldn't have appeared, counting. He is also your originator. When you see him, you all have to call him your patriarch as well. Actually, the Bone Emperor didn't need to say so much. Because traversing the long river of time would require the heavenly immortal realm at the very least, the entire Tao Ancient Divine Sect could produce one transition realm, and that was probably the limit. But what if? What if one day in the future, the Tao Ancient God Sect could really produce a heavenly immortal? This was also possible. After saying that, the Bone Emperor waved his big hand, and a purple-black wooden board flew out from his sleeve and landed in front of Li Changqin. This is an extra piece of the Wood of Time. You must remember that the Wood of Time is essential for traveling through the long river of time. However, this piece of Wood of Time can only carry one person. If the Tao Ancient Divine Sect gives birth to a person of heavenly destiny, the strongest person in the future, and is willing to come after me, leave this piece of Wood of Time to him. Hearing this, Li Changqin carefully put away this piece of Wood of Time. Alright, time is running out. You guys leave, I'll be leaving soon as well. I hope you'll keep every word I just said in mind. The Bone Emperor said. Every word spoken by the Patriarch will become the ancient teachings of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect and will be passed down until the strongest person with the strongest heavenly destiny, as the Patriarch said in his mouth, emerges and hands over the Wood of Time to him. Li Changqin replied word for word. Let's go, there's no need for further words. The Bone Emperor waved his hand at the crowd, and in the next second space fell, and in an instant they were passed out beyond the Forbidden Land. At this moment, Yi Qingyan, who was standing behind Li Changqin, looked at the Forbidden Land in front of her, lost in thought. The words of the Patriarch had touched her heart. To cultivate the Tao, wasn't it to see a wider world? An ambition that grew in her heart. If the Tao Ancient Divine Sect were to produce a heavenly fate, why couldn't it be her? Even if the destiny wasn't her, she would still go and work hard to become the strongest person in the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, ride on the Wood of Time, and go to the long river of time that the beginning ancestor's mouth had spoken of, and see a broader heaven and earth. And she also wanted to see the other ancestor who exiled the ancestor to this world. Chapter 41, Meeting Again After 50,000 Years. Little Dai, it's time to go. Master Zun's voice came, pulling Yi Qingdian's thoughts back to reality. She slowly turned around and said to her Master Teacher, I've thought it over, I want to go to the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool to retreat. As soon as these words came out, Song Jian and Huang Yingying beside her both revealed shocked expressions. In the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's internal boundary small world, there was a heavenly pool Forbidden Land. This heavenly pool Forbidden Land was where the once founding patriarch of the sect had lifted the entire heavenly pool sacred island from above the endless southern region and brought it back to the sect. It was said that the founder lifted the entire Tianqi sacred island across the endless void and returned to the Tao ancient divine sect, and then set up a spatial boundary within the divine sect, placing the Tianqi sacred island within the spatial boundary. From then on, the continent's famous Tianqi sacred island secret realm, let countless people tend to rush, became the Tao ancient divine sect's private secret realm, from then on renamed Tao ancient heavenly pond. However, the ancestor had lifted the entire Heavenly Pond's sacred island, so the fierce beasts and some extremely dangerous places on Heavenly Pond's sacred island had been preserved. Throughout the years, only the most outstanding and talented group of disciples from the Tao Ancient Divine Sect were qualified to enter the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool for closed-door training. Once, the 8th, 9th, and 11th generations of the Tao Ancient God Sect masters were in the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool for 100 years of closed-door training, from which they received supreme opportunities, and sang all the way to the top, growing up from a tiny outer disciple to the God Sect's Lord. Later on, there were also many people in the Divine Sect who also obtained the chance. Some left the Divine Sect and became a giant on the continent, and some became Divine Sect elders, preaching and teaching the world. In short, the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool was one of the most important secret realms of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. However, powerful opportunities often came with extreme dangers. Over the years, the death rate of the Divine Sect disciples who entered the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool to train was also frighteningly high. Among them, the most terrifying one was that time 1,000 years ago, when 10 core disciples who had been given great expectations entered the Tao Ancient Heavenly Pool for training at the same time, and all of them were wiped out, with none of them surviving. That time, it was a great blow to the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. 10 core disciples, who had poured their hearts and souls into it for hundreds of years, all of them fell just like that. Therefore, those 100 years were the 100 years that the Tao Ancient Divine Sect had the hardest time with, due to the fact that all of the most outstanding young generation had fallen, resulting in those 100 years of being sneered at by other sects. During those 100 years, all the battles of the younger generation on the continent, the great competitions, and so on, could not see the shadow of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. It was only after a full 100 years of reprieve, waiting for the next batch of disciples to grow up, that the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's younger generation returned to the stage of the times. Therefore, since then, the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's higher echelons didn't rely excessively on the Tao Ancient Celestial Pool to cultivate their disciples, and they also added an extremely high threshold for the test to enter the Tao Ancient Celestial Pool. It was after Yi Qingye said that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Pool that the crowd had such a big reaction. Li Changqin also frowned and asked, "Have you really thought about it?" Back to Master Ancestor, disciple wants to go and try. The words of the beginning ancestor just now had completely touched her. The world was vast, and she also wanted to leave this continent one day in the future and go to a higher world. Therefore, she would have to put in efforts that ordinary people could not bear, and challenge the dangers that ordinary people did not dare to face. Since you have decided, then go and try. Although Li Changqin had been in seclusion for many years, he still knew about Yi Qingyan, the recently promoted holy maiden, who had already set foot on Jindan at a young age, and whose future was unlimited. Let's go. The Stone Hall in the Four Emperors' Forbidden Land. The four emperors sat around the square stone table. They all looked at each other and saw the signs of age on each other's bodies. Yes, it had been 50,000 long years now. They hadn't expected to be trapped in this world for tens of thousands of years. Remember, when they first came to this continent, it was still barren, not even a living being could be seen, and it was only later that they inquired about it, and it turned out that before they came, there had been a shocking war in this continent. Then later, with tens of thousands of years of development, the continent gradually restored vitality. The endless sea next door to a few continents migrated to a lot of human cultivators. Over time, this side of the continent slowly from barren into a flourishing. Every 100 years a gathering, and now I don't know how many 100 years have passed. Finally in this 100 years, they finally found the legendary Wood of Time. Bone Emperor, Dark Emperor, Huan Emperor, Southern Emperor. At this moment, although their appearance was much older compared to 50,000 years ago, but nevertheless their aura was powerful. The Bone Emperor was now a heavenly immortal great perfection. The Dark Emperor was a 9th realm heavenly immortal, the Huan Emperor was an 8th realm heavenly immortal, and the Southern Emperor was an 8th realm heavenly immortal. They didn't expect that they would one day be able to impact that supreme immortal king realm. The heavenly immortal realm and the immortal king realm looked like they were only one great realm apart, but the gap between them was like a heavenly chasm. A cultivator who was able to achieve the immortal king realm, besides needing peerless talent, the most important thing was heaven-defying luck. Throughout the ancient world, there were as many people with powerful talent as there were carp in the river. However, the vast majority of them can only go as far as the tribulation, and even ascension is difficult to reach, and the distance from the heavenly immortal is still 100,000 miles short of the immortal king, not to mention that the supreme immortal king. The four of them, which one of them wasn't a heavenly pride that had once suppressed the era, but in the end, they also stopped at heavenly immortal, never having the luxury of impacting the immortal king. But now, they were actually qualified to be able to impact the immortal king. This was something they could never have dreamed of, and all of this was because of the man who had suppressed the long river of time. Therefore, they had long since stopped holding a grudge against that man, instead they were all grateful to him. Bone Emperor, now that so much time has passed, I'm afraid that His Holiness' mission is long overdue. The Dark Emperor sighed. It's too late, the mission is considered a failure, failing His Holiness' expectations. It can't be helped, we've done our best. But nevertheless, as long as we strive to impact to the immortal king realm and go to support the main battlefield, it might be more useful. The Bone Emperor murmured. Yes, it's amazing that one day we can hope to impact the immortal king as well, it really seems like a dream. Emperor Huan sighed. The chances of this continent have almost all been taken by us, and I'm afraid that we won't be able to have a breakthrough even if we continue to stay here. We've already found the Wood of Time, so it's time to step onto the River of Time again. The Bone Emperor waved his hand and a large piece of the Wood of Time appeared in his hand, and with a movement of his mind, this large piece of the Wood of Time turned into a large boat, 2 meters high and 10 meters long. Have you all prepared your crossing fees for this time? The Bone Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked the other three emperors. Chapter 42 One Realm's Splendor, One Realm's Fall. It's all prepared. Over the years, I've encountered some better treasures, I've kept them all, just for this day when I can set foot on the River of Time again, as a crossing fee. Me too, the treasures are all ready. Of course it's ready. The three emperors replied. Now that 50,000 years have passed, I don't know if that senior is still in the long River of Time. For some reason, the Bone Emperor was suddenly kinda looking forward to running into that senior again. Have you all turned in your affairs? The Bone Emperor asked to the other three. This was because it wasn't just him who had created the Tao Heavenly Divine Sect, the other three emperors had also created sects. They were the Dark Diffusion Demon Hall, the Southern Burning God Sect, and the Wanshu God Sect. These four sects created by the four of them were now at the top of the pyramid of this continent. All of them were created by them 10,000 years ago, and in just 10,000 years' time, these four sects had become the four holy places of this continent, the top divine sects. And the purpose of their creation of the sects was also for the sects to help find the Wood of Time, although they were very powerful, but sometimes this Wood of Time is not something that can be found by strength alone, it has to depend on luck. Therefore, the more people searching for it, the greater the chance. Just like this piece of Wood of Time, it was an ordinary outer sect servant disciple of the Dark Diffusion Demon Hall who picked it up in an ordinary graveyard, handed it over to the sect, and it eventually came to the hands of the four emperors. Sometimes it was like this, without that chi, it could never be found. My Southern Burning Divine Sect, before I came, I've handed over everything that should be explained. The Southern Emperor replied. The Huansu Divine Sect, I also handed over my account and left a little bit of chance behind as well. Emperor Huan said slowly. The outer sect handyman disciple who helped us find the Wood of Time, I gave him a portion of the inheritance. However, his talent is quite good, bearing a very rare cultivator demon body, a natural son of a demon cultivator, coupled with my inheritance, his future achievements will not be low, and there is a high probability that he will ascend and leave this realm. The Dark Emperor said word for word. Normal, if he didn't have such a talent, he wouldn't have found the Wood of Time. People with strong talent are often accompanied by strong chi. Emperor Huan slowly said. That outer disciple, what's his name? Hearing this, the Bone Emperor was also interested. After all, if it wasn't for this outer disciple, there was no telling when the Wood of Time would have been found to go. Su Ming, the Dark Emperor replied. This was the only name in the entire Dark Diffusion Demon Hall that impressed him. Su Ming. The three emperors also memorized this name. This isn't like you, actually leaving him his own inheritance. The Bone Emperor laughed. He has a somewhat withdrawn personality, although he is young and gentle, his heart is overpowering. Composure, desperation, calmness, clarity. These are all qualities that I greatly admire. I let him make his own choice, whether to choose the treasures that the four of us rewarded him with, or whether to ask for my inheritance. Because if he wanted a part of my inheritance, he would have to endure great sorrow and pain on earth, constantly honing, with a high probability of dying during that time, and would have to be reborn step by step from the flames of lust before he could cultivate. He surprised me, pleasantly surprised me, and without the slightest hesitation chose the latter. Hearing these words from the Dark Emperor, the other three also looked at him in surprise. They had rarely heard the Dark Emperor appreciate someone so much and give such a high rating. Truth be told, I kept a small piece of the wood of time and gave it to him," the Dark Emperor said. Upon hearing this, the three of them were surprised. The Bone Emperor smiled and said, "You don't think that he will be able to step into the river of time one day, do you? His starting point is too low. What if? Although he has only just come into contact with immortal cultivation and his starting point is very low, what if he really has that day? Just like we've been searching for the wood of time for tens of thousands of years, but it was picked up by an ordinary mortal like him. Who of you could have predicted this?" The Dark Emperor's words also caused the three emperors to flinch and laugh. "Alright, since things are pretty much delivered, we should also leave." The Bone Emperor stood up and said to the other three emperors. In the next second, the three emperors stood up and nodded, their gazes having a little bit of immortal light conceived in them. After 50,000 years, they were apprehensive and excited to step on the river of time again. Then, "Let's go." Saying that, the four emperors rose up into the air, their powerful immortal auras instantly bursting forth, spilling out, making the earth crack in a radius of 10 million kilometers. At this moment, Li Changqing, Yi Qingdai and the others, who had already left 10 million kilometers away, also stopped their steps and turned to look up into the sky above the void. Although they couldn't follow along and leave, they couldn't get close, they could watch the beginning ancestor leave from afar. Only to see, in the void above that sky, there were several powerful backs standing, like the Dharma heaven and earth, reflected in the black clouds, powerful and mysterious. No one knew that these four supreme beings who dominated this continent were going to cross the long river of time and leave this realm. No one knew that the most glorious and powerful divine sect in this continent was founded by these four silhouettes. And all of this was simply because of a man on top of the river of time, who with the wave of his hand, changed the fate of the four powerhouses, and also changed the pattern of a world. This also confirmed a saying. A leaf in history that fell on an ordinary person was an unbearable mountain. A single wave of the long river of time could be the herald of a world's splendor and a world's fall. The four emperors bowed their heads and took one last look at the world that had trapped them for a full 50,000 years, and perhaps for a moment, there was a hint of lingering love. They withdrew their gazes and looked up into the void above. In the next second, they turned into streams of light and disappeared into the void, heading to that legendary long river of time, the long river of time that had made them wait for 50,000 long years. At this moment, the other side of space and time. On the bank of the long river of time stood a slender youth. He wore a green and white immortal robe and had a powerful aura, like an exiled immortal as he stood quietly. He was seen holding a bamboo pole, staring unseeingly at his own homemade float on the river. Perhaps tired of standing, the youth moved a large rock and sat down on it, continuing to stare at the float on the river, not daring to move his eyes for a moment. As a senior angler, he knows too well that many fish are like having God's perspective. They will catch you lighting a cigarette and going to the toilet. In short, as long as your eyes leave the float, it will immediately give you a big black drift. Today his goal was to catch a treasure fish. After staring for a while, Sumu closed his eyes and yawned. The line of sight only left for a second. The float floating on the river's surface immediately disappeared. Grass. Sumu's veins popped out, his big hand lifted up, and his face was suffocating red. Holy, what kind of thing did this catch? Why is it so heavy? Chapter 43, What Time and Space Koan Beast? This is the spicy fish head. Sumu stood back a step and lifted with force. A huge chubfish was instantly raised to the surface of the water. This chubfish, with ghostly blue eyes, the fine purple gold scales on the fish's body were arranged in scales, especially its tail, which didn't look like an ordinary fish tail shape. It looked like a pair of scissors, and was glistening with glittering light. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. This glancing treasure fish. He had been fishing for a few days now, and finally dropped up a big load. Sumu threw his arm with force, and this huge silver carp was instantly thrown onto the riverbank. He put down the fishing rod, rushed towards the chub, thumb and forefinger forcefully clamped the chub's gills, and after lifting it up, he waited before realizing that the fish was unusually heavy. No wonder he was struggling so much. Sumu on the weight of this kind of treasure fish has been not strange, because he also gradually feel this river is not simple. Treasure fish is very much At the same time, a certain world. It had been 10 long years since Xiaohua came to this world, and in his 20s, he was already a big shot on one side. On this day, he followed the guidance of the ring's old grandfather and followed the other seniors to the subterranean abyssal secret realm. At this moment, the stone plane at the center of the subterranean abyssal mysteries was in the midst of a shocking battle, with bigwigs from all sides vying for the treasure located in the sky above the stone plane. The treasure could not be seen and was wrapped in a cloud of immortal light, and from the powerful aura emitted, it could be seen that this treasure was definitely one of the most precious secret treasures in the secret realm. Although Xiaohuo was already a big shot on one side, he was certainly not qualified to participate in a battle of this level and could only watch from afar. "Master, can you see what kind of treasure this is?" Xiaohuo asked in a voice transmission to the spatial ring on his finger. This was his golden finger. No, it couldn't be said to be a golden finger. This was his master, his honored one, who had helped him rise step by step to where he was today. The soul in the spatial ring was silent for a while, before sending a voice. "Can't see it, but I suggest you don't get involved, although I can't see what kind of treasure this is, but I always feel not quite right." Hearing these words, Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Master, you think too highly of me. Even if I want to get involved, I don't have the strength to do so. With your current strength you definitely can't, but if I possess you, it's no problem to grab it, but I think there's something odd. Let's just wait and see this time." Hearing these words, Xiaohua also nodded in agreement. Everything will be arranged by Master. At this very moment, the four strong great powers of this great domain were fighting in full swing, and just the aftermath of the battle emanating from them had caused the earth to chafe, shocking other cultivators who did not dare to come close. Abruptly, the sky suddenly darkened. At some point, black clouds appeared in the sky above the stone plains, spreading all the way to the edge of the sky, covering the entire secret realm. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong pressure descended from the black clouds, and in an instant, everyone was unable to move their bodies under this pressure, as if they were petrified and were fixed in place. With great difficulty, they raised their heads and looked towards the black cloud in the void, and some of the weaker cultivators fainted on the spot under this powerful pressure. Xiaohua also looked at the black cloud in the sky with a terrified expression, his pupils shrinking violently as he showed fear. In the next second, a huge beast shadow appeared in the black cloud. The size of this beast shadow was so large that it was almost about to take up the entire black cloud, and only a part of the beast shadow's tail could be seen, shaped like two divine scissors, and with a gentle cut, it directly cut out a spatial rift. Everyone stopped breathing and looked at this terrifying beast shadow. At this time, those four strong great powers thought of something when they saw the tail of the beast shadow shaped like divine scissors. It wasn't just the four of them, many other cultivators also remembered a certain ancient legend. It was rumored that at the southern end of the continent, in the Sea of Southern Hush, there was a space-time Kuan beast that possessed the ability to cut through space, traveling through spatial cracks, shuttling through all the major ancient secret realms in the continent, devouring humans and secret treasures. No one knew exactly what the strength of that space-time Kuan beast was. However, they knew that old sword god from 800 years ago had traveled to the Sea of Southern Hush only in order to go and kill the space-time Kuan beast. Before he really set foot in the South Hush Sea, the old sword god was devoured by the space-time Kuan beast, not to mention killing it. He didn't even have the strength to fight, and it was also because of that battle that the legend of the space-time Kuan beast was established, and from then on, nobody dared to come close to the South Hush Sea anymore. Unexpectedly, after 800 years, they actually saw the space-time Kuan beast again. They didn't dare to move, nor could they move, and a powerful sense of despair spread in their hearts. "Apprentice, get ready." At this moment, divine thoughts came from the spatial ring and traveled to Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua ran his gongfu and adjusted his state to the best possible condition, ready to be possessed by his master at any time. He knew very well that once this space-time Kuan beast launched its attack, it would be impossible for him to escape with his strength, and it was necessary to use the master possession too. Just in the moment when everyone was waiting for death to come, that space-time Kuan beast reversed its direction and swallows a mouthful towards the treasure emitting immortal light in the sky above the stone plains. This mouthful directly swallowed space, completely swallowing the treasure they had just fought over. Immediately afterward, a terrifying scene occurred. The moment the space-time Kuan beast swallowed the treasure, an immortal light appeared on its body and rose up to the sky, like a line, the end of which did not enter the void above. The space-time Kuan beast let out an agonizing howl, a powerful aura that shook the space and distorted it somewhat. After only struggling for less than 3 seconds, the body of the massive space-time Kuan beast instantly lost its balance. Almost instantly, it was pulled directly into the void above by that immortal light, and in an instant, it disappeared into the void. In the entire process, only a single breath had passed. There were even people who hadn't reacted to the fact that the space-time Kuan beast had already disappeared. This kind of vestigial feeling was like being caught as a fish. It wasn't until half an incense stick of time had passed since the space-time Kuan beast was dragged into the void that people slowly came back to their senses and frantically fled towards the outside of the secret realm. Because there was an existence above the void that was even more powerful than the space-time Kuan beast. Xiaohua also did not hesitate in the slightest, spread his legs and ran, and after running for a full 3 hours, he finally ran out of the secret realm. Luckily, Master had the foresight. Xiao said as he gasped for air. Thinking back to just now, it was really thrilling. If he had allowed his master to possess him, even if he had snatched that treasure, he would definitely end up in the same situation as that spacetime Kuan beast. That wasn't a treasure at all, it was more like a bait. Using a treasure as bait, directly fishing away the spacetime Kuan beast, what kind of powerful existence is that? It was only after a while that Master's voice came from the spatial ring. Apprentice, I think that the dream you used to talk to me about might not be a dream. Chapter 44 Time River Water Boiling Soup, this is all tonic ah. Hearing this, Xiaohua of course knew what Master Teacher was referring to. There was a time when Xiaohua had told the Master Teacher about the fact that he had been forced to sign a contract by a man on top of a strange river. However, he only said the matter of being forced to sign a contract and did not say that he had traveled over from another world. Because this kind of thing, even the Master Teacher can't tell, can only know by himself. But senior, didn't you also go and investigate? There is simply no river in this world that I mentioned. In fact, in Xiaohua's heart, he felt that experience was most likely just a dream of Huang Liang in the process of crossing over, and it felt a bit dreamy. Although this world doesn't have it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. The soul in the ring said. You still haven't told me what the contract he signed with you was? The soul continued to ask. 10 treasures. And said that I will personally come to collect the debt when I get better. Xiaohua spread his hands and said. The soul was silent for a while before saying solemnly, then prepare yourself. It is better to believe it than not. Hearing this, Xiaohua also pondered for a while and nodded. It can be done, in fact, I also intend to prepare for it. Although I am not a great person, at least I have to be honest. Let's go, leave this place first. Good. Sumu looked at the large chub fish on the ground in front of him, rubbing his fists and showing a look of surprise. A precious fish, one had to be able to eat it. Otherwise, it was a great waste. Chub, big head, body side flat, meat in the fish is considered a kind of tender. Sumu in the past is the most favorite fishing big head carp and chub, not to mention whether it is good to eat, but pulling up is really energetic. Regarding the practice of big head carp, Sumu has to say a few words. First of all, hot pan with cold oil, the surface of the pan first sprinkled with a thin layer of salt, will cut the fish pieces fried until golden brown on both sides. And then prepare dry chili, pepper, put onion, garlic cloves, burst incense, conditions can add some bean paste, hot pot base stir fry. Fry the fish pieces down, add the right amount of boiling water not over the fish, open a small fire, add half a spoonful of dark soy sauce, a spoonful of oil, a little salt. Close the lid and turn to high heat until the juice, and finally sprinkle a little green onion garnish. This spicy chub, so done. However, there weren't so many modern seasonings for Sumu to make here. Therefore, Sumu planned to make a simple version of boiled chub. With a wave of his hand, a large blackened iron pot appeared in front of him. This was no ordinary iron pot, this was a treasure that Sumu had gotten through a lottery some time ago. To emphasize, it only took a little bit of favor points to draw it. This iron pot is called turtle pattern pot. After he tested it, it is very durable, and can just be used as a boiling iron pot. After setting up the iron pot, Sumu took out his old buddy. The silver dagger. This was something he picked up by the river. Although it had 2 small chips, it was very good, much better than all those precious swords and knives he had drawn. The main thing was the sharpness. Knives just need to be sharp. Sumu took the silver dagger and very easily cut open the belly of the chub. Have to say, this silver carp is really big, is also really heavy. Take out the internal organs are estimated to have a few thousand pounds. The fish has 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He certainly does not eat, but he also does not want to waste. After all, this is a mouthful of rare treasure fish. Sumu stood on the shore and released a spirit summon. In the next second, the little Dorado and the whole ray came to the shore. He threw the treasure fish's organs into the water and said, "Eat it, it's good stuff." As soon as the words fell, the little Dorado and the whole ray began to scramble for it, almost fighting. Seeing this, Sumu's brows clustered and said, Hey, what did I say last time? Get along peacefully. Don't fight for it, there's still a lot here. Only after these words came out did the little Dorado and the whole ray stop scrambling and greedily ate the treasure chub fish's internal organs in large mouthfuls. These internal organs were as if they were a supreme delicacy, eating them to the point where they were gurgling and bubbling. Sumu kept a small portion because there was still a little one. He came in front of the small pond he built with pebbles, and the small juvenile crab had already grown to the size of a palm. The crab shell was a glazed green color, and the 2 crab pincers were so big that they were almost as big as half of its body, very bluffing. Sumu squatted down and threw a piece of offal into the small pond. Eat it. In the next second, the little juvenile crab picked up the entrails and started to eat it. After doing this, Sumu stood up. His pet had already been fed. It was time to prepare dinner for himself. It had to be said that Sumu's knife work was still a handful. The fish meat that was cut down was square, and even removed every tiny fish splinter inside. This silver carp, enough to cut down 330 square pieces of fish fast. The pot was also heated up. Due to the limited ingredients, Sumu didn't make spicy chub today, so he simply made a pot of boiled fish fillets. Sumu exerted his water control avatar, and with a big wave of his hand, he transferred a portion of the river water and put it into the iron pot. Since cooking so many precious fish, Sumu discovered a trick. That was that using this river's water to cook the fish, it cooked very quickly. It didn't need to be cooked for days and nights at all. At most it only needed to be cooked for 10 minutes before it was cooked. Sumu laid down more than 100 pieces of fish meat, and saved the rest for the next time. Immediately after that, he ran his gong method and executed the spirit fire to sear the iron pot. Just like that, after only cooking for less than 5 minutes, he smelled a strong fragrance. Smelling this fragrance, Sumu's eyes lit up. From this flavor, one could smell that this fish was definitely a good, great tonic. At this moment, Sumu thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a piece of blood taiyao appeared in his palm. This blood taiyao was still the one Sumu received a few months ago when he collected the river crossing fee. He used a silver dagger and only cut a piece the size of a fingernail cap and threw it into the pot. It wasn't that Sumu couldn't spare it, but he could only eat so much at once. He remembered that the first time he ate it, he took a big bite and it almost killed him because the power of chi and blood contained within it was just too terrifying. With the blood taiyuyu thrown down, the originally clear water instantly became dark red, gushing out majestic chi and blood power mixed with the fragrance of the fish. Smelling a mouthful of it, the saliva flowed out. Great tonic, ah! Sumu sat down, inserted a piece of fish with his dagger, sent it to his mouth, and a big mouthful went down. Eyes instantly rounded. Too fragrant. In 3 clicks, he ate this large piece of fish meat into his stomach. After the fish meat entered the stomach, it only felt that the stomach was warm, and the majestic energy followed the tendons and veins and spread throughout the body. While eating, Sumu seemed to have bitten something very hard while eating a piece of fish. It almost broke his old teeth. What is this thing? Sumu looked at this thing in front of him and wondered. Chapter 45 Ancient Time and Space, Power of Laws, One Shot. What is this thing? Sumu looked at a pellet-sized bone-like thing in his hand and made a puzzled sound. This thing looks like a fish bone, but judging from his experience of killing fish for 10 years in his previous life in RTD, he knew exactly what kind of bones there were in fish. There was absolutely no bone of this shape. At this time, his own teeth are vaguely painful. Just biting hard, that bite almost chipped his old teeth. In a fit of anger, Sumu was ready to throw directly into the river. But in the next second, he realized that something was wrong. Sumu took a closer look and found that on top of this pitch-black colored bone, there were fine runes engraved on it, as if they were words. After looking at it for a while, Sumu was astonished. It turned out that the black color on the surface of this fishbone wasn't the color of the bone itself, but rather, it was made up of strings and strings, layer after layer of fine text superimposed into the black color. These words, the more he looked at them, the more familiar they became. Abruptly, he thought of something and took out a green leaf from his sleeve. This green leaf was looted from a river crosser some time ago, and later, after he carefully studied it, he realized that this green leaf was not simple, it was a treasure. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that on top of this green leaf, there was also a fine text engraved on it. He placed the fish bone and the green leaf together and carefully compared them, and the more he compared them, the more shocked he was. Because the words on the fish bone and the green leaf seemed to come from the same source, and although the two texts were different, they were closely connected. It was as if it was a gongfu. The one on the fishbone was the first volume, and the one on the green leaf was the second volume. However, after reading it carefully, it didn't feel like a gongfu, but more like a rule. Some time ago, Sumu had also tried to cultivate the cultivation text on the green leaf, but after trying several times, it all ended in failure. Now, after getting this fishbone, he realized that he seemed to understand a little bit more, connecting the dots. Sumu ate the boiled fish while studying the words. Without realizing it, the pot of fish was all finished. In the next second, he felt the majestic energy in his abdomen, which was about to explode. Sumu hurriedly stopped his research and started running his gong method to absorb the energy in his body. However, Sumu had somewhat underestimated the energy contained in this precious fish, and even though Sumu was running the divine elephant prison suppressing strength and the green sky dragon transforming technique at the same time, he still felt very overwhelmed. Just at the moment when that energy was about to go out of control, the second heart on Sumu's right side and the supreme bone and golden bone on his body began to exert force, assisting Sumu in digesting this majestic energy together, and only then was the riotous energy slowly suppressed. It took more than 10 hours to completely digest and absorb this energy, and due to the existence of the golden heart and the supreme bone and the golden bone, the absorption rate reached a terrifying 90%, only wasting 10% of the energy. At this moment, Sumu's aura began to skyrocket. The final divine collection was instantly condensed. The current him had already cultivated into the most perfect 5 treasures of the transformation god from ancient times to the present. It was only one step away from the ferrying realm. Sumu exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, only feeling that his entire body was incomparably permeable. He could feel that every inch of flesh and blood in every cell in his entire body had sublimated. This treasure fish had directly allowed him to cultivate the last divine deposit, so it was clear what a supreme medicine this treasure chub fish was. However, this kind of treasure fish was too rare. After he successfully cultivated the 5 divine treasures of transformation, Sumu continued to start studying the words on the fish bones and green leaves. Unconsciously, Sumu entered a state of mesmerizing epiphany. Everything around him seemed extraordinarily quiet, and that single text flowed in his mind. This was the state of epiphany that cultivators could only dream of. Just like this, Sumu forgot about time and sat in meditation for 7 long days. After he opened his eyes, dots of Taoist immortal light appeared in his pupils. He moved towards the space in front of him and waved his hand, but nothing happened. Seeing this, Sumu was also dumbfounded. So weak? Because after 7 long days of epiphany, he also finally knew what kind of Manhwa was recorded above the fish bone and green leaf. No, it's not a merit law, it's a kind of law called the power of space law. However, after comprehending it for so long, Sumu had only comprehended a little bit of the skin. When things don't work out, add some first. Force of spatial rule, level 001,000. Seeing this, Sumu was dumbfounded. What the hell? Raising it from level 0 to level 1 actually required a full 1,000 favor points. This was a bit too outrageous. Opening his favor points panel, river favor points, 25,360. During this period of time, he basically didn't spend much, saving up a total of 25,000 favor points, but letting him take out 1,000 at once was still a bit painful. As usual, let's raise the river affinity first. Favor points 20,000. River affinity, 0.2%, river affinity, 0.4%. With the 0.2% raised, Sumu's connection to this river increased a little bit more. Because in order to leave this hellish place, this river had to be refined first, so the favor points couldn't just be used for the lottery. There were still 5,000 favor points left, so let's use them to improve our strength first. Favor points 1,000. Space rule power, level 001,000, space rule power, level 10,000. After using 1,000 favor points to raise the power of spatial rules to level 1, Sumu's mind gained countless more insights, and for a moment, he felt that he could crush the space in front of him with a wave of his hand. His pupils condensed, and he clenched his hand towards the empty space in front of him. Not to mention crushing the space, he couldn't even make the space distort, there wasn't a single change. Seeing this, Sumu was dumbfounded. So weak? It's probably because the space here is relatively strong. Sumu could only comfort himself with this. This spatial rule power, from level 1 to level 2, actually requires a full 10,000 favor points, which makes Sumu as deterred, a short period of time first not to consider. When it is granted in the future, then it can be upgraded. There were still 4,360 favor points left. Sumu opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation level, 5 Tibetans of the Transformation Spirit. Mastered Avatar, Water Control Level 2, Swimming Level 2. Mastered Technique, Qing Tianhua Long E Triple, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power Triple. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 1. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Skate Beast, Stone Axe Beast. River Affinity, 0.4%. River Favor Points, 4,360, River Affinity, 0.4%, River Favor Points, 4,360, River Favor Points, 4,360. Sumu discovered the blind spot, his attribute bar. There was an extra column, Mastery of Laws, and the power of spatial rules that he had only just realized belonged to laws, which seemed to be a level higher than feats. Since this was the case, let's raise the green sky dragon transformation technique and divine elephant prison suppression strength as well. Favor points 1500. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, 3rd level 0 1500. Divine elephant prison suppressing strength, 4th level 0 2000. Favor points 500. Qingtian dragon transformation technique, 3rd level 0 500. Qingtian dragon transformation technique, 4th level 0 1000. With the elevation of the two techniques, the sense of Su Mu's mind regarding these two techniques was elevated to a new level. After the divine elephant prison suppression technique was raised to the 4th level, a full million flesh and blood particles had turned into divine elephant particles. Together with the previous 110,500 divine elephant particles, there were now a total of 1,110,500 divine elephant particles. After executing the divine elephant prison suppression technique, the divine elephant shadow behind his back was enhanced several times more. Along with the enhancement of the technique, Su Mu's cultivation level was also enhanced accordingly, and it was already infinitely close to the transition realm. Since the two divine abilities, water control and swimming, needed to wait for the affinity to reach 1% before they could continue to be upgraded, so until then, this would be ignored. After the ones that should be upgraded were done, there were still 2,360 favor points left. The gambling addiction was back. Let's gamble once. Spending 1 favor point for a normal extraction in progress. In the next second, golden light flashed, and when he saw the object in front of him, Su Mu's eyes widened. Ah! A shot into the soul? Chapter 46, White Kuei Pill King, long time no see. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining the White Kuei Pill King. As the system's announcement sounded, Su Mu looked at this thing that was known as the Pill King. It was a large white carrot. Translucent like jade, it looked crystal clear and glistened with a little bit of light, making Su Mu unable to resist wanting to take a bite. During this period of time, when Su Mu was bored, he would also draw some prizes, although he didn't draw any good treasures, but some ancient books and miscellaneous records were piled up on a wall. After all, he was trapped here and could only read books when he was bored. This was the only way Su Mu could learn about the outside world. Regarding this White Kuei Pill King, Su Mu had seen a record of it in an ancient book. The White Kuei Pill King had existed for 100,000 years, and had been one of the 100 most precious medicines in the ancient world, and was named the Pill King. Pill King, as the name suggests, is the king of the medicine. This level of medicine has already left the category of medicine, can absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth, can be cultivated. However, this legendary king of medicine, why is the appearance so cute? It doesn't look much different from a big white carrot. Could it be that it's not ripe yet? Taking a bite to find out, Su Mu opened his mouth and took a big bite of the big white carrot. This bite almost broke Su Mu's front teeth. This is not a radish, this is 10,000-year-old basalt. The numbness coming from his teeth caused Su Mu to directly pull out his old buddy, the silver dagger. Holding the radish in his left hand and the silver dagger in his right hand, he gently slashed it, like cutting tofu, and very easily made a small cut. With the lessons learned from the past, Su Mu didn't dare to try too much at once. He used the silver dagger to cut a small piece of radish meat down the size of his thumb. Eating this piece of medicine king meat in one bite, it had to be said that the texture was very crispy. In the next second, a majestic Pill King's power burst out without warning. Fortunately, Su Mu was psychologically prepared in advance and ran his gong method to forcefully suppress it. He sat cross-legged and began to absorb this medicine king's power. Fortunately, he only tried such a small piece. If he really took a big bite, I'm afraid that he would really explode and die. Because just this small thumb-sized piece, Su Mu had already absorbed it with all his might, but this medicinal power was just too powerful, and the very hint of medicinal power that spilled out was constantly destroying Su Mu's internal organs. Fortunately, Su Mu's physical body was strong enough, the medicinal power destroyed in 1 second, and immediately recovered in the next second. If this were to randomly replace a cultivator with a weaker physical body, even if it was a great cultivator of the transition realm, if he didn't have a physical body of Su Mu's level, he would explode in an instant. Just like this, Su Mu absorbed the medicinal power with all his might, and his fleshly body was constantly being destroyed and restored. It lasted for a full day. Abruptly, Su Mu's aura suddenly skyrocketed, and powerful spiritual energy overflowed, transforming into strands of astral spirits that surrounded his body and embraced. At this moment, he officially stepped into the transition realm. However, the residual medicinal power continued to power on, and Su Mu's aura continued to rise, eventually rising to the second tribulation realm before stopping. The transition realm, a brand new realm. This realm was divided into 1 to 9 tribulations. Legend had it that if a mortal wanted to ascend to the upper realm and break away from the mortal world, they needed to go through 9 robberies. Only those who successfully pass through the 9 tribulations and become a 9 tribulation cultivator are qualified to ascend. The legendary 9 robberies were actually the 9 robberies of the transition realm. Absorbing this Pill King's power not only allowed Sumu to break through to the transition realm, but also traveled all the way to the second tribulation realm directly. Sumu, who had broken through to a completely new realm, only felt refreshed and looked at the white Kuei Pill King in front of him. Ha! Sumu discovered it. The small gap on the white Kuei Pill King's body seemed to have recovered a little bit. This kind of change that was so subtle as to be negligible, others might not be able to see it, but it couldn't escape Sumu's eyes. In other words, this medicine king still had the ability to heal itself? But when you think about it, it's normal. After all, this is the king of medicines. If it doesn't have some self-healing ability, instead, it's still not justifiable. If you take a second bite for a short period of time, the effect will definitely not be as good as the first bite, so you have to take it again every once in a while. Since this white Kuei Pill King has the ability to heal itself, isn't it possible to raise it? In that case, wouldn't it be recyclable? When it grows back, take another bite yourself. With this in mind, Sumu took the white carrot and went behind the willow tree next to his stone house. He picked up the silver-colored hoe next to the stone house and started digging the soil. It had to be said that the soil was really hard, making Sumu, a second happening great cultivator, dig for half an hour before he could dig out half an acre of land. Fake immortal, what lousy cultivated is definitely a TM fake immortal. Who has ever seen a second jacked cultivator who still gasps for air when he digs? After digging, Sumu propped up his hoe, wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead, and gasped for breath. After resting for a while, Sumu picked up the white radish, found a pit, and planted it. It had to be said that a medicine king was a medicine king, and only the moment it was planted, its roots instantly dug into the soil and stood up on their own. By the way, should the radish be watered? It should be, right? Saying that, Sumu waved his hand, transferred a little bit of river water and poured it down. After watering it, Sumu, who was tired and pouting, prepared to go take a nap. He came under the willow tree and lay down on the wooden basking chair. Probably because he was really tired, only after lying down for a few seconds, he entered dreamland. After Sumu fell asleep, a willow drooped down, and then, a willow leaf on the willow gradually grew bigger into a fan, gently fanning the wind for Sumu. While Sumu was entering dreamland. In another piece of space and time, the 4 emperors were lost in the void, and after wasting a lot of time, they finally found the long river of time and managed to step on top of it. After tens of thousands of years, the 4 emperors finally set foot on the long river of time once again. Looking at this river in front of them, the memories of the past, all of a sudden flooded into the mind. However, although tens of thousands of years had passed, this long river of time had not changed at all. No matter how much time passed, the long river of time still flowed quietly, maintaining the time vector law of the heavens and the worlds. This time around, the 4 emperors became even more cautious. It was because they knew that this long river of time was no longer the long river of time that was once unguarded. Bone Emperor? Do you think that senior is still around? The Dark Emperor, who was standing on the deck of the boat, murmured and asked. At those words, in the Bone Emperor's mind, that silhouette emerged. Although tens of thousands of years had passed in his memories, the silhouette's appearance was something he didn't dare to forget at all. I don't know, I guess it's still there, or maybe it's gone. After saying that, the Bone Emperor paused and added, actually, I still hope to see that senior again. Anyway, our crossing fee is already prepared, I still hope to see him again. After waking up from his sleep, Sumu sat up, stretched and yawned. Raising his head to look towards the river, at the end of the river, he saw a large ship, slowly sailing towards him. Seeing this large ship, Sumu instantly sobered up. It's coming alive. It's coming to life. Chapter 47, Where is your house? Point me in the right direction. It's foggy again. The Bone Emperor, standing on the deck of the ship, looking at the fog of time filling the surrounding area, said to the other 3 emperors, you guys have to pay attention, the fog of time has started again, drive carefully, don't get lost. The words had only just fallen, when a voice of alarm came from the Dark Emperor standing at the forefront of the deck. It's him. It seems to be that senior. As soon as these words fell, everyone came to the front of the deck and looked ahead. Only to see a familiar silhouette, walking on top of the river, traveling through the mists of time, coming towards their boat. As the silhouette approached, the waters below the boat stopped flowing, and upon seeing this heaven-defying tactic, the 4 emperors knew that it was still that predecessor, and only that predecessor could do it. It had been so long ago, I didn't think that that senior was still holding down the river of time. Soon, although the silhouette's approaching, coming to 10 meters in front of the boat, the four emperors also saw it clearly. It was still the same as 50,000 years ago, with a handsome and different appearance, a simple and clean green and white robe, and not a single trace of age could be seen on his body, but nevertheless, compared to 50,000 years ago, this senior's aura was several times more powerful. And, although this side of the waters have been filled with the fog of time, but not close to the seniors of the surrounding 3 inches of space, he just stood in place, will directly isolate the time fog, forcing the long river of time to stop the flow. It seems that Senior has become powerful again. Sumo looked at the boat, looking up and down. I have to say that this is the first time I have seen a bigger boat. All the ones I have seen before are small boats. It seems that the visitor is a big one. How can I also have to slaughter a good meal? In the next second, four silhouettes came to the front of the deck, and Sumu was able to see the comers. Seeing this, Sumu's brows clustered. Why did it look somewhat familiar? Greetings, seniors. In unison, the 4 people clasped their fists at Sumu in front of them and said respectfully. Hearing this, Sumu remembered, wasn't this the 4 fools that passed by on his river a few months ago? Why do they look so vicissitude? All have gray hair. But although the appearance is vicissitude, the essence looks good. Oh, so it's you guys. Sumu said with a smile. Hearing this, the 4 emperors froze, suddenly still somewhat flattered, not expecting that after all this time, the senior remembered the 4 of them. Burying a coffin, burying it for so long, Sumu asked to the several people. Burying a coffin for a few months, what? Your family's senior's corpse changed, and the few of you fought zombies for a few months before coming back? Hearing this, the 4 emperors also revealed an awkward smile. Of course they knew that the senior was joking. Now when they think about it, that lie they pulled in the past, it was really ridiculous. The senior must have recognized it all at that time, but still let them cross the river. The 4 emperors didn't pick up on this awkward conversation, but instead said, Senior, we are preparing to return home on this trip. We know your old man's rules. The river crossing fees are all ready. Saying that, the 4 of them took out a spatial ring one after another. At those words, Sumu froze. So understanding? It made Sumu embarrassed to accept it. This. How can it be good? This is too embarrassing. Sumu received the 4 spatial rings and put them into his sleeve, then smiled and said, How about this, the next time you guys come? If you want to cross the river, I'll give you a discount. Upon hearing this, the 4 emperors clasped their fists and said, Then, thank you senior for your kindness. Are you guys preparing to go home? Sumu continued to ask. The Bone Emperor nodded and said, Yes, we've been away for too long and we have to hurry back. Yes, they had been lost in other time and space for 50,000 years long. They didn't know what the main battlefield of their world was. What kind of battle was going on? Where is your house? Give me directions. Having collected the money, of course he had to get things done. Sumu was ready to help them out a bit. With that, Bone Emperor pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Sumu smiled and said, Do you want me to give you guys a ride? Saying that, Sumu stretched out his right hand, ready to maneuver the waters to accelerate and send them home as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, the 4 emperors hurriedly waved their hands and said, No, thank you senior for your kindness, no need to bother, we'll go on our own. They were a bit scared. Last time, it was this senior who said that he would give them a ride, overdid it, and directly sent them to a certain world an unknown number of years ago. Ghosts knew that another send-off now would send them to some time and space many years later. Is it really not necessary? Sumu asked again. The Bone Emperor hurriedly waved his hand and said, There's really no need senior, we know the way home and it's not far, we should be there soon. Hearing this, Sumu didn't try to persuade anymore and said, Alright, then you guys go. After saying that, Sumu made way for the boat and lifted the stillness of the waters below the boat. At this time, the 4 emperors suddenly solemnly saluted Sumu and said, Senior, thank you. They were thanking Sumu for giving them the chance. If it wasn't for Sumu, they would have only been pawns in their entire lives and ended up as outcasts. And now that they had the chance to impact immortal kings, their destinies had been turned. Seeing this, Sumu was a bit surprised. So polite? He waved and said, No need to thank you, come back next time. Sumu was just collecting money to do his job. If you give money, he would let you cross the river. Just like this, the 4 of them took the boat and disappeared at the end of the river. Congratulations, you have maintained the order of the river, triggering an additional reward, favor points plus 4,000. Hearing the system's broadcasting sound, Sumu was also in a good mood. Simply, another 4,000 favor points into the account. Congratulations, you discovered a large gap in the river channel and repaired it in time, favor points plus 300. Congratulations, you have calmed the whirlpool on the river and restored peace to the river. Favor points plus 1,500. Congratulations, you saved a stranded bluegill, plus 30 favor points. Today's daily patrol was so lucky that it exploded, and for the first time, he felt that the goddess of fortune was on his side. In this afternoon's time, Sumu already had 4,000 favor points in his account, and with the 4,000 from this morning, that's 8,000 favor points for the whole day today. It's really a happy day. As Sumu walked, he came to a relatively flat riverbank. The soil here was relatively soft. Stepping on the soil was like stepping on a beach, leaving a shallow footprint. This section of the river was particularly narrow, and the distance between the two banks was only about 1,000 meters. Moreover, the water in this section was also very dark. Abruptly, Sumu realized that the river surface in front of him was filled with black mist, and this black mist was different from the usual white mist. With a wave of his big hand, he dispersed the black mist. After the black fog was dispersed, the moment he saw what was in the black fog, Sumu's pupils contracted violently and he was stunned in place. Chapter 48, Stone Garlic Flower, Flower of the Other Side. It was a stone bridge that connected the two sides of the river. The appearance was like an arch bridge. The body of the bridge was made of stones piled up and was ink blue-black in color. The entire bridge, natural and heavenly, ghostly and heavenly. This bridge connects the two sides of the river, spanning several hundred meters, at a glance, but gives a sense of inexplicable grandeur. I don't know if it's Sumu's illusion, he always feels a little eerie. After Sumu approached, he carefully surveyed this stone bridge. The more he surveyed, the more his heart was shocked. This kind of construction skill made Sumu was breathtaking. He stretched out his right hand. The moment his palm touched the stone surface of the bridge, a strong cold feeling spread along his palm, spreading throughout Sumu's entire body, causing him to uncontrollably shiver, and just for a moment, his entire body had goosebumps. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly lowered his right hand. This kind of coldness was not the ordinary kind of coldness in the flesh, but the kind of coldness that went up to the soul, making the soul feel a shiver. This place was deserted, no one in any household. The only living people he had seen were those who crossed the river by boat. So, who built this bridge? The role of the bridge is to connect the two sides of the river, play a role in transportation. Can't it be that there are people's households on the other side of the river? With this doubt in mind, Sumu walked onto the stone bridge. Just after stepping on the first step of the stone bridge, he realized that something was wrong. There were densely packed small black dots moving on the surface of this bridge. Only after squatting down did he realize that on this stone bridge, there were countless small ants crossing the bridge. Sumu stretched out his index finger, and the tip of the finger landed on the bridge. These ants crossing the bridge instantly fixed in place, and did not detour around the road. The two-dimensional creatures of ants. If you played with ants as a child, you know that as long as you take a pen and draw a circle for the ant, it will not be able to walk out of this circle. Because in the world of ants, there are only planes. Sumu took up his index finger before those ants continued to start crossing the bridge. These ants that crossed the bridge, when they stood up and looked at it, were disorganized, but when they lowered their heads and looked carefully, they would find that these ants were all lined up and didn't run around and crawl. They were very orderly. Sumu is no longer a child. It is impossible to continue to study ants here. He stood up and walked towards the stone bridge. With every step, a large swath of ants would be trampled to death, but it was as if these ants weren't afraid of death. Even if they were trampled to death, the ants at the back would continue to walk forward. Sumu was just walking normally, and these ants being trampled to death could only be considered as them being in the way. He had seen dog lovers and cat lovers, but he hadn't heard of ant lovers yet. Just like that, Sumu quickly walked to the highest point of the stone arch bridge, stood at the highest point of the bridge, and looked towards the opposite bank. Then he realized that there weren't any households on the other side of the river, so what was the purpose of building this bridge? Of course, this is not something worth looking into. Maybe many years ago, here is a household, is inhabited, maybe relocated, leaving a stone bridge is nothing strange. However, the ants on this bridge are really many. Sumu, who didn't find anything else unusual, only felt a lack of interest and walked down the stone bridge. I don't know why, this bridge isn't that long, and after just walking a few hundred meters, I actually felt a little tired. Sumu sat his butt on a pebble and rested. After sitting down, he began to observe these ants crossing the bridge. He realized that these constant streams of ants were crawling out from the river, and after climbing up the riverbank, they continued to climb up the stone bridge. Ants that live in water? Big water ants? However, this world was originally a metaphysical world, so ants living in the water were normal, right? Could it be treasure ants? Sumu's eyes lit up, stood up, waved his big hand, and grabbed an ant. After placing it in his palm and carefully measuring it, he realized that this ant was just an ordinary ant. He placed it in his mouth and gently chewed it. Abruptly, a putrid odor spread in his mouth. Sumu hurriedly spat it out. MD. So unpalatable. From this flavor, one could tell that this wasn't a precious ant. Even if it's not a precious ant, why does it taste so stinky? This kind of stench is not just any stench, it's like the stench of a rotting corpse that's been dead for days. After resting, Sumu was ready to return home. At this time, after he took a few steps, he realized that there was a red flower growing on the riverbank next to the stone bridge. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. There's a treasure? Walking closer and realizing that it was a stone garlic flower, he instantly lost interest. Thought it was something. Stone garlic flower, also called stone garlic red flower, petals are red, perianth is funnel-shaped, like a scattered fine-leaved lotus flower in general, like to grow in the watery moist stone crevice by the stream. This kind of flower, in fact, is also very common in Sumu's old home. However, it is worth mentioning that there is a folk legend about this stone garlic flower, which has a mysterious color. The stone garlic flower is also known as the other shore flower. Legend has it that it is a flower that blooms in the heavenly realm, blooms in the 7th month of the lunar calendar, grows in the summer, and bears flowers in the fall. Sumu once heard an old man make up. The flower on the other side of the shore is a flower that voluntarily threw itself into the hell, was repatriated by the demons, but still wandering on the road of the Yellow Springs. The demons could not bear it, so they agreed to let her blossom on this road, to give the souls who left the human realm a guide and comfort. For these mysterious legends, Sumu is not cold. His biggest memory of the stone garlic flower is that it has a very important medicinal value, can be extracted from the rhizome of the stone garlic galantamine, can be used to treat polio. Why Sumu would be so familiar with flowers? This is because in his previous life Sumu, when he was in college, he studied a botany elective, for some flowers, also quite a study. In fact, he mainly wanted to learn the language of flowers. For example, the flower language of roses, representing passionate love, suitable for lovers in love. The flower language of carnation is mother's love, gratitude, suitable for mothers. Speaking of which, Sumu had to say a very special kind of flower, the wireball flower. The flower language of the steel wireball flower is patience and wealth. This flower language, or once a college dormitory roommate to himself, it is said that he later evening a rich woman, on the peak of life. Himself later went to guard the reservoir, but nevertheless, now crossing the line, is considered the dormitory mix the best one, right? Sumu walked to this piece of stone garlic saffron and carefully surveyed it. Discovered that these stone garlic red flowers are not quite the same as the ones he was familiar with in his previous life. These petals are not simply red, but also with a little bit of purple color. Moreover, as soon as one got close, one could smell a peculiar fragrance. When smelling this fragrance, Sumu instantly sobered up. Can't it be that it's a treasure? When things are not decided, let's taste it first. Just like that, Sumu picked a petal and put it into his mouth. Chapter 49 Tea Master Sumu, Wall of the World. The petals melted in his mouth, and the taste was a bit like eating an ice lotus seed, a bit icy and cold. Immediately, a cool energy went down the esophagus and instantly spread throughout his body, but the next second, he felt something unusual. This cool energy passed through the physical body and came to the depths of his soul. Abruptly, he could clearly feel that his soul had been increased, a soothing feeling that made Sumu himself unable to help but marvel out. The most crucial thing was that it wasn't the power of the soul that had been enhanced, but rather the origin of the soul had been sublimated. As long as cultivators who had contact with immortal cultivation knew, the soul was the most mysterious thing, the most important thing, and also the most fragile thing. Immortal cultivation was divided into body refining and air refining, but one rarely heard of soul refining. Because the human soul, from the moment of birth is destined, cannot be changed, and also impossible to change. The change referred to here is the origin of the soul. The essence of the soul cannot be changed. Just like if you are a human soul, it is impossible to change into the soul of a divine beast, or the soul of another higher race. However, from the records in some ancient books one can peek into some legends about the soul. Legend has it that there is a strongest person in the world. The physical body is afraid of extinction, but the soul survives, and after falling into the cycle of reincarnation, after turning around and hibernating for hundreds of thousands of years, he will be reborn again, enter a new body, start cultivating from the beginning, and live a new life. This is the importance of the soul. When the cultivation to a certain realm, the physical body is just a shell. As long as the soul is not extinguished, it is not considered dead. What's more, when one is powerful to a certain unfathomable realm, even if the soul is destroyed, as long as the will still exists, there is still a glimmer of life. That's why it's very difficult for a true supreme powerhouse to be killed. A battle between true powerhouses is not bound to me killing your physical body, but rather your soul, your will. Then, the soul and will, these two things, are especially important. Throughout the ages, as long as cultivators who had practiced to a certain realm, they would find ways to enhance their souls. The power of the soul is very good to enhance. For example, some demonic cultivators, they refined the 10,000 soul streamer to harvest other people's souls into the streamer, which could be used for fighting, and could also be used to enhance one's own soul power. However, it couldn't enhance the soul's origin. Soul power and soul origin were two completely different concepts. To give a more relevant example, you are a human body. After the latter day's continuous exercise, strengthen the muscles, your limit may be able to hard pull 500 kilograms of heavy things. But those giant elephants, without too much exercise, just need to adult, a foot down is a few tons of force. This is the essential difference, the difference in the origin. And Sumu had just eaten a petal of stone garlic flower petal, and it directly boosted a trace of soul origin, which was what caused Sumu to be so shocked. Of course, not only was the soul origin boosted, but his power of divine sense, too, arrived boosted. As soon as his divine sense was opened, it was raised from only being able to perceive the wind and grass in a 2-kilometer radius to a 2.1-kilometer radius. Regarding this divine sense perception range, Sumu had always felt very odd. He was a second-hit cultivator, and his divine sense perception range was actually only 2-point-several kilometers, which is outrageous. He learned from the ancient book he got from the lottery, not to mention the fairy cultivator, a small Jindan cultivator. Once the range of divine sense is opened, it can cover thousands of kilometers. He can only perceive the upper and lower 2 kilometers of this river, which is outrageous. Sumu looked at this piece of stone garlic flowers. His heart also came to an idea. Why don't we pull them all up and plant our own vegetable garden? Just do it. Sumu will be 2 stone garlic flowers uprooted, a plant first eat their own, the other plant first take back to try to plant a kind of, to see if they can plant live. After Sumu left the waters, the black mist continued to cover the waters as well as the stone bridge. Returning to the front of his stone house, Sumu went to the vegetable garden next to it, and just as he was about to plant this stone garlic flower, he realized that the large white radish that he had planted the day before was growing quite well. It seems that one's own vegetable gardening skills aren't too bad. Sumu dug a new pit and planted this stone garlic flower, and after burying it, he used his divine ability to transfer a little bit of river water and watered it. After doing all this, Sumu stood up, patted the dust on his hands, and looked at his vegetable garden, revealing a satisfied smile. At this time, he picked up another stone garlic flower and began to enjoy it. With a wave of his big hand, a party of stone tables appeared under the willow tree, and he moved a wooden chair he had gotten from the lottery from within the stone house. Sitting on the chair, he took out a tea set from his spatial ring, and he had to say that those 4 bosses who crossed the river the day before yesterday were really generous, and the crossing fees they gave themselves were very rich. For example, this set of tea set, the appearance looks like Rue Kiln, but I don't know by what material to build, very strong. The most important thing is usually take this teacup to make tea to drink, all have a magical containment of the spirit effect, can help to cultivate, it is an indispensable treasure. Sumu picked up the stone garlic flower, plucked the petals from it, tore it into small pieces, and put it into the teacup. With a wave of his hand, he transferred a little bit of river water into the boiling teapot, and with the point of his fingertips, a wisp of spirit fire appeared at the bottom of the boiling teapot, and began to boil the water. In between waiting for the water to boil, Sumu was not idle. He took out a piece of crystal clear, tender and full-flesh fish meat block, which was the chub fish meat that he hadn't finished eating last time. The silver dagger started sliced this piece of fish meat quickly, into a neat thin slice. With this, a simple plate of sashimi was created. Although it was said that silver carp meat was not suitable for making sashimi, but this was not a simple silver carp meat, this was a treasure silver carp, no matter how long it was kept fresh and tender, and the selling style threw off the salmon a street. The sashimi is ready, but there is always a feeling that something is still missing. Missing fruits. Unfortunately, there are not even a few trees here, so where are the fruit trees? Driving around, he came to his vegetable garden, looking at the big white carrot inside the soil. Sumu pulled it up with one hand, and using a silver knife, cut a small piece. After cutting, and buried it back, I have to say, its recovery power is still quite strong. The last cut gap, this time to see actually have recovered completely. After cutting a piece of radish meat, it was plated and placed on the stone table. There was no proper fruit, so let's use radish as a substitute. How is radish not considered a fruit? After the sashimi and radish were prepared, the water was also boiled. Brewing tea, there are instructions. As a tea master Sumu, it is rare to have a cozy afternoon, since it should be elegant. First of all, pick up the boiling water teapot, will boil the water, pouring teacups, this is warm cup. Then pour the water into a teacup filled with garlic petals, warm bubble. Scrape the foam with the tea cover to clean the utensils, auger out of trouble, stirring the tea fragrance. The next what 3 pointed out the head soup inverted C junction spirit sleep armor soldiers in formation Guangdong patrol city and so on these steps, Sumu omitted. Sumu has elegance, but not much. Simple is good. Soon, a rich fragrance instantly overflowed. Sumu gently lifted the teacup and prepared to take a light sip. A loud sound came from the bank, as if something had hit the river bank, shaking Sumu almost didn't hold the teacup steady. Immediately afterward, a nameless fire surged out from his heart. Disturbing one's sleep, it was fine, but disturbing one's food, this couldn't be tolerated for a little bit. He picked up the silver dagger on the table, and aggressively walked towards the river. Chapter 50 Cicadas Rise, the youth who rides the bamboo. After walking to the bank, he saw a crocodile that was hitting a small dike on the riverbank with great force. Looking at its posture, it seemed like it was ready to smash through the small dam and go to a tributary stream next to the main river. Sumu had walked to the side, and this crocodile was still crashing. In an instant, Sumu's eyes widened and a vein popped out on his forehead. Well, this small dike, which was just repaired yesterday, came to crash today. Ramming the dike, death penalty. Disturbing one's afternoon tea, death on top of death. Extra meal, eat crocodile meat. Sumu gripped the silver dagger with both hands and leapt into the air, stabbing towards the crocodile's head. At the same time, one of the great worlds of the heavens and the worlds, the world border. A Taiku fierce crocodile was crazily crashing into the wall of the world, and every time it crashed, it shattered the endless space around it, and the terrifying pressure made the space of 10,000 miles in a radius not dare to have any living beings near it. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from the world border in the void. The two human powerhouses that were guarding this place looked at each other, revealing a very frightened expression. The swift crocodile sovereign is actually crashing into the wall of the world. What should we do? Should we go and stop it? Once a crack appears in the wall of the world, our world will be finished. It'll be over. One of the human powerhouses said in a fearful voice. Stop it? Do you want to hear what you're saying? With the two of us, what can we do to stop the swift crocodile exalt? At those words, the other human powerhouse glared at him and disliked him back. Let's go, hurry up and report this matter to the Heavenly Emperor. As the words fell, the two human race powerhouses transformed into streams of light and tore through space, following the spatial turbulence in a certain direction. A brilliant immortal hall, lined up in a row, stood above the clouds, and the rich spiritual energy transformed into an illusory rainbow bridge, crisscrossing between the immortal halls. From afar, it looked like a heavenly country, making people unable to help but worship it. In one of the tallest glazed tile halls, a man dressed in a mysterious black robe was sipping tea and studying the ancient textbooks in front of him. In the next second, a middle-aged man clad in silver-colored willow armor stumbled into the hall. My lord, something big has happened. The middle-aged man in willow armor quickly stabilized his body and clasped his fists. Seeing this, the man in the metaphysical black robes put down the ancient book in his hands and slowly raised his head. Seeing his normally stable subordinate so anxious, something had happened. It was definitely not small. What happened? Yi Fan said with a slight frown. The swift crocodile Dawn is at the border, crazily crashing into the wall of the world. The middle-aged man in willow armor replied sharply. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's breathing obviously became a few points heavier, because an existence of the swift crocodile Zun's level could only be subdued by his own personal intervention. Just as he was about to leave, another green-armored man came into the hall and knelt down on one knee towards Yi Fan and said, Lord Celestial Emperor. Taiku Crocodile Zun. Dead. At these words, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and sat down again. Even if he's that unrivaled crocodile exalt, presuming to break the wall of the world is unself-conscious and a fool's errand. If you crash and die, you guys go and recycle the crocodile Zun's body, bring it back, don't let the others grab it first. Yi Fan waved his hand at the two men below and said. As the words fell, the green-armored man showed a difficult expression and his voice trembled a little. My lord, the swift crocodile exalt didn't crash to death, but was killed. At these words, Yi Fan stood up again, his face showing shock. His side had only just gotten the news and hadn't even moved yet. How long had passed and he was killed? Just ask, how many people in this realm can sit down and kill the swift crocodile Zun in such a short period of time? At least Yi Fan himself definitely couldn't do it. Killed by who? Yi Fan asked after him. As the words fell, the green-armored man stammered, unable to say a word in half a day, not knowing how to say it. What? Seeing that the man couldn't say anything all the time, Yi Fan also showed a displeased face. At this time, the green-armored man stood up and said, I recorded the images at that time, Lord Heavenly Father, see for yourself. After saying that, the green-armored man waved his big hand, and a light screen image appeared in the space in front of him. Yi Fan's gaze, tightly fixed on the light screen. In the screen, that swift crocodile exalt was continuously hitting the wall of the world. Abruptly, a silver-colored sword stabbed out from the void, crushing space. The sword directly pierced through the swift crocodile exalt's head, and throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest bit of procrastination, as the swift crocodile exalt was instantly pierced through just like that without even having any chance to resist. After the sword pierced through the swift crocodile zone, dragging its corpse, it directly disappeared into the void, disappearing into thin air. After watching this, Yi Fan was also frozen in place for a long time. This amazing sword pierced his cognitive outlook. He had never seen such a powerful and stunning sword, and with just one sword, he killed the powerful swift crocodile zone in seconds. You guys retreat first. Yi Fan waved his hand and dispersed the two people below. The two also rushed to leave, because they knew very well that an existence that could easily kill a swift crocodile exalt was surely the cataclysm of this world. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor Lord would definitely have a headache. Because if the sky was to collapse, it was the taller ones that would be under the most pressure. They couldn't disturb Lord Heavenly Emperor here either, letting the Lord have a good quiet moment. After waiting for everyone to leave, Yi Fan sat in the same place. His mind was filled with thoughts, and somehow, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his mind. With that, he shook his head vigorously. Where did he think of? How could the two be connected? However, it had been so many years since then, and that debtor of his had been slow to find him. Although Yi Fan didn't care about it, it was indeed a stone that pressed on his heart, and every time when it was late at night, he couldn't help but recall it. He took a few deep breaths and dismissed all the distractions in his mind. It's better not to ramble on, let's deal with the matter at hand first, said that. The whole person also disappeared in the same place. On the surface of the river, Sumu carried this crocodile and came to the bank. It had to be said that this crocodile was still strangely heavy, and was a bit tired after only a few steps. He flung this crocodile corpse to the side, and finished his afternoon tea first, and then slowly dealt with it, or else the tea would get cold. Sumu continued to return to his seat, took a few deep breaths and calmed down a bit. Then he continued to pick up the teacup on the stone table. Only just after picking it up, another unusual movement came from the river. Sumu closed his eyes, somewhat annoyed. He stood up again, rolled up his sleeves, and came to the riverbank. When he stood at the riverbank, he heard a soft chanting cicada sound ringing out. In the next second, a silhouette appeared on the river, stepping on a bamboo pole and slowly sailing towards himself. Chapter 51 Time River, Spring and Autumn Cicada, Gray-Clothed Young Man. Sumu stepped on the water and walked step by step towards the silhouette on the river. As he got closer, he realized that it was a man in a long gray coat, sword brows, and starry eyes, sharp angles. His eyes were calm, and he couldn't see any hint of panic. Looking closely, he saw a cicada that landed on the leaves of this bamboo, and the man in gray had his hands behind his back, staring ahead. The gray-clothed man looked at this spring and autumn cicada in front of him, which had brought him against the flow of the long river of time, and said quietly, he didn't die himself, and the spring and autumn cicada really did work. He surveyed his surroundings, and his heart rippled. Who would have thought that this legendary long river of time would actually look like this, looking ordinary, but in charge of all time vector laws? By virtue of the spring and autumn cicada, he was also fortunate enough to come and walk up this long river of time. Recalling that he was chased by the crowd and had no choice but to blow himself up, he had no choice but to use the spring and autumn cicada to go back in time and start over. Abruptly, he sensed something and slowly raised his head, looking ahead. He then saw a man, walking on the water of this long river of time, like an idle stroll, walking towards himself step by step. His pupils shrunk, and his brows furrowed slightly as he unconsciously clenched his fists, quickly entering into a state of combat readiness. He had only stepped onto this long river of time by virtue of his spring and autumn cicada, so it was hard to believe that this person also had a spring and autumn cicada? Just in the moment he was pondering, the silhouette had already arrived 3 meters in front of him, and as the silhouette stopped, the bamboo he was stepping on also came to a standstill. This silhouette, dressed in immortal robes, had a handsome appearance, with sword-like eyebrows, especially this pair of eyes, which were as deep as a pool of water, with ancient waves. He looked up and down at this silhouette, who did not have a spring and autumn cicada, nor did he have any medium, and just stepped on top of the river of time. What kind of strength was it? Moreover, after this silhouette approached, he himself was fixed in place, and his own spring and autumn cicada suddenly let out a faint chant, appearing a bit scared. Sumu looked at this man, and then, his gaze fell on the cicada on the bamboo leaf. Then, with a big wave of his hand, the cicada fell into his hands. Seeing this, the man's brows furrowed, but he still managed to remain calm as he said, "I have no grievances with your excellency." In his mind, he began to recall if he had messed with any enemies, and had actually chased himself to the river of time for the sake of the spring and autumn cicada. However, of all his enemies, none of them had been able to set foot in this long river of time yet. Sumu didn't reply to the man's words. Instead, he carefully examined the cicada in his hand. The head and abdomen were brownish yellow, the wings were large, and the surface of the shell was engraved with a texture that looked like the wheel of the year. When he saw that the man had ignored his words, he was a little annoyed in his heart, but he couldn't make a move on this long river of time. Moreover, the strength of this man was so strong that he should not be a match for himself. However, since this man already possessed the ability to travel the long river of time, why did he still want to rob his spring and autumn cicada? "This cicada is very rare. If your excellency likes it, I can gift it to you, but the prerequisite is that you have to send me away." Soon, he had a decision in his heart. The benefits had to be maximized. It didn't matter if he lost the spring and autumn cicada, but he had to ensure that he returned to the past. After Sumu briefly sized it up, he waved his hand with a lack of interest and returned the cicada to him. "Don't like it. Is it rare?" Sumu looked at this man treating this cicada like a treasure. After saying that, he waved his big hand and grabbed a cicada that was even bigger than this one from a tree on the shore, which was also engraved with a yearly texture. The man also froze after seeing this spring and autumn cicada, which was even more perfect and powerful than the one he had. In this instant, it was as if he felt the jaggedness of the world. How many powerful people, tossing and turning for how many years, had fought over a single spring and autumn cicada, causing many disasters. But in the hands of this man, it was casually caught. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. The spring and autumn cicada originally lived above the long river of time, only no one dared to come to the long river of time to catch it, nor did they have that ability. "What's the name?" Sumu asked to the gray-clothed man. "Fong Yuan." A name wasn't something worth hiding, not to mention that on top of the long river of time, Fong Yuan also spoke his real name. "You crossed the river, where are you planning to go?" Sumu continued to ask. "Home." Fong Yuan replied. "Going home is fine, but if you cross the river, you have to pay the crossing fee." Sumu said. He was also very fair. No matter if you were going home, burying a coffin or doing anything, as long as you crossed the river, you had to pay the fee. Hearing this, Fong Yuan didn't feel very surprised, but calmly replied, "Dare I ask your excellency, this river crossing fee, how is it charged?" "Take a good thing." In fact, Sumu himself didn't have too fixed a standard, because every time the people who crossed the river were different, and the situation was also different, so it was safest to let the other party take a treasure out. Hearing this, Fong Yuan also smiled bitterly. Right now, he had nothing but the spring and autumn cicada that had brought him back across the river of time. Since this man could not look at the spring and autumn cicada, he really could not take anything else for himself. After thinking for a moment, Fong Yuan said, "I don't have anything else on me." After saying that, he shaved a piece of his own hair with his fingers, handed it to Sumu, and said, "If your excellency trusts me, when I come back, I will definitely return the river crossing fee to you in person." In Fong Yuan's world, many people called him a devil, but he felt that what he did was honest and followed his heart. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. Many people felt that he was sinister and cunning and did no evil, but few people knew that he was a person who kept his promises very well. As long as it was a promise he had made, he would keep it. In his family, the body was given by his parents. Cutting his hair was very taboo. The reason why he cut his hair was so that this person in front of him could believe in himself, and also showed his determination. Hearing this, Sumu looked at this man with some surprise. This was the calmest person he had ever encountered. Sumu could read people very accurately, and this man didn't quite look like he would lie to himself, so let's just believe him for once. Moreover, anyway, he doesn't have much oil and water to scavenge on him now, a poor 200, he himself was going to shout at him to sign an IOU, but now since he brought it up on his own, that's even better, and he doesn't need to bother himself with more words. "Is your home far, do you want a ride?" Sumu asked. "Not far, thank you for your honor's kindness." Fong Yuan cupped his fists and said. At this point, Sumu then stopped blocking in front of him and gave him a path, also unlocking the stillness of the waters and letting him pass. However, Fang Yuan was slow to leave, as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he raised his head, looked at Sumu, and asked, "This senior, I want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Sumu clasped his hands in front of his chest with a puzzled look on his face. It was the first time he had heard someone talk to himself about conditions and deals, and he was immediately interested. Chapter 52, If I see you again, please take me once more. I want to buy this cicada in Senior's hand. Fang Yuan wanted to own another spring and autumn cicada and bury it in a certain time and space. With 2 spring and autumn cicadas in his hand, he could have the ability to travel back and forth. For example, if Fang Yuan traveled back to 500 years ago on this trip, it could bury this spring and autumn cicada that fell into a deep sleep 500 years ago, and when it recovered from its deep sleep, it would carry another spring and autumn cicada on itself. If it encountered another desperate situation in the future, it could use this spring and autumn cicada to reverse time again. In this way, it increased the capacity for error, and one would not die so easily. Otherwise, if at some point in time, the spring and autumn cicada died or was snatched by someone, one would not be in a deadly situation. "What did you use to buy it?" Sumu asked with a smile. "You are now penniless and don't have a few pussies on you, what will you buy with?" "With my future." Fang Yuan was certain and believed in himself. If he had 2 spring and autumn cicadas, he would definitely go to a higher height, and if he obtained any supreme treasure in the future, he would use it to pay off his debt. It was equivalent to using one's future to buy a spring and autumn cicada. "I still owe Senior a treasure right now. If Senior is willing to sell this cicada to me, I am willing to gamble my future, and if I obtain a supreme treasure in the future, I will keep it and personally send it to you." Fang Yuan knew that if he missed this opportunity, he might never have it again. Using his future, he bought the spring and autumn cicada to bet on a broader future. Hearing this, Sumu was also a bit surprised. Wasn't this cicada quite ordinary? There was a large number of them here by the handful. "How about this, you take a few more?" With a wave of his hand, Sumu grabbed another 4 or 5 spring and autumn cicadas and held them in his hands. Using his own future to buy a cicada made Sumu embarrassed, so why don't you just give him a few more? Seeing the other party casually grabbing the spring and autumn cicada that could reverse the flow of time, which countless people had dreamed of, Fang Yuan was also flabbergasted, and then smiled bitterly. This was absolute powerful strength. When standing at a certain height, looking at everything as ordinary, all were ants. This was also the realm that Fang Yuan had always pursued. Fang Yuan's eyes roamed back and forth over these spring and autumn cicadas, and finally landed on a spring and autumn cicada that had an eye, and then said, "This is the one." Upon hearing this, Sumu was surprised and said, "Just this one? It can all be given to you." As the words fell, Fang Yuan just smiled and shook his head. "This one is enough. 3,000 weak waters, I will only take 1 scoop. Even if there were so many spring and autumn cicadas, he only needed 1. Because carrying 1 more spring and autumn cicada would carry 1 more danger and 1 more karma, and he didn't have the strength to refine so many spring and autumn cicadas yet. "All right. You take it." Saying that, Sumu handed him the spring and autumn cicada that he saw eye to eye with. Fang Yuan carefully received the spring and autumn cicada and put it into his sleeve, then he cupped his fists at Sumu and said, "Many thanks, Senior, I will remember today's favor. In other days, I will step on the river again to return Senior's favor of gifting the cicada." Hearing this, Sumu then waved his hand and said, "Go, go." After Fang Yuan clasped his fists, he turned his head and rode the bamboo far away, disappearing at the end of the river. Congratulations, you have maintained the order of the river, triggering the strike doubling reward, favored points plus 10,000. After hearing the system's broadcasting sound, Sumu's heart was overjoyed. Good guy, a whole 10,000 favor points. Sumu also memorized the name Fang Yuan, a very strange and special person. However, he also welcomed the other party to come often, once his 10,000 favor points, come a few more times, worth Sumu's daily patrol for a long time. After doing this, Sumu returned to the riverbank and came under the willow tree. After sitting down, he picked up the teacup. The tea was still hot, fortunately it wasn't cold. Finally, he could enjoy his afternoon tea in peace. After lightly dying a mouthful, the entrance is slightly cool, the rich fragrance instantly fills the nostrils, a careful taste, can feel a hint of bitterness, but this hint of bitterness is just right. After taking a sip, Sumu used his dagger to fork up a piece of sashimi, put it into his mouth, and gently chewed it. No thanks to the treasure fish, after putting it away for so many days, it was still very tender, and the taste was better than cooking it, retaining its most original flavor. After eating it, there was another bite of radish meat, crisp and fragrant. Just like this, Sumu had a mouthful of tea, a slice of fish, and a mouthful of turnip meat. Without realizing it, it was only less than half an incense stick's time before it was all dried up. After all the food was finished, Sumu leaned back comfortably on the chair, and in the next second, a willow branch drooped down, fanning Sumu. This willow tree, nowadays, had grown very tall. After eating his fill, he was ready to take a beautiful nap. However, he felt that his nose was cool, as if there was some kind of liquid flowing down. Sumu reached out and touched it, and found that it was blood, and a bloody odor immediately filled his nostrils. Bad, it seems to have overcompensated. Having eaten white kue meat, bao chub meat, and bao hua at the same time, this was the most and richest Sumu had ever eaten in such a long time. It was too tonic, it had tonified the chi and blood to the point of overflowing. In the next second, several pounds of majestic energy instantly began to explode and rampage through the body. After feeling the changes, Sumu took a few deep breaths and hurriedly sat cross-legged while running a few gong methods, trying his best to digest these several powerful energies. It took a full 5 hours to completely digest all the energy. Immediately, after he opened his eyes again, a faint ripple of spiritual energy burst out from his dantian, and his breath began to skyrocket, rising all the way up to the third tribulation realm. After successfully stepping into the third tribulation realm, Sumu was in a great mood and only felt refreshed. Immortal cultivation, it's that simple. After eating and drinking enough, and after his cultivation level had risen, Sumu stood up and stretched. Then he picked up the silver dagger on the table and slowly walked towards the corpse of the crocodile that he had just slaughtered that tried to hit the small dike. This dog crocodile almost broke the small dike that he had only just repaired. Squatting down, stretching out his right hand, he touched the crocodile's skin, and only just touching it, he could feel a majestic force of chi and blood that had yet to dissipate. This has been dead for 5 or 6 hours, the residual power of chi and blood are still so strong, it can't be that this is a treasure crocodile? Sumu picked up the silver dagger and prepared to start dissecting. Gently making a cut, this first cut actually didn't cut through. Judging from this performance, this is definitely a precious crocodile. Sumu exerted all his strength before stabbing the dagger inside the sturdy skin, and it took a full half hour to slice open the crocodile's stomach. At this time, he was already sweating profusely. Good fellow, this precious crocodile, its skin was really hard. However, compared to his hard skin, Sumu felt that it was still its head that was more iron. Was there something he couldn't think of to come and hit his own dike? But fortunately his old buddy was still very sharp. So far, he hadn't even found anything that the silver dagger couldn't cut. As long as he encountered a treasure fish that was not good to kill, his own old buddy would show its sharpness. However, as he rowed, abruptly, Sumu seemed to have rowed into something particularly hard, and after rowing vigorously, it didn't cut through. With that, he put down the knife and pulled out something from inside the crocodile's stomach. What's this? Chapter 53 Sun God Stove, cooking tea around the stove, goodbye to the other side. This item pulled out from the crocodile's stomach, just from the appearance, was a fire stove. The shape was like a budding lotus flower, and upon closer inspection, one could find exquisite textures carved on it, like flames. At the center of the furnace's interior, there was a flickering candlelight, emitting a faint golden flame. No matter what means Sumu used, he was unable to extinguish this wisp of candlelight flame. Immediately, Sumu stretched out his hand and touched the surface of the fireplace, and only just after a few seconds of contact, he felt a burning sting coming from his skin. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. This was definitely not an ordinary furnace. With himself being the strength of his physical body, he was almost burned. When his body was close to this furnace, feeling the golden light of the flame emitted, he felt warmth at his dantian, and a fine stream of warmth nourished his dantian, and even his whole body. After feeling the changes in his body, Sumu's heart rejoiced. It seems that this is a treasure that can be used for cultivation and help one's own cultivation. Sumu first put this furnace aside and continued to dig in the crocodile's stomach in an attempt to pull out a few treasures. Unfortunately, other than some internal organs, nothing else was found. After dismembering this treasure crocodile, he got crocodile skin, crocodile teeth, crocodile meat, crocodile bone. In ancient times, there was a butcher who disemboweled a cow, but now there is Sumu who disemboweled a crocodile. After coming here for so long, he didn't learn anything else, but this disemboweling kung fu has become more and more skillful. However, this is Sumu's first time gutting a crocodile. It still took half an hour to finish. Crocodile skin, consider using it as a mattress, because Sumu prefers to sleep in a harder bed. Crocodile teeth and crocodile bone words? For the time being, I can't think of what to use them for, so I'll keep them for now and put them in the house. The last is the crocodile meat. this can be eaten directly, but also save it. Today eat 2 complimentary, have to give their bodies a little buffer time. Congratulations, you have maintained the river dike, receive a reward, favor points plus 5,000. At this point, the system rewards have come late, finally waiting for you. Luckily I didn't give up. I'm glad I didn't give up. Another 5,000 favor points in my account. On this day, under the willow tree, Sumu sat in front of a stone table. On the table was placed a side of the stove, next to the roasted a few fruits, warmed the teapot. In front of him was a slice of cut crocodile meat. Using chopsticks to clip a piece of crocodile meat, placed on the stove, just a few seconds, the hard crocodile meat was instantly roasted to the squeaking oil. Clip the roasted crocodile meat, put it into his mouth, gently chewed, this touch, a bit like eating beef, but a bit tighter than beef. After eating a slice, Sumu felt his body burning hot, and his skin was instantly vaporized red. He picked up the teapot that was warmed by the fireplace and poured himself a cup of stone garlic flower tea. A mouthful of the ice-cold tea went down. That sense of dryness and heat was instantly neutralized, and this sense of relief made him unable to hold back a long breath of amazement. With just a small piece of crocodile meat, Sumu could feel a majestic energy filling his body. Moreover, the meat that was roasted with this fireplace was tainted with a special trace of flame energy that continuously quenched every inch of the body's flesh and blood. The stone garlic flower tea happened to be cold in nature, and the two complemented each other. After eating a piece of crocodile meat and taking a sip of the stone garlic flower tea, Sumu began to meditate cross-legged, running his gong method to absorb the energy in his body. Because the energy contained in this crocodile meat and stone flower tea was really too majestic, he had to rest for half an hour after eating a slice and drinking a sip. After absorbing it, Sumu's breath had strengthened by several points. It had to be said, Sumu's cultivation, really most of it was eaten out. This one precious crocodile meat, the energy contained was a few points stronger than the silver carp, also a few points more domineering. Eating a small piece would feel like the whole body's flesh and blood was going to melt. Just like this, Sumu ate all 5 slices of crocodile meat, and after drinking half a cup of stone garlic tea, Sumu's entire body was surrounded by flames of nothingness, his face suffocated red, and a wisp of spiritual energy transformed into astral winds hovering around him. Abruptly, a shattering sound came from his dantian. The 4th tribulation realm. In less than 5 days, 2 realms had been broken through consecutively, soaring from the 2nd journey to the 4th journey. This kind of elevation speed made Sumu himself have to doubt if those ancient records he read were true. In the ancient records, after the cultivators set foot in the realm of transition, each elevation of a calamity will go through countless trials and tribulations of death, must be reborn in the fire, put the land of the dead and then live, to be able to break through the realm of a calamity, and often are a few hundred years to start, can break through the realm of a calamity in a few decades, basically is 1 in 100 million of the great geniuses. However, he had broken through 2 robberies in 5 days? What about this speed? Since Sumu was trapped here, he was all alone and there was no comparison around him. So many times Sumu would wonder if he was cultivating a fake immortal. After eating, Sumu laid down and took a nap for an hour before getting up and starting to work. First, he came to the vegetable garden to see how the stone garlic flower and white kuei medicine king were growing. After Sumu approached, he realized that the stone garlic flower, which he had transplanted and planted a few days ago, had already withered. However, the white kuei pill king was growing very well. The little carrot head was white and chubby. It was the stone garlic flower that had withered, which made Sumu very strange. White kuei pill king is the king of medicines, even it can raise itself to live. Why can't this stone garlic flower be raised to live? With this kind of doubt in mind, Sumu put on the basket next to the stone house on his back, took the sickle, and walked towards a quiet section of the river. Soon, he came to this section of the river where the water was darker. After arriving at this particular side of the waters, he realized that the faint black mist still covered this side of the waters. In the next second, Sumu waved his hand, briefly dispersing the black mist, and after dispersing it, the stone bridge was revealed. After Sumu got close to the stone bridge, he discovered that piece of stone garlic flower, still in the same position as before. Some time ago, he had plucked 2 plants, one plant he made tea and drank, and one planted in his vegetable garden died. However, it's only been a few days since then, and the 2 original gaps where they were plucked have grown new 2 stone garlic flowers. It looks like this stone garlic flower can only grow here, where the conditions are suitable. It seems that in the future, if you want to drink tea, you can only personally come here to pick it, but it doesn't matter, it's not far away anyway. Sumu used a sickle, cut 5 plants, and put them into the back basket. Anyway, it will grow back again, cut 5 plants at a time, and after you finish drinking, come back next time. After cutting, Sumu prepared to leave. When he passed by the stone bridge, he found that there were still densely packed ants, constantly crossing the bridge. These ants Sumu also tried to eat a corpse stench, not a good thing, so Sumu did not pay much attention. Abruptly, Sumu's pupils shrunk, his eyes found a special existence in the dense ant swarm. Chapter 54 The Golden Shadow on the Other Side, I cannot see it. This is a golden ant, and the surrounding black ants formed a very sharp contrast, and the head is also much larger than the surrounding ants, enough may have 10 times so big, the existence of the crane. Therefore, Sumu discovered this golden ant at a glance. He walked up to the stone bridge, stretched out his right hand, grabbed this huge golden ant with 2 fingers, placed it in his palm, and carefully observed it. It was found that this golden ant had a full. Ants belong to the 6-legged submen, and basically had only 6 legs, but this ant had a full foot. Of course, this wasn't something worth wondering. What made Sumu feel strange was that a closer look would reveal that there was kind of a string of tiny text on top of these 10 legs, which looked like some kind of runes. When he turned the ant over, he realized that at its abdomen, there was a special texture that looked like a pattern, like a moon. Moreover, Sumu couldn't smell any trace of a rotten odor from this ant's body. Because the other black ants, as soon as they were grabbed, they didn't need to be close to their nose, and a putrid odor that made people sick to their stomachs and their bodies instinctively resisted would come to their nose. But this golden ant is different, can't smell any rotten smell, can smell a flower fragrance. This flower fragrance is very familiar, and stone garlic flower a fragrance. From this scent, one could initially judge that this was definitely a treasure ant. This was Sumu's special means of recognizing treasures, smelling the fragrance to recognize treasures. However, Sumu didn't intend to directly eat this treasure ant, but rather bring it back to study it first. Not all treasures could be eaten. In case one really ate something poisonous, it would be troublesome. This ant landed in Sumu's palm, didn't dare to move, full slightly trembling, appeared very afraid. Just like this, Sumu carried the back basket loaded with stone garlic flowers, holding the sickle in his left hand and holding the treasure ant in his right hand, and walked towards his stone house. After returning to the stone house, Sumu first picked all the stone garlic flower petals, pressed them into a small round cake, and packed it in a small wooden box. Yes, pishy small jar tea cake, you deserve it. After doing all this, Sumu placed this ant on the stone table and began to observe it. First of all, let's test if it has any toxicity. Sumu came to a small fish tank under the willow tree, which was swimming with several small colorful fish. This was something Sumu had caught some time ago, and seeing that it looked beautiful, he didn't choose to release it, but kept it. For this reason, Sumu also deliberately got a transparent small fish tank. After filling it with water, these colorful small fish were raised, and usually when he was bored, he would feed some snacks and enjoy watching. After all, being here alone is too boring, Sumu has to find something to do. He grabbed a small blue fish and placed it in front of the golden ant. However, this golden ant seemed to be scared silly, stayed in place and didn't dare to move. Sumu even brought this small fish to its mouth, but it didn't dare to take a bite. After teasing it several times to no avail, Sumu prepared to perform the true deterrent era technique. He picked up the silver-colored dagger next to him, aimed it at the golden ant's head, and said viciously, "Bite or not? Don't want me to drop the dagger." With these words, this golden ant seemed to understand its own words as well, opening its mouth, revealing 2 somewhat exaggerated ant teeth, and aiming a bite at this small blue fish. The small fish that was originally still bouncing around, instantly froze when this bite went down. Almost instantly, what was originally a beautifully vivid blue color had now turned black, emitting an aura of death, and even smelling a rotting smell. It seems that this golden treasure ant, not only is it poisonous, the toxicity is not weak. Fortunately, he had learned to be smart and didn't eat it directly, otherwise there would be less trouble. This one is not an ordinary ant after all, he is now alone. In case he really got poisoned by something, no one can save himself. After testing the toxicity, Sumu planned to test how its combat power was again. He took the golden ant to a small puddle, where a palm-sized green-colored crab was quietly staying in the water. This was the stone battle-axe beast that Sumu had contracted. Crouching down, he dropped this golden ant into the puddle. And using the spiritual contract, he said to the young crab, "Little battle-axe, clip it for me." Only after the words fell, the stone battle-axe beast opened its eyes, and after receiving its master's order, it waved its 2 large pincers and clamped towards this golden ant. However, after it got close to this golden ant, it suddenly froze, not knowing if it was scared or what. Its 2 pincers suddenly froze. As its master, Sumu could sense its emotional changes. At this moment, the stone battle-axe beast was very scared, obviously frightened, even its body was trembling a little. If not for its master's order being imminent, it was afraid that it would have to back up and escape. Facing a golden ant that was many times smaller than itself, the little stone battle-axe beast didn't even have the courage to fight. This was somewhat unlike its character. Either that, or the deterrent power that this golden ant brought to it was just too strong, or else with the little stone axe beast's character of do or die, it definitely wouldn't have wimped out. After several seconds of stalemate, the stone battle axe beast made up its mind of certain death and clamped towards this golden ant. However, when the pincers clamped down on the golden ant and prepared to close with force, the next second, its pincers instantly crumbled into two halves. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes also widened. The stone battle axe beast that suffered pain, although it was fearful, this time, it didn't intend to retreat, and swung its other pincer again, continuing to clip towards the golden ants. It was still the same, with a single push, the stone axe beast's pincer instantly crumbled. Throughout the entire process, this golden ant didn't resist, but let the stone battle axe beast attack, unfortunately. The difference in combat power was too great, and in the two exchanges, the golden ant was unharmed, and the little stone axe beast was already heavily injured, and its vitality was a bit weak. However, I don't know why, although the golden ant managed to defeat the stone battle axe beast, it was still very afraid. Sumu knew that it was afraid of itself, and if he hadn't been watching the battle from the side, once this powerful golden ant launched its attack, it might have been able to kill the little stone battle axe beast in an instant. The two were completely not at the same level. One must know that the little stone axe beast was also a treasure crab. Otherwise, Sumu wouldn't have chosen to contract it. Seeing the little stone axe beast whose vitality was constantly declining, Sumu hurriedly used his favor points to heal its wounds. Whether or not to spend 600 favor points to heal the severely injured stone axe beast? After seeing that it needed a full 600 points, Sumu realized how badly it was injured. With 600 points, Sumu didn't hesitate for a second. After successfully healing it, the little stone axe beast recovered as before, and after it recovered, it was ready to attack again. Even though it knew it couldn't defeat it, it couldn't fail its master. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly separated the two, not allowing them to come into contact anymore. Alright, there's no need to continue fighting. Only after these words were spoken did the little stone battle axe beast stop attacking. When the golden ant saw that Sumu had instantly healed the little stone axe beast, it became even more afraid. In the next second, a very faint voice sounded in Sumu's mind. Chapter 55, Unreincarnated, No True Name. Please. Don't. Kill. Me. This voice, intermittent and only able to capture a few key words, was begging for mercy. Sumu looked towards the golden ant at his feet in front of him. It was this golden ant that was begging for help. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that this golden ant was also spiritually enlightened, and was actually able to send a voice to himself, but it was also normal. After all, the little stone battle axe beast was defenseless in front of it, and it seemed to be normal that it was spiritually enlightened. Hearing this cry for help, Sumu changed his mind. If he forcefully ate it, it might cause himself to be poisoned or have other accidents. Moreover, this golden ant had strong fighting strength and full potential. It was a suitable object for contract. After careful deliberation, Sumu planned to carry out the contract and forget about it. Sumu's breath locked onto the golden ant. Whether or not to spend 100 favor points to contract chaotic golden spirit not reincarnated, no real name? Seeing this, Sumu was flabbergasted for a moment. What the heck, actually just a simple contract would cost him 100 favor points. Of course, what made Sumu strange wasn't the 100 favor points, but the name of this golden ant. Chaotic golden spirit? What a domineering and profound name, but this overbearing name is seriously inconsistent with its appearance. Sumu also noticed the 6 words behind the brackets unreincarnated, no true name. This paragraph was somewhat unintelligible. Unreincarnated, no true name, what does it mean? After thinking for a while and not being able to figure this out, Sumu also simply didn't bother to dwell on it. Anyway, it would be fine if it didn't affect his contract. Contract it. As Sumu's mind moved, an immortal light erupted from Sumu's palm and descended on the golden ant's body. Contract successful. Congratulations to the host, successful contract, triggering a blitz, obtaining an additional feedback reward, favor points plus 8,000. In the next second, an invisible spiritual bond connected one person and one ant together, and Sumu was able to observe all of the golden ant's life activities, including its emotions. With the successful contract, the golden ant's fear disappeared, and was replaced by a sense of affection and submission. However, what surprised Sumu was that the feedback actually received 8,000 favor points. My goodness, this deal is simply too good to be true. River favor points, 33,540. Now, Sumu was rich again, and his favor points had reached as many as 30,000. As usual, the big head is still used to raise the river affinity first. Favor points, 30,000. River affinity, 0.4%, river affinity, 0.7%. Another 0.3% was raised, and after raising it to 0.7%, Sumu's connection to this river was a little bit tighter. I have to say, this river is really hard to refine. After refining it for so long, not even 1%. But however, as long as it was always progressing, there would be a day when it would be completely refined and leave this hellish place. Moreover, he is now staying here. In addition to not being able to leave this place, freedom has been restricted to a certain extent. The other development is quite good, at least the cultivation has been skyrocketing. It was also good to leave this place after completely refining this river, and then go on to conquer the 10,000 ancients. It's equivalent to being in seclusion. After spending 30,000 favor points, there were still more than 3,000 favor points left. During this period of time, attachment points Sumu planned to keep them and not spend them indiscriminately, and first break through the 1% mark. The next day, early morning. Sumu woke up and stretched. Not bad, today's weather is just right, suitable for going out to work. Another day full of expectations. Small fish and small turtles stranded on the shore. Don't be anxious yet, your Chang has come to save you. Immediately, Sumu put on his back basket, put on his bucket hat, picked up his sickle and went out. Lightly came to a side of the shallower waters, down to the water, collect the ground cage, full-body river sand with small fish and shrimp. Another day for nothing. Although this period of time Sumu in other aspects of luck is very good, ruthlessly earned a few big waves of favor points, but this ground cage has been more than a week in a row Air Force. Sure enough, luck is all complementary, and when luck is good here, luck in other areas becomes worse. However, Sumu always believed that this earth cage that had been in the Air Force for more than a week was definitely holding back a big wave. After rearranging 10 more ground cages, he continued walking along the riverbank. This river was simply too long and too wide. Sumu had been here for several months, and it seemed like he had only explored one corner. Congratulations! You saved a stranded small fish, favor points plus 20. Congratulations, the creek path was overrun with water plants, you cleared the water plants, favor points plus 300. Congratulations! You saved a dying shrimp in a low-lying area, favor points plus 50, congratulations! Although the ground cage Air Force, but Sumu's luck is still very good, this only went out less than 2 hours, already 1,000 favor points into the account. As he was walking, a fog suddenly started. For a while, it made Sumu lose his way. This fog was very thick. Even if Sumu dispersed it, he could only disperse a 5-foot radius around his body, and although this fog didn't have any effect on Sumu, it very much affected the traveling, and his vision was greatly limited. Unconsciously, Sumu seemed to have walked far away, and he didn't know which section of the river he had walked to. The next second, he saw that on the riverbank in front of him, a large number of stranded small fish, small turtles and small crabs were struggling to climb up the bank. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up, and with great joy in his heart, he trotted over. Picking up the small fish and turtles on the ground, he threw them into the river. Crawling in the wrong direction. Really stupid. Crawling towards the bank, isn't it that the more you crawl, the more you get stranded? However, fortunately you met me. Congratulations! You've saved a stranded fish. Plus 20 favor points. Congratulations! You've saved a stranded fish, favor points plus 10. Congratulations! You've saved a stranded turtle, your favor points are plus 30. Just like this, Sumu's favor points were constantly increasing, and the movements of his hands were getting faster and faster. And these stranded stupid fish and turtles, as if they were scared, frantically crawled towards the front. In response, Sumu picked up as thrown into the river. Anyway, as long as thrown back into the river, some were thrown into the low-lying water basin, some were thrown into the center of the river, some were thrown into the rivers downstream, upstream, some were thrown into the turbulent flow of water in the small cliffs. Master Su, who had been busy for an hour, saved hundreds of stranded little lives. Sumu, who was sitting on a rock and resting, wiped the sweat from his forehead and was in a very happy mood. At this moment, Sumu only felt that he was radiating a moral golden light, saved hundreds of small lives, and got 4,000 favor points. After resting well, Sumu continued walking towards the front. The more he walked, the thicker the fog became. As he walked, he was suddenly tossed by something. Sumu stumbled, failed to stabilize his body, and flung himself forward. Immediately afterward, his body began to hang in the air and fall towards the bottom, and was eventually hung up by something. Chapter 56 Time Break Cliff, Ancient Spirit Peach, Opening the Dynasty of Immortality. Only after stabilizing his body did Sumu begin to survey his surroundings. Only then did he realize that he had just fallen from a river wall cliff, and now, he just happened to be caught by a large peach tree growing on the cliff face of the waterfall. Sumu grasped the peach tree branch with his hand and looked towards the bottom, and saw that there was a waterfall below, which was 100 meters high, and the turbulent water fell on top of the green stone below the waterfall, and crashed out a clear and crisp sound of golden flow. In the next second, Sumu's arm was powered up, and with a gentle swing, he stepped onto a thicker branch with a flip. He had been here for a few months, and this was the first time he had seen a waterfall. At this moment, Sumu smelled a strange fragrance, his eyes lit up, and he raised his head to look around the canopy. Then he saw that on this peach tree, there was this full, reddish peach growing, about as big as 4 fists combined, looking so dainty and colorful that one couldn't help but want to take a bite. The body of this one peach is glowing with a faint white light, and then, a fresh fragrance comes out. Just by smelling it, one feels that the body and mind are a few points more transparent. Baby! This is definitely a good treasure. Aiming at a peach, Sumu stretched out his right hand, ready to pick it off, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear it off. However, he was afraid that he would break the entire peach tree, and he didn't dare to run his gong methods and use his spiritual energy. With that, he pulled out his silver old buddy again. Holding the silver dagger in his hand, he pointed it at the root stem of the peach linking branch, and gently picked it off with ease. After picking it off, he put it into his own back basket. Soon, the basket was full. This peach was too big, 5 of them were full. However, Sumu also planned to pick 5 first to go back to taste. On this peach tree, there were probably more than 20 of them. After picking them, Sumu left his breath on this peach tree as a mark. Because this road is full of dense white fog, in order to prevent not being able to find it next time, marking it as you go is a good habit. Just like just now when Sumu walked all the way here, every few dozen meters, he would mark a spot. At this time, a gust of wind rose and blew the peach tree on the cliff face of the waterfall. Immediately, the peach tree began to sway, and due to Sumu's lack of defense, the back basket behind him tilted, and a peach fell to the bottom of the waterfall. Just as Sumu stabilized his body and reacted, the peach was swept away by the turbulent water of the waterfall to some place below. No matter, it was hard to find it. He picked another peach and put it back into the basket. Meanwhile, in a certain mortal world, the Great Qin Dynasty. Inside the Xianyang Palace, inside a gorgeous compartment, an imposing man was sitting on top of a futon, with a small box in front of him, which contained several silver-colored pills. The man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of majestic eyes. Between his eyebrows was carved with an emperor's aura, not angry, powerful eyes oppression, so that people did not dare to force their eyes. However, looking closely, one could see dots of blood in the man's eyes, and his face was somewhat sickly white. His physical state was not very good. After completing his meditation, the man picked up another silver-colored elixir in the wooden box, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, he flipped open another ancient book on the wooden case in front of him and continued to close his eyes according to the posture and techniques on it. Although he had the appearance of an immortal cultivator, not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy could be felt on his body. Even though he possessed the aura of an emperor, he was still an ordinary mortal at this moment. Not only that, due to taking pills containing toxicity for a long period of time, there were already quite a few problems within his body. Fortunately, he had a strong innate constitution and took good care of himself on a regular basis, otherwise, these toxins would have already killed him. After a long time, the majestic man opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Immediately, he stood up and came to the windowsill, leaning against the table extension and looking up at the white moon in the night sky. He was a monarch, unifying the 6 kingdoms, establishing the Great Qin Dynasty, and completing the Great Unification. But in fact, he always had a worry in his heart, or a long-cherished wish. He was worried that after his death, his Great Qin would fall into the hands of traitors, and he was also worried that his descendants would not be able to hold up. Therefore, this year, he had been seeking the way to longevity. And those pills that he had just eaten were the pills that he had spent a lot of money on and tried to find ways to have them refined. Unfortunately, after eating them for so long, he didn't feel any effect. On the contrary, his body was worse than before. A unification of the 6 countries, come to this position of his careful mind. The emperor's heart is abyss. How can not know this elixir of false? But perhaps, it is the obsession in his heart that is at work, searching for the world's immortal medicine. Even if it is fake, he would like to give it a try. What if it worked? However, as he sent people to search all over the mountains and rivers, he slowly also realized that this world didn't seem to have any real immortals, nor did it have any real method of immortality. Therefore, his own pursuit of the way to longevity was nothing more than an empty thought. His gaze looked at the quiet and vast night sky, and he pondered, if there was really an immortal in the world, was he, at this moment, also looking at the night sky in the same way? Abruptly, a huge meteor streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the entire land. This scene, however, happened to fall into his eyes, and his pupils shrunk violently. Dang! The meteor crashed down on top of the earth with a loud bang that resounded through the heavens and earth. In the next second, the man's brows clustered as he sensed something. He sat in place with his legs crossed, following the method of immortal cultivation from the ancient book. Abruptly, a strand of spiritual energy appeared in his dantian, and after feeling this strand of spiritual energy, the man's eyes snapped open, his heart ecstatic. In the air. The legendary spiritual energy had really appeared. A few hours later. An urgent voice sounded outside the chamber. "Your Majesty, a secret report has come from the northern lands." The man opened the door to the room and asked, "Speak." In the northern lands, a meteorite fell and transformed into a sky-high tree, turning 100 miles around into a forbidden area and killing countless people. And it seems like there are many strange treasures coming out. Upon hearing this, the man said, "Gather all the troops and head there immediately. Secret treasures have come out. Make sure to bring them back." Yes. After receiving the order, the armored man hurriedly left. The man looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through his pupils. The great world was about to open. As an emperor himself, he should utilize his power at the fastest speed, cultivate immortality and longevity, and establish a truly indestructible dynasty, opening from this moment. At this moment, Sumu, who was carrying a basket on his back and walking back on the road, did not know. A spirit fruit that he casually dropped had opened up a true immortal Qin dynasty. Sumu, who was walking, followed the previous markings and headed back. Abruptly, he stopped his steps and realized that something was wrong. Chapter 57 Polluted Corner of the Long River, a sword cutting through time, protecting downstream. The fog here was getting thicker and thicker. Currently Sumu's visual range was only 1 meter. Moreover, I don't know if it's my own illusion, staying in this fog, my head is a little dizzy, I have to hurry and leave this place. Fortunately, he had just marked himself along the way, and had a general direction, otherwise, he would really get lost here. Walking along, Sumu came to the next marked location, and realized that something was wrong. Because this place was not the same as the location he just marked, there was a deviation. Sumu also sped up his steps, because this fog was getting thicker and thicker. After walking for a full hour, Sumu passed through a forest of rubble, and his nose wrinkled as he smelled a stench, the smell of decay. It came from the waters just ahead, and Sumu followed this smell of decay. Soon, he came to a more remote section of water, where the fog was much lighter, and the visibility range returned to normal. Sumu looked towards the waters in front of him, and when he fixed his eyes on it, his pupils suddenly shrunk. This piece of water is all black color, and can see a large piece of dead fish and shrimp corpses floating on the water surface. The smell of decay was coming from these fish corpses. This section of the waters, why did so many fish die? And there were also several large fish. From the head looks, these large fish must all be treasure fish. But, however, has been dead for a long time, are rotting, certainly cannot eat, and Sumu was not reduced to pick up dead fish to eat, too buried. Can't it be that someone drugged this place? About this kind of drugged-haunted fish practice, Sumu's really can't endure a bit. Once before crossing over, Sumu's eldest uncle used to raise fish reservoir, was enemy drugged, overnight the entire reservoir fish all dead. His own uncle is also overnight bankruptcy, suffered from severe depression. Fishing is fine, you can come and net fish all you want. But you can't drug it. This is the bottom line. Because the water is flowing, a small bottle of medicine can contaminate a large area of the waters, and some drugs are very toxic. Wherever they go, not an inch of grass, not to mention the small fry, not even shrimp cannot live, directly destroying the quality of the water. A long time cannot be restored. That's why Sumu was a bit angry. He was guarding this river, but there was actually someone who came to secretly drug it? At this time, Sumu noticed that there were still a few small fish on the bank, struggling to climb up the bank, and the breath of these small fish was already very weak. Seeing this, he walked over, picked up these few fish that were still alive, and put them into his cups, preparing to find a clean body of water to release them later. Immediately afterward, Sumu stepped on the water surface and began to check if there were still any surviving fish. At this time, a larger-sized green fish spat out a bubble as if it was asking for help. Seeing this, Sumu walked over and picked up this green fish. Finding that this green fish still had life breath, but it was very weak. There is still a rescue, so we put it away. Continuing to search, a very beautiful peacock fish leaped out of the water, and then flipped over on the surface of the water. Seeing this, after Sumu approached, he also found that this peacock fish also still had a weak breath of life, and also saved it. In this way, about 5 or 6 fish were saved. After returning to the shore, Sumu began to survey this side of the polluted waters, and soon he also discovered a problem. This side of the waters, which was not polluted to the downstream, had a clear demarcation line. It looked as if someone had cut off this side of the waters with a sword, protecting the downstream waters from pollution. Sumu operated his gong method, and majestic spiritual energy burst out from his palm, entering this side of the polluted waters, intending to purify this piece of water. However, after his spiritual energy entered the waters, it didn't have any purifying effect. Sumu, who had tried several times in a row with no effect, was somewhat furious. Well, I'm a great cultivator of the fourth happening, but I can't even purify the waters. What kind of poison was this? Although there was a demarcation line separating the waters, but just to be on the safe side, Sumu exerted his water control divine ability to still this side of the waters, lest the pollution spread and contaminate the other waters. After doing this, Sumu marked his breath at this place, and would come back next time to figure out how to deal with this piece of water. After all, he needed to maintain the peace and order of this river. It was definitely impossible to leave it unattended, and once he purified this piece of water, there would definitely be a corresponding reward of favor points, and it was definitely quite a lot. He had to leave this place first, return to the safe waters, and release the fish that he had just saved. After all, their breath of life was already very weak, and he had to do it as soon as possible. Just like that, Sumu continued walking towards the road back. Since the fog was much lighter, Sumu's walk was smoother, and he soon left this section of the river and returned to his stone house. After putting down the basket full of peaches, he came to the bank, and with a wave of his hand, released the fish he had just saved back into the clean waters. After these fish entered the water, the cyprinid and peacock fish quickly regained their vitality, and their vitality was quite strong. However, the other few small fish didn't recover so quickly. Sumu spent 5 favor points to revive them. Congratulations! Since you saved lives, you triggered a storm and received an additional reward, favor points plus 5,000. Good lord, a full 5,000 favor points. At this time, Sumu said to these fishes on the shore, with his hands crossed, "Alright, you guys will be in this piece of water from now on, don't run around, this is my doorstep, with me here, I don't dare anyone to come to poison and drug them." These fish nodded as if they understood Sumu's words. They circled back and forth as if they were expressing their gratitude to Sumu. Go away, go away. Don't hang around in front of me, or I won't be able to resist eating you guys. Sumu waved his hand and said. Those few small fish didn't know, but this cyprinid and peacock fish were definitely treasure fish, and after saving them and getting 5,000 favor points, they were in a good mood and let them go. It's impossible to just save them on one foot and eat them on the next, right? After letting them go, Sumu began to count the loot from this trip. From his back basket, he took out 1 peach and put the remaining 4 back inside. Before eating, Sumu first adjusted his physical state, after adjusting to the best state. Sitting cross-legged, he picked up this peach and took a big bite. A mouthful of it, the first sensation was crunchy and very sweet. 1 bite into the mouth, not even needing to chew on their own, the fruit meat was transformed into a majestic energy poured into the body. Just like this, Sumu finished this peach in 3 tries. After eating it, there didn't seem to be any great reaction. Could it be that it was just an ordinary spirit fruit? And just in the next second, Sumu's body began to change. Chapter 58, Sending you to the other side, don't forget about me. In the next second, the dantian began to shatter, and almost instantly, there were signs that the physical body was beginning to collapse. After sensing this change, Sumu's heart was also tightened, and he fully operated his gong methods to suppress the collapse of his physical body. At this moment, the supreme bone and golden bone on his body, as well as the second heart, began to emit a faint immortal light, continuously repairing Sumu's crumbling flesh and dantian. Sumu's face was suffocating red, and his back was already drenched in sweat. He thought that eating ordinary fruits didn't have much of an effect, but now that the effect was up, it was a bit fierce, so fierce that Sumu couldn't hold on any longer. However, it was a good thing that Sumu's physical body was strong, or else the moment it had just erupted, it was estimated that his physical body had already perished. The countless divine elephant particles in the body were constantly nourishing and repairing the shattered internal organs, and the powerful blood chi surrounded the body, wrapping Sumu's entire person in it. The extreme pain caused Sumu's muscles to tremble. At this moment, Sumu actually felt the danger of death. He had underestimated the energy contained in this spirit peach. In fact, the main thing was that the effect came too slowly. If he had known that the effect was so strong, he should have stopped at the first bite instead of eating all of this one. At this time, Sumu waved his big hand, took out a bottle of pills from the spatial ring, and madly poured it into his mouth. However, the power of these pills, for the spirit peach contained in comparison, was too small, and played a repairing role, which was minimal. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already crumbled a dozen times, and every time they crumbled, the supreme bone, the golden bone, and the golden heart would all power up and instantly repair them. Just like this, constantly crumbling, constantly mending, and constantly crumbling, and constantly mending. Fortunately, Sumu's willpower was still quite strong, otherwise under this extreme pain, his will would have already collapsed. He wanted to fall to the ground and sleep over, but he couldn't, he had to hold on. Once he slept over, after his consciousness was disorganized, even if his body's repairability was strong, he would still be unable to escape death. After coming here for so long, this was the closest Sumu had gotten to death. Just like this, his body was being repaired again and again as it crumbled again and again, and he didn't know how many times it had crumbled and how many days had passed. Finally, that majestic energy finally stabilized. This was a test of willpower, and Sumu pulled through. In the next second, that majestic energy no longer crumbled Sumu's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the shattered dantian also began to slowly recover. The body was moving in a good direction. Abruptly, in Sumu's body, there was an additional side of the dantian. Not only that, the 2 sides of the dantian in the body also began to undergo a metamorphosis, and the river of the dantian turned into the sea of the dantian, filled with majestic spiritual energy. The breath also began to skyrocket all the way up. 5 robberies. 6th tribulation. 7 robberies. 8th tribulation. It rushed all the way to the 8th calamity realm before it slowly stabilized. At this moment, Sumu felt unprecedentedly powerful and slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath of turbid air. It was truly thrilling. If it wasn't for his body carrying him, I'm afraid that he would have had to die from that spirit peach. But without the supreme bone, without the golden bone and that heart, this time, he would definitely be in dire straits. After experiencing this time, Sumu also understood the importance of a strong foundation. However, one had to admit that this spiritual peach was indeed a supreme treasure, and just one of them had allowed himself to break through to the 8th tribulation realm. He still had 4 more, and there were quite a few more on the peach tree he had marked, enough for him to break through several realms. Daily Sai, cultivating immortality is like drinking water, it's simple. At this time, Sumu realized that the golden ants he had contracted had crawled in front of him at an unknown time, emitting a faint golden light. It turned out that when he had just been tortured by the spirit peach, the golden ants were also protecting his path for him, so it was no wonder that he had just felt a wave of other spiritual energy. Not bad, it's possible. Sumu intended to use favor points and reward it. The target object is in a special state and cannot use favor points on it. What? Still can't use it? What's going on here? One's own favor points could not only help heal their injuries, but also help them grow. But why was it ineffective against the golden ants? At this moment, the golden ants sent a spiritual sense towards themselves. Upon hearing this, Sumu's brows clustered. You said you want me to help you cross the bridge? Do you want to go home? As the words fell, the golden ant nodded. Okay. Sumu grabbed the golden ant and held it in his palm. Soon, once again, he came to that section of water, and with a wave of his big hand, he dispersed the black mist on the river, revealing the stone bridge. Sumu pointed at the stone bridge in front of him and asked the golden ant in his hand, "This bridge?" As the words fell, the golden ant nodded. At this moment, on this stone bridge, there were still a very large number of black ants crossing the bridge, a dense swath. It couldn't be that somewhere on the other side of the river was the home base of these ants? Are they all planning to go home? That's just it, I'll send you there. Sumu supported the golden ants and stepped onto the stone bridge. These ants that crossed the bridge, they really weren't afraid of death. He had dispersed them with his toes before he left, but these ants didn't budge. Then, he didn't care, and just walked away. With each of his feet, he would trample a large swath of ants to death. What Sumu didn't realize was that every ant he stepped on and killed turned into a ray of invisible golden light that converged into the golden ants. The bridge wasn't long, and he soon reached the end of the bridge, with only the last step left to reach the other side. At this time, the golden ant's spiritual senses suddenly came. At those words, Sumu froze and stopped his steps. This last step, you want to walk by yourself? Alright. Sumu squatted down and put the golden ant down. The golden ant stood on the bridge. The surrounding ants that weren't afraid of death gave way to it and didn't dare to come closer. It seems that these ants weren't afraid of people, they were only afraid of their own kind that were stronger than them. The golden ant stood on the bridge and was slow to take the last step. It raised its head and looked at Sumu, as if it was confirming something, or as if it was memorizing something, wanting to remember this aura, this appearance. Seeing this, Sumu was also stunned and waved. What are you freezing for? Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Hurry up. Only after the words fell did the golden ant slowly turn around and walk towards the opposite bank. Obviously, there was only one last step left, but the golden ants walked very hard and very slowly, and it took half an hour to walk to the opposite bank. After successfully walking to the opposite bank, the golden ant stood on the opposite bank and turned back to continue glancing at Sumu. Then, it continued walking towards the front until it disappeared from Sumu's sight. After successfully sending the golden ants away, Sumu walked back. After walking down the stone bridge, Sumu realized that the stone garlic flowers that he had picked away some time ago were now growing back. He picked 2 more to go. When he was ready to hit the road back home, Sumu suddenly sensed something and turned around violently, looking above the stone bridge. Chapter 59 Headless Floating Corpse, Black and White Compass. I don't know if it was Sumu's illusion, but just now it seemed like there was a golden silhouette that stood on top of the stone bridge looking at himself. However, when he turned around, he realized that it had already disappeared. Strangely enough, Sumu unfolded his divine sense and didn't find any other silhouettes besides himself. Sumu shook his head vigorously. Was it possible that the after effects of that mist he inhaled a few days ago hadn't slowed down yet, causing him to hallucinate? After sending off the golden ants, Sumu picked 2 more stone garlic flowers and was ready to hit the road back home. In front of the stone house, Sumu sat under the willow tree, a faint holy radiance surrounding him. In the next second, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was endless immortal light in his pupils that continuously birthed and annihilated. He had completely stabilized the vapid spiritual energy and chi and blood in his body. After all, the speed of his breakthrough was too fast, resulting in a feeling of vapidity and uncertainty, and after 2 days of adjusting and stabilizing, he had already reached the feeling of water being in the right place. At this time, a spiritual sensation came from the river. This was the spiritual sensation coming from the little Dorado and Kong Yao. Those 2 little guys had disappeared for so long, saying that they had gone to look for treasures for themselves. This would be the time when they should have found some good treasures and returned. He walked to the river bank, half squinted his eyes, and looked towards the surface of the river. Then he saw what seemed to be a corpse, coming towards him. Looking closely, he saw that on both sides below the corpse, it was none other than the little Dorado and Kong Yao, who were pushing and dragging this corpse to the river bank. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes widened. What? I let you 2 go find a treasure, and after searching for a month, you found a corpse? This corpse was already white from the water, the head had already disappeared, and the silver willow armor worn on the body was rusty and full of the smell of age and decay. What a good fellow. This is a corpse at the bottom of the river for himself to come ah. Only close, Sumu smelled a strong corpse odor. This is in the bottom of the river soaked for how long? After dragging this headless corpse to the shore, the little Dorado and Kong Yao came to the shore, circling around the water on the shore, inviting credit from Sumu. It was as if they were saying, Master, look what good treasure we found for you. Thanks to the fact that now he is in a different world, so no had uncle, this if placed in the previous world, their pets got back a corpse, that can be troublesome, at the very least, have to go to drink free tea for a few days. This kind of killing is like, you are the boss of the contracted project, you send someone to drive the excavator to dig the ground. In the middle of the night, you get a call from the excavator master, and on the phone he says, Boss, guess what treasure I dug up for you? At this point, for the experienced boss, he's already at the airport and has his cell phone ready to turn on flight mode, then says, well, guess where I am now? Looking at the second beast with an inviting face, Sumu had a black line on his face. However, Sumu quickly noticed the headless corpse's posture and realized that his posture was strange. His head was gone and his legs were broken, but his hands had been tightly protecting his chest as if he was protecting something. Seeing this, Sumu waved his big hand and lifted this headless corpse onto the shore. Squatting down, he started to pull on the hands protecting his chest, but he actually couldn't pull them apart, he had been dead for so long. Sumu running Gong Fa, spiritual energy burst out surrounded in the arm, force a pull, finally ripped open. After pulling it open, he saw the surface of the willow armor on his chest was glowing with a little bit of light. Inside this willow armor, it seems that there is indeed some kind of treasure. Sumu blasted out a fist towards the willow armor. A clear sound of gold and stone rang out. A crisp sound of gold and stone rang out, and the next second only felt a pain in his fist. This willow armor, all rusted, actually still had such a high defense. It seems to be a top defense treasure. Originally Sumu was going to use the silver dagger to directly cut open, but felt a bit of a waste, rolled up the cuffs, and took off this set of silver willow armor. After taking it off, it was only then that he realized that the body inside the willow armor was already a set of morose white bones. But this set of armor, except for some surface rust, was still very complete. After taking off the armor, he discovered a round-shaped item in his chest, which was glowing with a little bit of immortal light. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. It seemed that the thing that this corpse had been protecting until its death turned out to be this thing. After picking it up, he realized that it was quite heavy. The shape was the same as a compass, the radius was about as long as the length of the palm of one's hand, and the color was black and white, with the left side being white and the other side being black. However, there is no other scale on the surface, just black and white. This shape looks a little familiar. This and gossip disc is a little like, but gossip disc above the runic text engraved. For example, Qian, Can, Burgundy, Jun, Sun, Li, Kuan, Tue. However, above this compass, there was no text. In order to verify whether or not it was a magic treasure, Sumu transmitted a strand of spiritual energy and entered the compass, but it was stone silent and did not move. However, his own strand of spiritual energy was completely absorbed and could not be perceived at all. From this point it could be reflected sideways. It should be a magic treasure. Sumu tried all sorts of methods, even the generally successful blood drop, have tried, or no use. Because it is not said that some magic treasures can be recognized by blood? Tinkering for a few hours, did not tinker with a reason. Sumu, some angry, directly took out the silver old man, ready to cut a knife to try. However, a knife down, actually did not cut through, even a trace did not leave. Sumu's eyes lit up with some surprise. This was the first time he had seen something that still had a silver dagger that couldn't cut through. It seems that this treasure is not simple. Not bad, it is indeed a treasure. Saying that, Sumu prepared to reward them by feeding them with favor points. Favor points 200. Favor points 200. After using 400 favor points and feeding them separately, the little Dorado and Kongyao's bodies grew a little bit bigger, and their breath strengthened quite a bit. Seeing this, the two beasts spat out bubbles, very happy, and transmitted their gratitude towards Sumu. Alright, go play. Sumu waved his hand and dispersed the two water beasts. These two great generals of his own, they really did bring themselves a surprise every once in a while. Could this be a bite of attack magic treasure? Saying that, Sumu from the space ring took out a set of golden armor. The sturdiness of this armor he had tested himself, except for the silver dagger, the others could not be broken. Taking this compass, he threw it out towards the armor. A crushing sound rang out, and this golden armor was smashed very easily like this. Good guy, since we can't study it for the time being, let's use it as a throwing weapon first. At this time, Sumu looked at the water in front of him and had a plan in mind. Could it be that it would require some kind of trigger condition? The moment Sumu placed this compass on the water, a bizarre scene appeared. Chapter 60. Even if he is in front of your eyes, you are not qualified to look at it. As soon as this mouth of compass entered the water, a mouthful of vortex was formed. Moreover, this vortex was constantly expanding, and in just a few breaths, it had expanded to 5 meters. Seeing that the vortex was still expanding, Sumu waved his hand and realized that he couldn't retract it. Then stepping on the water, the powerful suction of the whirlpool almost swept Sumu, and this whirlpool suction is very powerful. There is a kind of crushing space pressure. Once falling into the center of the whirlpool, I am afraid that I have to churn my flesh into pieces. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sumu exerted his water control divine ability to forcefully still this part of the waters, and quickly picked up this compass. It seems that this compass needs water to start? With a wave of Sumu's hand, a drop of water peeled off the surface of the water and landed on top of the compass. Suddenly, as the water drop fell in, it was instantly absorbed, and in the next second, the compass emitted a faint shimmering light, and the internal atmosphere seemed to be slowly recovering. In this way, Sumu tried little by little, and finally after using almost 100 drops of water beads, the black and white compass instantly erupted with dazzling white light. The powerful blinding white light made Sumu's eyes briefly go blind. Soon, the white light dissipated, and the black and white compass fell to the ground once again. When he looked closer, he realized that the surface of the black and white compass had changed a little, but the change wasn't very obvious, as if it had just become a little smoother, a little newer. At this time, Sumu ran his gong method, and a stream of spiritual energy was poured into it. This time, the spiritual energy wasn't absorbed, but was successfully infused into the interior, able to exert spiritual energy and manipulate the compass to move, but it was merely limited to moving, and no other magical abilities had been discovered yet. But however, Sumu could feel that this compass had a breath, no longer a pool of stagnant water and dead air like just now. In the next second, he bit his fingertip, gathered a drop of essence blood, and dripped it onto the surface of the compass. It still doesn't work? Just as Su Mu was wondering, the compass absorbed Su Mu's blood. At that moment, the blood light of the compass flourished, wrapping Su Mu's entire body, and gradually, an invisible spiritual bond was felt, connecting with the compass. At that moment, in Su Mu's mind, a single ancient character emitting golden light appeared. Yang Li Returning Heaven Technique. Yin Kan Earth Mother Skill. Yin Yang Boundary Creation Technique. These ancient words converged into 3 Dharma secrets. Looking at these ancient characters, there was a feeling of peeking into the origin and looking directly at the great Tao, and he couldn't help but become mesmerized. Just as Su Mu's thoughts were about to fall, a willow branch smacked him on the back, and the pain immediately pulled Su Mu's will back to reality. Su Mu's pupils regained focus and hurriedly stopped his inner vision, not daring to continue studying those words in his mind. It was too dangerous. In that instant just now, his thoughts almost fell into a state of depravity and loss. Once he entered this state, it would be troublesome to wake up again. If not for this willow tree that he planted to pull himself back in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. What kind of magic skill was this? Actually, just a glance almost made him fall. Su Mu had once seen this sentence on a certain ancient book: an ordinary person has no way to see things that are higher than the boundaries of his cognition, the boundaries of his ability, and when a certain kind of truth reaches a certain height, even if it's laid out in front of your eyes, you're not qualified to see it. At first, when he saw this sentence, he still felt clouded. But now, he suddenly understood. Yang Li Returning Sky Skill, Yin Kan Earth Mother Skill, Yin Yang Creation Boundary Skill, these 3 techniques might have reached a certain height, involving a certain truth and origin, causing Su Mu to not even have the qualifications to cultivate them. Just by looking at them for a few moments, it almost caused his will to fall. Therefore, these 3 rules of Dharma, Su Mu was not able to cultivate them for the time being, and only when his cultivation had risen to a certain level could he possibly be qualified to cultivate them. It was uncertain whether the upper limit of these 3 legal secrets was high, but what was certain was that the cultivation threshold was extremely high, anyway, several notches higher than the cultivation threshold of the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength and the Green Sky Dragon Transforming Technique. In order to prevent himself from subconsciously cultivating, Su Mu simply sealed these 3 cultivation texts in his sea of consciousness, and then tried to cultivate them later after his cultivation level had risen. Because although Su Mu could add points through favor points, but, at the very least, he had to learn a little bit of the skin first, at least a tiny bit of something to master before he could carry out the subsequent enhancement of adding points. The problem now was that Su Mu couldn't even look at it, so how could he learn it? Let's keep it for now. Anyway, the law is in the mind, there will be plenty of opportunities to cultivate it in the future. Although Su Mu dripped a drop of essence blood and created a connection with this black and white compass, he didn't completely refine it. Because in addition to obtaining the 3 rules of the law in this compass, there were no other divine abilities found, presumably because the degree of refinement was not enough. Take your time, refine it little by little. In the next second, Su Mu's mind moved, and this compass flew into the cuffs and stuck to the chest, fusing with the skin. On this day, after returning from patrol, Su Mu was lying on a chair under the willow tree, flipping through books in boredom. His gaze fell onto a small fish tank under the willow tree. Suddenly he became interested. He took out a few space rings in his head. These rings were looted from the bodies of the people who crossed the river, and there were quite a few rare treasures in them. After searching for a long time, he finally managed to find a transparent square tank, rectangular in shape, 2.5 meters long, 1.5 meters wide and 1.7 meters high. He picked up the small fish tank and poured all the water inside the fish tank and those few beautiful fish into the square tank. The water was too little. Su Mu exerted his water control avatar and shifted it several times, finally filling the square fish tank by a large amount. Anyway, being idle and bored during the break, Su Mu planned to build an ornamental fish tank. After all, as a senior fishing guy, Su Mu had previously built an ecological fish tank at home and raised a few dragonfish. The large fish tank, with only a few pretty little fish, looked a bit thin. Abruptly, Su Mu also came to the interest, picked up the fishing rod at his feet, and came to the bank, sitting cross-legged. It's been a long time since I've fished, let's see how my luck is today. Caught ordinary small fish will be released, caught treasure fish will enjoy themselves, caught beautiful, suitable for ornamental fish, will be raised. Put on the float, hang the bait, and with a flick of the wrist, it was flung to the center of the river. In this way, an hour passed, not a single bite. He lifted it up and realized that his special bait had been soaked and dispersed by the water and had gone bare-hooked. At this time, a bold idea sprang up. Since his main goal was to catch treasure fish, would it work wonders if he used treasure fish meat to catch them? Just like that, Su Mu took a piece of chubfish meat that hadn't been eaten yet, cut a small piece down, and hung it on the fishhook. Then he adjusted his orientation, and with a forceful fling, he flung himself to a place that was more shady and had more silk grass, where some fish liked to stay. Sitting there withered for another hour. Abruptly, there was a movement in the float. Chapter 61. Don't ascend. Don't soar. Just in the moment when Sumu was in a trance, a big black drift gave Sumu a jolt of fear. As soon as he grabbed the fishing rod, the fishing line instantly tensed up. Feeling the strong pulling force, Sumu stood up and pulled back with both hands. Good guy. The force is quite big. Judging from this force, this must be a treasure fish, otherwise it couldn't be this strong. Caught a big fish, have to pay attention to the skills, in order to prevent cutting the line, must be able to slip the fish, cannot use dead force, otherwise the fish line collapsed, can be difficult. The most difficult thing in the world is not more than catching a big fish after the line collapsed. If you encounter this kind of thing, lying in bed at night have to sit up and slap themselves too big mouth. At this moment, Lu Yun continent. Thousands of years ago, this continent was originally named Source Spirit Continent, and then in a great battle of the ages 1,000 years ago, a man named Xiao Luyun in an absolute posture, one person against 10 supreme powerhouses, and became the first person on the continent. The day Xiao Emperor ascended the throne, the Source Spirit Continent was renamed Luyun Continent. This continent became the world of Xiao Emperor. Standing at the highest point of the continent, he felt the loneliness of invincibility. St. Cloud Temple, built in the continent's highest mountain, the mountain backed by the Spirit Source River, 9 dragon neck sacred veins surrounded by clusters. It was night, bright moonlight, draped down. A white-robed man with a handsome face and a tall, thin figure sat under a shameful tree in front of the sacred cloud hall. He picked up the teacup on the table and sighed heavily after gently taking a sip. Raising his head, he looked at the white moon in the night sky, and a faint feeling of loneliness welled up in his heart. His name was Xiao Luyun, the Luyun of the Luyun continent, the first person of this continent. His true identity was also a traveler. 3,000 years ago crossed over to this continent, obtained the golden finger. With the golden finger, he is also all the way high, all the way horizontal. Pushed the same generation of heavenly pride, invincible is his synonym. After using 2,000 years, he managed to reach the top, and now he has been dominating the continent for 1,000 years. Now he has identity, status, women, heir, all of them, as if life is complete, nothing is lacking. But in fact, only he himself knew that a passion was missing. Thinking back to those 2,000 years, he had 9 deaths, messing with sex, flirting with holy women, stepping on heaven's pride, proud and wild, licentious and uninhibited. And now, with everything, instead, he felt that his heart was not in the right place. Over the years, he had also researched what ascension method, but the records of this continent regarding the deeds of ascension were few and far between. No one knew exactly how to ascend to the upper world, and what the specific method of ascension was. If it was possible, he really hoped that there would be some kind of foreign invasion now, some powerful enemies that would stir up his hot blood once again. The next day, early morning. Xiao Luyun, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. In the next second, the void in front of him began to distort and a spatial crack appeared, followed by a tall, lanky, masked man walking out of the spatial crack. The lanky man knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Xiao Luyun, who was seated in front of him, with both hands clasping his fists, "My lord, something has happened in the northern domain." When these words came out, Xiao Luyun then asked indifferently, what could have happened? It was already difficult for anything to pique his interest. If something happened to the continent, wasn't it just something that happened to his own territory? In his opinion, it was just some small fight. But however, Xiao Jiu personally came to report to himself, it shouldn't be something trivial, so he also asked a question. In the sky above the northern domain, black clouds are dense for tens of thousands of kilometers, the void is distorted, and a treasure has come out. The burly man replied word for word. Treasure? If you're interested, go fetch it yourself, it's rewarded to you. After hearing this, Xiao Luyun instantly lacked interest, looking forward to it for nothing. He thought it was some kind of foreign invasion, but it turned out to be just a treasure coming out. It was meaningless. He had been in charge of the continent for 1,000 years, all the top treasures on the continent, he had already gotten them, and had even rewarded a lot of treasures to his subordinates and heirs. The thing that was most lacking was treasures, and the thing that he couldn't afford to be interested in was treasures. Under the sky, there is no place that is not the king's land, and there is no place that is not the king's subject. He is the master of this continent. What treasures have come out of the continent, no matter in the hands of whom, are not all his own things? If one day interested in, want to get back, at any time can, wave of the hand thing just. When standing in this height, the thought has long become different. My lord, I came to find you, not because of this. Moreover, the space in the sky above the northern domain has been completely distorted, caused by that mysterious treasure. Our sacred cloud sect's people have already gone and gone with 10 elders, all of whom were wiped out. Only after hearing these words did Xiao Liuyun's eyes appear to change as he slowly stood up. The northern domain, right? Xiao Luyun asked once again. At those words, the burly man nodded. In the next second, Xiao Liuyun's body disappeared into space, and seeing this, the lanky man followed suit. In just 3 breaths, Xiao Luyun arrived above the void of the northern domain. In the void in front of him, dark clouds were dense, and a powerful bloodshed aura soon filled the entire northern region. At this moment, countless strong people had already come around, and they were all the sect leaders, holy lords, elders, and so on of the continent's major sect holy lands. After seeing Xiao Liuyun's arrival, it was as if these people had found their backbone, and they all cupped their fists at Xiao Luyun and said, "Greetings to Emperor Xiao." Emperor Xiao, who had dominated the continent for 1,000 years, was the strongest dominator of the continent from ancient times to the present, so they were incomparably respectful. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luyun only nodded blandly as his gaze pierced through the fog of blood qi and locked onto the target. It was a piece that was included in the blood qi, and his divine sense was unable to peer into it, nor did he know what it was. However, after he discovered a wisp of aura that didn't belong to this continent, his pupils shrunk violently, and his heart began to flutter with excitement. This object definitely had a connection with higher worlds. Abruptly, Xiao Liuyun's aura erupted and he transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the scarlet forbidden area. The closer he got, the denser the qi and blood force became, and it even affected his qi and blood flow. After getting close, Xiao Luyun stretched out his large hand and grabbed towards the thing emitting bloodlight in front of him. The moment he grabbed it, an extremely strong pulling force directly pulled his entire body towards the void above. This scene, which happened to also be seen by the countless continental cultivators watching the battle from the periphery, all pinched a sweat for Emperor Xiao. However, in the next second, Xiao Luyun not only did not resist, but allowed this pulling force to pull him towards the void above. His expression became incomparably expectant as he let out a shocking laugh. "Everyone, do not panic. I have ascended to the upper realm. The continent is in your hands." After he said that, the heavens and earth echoed with his bright laughter, and until the sky returned to normal, this laughter did not dissipate for a long time, echoing all the way to the entire continent. Chapter 62. He went to a distant place, don't chase after him. At this moment, the entire continent echoed with Xiao Liuyun's words and laughter. At this moment, all the cultivators on the continent raised their heads and looked at the sky, and countless cultivators who had Emperor Xiao as their idol of faith were kneeling towards the sky at this moment and were shouting, respectfully sending Emperor Xiao to ascend. Congratulations to Emperor Xiao's ascension. A sound of congratulations rang out and echoed in all corners of the continent. At this moment, the majesty of Emperor Xiao was revealed. As the continent's most powerful person, countless legends were created by him alone. Since the day when Emperor Xiao took charge of the continent and the continent was renamed the Luyun continent, the legends about Emperor Xiao have been unearthed by countless people, becoming one legend after another, circulating on the continent. Xiao Luyun, who had risen to prominence in Weimar, had used only 2,000 years of time to step by step reach the peak of the continent. Some people said that he came from a humble background and was the idol in the hearts of countless brothers from humble families. Others said that he was the reincarnation of an ancient sage with unrivaled talent, and that this life was meant to come and rule the continent. However, one thing about Xiao Di, everyone knows, that is, Xiao Di in this life never failed, debauchery, powerful and overwhelming, step by step to break the order, in all parts of the continent left his footprints in legends. Therefore, during this 1,000 years, the countless young sons and daughters born in the Luyun continent had taken Xiao Emperor as their goal and faith. To be precise, most of the babies born in this millennium, they grew up listening to the legends of Emperor Xiao. This moment, when Emperor Xiao ascended and left the continent, was what caused such a big stir. Many followers, although their hearts were very reluctant to part with them, they also wished from the bottom of their hearts that the first person on the continent had ascended to a higher world, because people of cultivation understood that this life of a human being, wasn't it just to keep moving forward by constantly chasing after a higher world? Of course, there were also people who were eavesdropping. Namely, those great clans that had been suppressed by the Sacred Cloud sect for 1,000 years, because Emperor Zhao's departure meant that the continent's forces were about to be reshuffled. But nevertheless, they still couldn't threaten the Saint Cloud sect's position of being the hegemon. Because even though Emperor Xiao had left, in these 1,000 years, the Sacred Cloud sect had developed rapidly, and Emperor Zhao's subordinates and heirs were all great talents. Even without Emperor Xiao, at least for the next few hundred or 1,000 years, it would be impossible to shake the Sacred Cloud sect's position as the hegemon. However, Xiao Di's departure also gave the continental cultivators a hope that, after cultivating to a certain realm, it was truly possible to ascend. Therefore, those strong people on the continent also set their sights on ascension. Ruling the continent is not truly powerful, ascending to the upper realms and going after the top of the great Tao, that is truly powerful. At this moment, in a certain corner of the Luyun continent, inside a small sect called Chongyun, a young man in cloth was staring at the sky, lost in thought. In the next second, a cane struck the young man's head, and then an old man in rags, holding a wine gourd in his hand, smiled and asked, "What? Does Emperor Zhao's ascension still make you kid emotional?" Upon hearing this, the cloth-clothed youth laughed and said to the drunken old man who was covered in alcohol, "Old man, do you think that one can really ascend after cultivating to a certain realm?" The words came out. The old man smiled and replied, "Of course, that laughter just now was the voice of Emperor Zhao. He has already ascended and left this continent for a higher world. Emperor Zhao is also this continent, the first recorded ascender, and the strongest sovereign in 10,000 years. Saying that, the old man gulped a large mouthful of wine and looked at the sky, revealing an envious expression. "The first recorded ascender?" The cloth-clothed youth muttered, "So ascension really exists? Then you always bragged to me that you could have ascended a long time ago. Is it possible that you are even stronger than Emperor Zhao?" When these words came out, the wine-breathed old man froze for a moment and laughed, "That's for sure. If I wanted to take over this continent would have been mine a long time ago. If not for some reasons, old man, I would have ascended long ago." Upon hearing this, the cloth-clothed youth then gave him a blank look. "How much wine have you had, and you're starting to talk about wine again? All right. Go and cultivate quickly. Don't you always idolize Emperor Zhao? Don't you always say that you want to follow Shaodi's steps and become the next dominator? With your 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing, I think it's hard enough for you to become an elder of the Qingyan sect." The cane in the drunken old man's hand knocked on his head again at an unknown time and said with a smile, "Stop knocking. When have I been lazy? In the entire Green Cloud sect, there are no more than a handful of people who are more diligent than me, right?" The cloth-clothed youth glared at the old man and said, "Not enough. Not even close. To one day ascend to the upper realms, the effort one has to put in is 100, 1,000, and 10,000 times that of a normal person." After saying that, the drunken old man leaned on his crutches, carried a wine pot, and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. "Go cultivate. I'm going down the mountain to get some wine." The cloth-clothed youth withdrew his gaze, and his eyes became firm, unconsciously clenching his fists, and walked towards the back of the mountain step by step. Sacred Cloud Sect. The stout man said to an immortal shadow in the hall, "His Excellency has already ascended. I hope that the Empress will save her life." As soon as these words came out, an ethereal voice came out. "There is nothing to mourn. This is the path that Brother Xiao should take. Xiaojiu, why don't you step back first?" At those words, the lanky man got up and walked towards the outside of the hall step by step. After a while, a fleshy little toddler ran to Xian Ying's front, pounced into his arms, and said in a milky voice, "Mother, where did Daddy go?" Upon hearing this, Fairy Shadow was flabbergasted and said with a smile, "Daddy has gone to a faraway place." "Then will he come back?" As the words fell, the immortal shadow was silent for a long while before revealing a smile and saying, "You can go look for Daddy. Daddy will be waiting for you there. But, you have to work hard, Ao. You have to become as good as Daddy, as strong, in order to see Daddy." "Good. I will definitely become as good as Daddy, and then I will bring Mother along to meet Daddy." The little milk baby raised his little fist in a decent manner and clenched it in front of his chest. Above the long river, Sumu had already been pulling with this precious fish for 10 minutes. However, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Good things come in small packages. In the next second, Sumu realized that this fish seemed to have given up its resistance and suddenly unloaded its force. After sensing the change, Sumu seized the moment and threw it with force. Finally, this big guy was finally ripped out of the water by him. "Eh? What kind of fish is this?" After seeing this fish, even the knowledgeable Sumu was puzzled and muttered. Chapter 63, "There's nothing wrong with him, he's just too weak." With a forceful tug, Sumu threw this big guy up the river. Putting down the fishing rod, he approached and started sizing it up. This fish, a full meter long, had an extended body, a broad head, a sideways flattened tail, and a wide blunt kiss. Sumu's own experience to judge, this seems to be a leopard shark, but an ordinary leopard shark is not quite the same. Leopard shark is covered with a little leopard in named. However, this leopard shark was not covered with leopard prints, it was black in color, more like a string of runes, spreading from the head of the fish all the way to the tail of the fish. The tail of the fish was like a sharp sword, with a chilling light, it looked very sharp. The most special thing was its eyes, which were a treasure blue color and very deep, but at the moment, its eyes were very frightened. It should be considered a mutated leopard shark. After stranding on the shore, this leopard shark rolled its body hard, ready to roll and jump back to the water. Seeing this, Sumu, which can give it a chance, hands pressed hard, ready to drag away from the waters. This leopard shark is a treasure fish, how can it let it run away? Real anglers know, wife ran away, hard for a while, but to the hands of the big fish ran away, have to be difficult for a lifetime, think back to smack yourself a few big mouth kind of. Ouch. The strength is quite big. Sumu's hands had already pressed down, but this leopard shark's strength was so great that it almost bounced away. Immediately after, Sumu kicked it with force, kicking it a few meters away, first keeping it away from the water bank. With this kick, the leopard shark was kicked honestly and stayed on the ground, not daring to move. After Sumu got close, the moment he crouched down, this leopard shark suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs and biting towards Sumu. It had all been stranded, but its speed was still fast to the extreme. Fortunately, Sumu was prepared and dodged with a sideways turn. The force of this bite made Sumu feel a pressure. If this bite was bitten, it was estimated that he would have to be injured. This kind of treasure fish, especially or shark, its combat power should not be underestimated. After the bite was empty, the leopard shark violently bounced up again, and in just one breath, it bounced out a few meters away, just at the moment it was about to jump back into the water. Sumu waved his big hand, his chi and blood burst out. The majestic spiritual power instantly confined the treasure shark that bounced in the air, and with a hand closing, he forcefully pulled it back. Little fellow, still quite fierce are you. This was the first time Sumu encountered such a fierce treasure fish, as if it wasn't afraid of itself. Even though it was many times more powerful than it still dared to attack itself. Bloodthirsty, I like it. The treasure shark that was forcefully pulled back, its eyes kept staring at Sumu, and although its eyes were fearful, its battle intent had not sharply decreased. This treasure shark, with such a strong and ferocious fighting ability, definitely couldn't be raised. If this was raised in its own fish tank, wouldn't it eat all the other small fish? So, it was better to eat it yourself. It had been a long time since I had to eat a treasure fish myself. In order to make it completely honest, Sumu whirled his fist and threw a few hard punches towards the shark's head. These few punches completely blinded it and made it honest. To be honest, Sumu has not eaten shark meat. After all, in his previous life, many sharks are protected animals. He is a good law-abiding citizen, but he does not dare to eat those little ancestors. Shark, in the end, how to do it is delicious. Steaming, boiled, sashimi, he has tried. Abruptly, Sumu thought of something, his eyes lit up. Let's do something different today. Sumu carried this shark up. Don't say, this is still strange heavy. Can let Sumu all feel a little heavy. Really, treasure fishes and ordinary fish is not too different. The weight is a significant feature. Carry the treasure shark back to the front of the stone house, under the willow tree. After putting it down, Sumu walked into the stone house, ready to go find tools. At this time, after seeing Sumu leave, this treasure shark began to struggle again, preparing to bounce back to the surface of the water. Immediately afterward, a willow branch dropped down and wrapped around the treasure shark that was preparing to escape, binding it. With the willow branch bound, the treasure shark was instantly unable to move. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape from the willow branch's entanglement. Sumu carried a silver-colored spear and walked out. Then he saw that the treasure shark was tied up by the willow tree with willow branches, and its position moved. It looked like this treasure shark was preparing to escape, and was discovered by the willow tree, and tied up in time. Seeing this, Sumu patted the willow tree and said with a smile, "Not bad, reward you later." This treasure shark's vitality is really tenacious. Being kicked by himself and punched a few times with force, he actually still has the ability to escape. If it wasn't for willow tree's hand, the moment he went back to the stone house to look for the tools, he really might have let it escape. The most important thing is, it is very smart. Just pretended to lose the ability to move. As long as there is a break, immediately escape. After Sumu approached, he picked up the silver-colored spear in his hand. Aiming at the treasure shark's head, he said, "Don't worry, I won't torture you, I'll give you a pain." After saying that, he stabbed a shot towards the shark's head. This shot, as if it had stabbed into a lump of iron, only pierced out a small blood hole a few millimeters deep. Seeing this, Sumu was a bit surprised. The head was really iron. In response, Sumu expressed his apologies to treasure shark. In fact, he really wanted to give you a pain in the ass. In the next second, Sumu took a deep breath. Spiritual energy surrounded the tip of the gun, and stabbed down again with force. Again, it only stabbed a few millimeters, not even close to killing. At this time, Sumu took out his silver dagger. When it mattered, he still had to send out his old buddy. When the treasure shark saw this silver dagger in Sumu's hand, a look of fear clearly appeared in its eyes. It was afraid of this dagger. Sumu held the dagger in his hand and said, "I'm really sorry for just now, I'll give you a pain in the ass this time." Saying that, he stabbed with force. This dagger directly penetrated its head, instantly losing its life. Sumu was not a great benefactor, but he was definitely not a bottomless great villain either. Just like when he usually encountered some stranded small fishes or injured small fishes and shrimps, he would also lend a helping hand. There is nothing wrong with this treasure shark. This world is the rule of the weak and the strong, and he himself is only trying to become stronger. If it wasn't a treasure fish, Sumu would have let it go. But on the contrary, it was, and that couldn't be helped. If one day he became a fish on the chopping board, the other party would not hesitate to kill him or her, which was normal. Sumu, holding a silver dagger, cut open the belly of the treasure shark, cleaned up some of the internal organs inside, filled a big bucket full of them. These internal organs are not ordinary internal organs. Although he himself does not eat, of course, he will not waste. Carrying the poke, he came to the river bank and whistled. In the next second, the little Dorado and Kong Yao came to the bank with their asses turned upside down. "I'll give you guys something good to eat today." With that, he threw these treasure fish innards into the water, and with that, the two fish began to gorge themselves on the food. Soon, most of the bucket was finished by them. After they finished eating, their bodies were glowing with a bit of golden light. Abruptly, the body of the little Dorado suddenly changed. Chapter 64. Dare to fight on my river? Do you think your life is too long? Only to see that the little Dorado seemed to be in pain as it began to roll over in the water, and the golden light glowing from its body turned into a black light. In just one breath, its pupils suddenly lost focus, and immediately afterward, the fish belly flopped over, losing its breath of life in an instant, and floated on the surface of the water. Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrunk and his heart was alarmed. Bad. Did this poison the little Dorado to death, or did it hold up? Just as Sumu was preparing to use favor points to rescue it. In the next second, the pupils of the little Dorado gradually recovered, and the breath on its body gradually began to recover. After several more breaths, the black light on his body changed back to golden light, and his body gradually began to return to normal, no longer turning over in the fish's belly. Immediately after, the head of the small Dorado grew 2-centimeter long silver horns. Its body also grew about 10 centimeters. After seeing the little Dorado come to life, Sumu then let out a sigh of relief. Not only had it come alive, but it also seemed to have become stronger, especially those two horns on its forehead, which seemed to contain a majestic energy breath. In contrast to the little Dorado, the Kong Yao on the side didn't seem to have been affected too much, other than its body growing a centimeter longer. The color of its body then got a little darker, and there wasn't much else that had changed, but nevertheless, its breath was also enhanced by quite a bit. Maybe the physique of the two beasts were different. Kong Yao's body structure and the little Dorado were completely different. After seeing that the two beasts were fine, Sumu took the remaining bit of internal organs and fed it to the young crab. Nowadays, the young crab wasn't small anymore, it was already 4 palms big, and after a while, it should be an adult as well. It finished the rest of the treasure shark's innards in 3 tries. The body was a circle bigger, the crab shell also turned into a light dull gold color, and the breath was also enhanced several times. After feeding them all, Sumu returned to the front of the stone house and continued to clean up the treasure shark. Then, he used the silver lance to run through the entire body of the fish. Today, he was going to get a roasted whole shark to eat. Sumu built a fire with ease, and placed the silver lance with the whole treasure shark on the fire to roast it. According to the past practice, the treasure fish were difficult to roast, and it could easily take a few hours to start. Sumu was not idle either, and found a pot of good wine from the spatial ring and placed it on the stone table. Roasted fish had to be paired with spirits, otherwise it was less flavorful. In the next second, the willow tree next to him stretched out a willow and wrapped it around the handle of the silver-colored lance, constantly rotating the fish's body so that it could keep each side roasted. Seeing this, Sumu didn't even need to do anything, just wait quietly. I have to say, this willow tree that I planted is really getting more and more knowledgeable. Suddenly, Sumu felt a little tired. Just now pulling this precious fish had consumed too much of his physical strength. A wave of drowsiness came over him. Little willow tree, call me when the fish is ready. Saying that, Sumu closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how many hours I slept, but I only felt that my ears were itchy, and after opening my eyes, I realized that a willow came to my ear and woke me up. The little willow tree is really too gentle. Wake up service is so thoughtful. A rich meat aroma accompanied by a unique medicinal aroma came to his face. He stood up and found that the fish had already been baked. At this moment, the treasure shark was golden and bubbling with oil. The most crucial thing was that not only was there a meat aroma, but there was also a unique medicinal scent, which was the first time he had encountered it, and it smelled very uptight. This treasure shark is a living plant of great medicine. Sumu put the entire roasted treasure shark, placed it on the stone table, took out a bottle, and spread the white powder crystals inside evenly on the surface. This bottle, which Sumu had looted, contained a strange medicinal powder, which Sumu had tried before. It should be a special kind of tonic, and since it had a little salty flavor, it was used as salt. After all the preparations were in place, Sumu picked up the dagger and cut off a piece of meat. A mouthful of it was full of oil, and it wasn't hot at all to eat, it was even a little bit cold. After taking a bite, Sumu picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Cool. It's been a long time since I've had such a refreshing meal. In order to prevent the accidents that happened before, Sumu ate very slowly, almost taking a bite, then drinking a glass of wine, and after slowly savoring it, realizing that his body was still able to withstand it, he continued to eat again. Last time, it was because he didn't grasp the degree, he ate too much at once, and almost propped Sumu up. This time, he ate very carefully. When he ate 1/5 of it, Sumu felt that something was wrong, coming finally. He immediately sat cross-legged and ran his gong method to absorb the energy in his body. Abruptly, his aura surged. Almost instantly, he directly broke through to the 9th Havoc realm. It didn't stop there. 9 Heaven's Grand Circle. In the next second, a vortex of spiritual energy surged out from Sumu's surroundings, and as he was in the vortex, his physical body began to become virtual. At this moment, Sumu could feel himself metamorphosing towards a certain realm, sublimating. This marvelous feeling lasted for a full half hour. Immediately afterward, his fleshly body began to gradually solidify, and he entered a completely new realm. Ascension Realm. This was the brand new realm that one arrived at after crossing the 9 tribulations. From certain ancient texts, it could be learned that generally cultivators who had cultivated to this realm already possessed the strength to ascend to the upper realms. Then, isn't it possible that he himself can also try to ascend to the upper realm and leave this place? Just like that, the next hour of trying made him completely give up. Not to mention ascending to the upper realm, it was difficult for him to leave this river. It seemed that he could really only honestly refine this river before considering the matter of ascending or not. Sumu, who had successfully stepped into the Ascension realm, was in a relaxed mood. There was still a large portion of fish meat left. He planned to rest for 2 days before eating it, because he had tried it long ago. He couldn't eat a large amount of treasure fish meat in a short period of time, the effect wasn't good. One had to eat it at intervals so that the effect could be maximized. After eating and drinking enough, Sumu took his fishing rod and went to the river again. Today's mood was good, the patrol mission was put aside for a while, and a good day of fishing was done. Perhaps it was because the luck of the past 2 days had been exhausted. After sitting there for several hours, not to mention the treasure fish, not even an ordinary small fish had been caught. Abruptly, the float began to float from side to side. Sumu fixed his eyes on it and realized that it wasn't a fish taking a bite, but rather a ripple appeared on the surface of the river, causing the float to start swaying. At this time, Sumu raised his head and looked towards the upper reaches of the river. The ripples on the surface of the river were coming from the upstream, and he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to sense a wisp of fighting. It was hard to believe that someone was fighting upstream. Sumu was instantly energized and interested. Putting down his fishing rod, he ran quickly upstream. Chapter 65. I go from the future, you come from the past. Time went back to an hour ago. Somewhere in a great world, the Ink Domain. A man in black was sitting on top of a barren mountain, and as he simply sat there, endless Tao rhythms and heavenly principles surrounded him. After a long time, the man in black slowly opened his eyes, and there was immortal light annihilating in his pupils. He sat here in this place to deduce the world tree, has been 50 years long, but could not find any trace. He was very puzzled, with his own strength, plus 50 years of deduction is not even a trace cannot be found. It was as if the world child tree was no longer in this realm, or to be precise, not in this timeline. The man's name was Yang Kai, and he had traveled all the way from an outer sect junior scholar to this point, and after countless years, he had now become an emperor who was admired by countless people. However, even as an emperor, he was unable to deduce the whereabouts of the world tree subtree. This caused him to have a suspicion that the world tree was no longer at this point in time, or had been transferred to another point in time. He had also realized a lot about the way of time. Due to the realization of the way of time, he also knew a river above the heavens and the worlds, in charge of all the absolute time vector law, called the Long River of Time. Outsiders thought that Yang Kai cultivated the way of time, already in the heart of the law, out of the gods, but in fact only he himself knows, far from it. If you have to take a measure to compare words, he currently mastered all the way of time, placed on the long river of time above, is only a few drops of time water contained in the law only, this is still he to the high estimate. Because, the long river of time is all the world, Yang Kai know the world, don't know the world, all by the long river of time is governed. In fact, he can also step on the long river of time, but can't affect the long river of time, can only reverse the flow of time for a few hundred years, due to the cause and effect of reversing the flow of time is really too big, he has always been unwilling to go to take that risk. But now, in order to find the most important world tree, he must go to the river of time to have a peep. With this in mind, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and operated the laws of time. Abruptly, the space around him began to distort, and a piece of invisible time fragments as fine as dust surrounded him. He began to sense and search for that legendary long river of time. Abruptly, an old voice rang out in his mind, "Don't look for it, I'm 1,000 years away, your future enemy, that world subtree is in my hands." Hearing these words, Yang Kai snapped his eyes open, and his breathing at this moment became disorganized for a few moments. His own future enemy. No wonder he had been having trouble with everything lately, just deducing this subtree had consumed 50 years of his life, which had greatly hindered his cultivation process. As it turned out, it was his own future enemy at work. He had also heard of a saying that certain supreme powerhouses, if they encountered a difficult enemy, would start with time. Those supreme beings would investigate your past events, and then use the way of time to intercept a major event in your past, intervene, and hinder your development, in order to weaken the strength of your future body. For example, according to the normal development of the line of events, Yang Kai would have obtained a subtree of the world tree and successfully refined it at the time of 1100 years, sometime after the present. However, a future enemy has interfered with it and transferred the world subtree that Yang Kai was supposed to have already obtained, and then there will be a result that Yang Kai's cultivation progress will be greatly reduced. To take the simplest example, you and I are both boxers, both adults, opponents in the ring. But in order to achieve victory in the ring a few days later, I traveled through time and broke your legs or feet when you were only a teenager. In that case, you after a few days, are you still my opponent? Therefore, at this moment, Yang Kai has realized the seriousness of time. He has been targeted by some powerful enemy in the future, who is standing in the future and constantly interfering with his development process, and if he allows this to continue, I am afraid that his future will be bleak. Then, Yang Kai had to make a change. At this time, the old voice in his mind continued to sound, "Dare to come to the long river of time to fight? I go from the future, you come from the past, and we meet on the long river of time." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai unconsciously clenched his fists. This was a deadlock. If one did not dare to answer the battle, then one's life would be interfered with all the time. If one answered the battle, then the current self would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. However, the only way to break the situation now was to answer the battle. The only way to hopefully break it was to step into the long river of time and answer the battle. Because he had been comprehending the way of time for so many years, he knew the mystery and strangeness of the long river of time, although his own strength was still not as strong as the other parties, but the combat environment was the long river of time, and he had mastered quite a bit of the way of time, so in case he fought through it by virtue of the special environment. Although he, Yang Kai, had a steady character, he was definitely not a fearful person, otherwise he could not have come this far. Therefore, he had to fight, even if he understood that this was the other party's bureau, a hangman banquet, he had to go. Come. Come to the battle of the long river of time. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Good. Vigor. Come and fight. That old voice, too, responded to him. Yang Kai operated the way of time and continued to search for that long river of time in the underworld. Finally, he found it, and his entire person began to gradually dissipate, disappearing into the void and going to that long river of time. I don't know how long it had passed, how many times and spaces it had rolled over. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived above a river. At this time, he felt a suction force coming from the water under his feet, about to pull him into the water. Seeing this, he waved his hand and a wooden tablet appeared under his feet, stepping on it so that he didn't continue to be swallowed by the water of time. This wooden plaque was the legendary wood of time, with the help of which he could resist the water of the river of time. Standing on the wooden plaque, Yang Kai began to survey the river. This river, which looked just like an ordinary river, who would have thought that this river was actually in charge of all time and space? Abruptly, Yang Kai looked ahead, a silhouette slowly sailed towards him. With a thought, a gun appeared in his palm, he gripped the handle of the gun tightly, his eyes staring dead on the silhouette coming towards him. Was it him? His own future enemy, coming from the future. The next second, that old voice once again resounded in Yang Kai's mind. Chapter 66, Truly Powerful, Time is Nothing More Than a Tool. You really dare to come. As the words fell, a man with snow-white hair and an upright figure approached in a small boat. Yang Kai looked up and down at this white-haired man, his brows clustered tightly as this man he had no impression of at all, and was indeed a future enemy. You dare to come, why don't I dare to come? Yang Kai sneered. As the words fell, the two men stood opposite each other, seemingly close to each other, but in reality, they were separated by countless hours, one in the past, one in the future. People who were originally not at the same point in time, met on the long river of time. Seeing Yang Kai delay to make a move, the white-haired man stretched out his right hand, a green sapling, emitting a bit of immortal charm, hovering in the center of his palm. After seeing this sapling, Yang Kai's pupils shrunk, and his breathing couldn't help but be disorganized for a few moments. This world tree's subtree was indeed in his hands. This world subtree was very important to Yang Kai at this stage, and the white-haired man was the equivalent of holding him by the throat, making it very difficult for him. If you have the ability, come get it yourself. The white-haired man playfully provoked Yang Kai, luring him to make a move against himself. Hearing a sentence with such obvious intent, Yang Kai instantly calmed down. The other party was provoking himself, wanting him to make a move. However, this was not any other place, this was the long river of time. Not only himself or him, both had to use a medium to step on the water of time. Once they fought here and accidentally fell, they could easily be swallowed by the water of time and be exiled to some other world at some other time. In the next second, Yang Kai's divine sense burst out and launched a soul attack at the white-haired man. The white-haired man didn't expect Yang Kai to attack himself in this way, and without defense, he was almost hit, but after all, his own strength was far higher than Yang Kai's, and he still reacted, and the two divine sense souls instantly collided together. The powerful pressure set off a shallow ripple on the river. At this time, the white-haired man seized the gap in Yang Kai's trance, rose up in the air, and blasted a fist towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai put his hands against his chest, hard next to the punch, was knocked back a step, almost knocked off the wooden plaque and fell into the water of time. The white-haired man proceeded to jump back onto the small boat. Due to the fact that their combat environment was too special, they didn't dare to use their spiritual power at will, so they only dared to use soul attacks or physical fistfights. Although this punch was a purely physical attack, due to the white-haired man's physical body being too strong, this punch caused Yang Kai to suffer a considerable amount of internal injuries. A trace of blood spilled out from the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the white-haired man as he thought of a way to deal with it in his mind. Immediately, Yang Kai ran the laws of time, preparing to mobilize the river of time and launch an attack against the white-haired man. However, the way of time that he was so proud of actually couldn't have any effect here, which meant that the way of time that he had mastered was really too small in front of this long river of time. The white-haired man also seemed to sense what Yang Kai was preparing to do, and then coldly laughed. The way of time that I have mastered is above you, but even so, I have never thought of mobilizing the long river of time. The way of time that you and I have mastered is like a drop in the ocean compared to the long river of time. All the supreme existences I know of, no matter if it's the historical past or the distant future, there wouldn't and couldn't be an existence that could mobilize the long river of time. The white-haired man's words also woke up Yang Kai. He was able to step into the long river of time, and he could even sit in the future and influence himself in the past. From this it could be seen that the other party was the way of time was definitely above himself, so it was obviously unlikely that he would use the way of time to deal with him. Abruptly, the white-haired man's mighty pressure was released, and his powerful divine sense turned into a sharp sword, stabbing towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. This strike almost directly penetrated Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, causing Yang Kai's pupils to be lax and his body to stiffen. Seeing this, the white-haired man seized this moment and turned his hand into a sword, stabbing towards Yang Kai's chest and heart, preparing to kill Yang Kai with one strike and then throw his corpse into the river of time, completely annihilating him and cutting off all possibilities of rebirth. This was also the main purpose of the white-haired man luring Yang Kai up to the long river of time. If the physical body died in the long river of time and fell into the water of time, if it was light, it would be exiled to other timelines and other worlds, completely resolving his enemies, and if it was heavy, it would be directly devoured by the long river of time, and his spirit and soul would be annihilated, and he would not be able to be reborn for all eternity. Just at the moment when this strike was about to hit Yang Kai's chest, white time mist surged up, the water of time stood still, and an aura came towards them. Seeing this, the white-haired man's body stiffened and gave up his attack, turning to look in a certain direction. At this moment, Yang Kai, whose pupils regained focus and his consciousness returned to reality, suddenly realized that he had just almost been killed by the white-haired man, and that once he died on this long river of time, all of his own cards and means would be of no use. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. It was the appearance of that aura that had just saved himself. Only to see that silhouette at the end of the river, in the mist of time, stepping on top of the long river of time, walking towards them step by step. The white-haired man looked at the silhouette and his heart palpitated. Yang Kai was also nervous inside, not knowing whether the silhouette was a friend or an enemy. The two men didn't dare to continue fighting anymore, all of them fixed in place, their gazes staring deathly at the silhouette walking towards them step by step. Who? Abruptly, a gust of wind blew from nowhere, blowing away the time mist on the river, and only then did the two men see the silhouette clearly. A simple robe, eyebrows like snow, eyes like the abyss, feet stepping on the long river of time, this robed man, merely standing in place, yet gave the two a great impact on their worldview. For a moment, the two forgot to think, and also forgot the purpose of this visit to the river of time. This was because both of them cultivated the way of time and had very deep attainments. There was no one who understood better than them what this series of operations, stepping on the waters of time with a physical body, controlling the waters of time to stand still, and dispelling the mists of time, really meant. There was also no one who knew just how much of a shock this had given them. At this moment, their worldview was completely shattered. They could influence a certain part of the past, a certain part of the future of the world they were in, they could step into the long river of time, but they could only be careful and walk on thin ice. About manipulating the long river of time and such heaven-defying acts, they didn't even dare to think about it. Because this long river of time was not the long river of time of a certain world, but the long river of time of the heavens and the worlds, of all worlds. Who is the visitor? Why are you messing around on my river? The man's drifting voice pulled the duo's thoughts back to reality. Chapter 67, Leave after making a scene? Did ITM let you go? The words were very, very soft, but clearly reached the ears of the two and echoed in their minds. A simple sentence, but it pointed out a key word: his river. Why would it be said that the two of them were fooling around on this man's river? Hasn't the river of time always been unowned? No one had ever thought about it, and no one would ever think about the ownership of the long river of time, because the long river of time was a rule concept divine river, which was above all world rules, and it was impossible for anyone to be in control of it, and no matter if it was in the past or in the distant future, there would never be such a person. It was as if the long river of time created beings bound by rules. It was impossible for beings to emerge that transcended the rules to control it in turn. Although the heavens and the worlds have a lot of heaven-defying powerhouses, they claim to be beyond and beyond all the rules, above the rules, but that's only for the rules of the world they are in, still within the biggest rules, still be constrained by the river of time. The biggest rule is the river of time, which is the upper limit of time, the apex of rules, the end of truth. It is the upper limit of time, the apex of rules, and the end of truth. All things in this world, be they living or non-living, have a lifespan, and what determines the lifespan is time. All things are bound by time, even the heavenly path, which has a lifespan, will be swallowed up by time. Time gives meaning to the existence of all things, and that is why time is called the apex of rules, the apex of truth, so there will be no living beings to grasp this apex of rules. Because once someone grasps the river of time, overriding the highest rules, then the heavens and the worlds, all meaningful and meaningless things, will be controlled by someone. This was a very frightening thing, because with a single thought, he was not controlling the life and death of a certain person, but the life and death of a certain world. As long as he wanted to, he could even make everything return to nothingness. That was why Yang Kai and the white-haired man were so fearful at this moment, feeling unreal and a sense of dreaming. In the face of this man's question, they even lost the ability to think and did not reply for a long time. Seeing that the two froze, there was a beauty of a missing brainstem. Sumu frowned slightly, and his tone intensified. I don't want to ask a third time. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai was the first to react, cupping his fists at Sumu and respectfully said, back to this senior, the name of the junior is Yang Kai, from Jiangdu. As the words fell, the white-haired man, who had just been unruly and unrestrained, also bent down and cupped his fists and said, late senior's moniker is an MO, from the MO domain. Hearing this, Sumu once again asked, why are you fighting here? Sumu had come here to guard the river for so long, and this was the first time he had seen someone fighting here. As a river guard himself, how could he possibly let this kind of disruption of order and the security of the river appear, so he had to step in to stop it and punish it heavily. Without waiting for the white-haired man to reply, Yang Kai jumped the gun and replied, back to senior, he used his power to suppress me, hindered my cultivation, robbed me of my things, and made a date to fight here. When these words came out, the white-haired man's body stiffened and his heart went cold. Could you Yang Kai, saying the words to death right? But on the contrary, what Yang Kai said was the truth. It was not good for him to defend himself, nor did he dare to do so. But it was impossible to let young Kai say all the good words by himself. He had expended his efforts and spared no expense to use the way of time to hinder Yang Kai's development, but also in order to deal with this enemy that would affect the safety of his own life in the future. Luring him to the long river of time and preparing to kill him in one fell swoop, this plan would have been perfect and foolproof. However, even if he were to plan it again, he still couldn't believe that this long river of time had an owner. This is the long river of time, this is not an ordinary river, The white-haired man held his breath for a while before responding, "This senior, it's because I feel that he will affect me in the future, that's why I initiated the appointment." Hearing the two men's words, Sumu had an answer in his heart. This white-haired kid, his speech was a bit funny. It's like, I'm walking on the road and I see a more outstanding youth, I'm afraid that the other party will affect me in the future, so I initiated a street PK against him. Isn't that funny? Then in the future, when I walk on the road and meet one who is more handsome than me, I will walk up and punch him, for the simple reason that I am afraid that his handsomeness will affect my status as a male star in the future. Sumu was also amused and said, "People cultivate others, what are you going to disturb them for?" At these words, the white-haired man was also flabbergasted. Weakly, he said, "He will threaten me in the future, I have to strangle the seedling in the cradle, As the words fell, Sumu turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Previously, do you know him?" Hearing this, the aggression in Yang Kai's heart was instantly released, and he finally found someone to back him up. If it wasn't for the fact that his character and image didn't allow it, he was going to accuse the other party with a sniffle and a tear. Family members, who understands? This person had come from the future to lay out to mess with himself, and now that his strength was weak, he could only unilaterally be beaten up, the aggravation of which only he knew. Don't recognize. Yang Kai was really being honest. The current him really didn't recognize this white-haired man in front of him, because this was his future enemy. How could he recognize him? Hearing this, Sumu looked at the white-haired man again, his eyes questioning him. Being stared at by this gaze, the white-haired man's heart was hairy, and his heart was incomparably fearful. He was actually a bit aggrieved, but he was not in a position to take advantage of the situation. It's true that he doesn't know him now, but he will know him in the future, The white-haired man's words fell. Sumu also froze for a moment and smiled breathlessly. The grudge of this fight, Sumu already knew about it. If it was a disturbance in another place, Sumu wouldn't ask so much. But causing trouble here, of course Sumu had to ask clearly, which determined the amount of punishment he would receive. Sumu was a sensible person. Those who actively caused trouble were of course punished a little heavier, those who were passive could be punished a little lighter at their discretion. "What did he rob you of?" Sumu asked to Yang Kai. Upon hearing this, Yang Kai pointed to the world sun tree in the white-haired man's hand and said, "It's this one." Seeing this, Sumu was somewhat speechless. Just this broken sapling? On this riverbank by himself, one grabbed a whole bunch of them. Sumu looked at the white-haired man, and before he could speak, the white-haired man hurriedly gave it back to Yang Kai with both hands. Yang Kai, who took back the world sun tree, his inner aggression was finally released. So, is this what it feels like to have someone backing you up? Alright, the grudge handling is done, it's time to punish the cost of the disturbance. This kind of thing, you have to make an example out of them, you have to penalize them, or else any kitten or puppy will come to make trouble on their river, and they will still be inappropriate as a riverkeeper. Alright, senior, things have been dealt with, then I'll leave first. Saying that, the white-haired man took a small leaf boat and prepared to leave. Did I let you go? Seeing that he wanted to leave after making a mess, Sumu was also exasperated and laughed, and directly spoke a well-worded and beautiful hometown dialect. Chapter 68. What kind of dirt chicken or dog dares to come and make a mess? The moment these words came out, the frightened white-haired man directly froze in place, not daring to make any other movements. He turned around, wanting to cry, and carefully asked, "Senior, is there something else?" This time, he had lost to his grandma's house. Not only did he not hinder Yang Kai's development, but he also made an early enmity with him, and now that he was going back, he would definitely lay out a plan in advance to guard himself. Moreover, he understands the character of Yang Kai. Once he realizes something, doubling his cultivation is definitely inevitable, and he will also leave behind countless backhanders. The future of him will become even more powerful and tricky. However, this is also something that can't be helped. The devil knows that there is still such a big Buddha on this long river of time, and it also supports this kid Yang Kai. Giving him 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to refute this powerful man. After coming to my place to cause trouble, you want to leave after patting your ass? If this were to be seen by others, they would think that I can come here to make a scene with whatever dirt and dogs I have here. As the words fell, the white-haired man's heart tightened, and then immediately apologized. "Elder, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't have hastily set foot here and disturbed your old man's purification, causing you trouble." At those words, Sumu's brows clustered. Apologize? If apologizing was useful, why would there be a need for a police officer? Do you think apologizing is useful? Sumu smiled and asked a rhetorical question. Hearing this, not only the white-haired man, but also Yang Kai were flabbergasted for a moment. What did this mean? "Senior, I really didn't mean to offend." The white-haired man didn't get the meaning of Sumu's words. Thinking that Sumu was preparing to take his life, he instantly panicked, his tone humble to the extreme. At those words, Sumu rolled his eyes. Why was this guy's brain so unintelligent? "Take the treasure, take the treasure, take the treasure, ah! Do you have to use strong-arm tactics yourself?" Seeing that Sumu's expression still didn't ease, the white-haired man gritted his teeth and waved his hand to cut off his right arm. After his right arm was cut off, it turned into a ball of light, and he used a transparent vial to contain this ball of light and handed it to Sumu, and said, "Senior, this is my reparation gift, I hope you don't mind." Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrank, thinking that this guy was quite ruthless and decisive. This was truly breaking his arm to survive awe. Since it all showed sincerity, Sumu didn't intend to continue pursuing it. A long lesson would be good. Sumu received the transparent vial and put it away. At this time, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Being stared at by this sudden gaze, Yang Kai's heart also palpitated, almost forgetting that he was also one of the troublemakers. He took out a small dark green tripod, and after feeling that the sincerity was still not quite enough, he took out a dark golden bell. This was the dark jade cauldron and the mountain river bell, which were his innate magic treasures. One of the reasons for taking out these two magic treasures was to thank this senior for sticking up for him, retrieving the world child tree, and saving himself. The second was also to flatter this senior. This level of existence already transcends above everything. Once flattered, the other party can completely change their fate with a thought. That's why he didn't hesitate to directly take out his own life magic treasure. Sumu was also someone who had seen a lot of treasures, and with a glance, he could tell that this tripod and bell were good treasures. This young man named Yang Kai, since he's the one being bullied, let him mean to shed some blood, just grow a brain in the future, don't be so naive. You're going to come when others ask for a fight? Don't you know how to stand up for yourself? Don't you know how to hold back? A gentleman's revenge, 10 years is not too late, 30 years river east, 30 years river west, will always get back later. Just like the former elementary school Sumu, other people put down a "don't go after school." Sumu is not likely to be stupid and wait for others to block the school gate. However, he would also dislike the sentence, "Wait for me at the school gate." After dropping this sentence, he would leave through the back door over the wall, go home to blow the air conditioning, eat watermelon, and make them wait until midnight. At this time, the father, who had been unable to wait for them to come home for dinner, would come to the school gate with an ancient magic weapon, the 7 pearly wolves belt. A belt went down, instantly awakening the sleeping filial piety. Sumu belongs to a more mature type, from childhood are very mature. For these motionless are like to date the fight of elementary school students, lack of a belt fried meat, eat a meal on the honest. As the saying goes, belt coated with iodine bolts, the side hit will be sterilized, loving mother in the hands of the stick, the wandering son on the body splitting, a second 12 sticks, stick out of the storm. Yang Kai, if you can't beat me, don't you know how to hide? It's just a matter of time. If you suffer a loss, you'll learn a lesson later. After receiving the tripod and bell, Sumu was in a good mood. Seeing that this Yang Kai was so understanding, he also planned to help him. Then, he said to the white-haired man, "In the future, don't look for trouble with him again, is that clear?" The moment these words came out, the white-haired man's heart was half cooled. If it was someone else's threat, he could treat it as a fart, but what kind of existence was this one in front of him? A supreme existence that manipulated the river of time with a wave of his hand. How could he be so virtuous as to be threatened by an existence of this level? The white-haired man didn't dare to have any hesitation and nodded, then weakly said, "But senior, what if he finds me in trouble in the future?" This Yang Kai really was luck against the heavens. His ancestors' graves were smoking, his luck was against the heavens, and he actually got the backing of this senior. But he couldn't possibly let Yang Kai unilaterally get himself, could he? As the words fell, Yang Kai then said, "As long as he doesn't get in my way or affect me, I won't look for trouble from him in the future." Hearing these words, the white-haired man was still nervously looking at Sumu. Yang Kai's words were bull. This senior's words were the top priority. That's it. Whatever, you guys go down and deal with it yourselves. In short, just don't come here to make trouble with me. Sumu just casually warned. Other things he didn't want to care more about, didn't have that kind of leisure. He was just looking at Yang Kai's pity and casually said a word. as for whether they listened or not, it was their business. Well, don't stay here, what should go home goes home, where to go? Once these words came out, the two hurriedly reversed their direction, one going downstream, the other upstream, and soon dissipated in Sumu's line of sight. After dealing with the matter, the system's broadcasting voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations! Due to the fact that you calmed the river storm, you triggered a special storm, favor points plus 12,000. After seeing that he directly received 12,000 favor points, Sumu wanted to say to those two people just now, I take back those words I just said, you are welcome to come to the river and cause trouble often. But the people have already left, if they meet people who make trouble again next time, they will have to be welcome to come more often. Returning to the front of his stone house, Sumu took out the transparent vial and surveyed the massive light inside. The next second, he opened the transparent vial, the massive light slowly overflowed out of the vial. Sumu stretched out his right hand, and the moment his fingertips touched the massive light, something bizarre happened. Chapter 69, Light is the beginning, and I am the beginning. Sumu's fingertips, the moment they touched the light mass. The scene around him began to change, turning into a white blanket, unable to see anything else, except for the blankness, which remained blank. At this moment, Sumu subconsciously prepared to run the gong method, but was shocked to find that he could no longer perceive the spiritual energy in his body, and could not even feel the existence of the dantian. At this moment, it was as if he had completely turned into a mortal. It had to be said that Sumu, who had always been calm and collected, was really a bit flustered at this second. He stood up and started walking towards the front, walking aimlessly. However, this world was like a huge blank box, all as far as the eye could see was blank. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he lost his way, or rather this blank world had no direction as far as direction was concerned, because every direction was the same. Sumu took a few deep breaths, calmed down his mood, and began to analyze. He had just come into contact with that mysterious ball of light, and after that contact, he was forcefully pulled into this blank world. Not only that, in this blank world, he had become a mortal, unable to operate his gong methods or mobilize his spiritual energy, and he didn't know how to break the situation. Therefore, he could only pick a direction and keep walking. However, the more he walked, the more tired he became. It clearly felt like he had only walked for a few hours, but it was as if he had walked for decades. That intense feeling of exhaustion hit him, making Sumu have to stop. At this time, Sumu discovered the abnormality of this world. Here, there was no day and night, no wind, rain, thunder or lightning, and even the passage of time could not be felt. This blank world was like an empty shell without any world rules. Abruptly, Sumu's eyes lit up. Light. There was nothing in this blank world, the only thing that existed was light. Immediately, Sumu realized something and began to sit cross-legged. What is light? Light is the beginning of everything. With light, there is life. If a world is left with only light, then there is only the beginning, no process, and even less end. At this moment, Sumu closed his eyes and entered a special state of epiphany, under which his heart was like a clear mirror and his mind was transparent. In the next second, he grasped something, realized something. As he slowly opened his eyes, the scene around him began to change. Light appeared, mountains and rivers towered, life appeared, great rivers and mountains, the time changed. In just a few seconds, the evolution of a world was presented in front of Sumu's eyes. So this is it. So this is the true meaning of the existence of light. As Sumu sighed, he felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy, and his breath began to continuously surge. This blank world began to shrink and finally converged at Sumu's dantian. It turned out that Sumu had been in the same place all along, and that blank world just now was nothing more than an otherworldly space. At this moment, in Sumu's mind, there was an additional light runic text, which was a fragment of the law of light. After absorbing the blank world just now, Sumu comprehended some laws of light. This was the power of laws, not merit laws, and even though he had only comprehended a little bit of skin, it surpassed countless merit laws. Not only that, his cultivation realm also directly raised to the ascension 5th realm, directly rising 5 small realms. At this time, he sensed something at his dantian, and with a thought, the scene around him changed once again, returning to the blank world he had just been in. This time, he could feel that he had absolute control, and with a wave of his big hand, space began to fold and twist, and even flowers, plants, and trees could appear. It seemed that he had mastered an independent otherworldly space, and was still able to release it at any time. In the next second, he waved his hand and returned to reality. This was equivalent to a kind of domain. Sumu opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation level, Ascension 5th realm. Mastered avatar, water control level 2, swimming level 2. Mastered technique, Qing Tian Hua Long Yi 4th level, divine elephant prison suppressing strength 4th level. Mastery of laws, space rule power level 1, law of light level 0. Water beasts, Lochless dragon, skate beast, stone axe beast, chaotic golden spirit Fusang. River affinity, 0.7%. River favor points, 48,320 points. At this time, he noticed that among the water beasts he had contracted, the word in parentheses behind the chaos golden spirit had changed, becoming Fusang. Fusang? Sumu muttered. Was this its name? However, mentioning this Fusang, Sumu recalled some memories. Before he crossed over, Sumu was still quite obsessed with ancient theology, and one of the ancient books was called the Classic of Mountains and Seas. In the Classic of Mountains and Seas, there were 4 sacred trees, namely, Fusang wood, Ruomu, Xuanmu, and Jianmu. Fusang wood, as the name suggests, is 2 mulberry trees growing from the same root, snuggling and supporting each other's growth, so it is Fusang. In the records of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the legendary Fusang wood, up to thousands of feet high, the trees together also have thousands of feet, the leaves are red. In addition to this, the Fusang tree is also the habitat of the sun rises every day in the Fusang tree. But the body of the little golden ant is an ant, right? Why Fusang? It has nothing to do with trees. Could it be that its name is Fusang? At this moment, Sumu released his spiritual senses to sense the direction of the little gold ant, but he realized that he couldn't sense it anymore. No, he could sense it, but it was too weak, and he didn't know where it had gone. Its home, is it that far away? Let's not think about this matter for now, there are enough favor points, let's raise the affinity by 1 step first. Favor points 30,000. River affinity, 0.7%, river affinity, 1%. When the favor points were raised to 1%, Sumu could feel that his connection with this river had directly risen by several levels. It looked like it had only risen by 0.3%, but it was a qualitative leap. It was finally possible to raise the divine ability. Strip, level 201,000. Stasis, level 201,000. Acceleration, level 201,000. Backward, level 201,000. Swimming, level 201,000. After the affinity had been raised to 1%, the restriction on raising the water control aptitude had been lifted, and it was already possible to continue raising it. For 1,000 favor points, it was possible to raise the divine ability to level 3. Level 2 stripping could control 10 pounds of water out of the water surface at once for manipulation. Level 2 static can make 50 square meters of water stand still, stopping the flow. Level 2 acceleration can accelerate the flow of 50 square meters of water. Level 2 of backward, which causes 50 square meters of water to flow backwards. Level 2 of swimming, which allows you to swim in any waters and step on the surface of the water, in which the speed is increased by 20 times, the endurance is increased by 20 times, and the negative effects brought about by the water are weakened by %30. System, give me additional points. First, raise these aptitudes to level 3 and see how much they can be raised to. Chapter 70 Chaotic Fusang, the Fusang I planted? Favor points 1,000. Stripping plus 1,000. Stripping, level 201,000. Stripping, level 3 can be raised by adding points after river affinity is raised to 5%. Description, expands the range to 1,000 pounds, allowing you to maneuver 1,000 pounds of water out of the water at once. Seeing this, Sumu froze. Good fellow, it directly increased from 10 pounds to 1,000 pounds. This is a direct increase of 100 times. Sumu came to the shore, and with a big wave of his hand, he manipulated 1,000 jin of water to leave the water surface, and 1,000 jin of water could continuously change its form with his gestures. It had to be said that compared to 10 jin, the visual impact of this 1,000 jin was much too great. Continuing to raise the others. Favor points 1,000. Stillness plus 1,000. Stillness, level 201,000, stillness, level 3 can continue to raise with additional points after river affinity is raised to 5%. Description, expands the range to 1,000 square meters, and can make 1,000 square meters of water still, stopping the flow. Favor points 1,000. Acceleration plus 1,000. Acceleration, level 201,000, acceleration, level 3 can be increased by adding points after river affinity is raised to 5%. Description, expands the range to 1,000 square meters, accelerating the flow of water in 1,000 square meters. Favored points 1,000, favored points 1,000. Backlash plus 1,000, backlash. Back, level 201,000, back, level 3 can be increased by adding points after river affinity is raised to 5%. Description: expands the range to 1,000 square meters, allowing 1,000 square meters of water to flow backwards. After all of the water control aptitudes were upgraded, there was a direct explosive increase. Sumu stood at the riverbank, and with a gentle wave of his hand, he could make 1,000 square meters of water in front of him stand still, accelerate, move backward, and so on. Other than that, this enhancement will make it easier for you to collect tolls in the future. Next, it's time to upgrade swimming. Favor points 1000. Swimming plus 1000. Swimming, level 20 1000. Swimming, level 3 can be raised by adding points after river affinity is raised to 5%. Introduction: can swim in any water and can step on the water surface, in which speed is increased by 100 times, endurance is increased by 100 times, negative impacts brought by the water are weakened by %50, and all negative impacts on the water are weakened by 50%. After swimming was upgraded to the third level, speed and endurance were all greatly improved. In fact, the most crucial thing was the reduction of negative effects. This is very important. For example, some mists would often rise up on the river, and at first, when Sumu was in these mists, he suffered some negative effects, such as feeling that his spiritual energy was blocked, and sometimes he would get disoriented and dizzy. However, with the increase in affinity and the improvement of the swimming aptitude, these negative effects weren't as great, but they were still a little bit more or less. This time, the enhancement of swimming aptitude added one more sentence: all negative effects on water are reduced by 50%. Just like last time, when Sumu was on his way back from picking peaches, he accidentally blundered into the mist and almost lost his way, and his head was dizzy. This mist should belong to the category of negative impact on water, and with the enhancement of this avatar, the next time he encounters these strange mists, it shouldn't be so difficult. After enhancing all of his divine abilities, Sumu only felt an incomparable physical and mental relief. There were still 13,320 favor points left. Sumu planned to raise his feats. Favor points 2000. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 4th level 2000. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 5th level 3000. Favor points 1000. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, 4th level 1000. Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique, 5th level 2000. Another 3000 favor points were spent to raise the 2 feats to the 5th gravity. The next second, Sumu's aura began to skyrocket. Soaring 6th gravity realm. Soaring 7th realm. Directly rising 2 small realms, cool. If he continued to ascend, he would need 5000 favor points. Although Sumu still had over 10,000 favor points left, he couldn't afford to continue to ascend. At this stage, he still had to save his favor points to raise his affinity in order to leave this hellish place as soon as possible. After all, if he stayed trapped here, even if Sumu had heavenly skills and heaven-defying strength, he would have no place to use it. There was no door to serve the country, it didn't seem appropriate to use it here. It should be said that there is no pussy to pretend, which makes it hard. The meaning of cultivating immortality, isn't it to pretend to be a pussy? After raising all that could be raised, Sumu's strength also came to a whole new level. There was nothing that was more pleasurable than a surge in strength. With that, he walked over to the willow tree. This willow tree was planted by himself, and now it had grown to a height of 2 meters. This willow tree seemed to be spiritually intelligent, and had shared a lot of worries for himself on weekdays. He also spent some favor points to help it grow a bit. Whether or not to spend 2000 favor points to feed it? At those words, Sumu froze. Good lord, does it need to be fed at least 2000 favor points at a time? He fed the small Dorado himself. Kongyao only fed it a few hundred or so at most, but when it came to it, he had to feed it 2000 points at a time. Moreover, it can't be reduced, it costs at least 2000. It's just a matter of time. I, Sumu, am not that cheap. Favor points 2000. Successful feeding. In the next second, the willow tree emitted a faint green glittering light, and countless willows began to flutter. Immediately, the willow tree began to grow at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and in just a few seconds, it had already grown to a height of 5 meters, its crown expanded 3 times, and its willow strips thickened by a few points. The effect was very remarkable. The willow tree seemed to have become the guardian gate god of Sumu's stonehouse, and the crown of the tree covered all of Sumu's cave. Not bad, although it cost 2000 points, the effect was very good. Abruptly, a willow drooped down and landed on Sumu's ear, gently rubbing against his cheek, casting gratitude towards Sumu. Don't worry, you were planted by me. Of course I won't treat you poorly. Sumu murmured to Willow. Well, now, spending so many favor points out at once. Sumu instantly became poor again. This favor points, it really wasn't easy to spend, because there were too many uses for them. It's time to work. Immediately, Sumu put on a bucket hat, put a basket on his back, picked up a sickle, and started patrolling the river to earn favor points. As he walked, Sumu came to a shallow riverbank. Strange, there actually wasn't a single stranded small fish or shrimp today? What is this? Sumu noticed a hole appearing in the mud on the riverbank. He squatted down and carefully surveyed it, and realized that the hole wasn't small, it was 4 fingers wide. What kind of hole was this? A water snake hole? Just in the moment Sumu was surveying, a breath quickly rushed out from within the hole. Chapter 71 Heavenly Tao Serpent Shadow, Uninvited Guest on the River of Time. Seeing this, Sumu instantly jumped away. In the next second, a silver-colored snake rushed out from the hole, circled up, raised its head, and spat out its snake letters to face Sumu. This is a cobra, MO about 2 meters, snake head flat, head high almost to Sumu's waist, silver scales with a bit of cold light. Especially its eyes, like 2 amber, can even see a wisp of immortal light in its pupils constantly breathing. With just one glance, Sumu could feel that this snake was a precious snake, and it was frighteningly strong. Abruptly, majestic spiritual energy burst out from Sumu's palm and wrapped towards the silver cobra. Right at the moment when the spiritual power was about to flood the cobra, it didn't seem to panic at all, and didn't even have the intention of avoiding it, and when his own spiritual power landed on the cobra, it instantly turned into bits and pieces, while this cobra remained unharmed. Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrunk violently. He was at least a great man of the Ascension realm, right? This strike, even if it didn't seriously injure it, it wasn't so ineffective, right? The most crucial thing was that it actually didn't even dodge? This is also too insulting. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Sumu intended to get close. With a wave of his hand, the silver dagger appeared in his palm, and abruptly his entire body transformed into a stream of residual light, killing towards the cobra. Seeing this, the cobra finally made a move. Just at the moment when a dagger was about to stab, the cobra dodged at a weird angle. Although it dodged, its eyes finally changed, a trace of fear appeared, and it looked very vigilantly at the silver dagger in Sumu's hand. It subconsciously prepared to flee towards the river. Its speed was extremely fast, but how could Sumu give it a chance? Instantly chased after it. Just at the moment it was about to rush into the water, Sumu stabbed it in the back, but unfortunately didn't stab the head. But his right hand still had a death grip on the snake's tail. In an instant, the cobra's back was cut with a large slit, and golden blood continued to ooze out. It endured the extreme pain and voluntarily broke its tail, instantly disengaging itself and entering the water. Seeing this, Sumu came to the shore and exerted his divine ability, instantly stilling the 1,000 square meters of water in front of him, but he couldn't find any trace of it. In just a few seconds, this snake had already left this body of water? The speed was so fast. Sumu stepped on the surface of the water and started to trace the scent of the eye snake, only to find that he could not perceive it anymore. Damn it! This made it run away, and Sumu felt that he had missed out on a great opportunity. This cobra should be the strongest and probably the rarest treasure snake that Sumu had encountered so far. The most crucial thing was that it had been slashed by himself, and its tail had been broken off, but it was actually still able to run so fast. Exasperated, Sumu summoned the little Dorado and Kong Yao. At this time, Sumu took a small cut off of the snake's tail in his hand and handed it to the 2 beasts, saying, "Remember this odor, go find it and bring it back to me." Because the little Dorado and Kong Yao were both treasure fish, they were more flexible in the water than themselves, and it was easier to find the injured cobra. After smelling the odor, the 2 beasts looked at each other. Why did they still look a bit scared? Don't be afraid, it has been seriously injured. Its fighting strength is 10 to 1. If you guys find it and can't beat it, you guys will activate your spiritual senses, and I will seek it out. After hearing these words from their master, the gazes of the 2 beasts were also firm, preparing to dive to find it. Slow down. Sumu called out to the 2 beasts and said, "That beast is powerful, even though it's seriously injured, it's still not to be underestimated. I'll give you guys a boost." After saying that, Sumu directly used 1,000 favor points to feed the 2 beasts separately. The little Dorado, after getting 1,000 favor points, its body directly grew several times larger, and its aura was also several times stronger. The horns at its forehead turned into a purple gold color, and the fish scales on its body turned into a dark gold color. Kong Yao's body was also a few circles larger, her tail was a meter longer, the surface of her skin was glowing with dots of white light, just like a throbbing thunderfire, and her breath had similarly skyrocketed several times. After getting the help of their master's increase, the 2 beasts were also much more confident, patting their chests to ensure that they would definitely complete the task and apprehend little glasses. Go! Sumu waved his hand, and the little Dorado and Kongyao dived into the water together. At this time, Sumu looked at the severed tail in his palm, and was surprised to find that this cobra's blood was actually golden in color, and he could feel that it contained a majestic energy. Moreover, the drops of golden blood that had just dripped on the shore had turned into a thumb-sized, rounded golden bead. He picked up these golden beads, and there were a total of 5 of them. Placing them in his palm, he poured his spiritual energy into them, and he felt a very familiar aura. This was the power of laws, and these golden beads made of blood contained scattered fragments of laws. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and walked inside, taking out a piece of iron lump. This piece of iron lump was the crossing fee he had once given himself when he robbed a man named Li Chia. At first he thought it was broken copper and iron, so he threw it inside the stone house. Only now did he realize that the aura contained within this golden bead was very similar to the aura contained in this iron lump. But however, the aura contained in this iron lump was a bit more advanced. At first, he did not come into contact with the power of law, so at that time, he took this piece of iron and studied it for half a day and did not find out anything, so he took it as a pile of rags in the corner. Now after feeling the same aura, he suddenly remembered this matter. Sumu first put away the small half of the snake's tail. This thing will slowly study how to eat it later. He put this iron lump together with the 5 golden blood beads. With his previous experience, he definitely couldn't eat it indiscriminately now. He operated his gong method and began to perceive the power of the laws contained in them. Just like this, without realizing it, Sumu entered a state of subtle epiphany. Since Sumu had comprehended quite a few laws of space and laws of light, after having the foundation of the laws, comprehending them was like a fish out of water. After sitting for a day and a night, in Sumu's dantian, a complete fragment finally solidified successfully. He didn't know what kind of law fragment it was, but the moment this law fragment appeared in his dantian, Sumu's dantian began to undergo a mutation, and in just a few breaths, the space expanded tens of thousands of times. At this moment, Sumu's dantian could no longer be called a dantian space, it should be called a dantian small world. And that law fragment then merged into his dantian world, making it more complete and stronger. Sumu's aura was also skyrocketing, and his cultivation level was directly pulled up to the soaring 9th realm. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that he had only absorbed one of the 5 blood beads. There are still 4 grains and that piece of iron lump have not yet been absorbed. This if all the enlightenment absorbed, the strength will have to leap up. At this time, there was a commotion coming from the surface of the river. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. It couldn't be that the little Dorado and Kongyao had captured the cobra? Is the speed so fast? Coming to the river bank, there was no sign of them. Instead, he found that there were ripples after ripples on the surface of the river. Looking up, he saw 2 silhouettes in front of him, stepping on top of the river surface, walking step by step without slowing down. Chapter 72. I am the heaven of the heaven blasting gang. What kind of curmudgeonly thing are you? Gangmaster, is this really the river of time? A man standing behind the black-robed man with ragged and tattered gray clothes spoke with a mouthful of large yellow teeth, which was particularly eye-catching. Of course, it's normal for you to feel strange when you come for the first time. The black-robed man had his hands behind his back, walking on top of the long river of time as if he were strolling idly and leisurely. Behind the black robe, engraved with 3 large gilt characters frying Sky Gang, scribbled, magnificent and domineering, simple 3 words have revealed the man's bold and domineering, forcing the flavor to be full. While behind him, Duan Jota with a mouthful of old yellow teeth walked cautiously, stepping softly with each step, fearing that he might not pay attention and fall in the water. Gangmaster, this pair of shoes you gave me, what kind of material is it? It can actually resist the corrosion of the water of time. At this moment, Duan Jota was like Wang Yuxing in Shining Sword, wearing new shoes. The corner of his mouth couldn't even suppress a K. That's you. If it was someone else, I wouldn't take it out. This shoe, made from the wood of time, spare me, it took a lot of effort to find a piece. Su K murmured. Hearing that even the gangmaster had expended a great deal of effort, Duan Jota immediately felt the shoes on his feet become a few points heavier. What kind of person was the gangmaster? The treasures that countless people fought over were thrown on the ground, and the gangmaster wouldn't even bend down to pick them up, because with this effort of bending down, the gangmaster was on the verge of being able to get his hands on a few better treasures. Gangmaster, the shoes on your feet, they are also the wood of time? Duan Jota looked at the cloth shoes on Sukei's legs, how it didn't look quite like it. No, it's just old cloth shoes, it's comfortable to wear. What, you like it? Saying that, Sukei took off the shoes and handed them to Duan Jota. Sukei's move brought a billion points of shock to Duan Jota. The gangmaster was still the same gangmaster, the sky of the heaven blasting gang, the man who could never guess, who was always invincible, stepping on the water of time with bare feet. Ask the world, who could do that? Before he came, Duan Jota had inquired about some of the secrets of this long river of time. This long river of time governs all time in the heavens and the world, is the supreme concept of the divine river. This water of time also has a powerful devouring ability, only rely on a medium similar to the wood of time, can walk on top of the long river of time. But, the gangmaster directly does not rely on any medium, barefoot walking on the long river, fierce Gangmaster. Gangmaster, I want to learn. Duan Jota said with a cheap smile. Want to learn I'll teach you. First step, first break through to my realm, then I'll teach you the second step, and the final third step. Upon hearing this, Duan Jota immediately stated that he couldn't learn a bit. Reaching the realm of a gangmaster is actually only the first step? And then there's the second and third step? Can this be learned? I can't learn a bit. Looking at this small, plain river, Duan Jota is also some cannot believe, this is the legendary long river of time? In his imagination, the long river of time should not be vast and boundless, immortal charm, monstrous momentum? How come it looked like it wasn't as wide as the small river gorge outside his cave? Gangmaster, the long river of time, how is it like this? Duan Jota, who was really curious, finally couldn't help but ask. How? Can't it be that the long river of time you thought was as vast as the sea? Suke blankly glanced at him, as if to say, look at your world unseen appearance. Upon hearing this, Duan Jota nodded, shouldn't the long river of time be just like this? Young man. You're too young. Returning to the basics, the great Tao is simple, truly those supreme things are all plain in appearance. Suke put his hands behind his back and said in a serious tone. Know what a forced flavor is? Every single sentence of Suke's was a forced flavor. Upon hearing this, Duan Jota froze and also came to a realization, worthy of being a gangmaster, the perspective of things are different from us ordinary people. Returning to the basics, the way is simple. Good. After the gang leader so explained, Duan Jota instantly felt that this seemingly ordinary small river has become high up. Don't say others, just compare yourself. You walk on the road, others think they are beggars, but they are the elders of the Flying Sky Gang, the right hand of the gang leader, the existence of a person under the 10,000 people. That's right, that's it. How do you not count yourself as a kind of avenue to simplicity? In the future, the body of this beggar clothes will not take off, so that helps to cultivate. Gangmaster sentence, let himself benefit greatly. It seems that more follow the side of the gangmaster is a big chance nah. Don't look at this river is not big, the world it contains is beyond your imagination. Saying that, Suke stopped and with a wave of his big hand, he controlled 3 drops of water and left the surface. See? See, help master controlled 3 drops of water. Duan Jota replied. Upon hearing this, Suke shook his head and said with a smile, this is not 3 drops of water. This is 3 worlds. As soon as these words came out, Duan Jota's pupils shrank and his eyes widened, his face full of incredulity. 3 worlds? This sentence of the gangmasters put Duan Jota's CPU on dry burn, 3 drops of water, representing 3 worlds, this was a bit beyond the realm of his imagination. Suke's brows clustered, with a wave of his big hand, he put the 3 drops of water into his sleeve, after doing this he was obviously a bit consumed and a bit out of breath. Gangmaster, you are taking these 3 drops of these 3 worlds directly collected? Duan Jota looked dumbfounded, this is not 3 drops that were collected, this is 3 worlds. Aha! Hey, with my strength, I can only control 3 drops of water at most and collect 3 worlds, this is my current limit. Suke nodded and said. The seemingly modest sentence contained a forced flavor within. Gangmaster, that's 3 worlds. Too strong, too strong. Duan Jota had countless words of flattery, all of which turned into the words too strong, only these 3 words could express the shock in his heart at this moment. Average. Suke pressed his hand, indicating that Duan Jota should not make such a fuss. Gangmaster, if a drop of water is a world, then how many worlds must there be? Duan Jota had his eyes open today. I can't count them, and no one can count them. This contains countless worlds, with both high and low grades, those 3 worlds I just collected are among the more general ones. If it was a world with a more powerful level, even I wouldn't be able to collect a single drop. But however, it's not that one drop represents one world, some worlds with more powerful bit patterns are several drops or even hundreds of drops fused into one. Suke leisurely said. Then if I accidentally fall into the water? Duanjota looked at the water beneath his feet and involuntarily swallowed. With good luck, I'll first be swallowed up by a large portion of time and then exiled to a certain world, with a survival rate of less than 1,000. If you're unlucky, you'll die on the spot. Be careful, don't fall in, or I won't be able to save you. Suke barked at Duanjota. As soon as these words came out, Duanjota immediately stood upright, taking every step with utmost care. At this moment, Duanjota noticed something and pointed his finger at a silhouette in front of him. Gang Master, that. Is that a person? Suke raised his head and looked ahead, half squinting his eyes, and his expression became playful. Finally some fun had come. Chapter 73 Robbing me? Then you can get the hell out of the river of time. Abruptly. This side of the waters under Suke's feet stopped flowing, and when he saw the scene, his pupils shrunk and his eyebrows raised slightly. What's going on? This water of time, how did it stop flowing? But however, the water stopping flowing didn't affect Suke's walking as he lifted his head and walked towards the silhouette. Duanjota also found out what was wrong, but he didn't dare to ask more questions, so he followed the gang master's lead with the same steps, cautiously. After getting closer, Suke stopped and sized up the silhouette. A white robe that was so plain that it could not be plainer, his eyebrows and eyes were like swords, his angles were clear, and just like himself, he was actually treading on this water of time without the help of the wood of time. Immediately afterward, he frowned slightly and began to gauge this man's cultivation. What? Ascension realm? How did such a weak realm step on the long river of time? Ascension realm, he had almost forgotten that there was such a realm. In his eyes, it was just too weak, too weak. Duanjota, who was standing behind Suke, saw that this man, like the gangmaster, was also stepping on the water of time, looking very relaxed. Could it be that his strength was not on par with the gangmaster? How many years had it been since the gangmaster was invincible 3,000 years ago? He had never seen anyone whose strength could catch up with the gangmaster, not one. The most crucial thing was that this man looked just too young, right? No matter how Suke measured, he couldn't measure this man's real cultivation. From the appearance, it was just the Ascension realm. This means of hiding cultivation, is it so high? While Suke was sizing up Sumu, Sumu was also sizing up these two. What made Sumu feel surprised was that the cultivation of these two people, he couldn't see through them either, especially this black-robed man in the lead, as if he had a mouthful of abyss, so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. On the black robe of the man in the lead, there were also 3 scribbled gold characters, Explosive Sky Gang, embroidered on it. Frying Sky Gang, what an imposing name. But however, he is strong, let him be strong. The river crossing fee should be paid, still have to pay, even if the Jade Emperor came, also have to leave to buy the road money, this is the rule. Who are you? Suke first asked to Sumu. This sentence, it should be me asking you. Who are you? Sumu didn't answer, but asked in return. Explosive Sky Gang, Su Quebec. Suke stared at Sumu and said word for word. Oh. It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I'm the river guard here, so if you want to go over, pay some crossing fees. Sumu didn't care what kind of heaven-blasting gang you were, or earth-blasting gang, you had to pay a fee to cross the river, an ironclad rule. Pay the river crossing fee? Suke doubted if he had heard wrong. When it came to crossing fees, he was all too familiar with it. He had always robbed himself against others. This was the first time he had been robbed by others. Duanjota was also flabbergasted for a moment. What? Robbing against the gang leader? It was always the Explosive Sky Gang that robbed others, and this was actually being robbed by someone else? The picture style wasn't right. Ha 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 ha. Suke suddenly laughed out loud. Hearing this laughter, Duanjota knew that the man in front of him was miserable. He could clearly feel the anger of the gang leader. Hearing this black-robed man suddenly laugh out loud, Sumu also had a look expression. This guy, is it hard not to have some brain problems? Interesting, interesting. Then tell me, this river crossing fee of yours, how is it charged? Suke was instantly interested, suddenly wanting to accompany this youngster to have some fun. After all, he had been invincible for so many years, and it was the first time he had encountered something so interesting. Robbing on the long river of time, this was a path that he, Suke, had never envisioned. He had robbed the heavens above and the earth below in the heaven-blasting gang, and he had gone to rob everywhere, but this long river of time was an area he had not yet touched upon because he did not have that ability himself for the time being. 3 treasures. Originally, the charge was 1 piece, but this person was a little arrogant, so he added 2 pieces, knock knock knock. Oh yeah, if you add him, it's a total of 6 pieces. Sumu pointed at Duan Jota, who was standing behind Suke, and said, 6 pieces, huh? With a wave of Suke's big hand, 6 streams of light erupted from his cuffs and shot explosively towards Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrunk as he received them, and after carefully sizing them up, they were indeed 6 good treasures, so he received them. Seeing that Sumu really dared to receive it, Suke smiled and put his hands behind his back. Alright, then you guys go over. Sumu was a truthful person, saying that it was as much as he wanted, ready to make way. Seeing this, Suke stretched out his hand and said, slow. I gave you mine, now it's your turn. Hearing this, Sumu was a little surprised. What's my turn? Since you dare to rob here, why wouldn't I dare? Let's put it this way, let me talk about my standards. My standard is 100 pieces, you take out 100 treasures that I can look at and give them to me, at the very least none of them can be worse than the 6 pieces I just gave you. Suke put his hands behind his back in front of his chest, his gaze was playful as he said word by word. Hearing these words, Duan Jota, who sensed that the atmosphere had become wrong, unconsciously swallowed and took several steps to the side, afraid of dragging his feet and being affected. In a battle of this level, he couldn't help a bit. If he was somewhere else, he would definitely stay far away, or else he would be affected by an AoE and die. But now this is in the long river of time, he can't be far away. Some worry in his heart, not worrying about the master of the gang can't be beaten, but afraid of the master of the gang can't close his hand, and give himself a beating too. Because this kind of situation, it is not unheard of. In the past, they learned that the gangmaster was in danger, and brought people to reinforce the gangmaster, but they did not expect that the gangmaster, who had gone crazy with killing, beat up their line of people, and beat them up so much that they could not get out of bed for a month. Hearing this, Sumu raised his eyebrows and looked at Suke in surprise. He had been collecting road tolls here for half a year, and for the first time he had been robbed by someone else in turn, which made Sumu all still a little uncomfortable. He was also amused by Suke's words. Then he laughed and said, "What, are you robbing me of my job?" Sumu was bound to the river guard system, and it was his duty to guard the order of this river. No, my bombing sky gang does those same things, it's just that I'm planning to expand my business, so I'll just have to grudgingly let you get the hell out of here. That's your house, right? Suke pointed to a stone house on the shore not far away. It belongs to me now, so get lost. The entire time, he had a playful smile on his face, completely disregarding Sumu. At those words, Sumu's expression also went cold. Abruptly, Suke's body was flooded with dots of immortal light, and his aura was soaring, but since this was above the long river of time, he had to be restrained as well. After all, with the way of time that he had mastered, it currently didn't allow him to fight recklessly on this long river of time, but it was enough to deal with this rash youth who didn't know the heights of heaven. Seeing this, Sumu also operated his gong method, his green-colored spiritual energy dazzled and embraced, and his breath began to rise. After feeling Sumu's aura, Suke was a bit surprised. Why was he still so weak? Then how did he step on top of this long river of time? In the next second, 3 drops of water burst out from his sleeves and shot towards Sumu. This is not an ordinary water droplet, this is a tripartite world. On top of this long river of time, Suke also had to make use of it. Attacking with a tripartite world, it is also considered to be the strongest strike that can be exerted here. At this moment, Duan Jota, who was not far away, was also wide-eyed. Attacking with a tripartite world, this could only be done by an invincible gangmaster. The 3 drops of water of time were about to hit Sumu's body, but he saw that Sumu was still standing still, with no intention of dodging. This person was a little cutie. What? Why isn't he dodging? Chapter 74 Young man, let me teach you how to play with water. In the next second, the drops of time water that contained the 3 worlds hit Sumu's body. It was just like a few drops of ordinary rainwater, without any reaction. Seeing this scene, not only was Duan Jota dumbfounded, even Suke was dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. With that, Sumu wiped the droplet of water that fell on his forehead, and under the shocked gazes of the 2 of them, he shook it off and flung it back into the river. This vestigial feeling was as if he had wiped off his sweat. At this moment, Suke was completely confused. Although he was unable to display his full strength on top of this long river of time, he had utilized the long river of time to drive the 3 worlds to attack, and this was already considered his strongest strike. If he were in another place, he would not have been able to launch an attack of this level. This is equivalent to Suke control the 3-party world, with the whole world to launch an attack, this level of attack, even Suke himself is not sure to block, even if you can block, but also must pay some price, at the very least, must be seriously injured. But this man, not only did he not get injured even though, this kind of action like wiping off sweat just like wiping off the world attack launched by himself is what is the meaning of. In Suke's life, what kind of outrageous things had he not seen before? But he had never seen such an unimaginable tactic. And Duanjota man was already numb, he was already numb, if he didn't know it was fine, he would feel nothing. But he knows. Knowing that these 3 drops of water were the 3 directions world, and this mysterious man just easily and effortlessly dissolved it? What kind of strength must this be? He no longer dared to continue thinking about it. Sumu also froze for a moment. He thought that the other party was holding back some big move, and after holding back for half a day, he held back such a pile out? What was this doing? Having a water fight with himself, playing with water? Impossible, this is impossible. Suke shook his head. An attack of this level, he could accept that the other party would follow it, but he couldn't accept that the other party would follow it so easily and effortlessly. A fleshly body hardened against a tripartite world? What kind of strength did this have to be? However, the aura he displayed was really weak. What exactly went wrong? At this moment, Suke waved his big hand, locking onto the tripartite world once again, his face suffocating redness as he maneuvered these 3 drops of water away from the long river of time again. With that, he manipulated the 3-party world and smashed towards Sumu once again, and his speed was also fast to the extreme. Seeing this, Sumu also came to be enraged. So fond of playing with water, huh? I'll play with you. With that, he performed the water control, divine ability, manipulating 1,000 pounds of water, instantly transforming into a curtain of water, pressing towards Suke. Seeing this scene, Suke's pupils shrunk violently, his brain went blank and he lost the ability to think. In his eyes, countless worlds devoured towards him. At this moment, he, who had been proud and pretentious all his life, finally regretted that he shouldn't have made a move with this man. This can no longer be described as a gap. The word gap at this moment seemed pale and powerless. He and this man, completely at a different level, not in a world, not even compared to the qualifications, how to say gap. At this moment, it was like a mole cricket, while this man was a towering Tarzan. The man is a lofty mountain. Can you describe the gap between a mole cricket prostrate at the foot of the mountain and the mountain? Not far away from Duanjota, his entire body was like a statue, petrified in place. The scene in front of him has exceeded his cognitive outlook. He subconsciously slapped himself, a burst of pain in the face, is constantly telling himself that this is not a dream. In an instant, the 3 drops of water manipulated by Suke were instantly swallowed by Sumu's water curtain, not even a single drop of wave was startled. Now, Suke realized why he didn't hide. Because he wasn't afraid, he didn't hide, and because he didn't care, there was no need to hide. When he raised his head, he was in control of countless worlds, such a supreme being. Why did he need to hide? Their own proud of the strongest blow, in the eyes of the other side, just like a child playing with water is childish and ridiculous. So, this is the real power? Then, what is he doing in this life? Pretend meaningless pussy? He had always thought that he had already stood very, very high, but he had never thought that he was still a frog at the bottom of a well. Just when this water curtain was about to engulf himself, Suke closed his eyes, sealed all the cultivation on his body and gathered it at his dantian, using his biggest card. It wasn't to defend against this strike, because he simply couldn't. He did it to save his life. He could feel that his state of mind had undergone a metamorphosis, with a realization that as long as he survived, even if he was exiled to a certain world, he would still have the confidence to rise again and surpass his current self. Therefore, it was imperative to find a way to survive now. The water curtain swallowed all of Suke, and he managed to seal all of his cultivation into his dantian, and for a moment he was swept into the waters of time, and his consciousness began to blur, not knowing what world and time he had been rushed to. But all of this, it doesn't matter, as long as you can live. Just like that, Suke was knocked into the river of time, not knowing where he was swept away to. Seeing this, Sumu froze. Ah! Where is the person? His divine sense unfolded and probed into the water, but he realized that he couldn't find any trace of the other party, so unbeatable, or did he escape? However, this kid ran quite fast, drilling into the water and disappeared in a puff of smoke. This kid is also a little funny. This is to come on their own water fight, fighting people no shadow. Hey, where is your big brother? At this time, Sumu shouted at Duanjota, who froze in place not far away. This cry brought Duanjota, who was in a numb state, back to reality. After witnessing the gang leader being seconded, his mind had collapsed. Once a person has collapsed to the extreme, they can't cry out, the whole person is dazed, it feels like he's dreaming, like a dream. My big brother? My big brother was not given seconds by you. Duanjota wanted to run, but he didn't know where to run, and he didn't dare to run. His whole person was like a turtle in a jar, he didn't dare to move, he didn't dare to make any extra movements. Asked you? Sumu asked again. Elder, it's the little one who has eyes but doesn't recognize him. Natai, I still hope that you will be generous and let me off the hook. Duanjota also knew that the most important thing to do at this moment was to first find a way to survive, stay green, not afraid of no firewood. Hey, you say you guys? I told you guys, you can leave if you pay. Have to play some tawdry maneuvers, why bother? Sumu did not intend to do it at the beginning, the other party had to pretend to wave with himself, this can be done, can only satisfy him. Then, without fighting, he ran away. I'll make amends to Senior on behalf of the gangmaster. Duanjota said with a trembling voice. Hurry up and leave, don't get in my way. Sumu waved his hand at Duanjota. Upon hearing this, Duanjota pointed at himself and asked with some disbelief, me? Can Senior really let me go? When did I say that I won't let you go? I've already collected the river crossing fee, and just now I was letting you guys pass off. Hearing these words, Duanjota was somewhat tearless. Gangmaster, gangmaster. You're old and confused. This pussy shouldn't be pretending. Elder, then where should I go? Duanjud was already lost, without his gang leader, he had lost his direction. Chapter 75 Tainted Heaven's Way, forward and backward only to tilt. Where to go? Where to come there? Sumu felt that this guy was also dumbfounded and not too smart. But Duanjota looked at this long river of time, and was a bit at a loss for words, because it was the gangmaster who brought himself up here, and he didn't know how to go back. Senior, I have a small request, I don't know if it's appropriate to speak. Duanjota said coyly. Speak. Can I trouble Senior and send me back? Duanjota asked cautiously. Send you back? I'm afraid this is a bit difficult to do. It wasn't that Sumu was unwilling, but he couldn't leave this place right now. He couldn't send you back even if he wanted to. Upon hearing this, Duanjota instantly understood what it meant and took out a space ring from his sleeve, handing it over to Sumu and said, This is a little bit of my small token of appreciation. He thought Sumu was implying that he wanted to add money. Sumu hesitated for a moment, and after taking the spatial ring away, he asked to him, Which direction is your house in? Duanjota pointed downstream, because just now he and his gangmaster came from this direction downstream. He could only roughly know this direction, but with his ability, he couldn't do it to find his original world in the middle of a vast and endless world. Stand firm, Sumu raised his right hand and said to Duanjud. In the next second, the waters under Duanjud's feet instantly stood still. What did standing still mean? Duanjota was a little confused as to what this powerful man meant, but he had an unsettling premonition. Abruptly, the waters under his feet began to accelerate, and in an instant, it rushed towards the downstream at a speed of 30 meters per second. In just a few breaths, Sumu could no longer see Duanjota's shadow, disappearing at the end of the river. Although Sumu didn't have the means to leave this river to send him home, he could control the river's flow and give him a ride, which could be considered helping him. It was only a few breaths, and Duanjud had already been sent somewhere. Isn't this oversending? In the next second, he fell into a coma, not knowing what time and space he had gone to. Sumu, who had done all this, clapped his hands in a happy mood. Congratulations to the host. Successfully maintained the order of the river, triggering an additional blitz, favor points plus 25,000. Upon hearing this, Sumu's eyes lit up and his heart was overjoyed. Good guy, a full 25,000 favor points, this is a big fortune. Still, incarnating as a righteous man and maintaining peace is the fastest way to get favor points, and Sumu discovered a pattern. As long as the bigger and more intense the thing that was calmed down, the more favor points the feedback would get. This is the most uncooperative river crosser Sumu has ever encountered, and he has actually turned around and collected his own river crossing fee. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper, and it's thanks to him running fast, or else Sumu would really have to let him learn a long lesson. At the same time, the Tianyuan continent. At this moment in the Tianyuan continent, a great battle was taking place. The void was dim, the clouds were dark, the earth was shattered, countless spaces were shattered into pieces, and billions of living beings were crying out in grief. In the void space closest to the sky, there stood several powerful and magnificent figures, their bodies bleeding, suffering from incomparably serious injuries. A black-haired man in the center of the room was looking up at the sky, his eyes glowing with the color of blood. The black-haired man's name was Chen Nan, and his opponent was no one else but the heavenly Tao of this world. There were 3 other main allies who fought together with Tatsuo. One of them was a tall and magnificent man, clad in black armor, with long black hair flowing freely in the wind, his eyebrows and eyes engraved with endless majesty, holding a black halberd and looking fiercely into the void. The black-armored man was named Dugu Lutian, the forbidden god of the ancient times, one of the strongest people in the ancient times. Standing above Chen Nan's right was a man with long blood-red hair, although he wasn't as sturdy and tall as the black-armored man, but as he stood there, he represented the invincible legend, the same greatness. He was the old ancestor of the Chun family, a great man who lived in the last myth and legend. At this moment, he was being resurrected, and it was also driven by destiny, karma, just for this final duel. Standing behind Chen Nan's left side was a man with long hair, his eyes were like an abyss of demonic tans, and demonic chi surrounded his body. He was the ancient demon lord, whom the world honored as the demon lord. The countless figures standing behind them were also Chen Nan's old friends, and at this moment, they were all dead and wounded. The smell of blood filled the void, even the sun was extinguished, visible the tragic degree of this battle. Because the heavenly Tao has deteriorated, it has long been contaminated by the grudges of all beings, laying out countless epochs, through the destruction of all beings many times, and constantly growing stronger. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, all the living beings in the Tianyuan continent are its captive animals, and as long as they are fattened up, it will turn them into its own sustenance and use them to strengthen itself. This is also why Chen Nan these people, to join forces to kill the main reason for the heavenly Tao. However, after all, the heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao. Even if all of us work together, we can't really kill it. In the next second, the sky began to change, and a pair of eyes appeared. At this moment, Chen Nan and the others raised their heads and looked towards this pair of pupils that looked down on them. These eyes were like the pupils of a snake, resembling 2 pieces of amber, looking down on these animals. Seeing this pair of eyes, Chen Nan's brows knitted tightly, their heart shocked. This is the visualization of the eye of the heavenly Tao. If I hadn't been severely injured, do you think you guys would have made it this far? Ridiculous, even if I have no strength left in 100, it's still not something you guys can topple. An ethereal voice came out. Hearing these words, the crowd was shocked as they heard the unique emotions of humans from the heavenly Tao's mouth. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao had already given birth to a spirit and already had human emotions, which was an incomparably terrifying thing. However, what puzzled them was, why was the heavenly Tao seriously injured? Because this was the first time they had faced the heavenly Tao directly, and even at this stage of the battle, they hadn't caused any substantial damage to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the serious injury in the mouth of the heavenly Tao was caused by someone else? However, looking at the past and present, in this world, besides them, who has the ability to seriously injure the heavenly Tao? You captive beings, reverse karma, and continuously devour and grow yourself. Even if we don't make a move, in the further future, there will be countless people like us who will come forward until you are killed. Chen Nan met the eyes of the heavenly Tao and said word for word. Hearing these words, the heavenly Tao was indifferent. Due to the fact that it had suffered a serious injury on the river of time 1,000 years ago, it had not recovered even after 1,000 years of recuperation. Therefore, it intended to collect this epic in advance, devouring all beings and using it to heal itself, laying out a little to guide it, which led to this world-shattering battle. After devouring the beings of this epoch and successfully recovering from its injuries, it would then open the next epoch and recapture the beings. The encounter on the long river of time 1,000 years ago made it understand what it means that there are heavens beyond the world. As the heavenly Tao of this realm, it was arbitrarily slaughtered by that terrifying man on the long river of time, and almost lost its life, which made it even more determined to continue to strengthen itself and become a higher level of heavenly Tao. Because after that encounter, it felt that the level of this world was still not high enough, and that it was still not perfect. Then, do you think you can kill me? The heavenly Tao looked down on these ants and said contemptuously. Chapter 76, All the sadness and grandeur is nothing but ridiculousness in someone's eyes. At that moment, that magnificent man took a step forward. Looking straight at the sky, he said in a deep, angry voice, even if I can't, there are still my sons, my offspring, who will all go forward. Upon hearing this statement from Dokuratsu, the heavenly Tao laughed and said contemptuously, the beings of this epoch are about to be devoured by me, so what offspring do you have? Upon hearing this, Wutian didn't think so. Instead, he laughed out loud and said, "Even if you open up the next epoch and rebreed beings, people like me and others will surely appear. They will inherit my will, and as long as the will doesn't die out, they will be my descendants. No matter how many epochs you open and how many rounds of life you breed, countless eyes will appear." These words, unintentionally, were stabbing the heavenly Tao in the sore spot. Because indeed at the end of every epoch, such a group of people who rebelled against themselves would jump out. However, the heavenly Tao that it cultivated for several epochs had already had a flawless and supreme state of mind, so how could it be so easily influenced? It quickly calmed down and said in a cold voice, "In my eyes, even if countless people like you appear, they are all beasts and sustenance in my eyes. No matter how many times you appear, in my place, I will devour you again and again. All of your layouts and means are laughable in my place." These words of the heavenly Tao echoed through the heavens and earth, like the judgment of a supreme monarch, making it impossible to refute. Yes, perhaps in the previous epoch, there were people like them who had made it this far, but in the end, they couldn't escape the fate of being devoured. After sensing that the military spirit of the beings had faltered a bit, Chen Nan stepped out, pointing straight at the heavenly Tao and said, "So what? Even if we are mole crickets, but have you ever heard that countless mole crickets, gathered together, can also form dams, and can also fight against torrents?" Chen Nan's voice echoed in every corner of the continent. In the next second, Tatsu Nan rose up into the air, his breath continuously rising again, quickly coming to a critical mass. "All of you, please follow me to death. Destroy the heavens." Tatsu Nan's voice echoed in every corner of the continent. Abruptly, Dugalutian, Elder Ancestor Chen, the Demon Lord, Chen Nan's friends and deceased, and billions of living beings rose up, ready to use their own lives to unleash a final blow against the heavenly Tao. After feeling this powerful force of all living beings, the heavenly Tao was finally a little flustered. But however, it didn't think that these molecules could kill itself, and in the next second, its own body manifested into a silver-colored python that hovered above the void, ready to receive this strike. Just at the moment when the two parties were about to collide together, a sound of the void shattering. A sound of the void shattering spread throughout the entire continent. At this moment, both parties stood still. In the next second, the void was broken, and two auras that were powerful to the extreme began to descend. After sensing these two auras, not only Chen Nan and the others, but even the heavenly Tao that had transformed into a serpent body, froze and panicked. Because they had never felt such a powerful aura before it even descended. Just the aura coming from it had already caused them to instinctively feel fear. With that, two huge behemoths appeared above the void. The bodies were huge to the extreme, hidden in the void, only two pairs of huge pupils could be seen, silver-colored dragon horns, and pitch-black tentacles. At this moment, the heavenly Tao seemed to sense something familiar, a rare color of fear appeared on its face, and almost without any hesitation, it subconsciously prepared to vanish, fleeing from this world. But those two behemoths, how could they let it escape? A silver dragon's claw that glowed with immortal light, and a pitch-black tentacle that glowed with black light, almost simultaneously grabbed the heavenly Tao python. Seeing this scene, Chen Nan and the others were stunned in place. This was happening? Were these two behemoths also rushing towards the heavenly Tao? Moreover, they actually saw a color they had never seen before on the face of the always calm and indifferent heavenly Tao. It was fear, the ultimate fear. They had poured out everything they had, sacrificed their lives and unleashed a strike, and they hadn't even caused the heavenly Tao to reveal a look of fear. "How did you guys find it?" The captured heavenly Tao's voice trembled a little. It had felt that man's aura from these two beasts, so these two beasts must be that man's spirit pets, coming to catch themselves. But he didn't expect that it would actually find its way here. "By order of the master, to catch you back. Do not resist." In the next second, a majestic dragon roar came from the void. Hearing these words, Chen Nan and the others all froze as if they had heard something incredible. This extremely powerful huge beast was actually someone's spirit pet? At this moment, their worldview was refreshed. They had laid out countless epochs, and countless beings had come forward in order to exterminate the evil heavenly Tao. But now, a mysterious person's spirit pet had easily subdued it, and this tremendous sense of shocking contrast left them in a bit of disbelief. This feeling was as if all of their everything, all of their tragedy, all of their front and back, was nothing more than ridicule and playfulness in someone's eyes. After being caught, the heavenly Tao python realized that with its current strength, it was unable to escape. If they were placed in their heyday, with them, they would not be a match for them. Again. Do not resist. If the master comes, it won't be so simple. Hearing those words, the figure of that man instantly appeared in the heavenly Tao python's mind, and no longer continued to resist. After seeing the heavenly Tao python no longer resisting, in the next second, it was grabbed hard into the void by the two beasts and left this realm. From the time the two massive beasts appeared to taking the heavenly Tao captive, the entire process took less than 10 breaths. And these 10 breaths, however, went through their efforts in this lifetime. It's that simple, it's that dramatic. After the heavenly Tao was captured, Chen Nan and the others remained frozen in place for a long time without returning to their senses. Did you win? So, did they win this battle in this way? At this moment, Chen Nan looked above the void, a bloody wind that blew his hair, and no one knew what he was thinking. He might be thinking, do such powerful beings really exist in the world? Perhaps thinking, what is the end of immortal cultivation? Or perhaps he was thinking that although this heavenly Tao had disappeared, is it possible that there is an even more powerful heavenly Tao above this heavenly Tao, and that they are still captive ants from the very beginning? At the same time, above the long river, Sumu, who was taking a cozy nap, sensed the spiritual sensations coming from the little Dorado and the whole ray. He snapped his eyes open and ran quickly towards the river. Chapter 77 The Shock of the Heavenly Tao. What exactly is his strength? Arriving at the riverside, he saw the little Dorado grabbing the snake's head, and the whole ray wrapping around the snake's tail, just like two very qualified JC uncles, arresting the cobra. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up. Worthy of being my two favorite generals, efficient, good job. The Dorado and the whole ray escorted the silver cobra to the shore. Sumu squatted down, grabbed the snake's head, and picked it up. Then he realized that the silver cobra's tail that was broken last time had already grown out, but the cut on its back was still shocking and had not recovered. The pupils of the cobra that was grabbed grayed out all of a sudden, with a lifeless look on its face. Sumu didn't rush to deal with this cobra, but first rewarded his favorite generals. I'm happy today, so let's directly reward 500 favor points each. Sumu used 1,000 favor points and rewarded the two beasts separately, without favoritism, treating them equally. This is the awareness that a qualified master should have. A bowl of water has to be leveled. Just from just now they escorted the cobra posture can be seen. One person grasps the snake head, one person grasps the snake tail, afraid to let Sumu think which one of them contributed less, so this bowl of water must be leveled. You cannot be rewarded, but to be rewarded, even if it's only a little bit of favor points, it has to be broken up into two equal halves and shared out. The two beasts that were rewarded were given another boost, and the two beasts were very happy as they kept circling around the water bank and spitting bubbles. Alright, go play. Give you a few days off, go rest and relax. Those who have wives at home go home and spend more time with their wives. Those who have children go and see their children. Sumu waved his hand at the two beasts. It's not like he's an evil capitalist. It's impossible to make people work for him from 9 to 5, right? The two beasts were first flabbergasted for a moment, then happily dived away. Alright, it was time to judge this silver cobra. In order to prevent it from escaping again, Sumu grabbed it and came underneath the willow tree, and just after putting the cobra down, without even needing Sumu to say much, the willow tree stretched out a dozen or so willows, instantly entangling this cobra. After being wrapped all over by the willows, the cobra's eyes revealed fear. Instantly honest, this man, why are all his subordinates such horrible existences? Sumu sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and began to look this cobra up and down. This cobra was definitely quite a bit stronger than the Dorado and the whole ray, because it was able to escape from its own hands last time, and it took almost 10 days to catch it back. The most crucial thing was that the blood it left behind last time contained a certain amount of rules, so it could be seen that it was precious and powerful. Therefore, of course, Sumu can't directly eat it. He is not a reckless person. What he catches what he eats, like this kind of high value, if he eats it, but the value is minimized. Otherwise, how about contracting it? In that case, with its fighting prowess, it could definitely become his excellent general, and could get himself other treasures. However, this cobra was very defiant and resistant to himself from the beginning, and he didn't know if it had compromised yet, so for the sake of a better contract, let it submit on its own accord first. With that, he stood up and said to Willow, keep an eye on it. After saying that, Sumu put on his back basket, put the sickle into the basket, picked up the hoe again, and went out to patrol. The whole time, he didn't ask a single word to the silver cobra. After Sumu left, the cobra's body glowed with glittering immortal light, trying to break free from the willow's binding. However, no matter how much it struggled, there was no way for it to break free. In the next second, a thick willow drooped down and delivered a vicious whip to its head. This whip directly knocked it into a daze, its eyes blazing, and it instantly came to its senses. Sumu, who came back from work, was covered in dirt stains. Although his body got very buried, but his mood was very good. Today's luck was good. Encountered a small dike washed out by the water. He spent a full afternoon to repair the washed out dike again. Yes, 3,000 favor points were credited. The process of repairing the dam was tiring, but 3,000 favor points smelled good. It was called tired and happy. Sumu changed into clean clothes and sat on a chair. In the next second, a willow drooped down, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured a cup of tea for Sumu. Sumu picked up the herbal tea and directly drank a large mouthful. The tiredness on his body was instantly swept away, and his soul was washed once again. Cool. This stone garlic flower tea, it is true that it is still herbal tea that is good to drink, because it originally belongs to the coolness of the tea, and drinking it when it is cooled down, the effect is very good. At this moment, the cobra that was tied up by the wicker on the side, felt the scent of the breath overflowing from the teacup, and his pupils widened. This is the other shore flower? The holy flower that grows near the reincarnation Manhwa bridge, although it is the heavenly Tao of Tianyuan continent, controlling the 6 paths of reincarnation in Tianyuan continent, it has also seen the other shore flower. However, the other shore flower that this man ate was completely different from the ones it had seen, and what it contained was actually a higher level soul origin fragment. What was he doing, making tea with the other bank flower? After drinking the tea, Sumu felt his mouth get a little greedy. With a wave of his big hand, a piece of crocodile meat, a piece of chubfish meat, and half a piece of snake meat appeared on the table. Then he picked up the silver dagger in his sleeve, cut a small piece, put it in his mouth and ate it. Seeing this, the cobra looked dumbfounded, because it felt a powerful aura from these meats. Their instants were supremely powerful beings, not even much weaker than itself. Just like that, it became the man's dish to give. Give eaten? At this moment, it only felt its scalp go numb, and its heart was incomparably fearful. It couldn't be. It would be the same consequence for itself, right? As the heavenly Tao of the Tianyuan continent, since the day it was born with spiritual wisdom, it had always been the one to eat others and continuously captive beings, but now, is he himself actually going to be reduced to someone else's dish as well? After eating and drinking enough, Sumu meditated in place, and after digesting the energy in his body, his breath strengthened by several points. These precious fish meat, as far as the very beginning of eating it had the best effect, the more you ate to the back, the effect would get worse and worse. This was also the reason why Sumu was obsessed with finding new treasure fish. Nowadays, Sumu was already at the Ascension Realm Grand Completion, and was only one step away from the human immortal realm. But this critical foot was delayed, missing an opportunity. In the next few days, Sumu kept the cobra hanging out under the willow tree and didn't do anything to it. But for it, this kind was the real torment. It had seen too many outrageous things in these days. For example, the meat that this man ate was the meat of the supreme beings. On this day, Sumu, who had been busy all day, returned to the stone house and sat down. Today, he was going to cultivate a bit. In the next second, Sumu waved his big hand, and an object appeared in front of him. At this moment, when the silver snake next to him saw this object, he also stared with wide eyes. What is this? Chapter 78, What Heaven's Way? You can just call me Little Silver. Sumu took out the piece of iron lump that Li Chiye had once given himself and prepared to sense and cultivate. The moment Silver Snake saw this piece of iron lump, he was immediately nonplussed. This is a world origin fragment? What world origin world fragment is this? From this aura, one could sense that it was very high. If the world level of the Tianyuan continent was compared to the 3rd level, then I'm afraid that the level of this world had reached the 6th level, and that was still a conservative estimate. This man's strength, in the end, what kind of realm had it reached? From its observation over the past few days, it found that this man had been living above this long river of time, and was also able to cross the long river of time at will. Moreover, with this world origin fragment in his hand, only by destroying that world could one obtain this kind of origin fragment. In other words, this man's strength had already reached a level that was sufficient to destroy great worlds that were several levels above the Tianyuan continent. After cultivating for a few hours, Sumu's aura strengthened by a few more points, and the most crucial thing was that the Dantian world in his body expanded by a few more times, becoming more complete and solid. The next day, Sumu woke up early in the morning and went out the door. Silver Snake was also observing. What exactly was this man doing every day? Judging from his daily life, he seemed to be living a very simple life. That is, he left early in the morning and returned late at night every day, and he didn't know what he was going to do. On this day, Sumu returned home with a half-meter long tuna in one hand. Luck is really good. Today the ground cage shipped out. this one tuna, bright color, scale armor is very hard. The most critical thing is that the strength is still very big, just now almost ran away by it. Sumu put the tuna on the stone plate, picked up the silver dagger, then prepared to open the intestine to break the belly. Some days did not eat a new treasure fish. Sumu's mouth is a little greedy. Under Silver Snake's shocked gaze, Sumu went down with a knife, cut open the tuna's belly, skillfully pulled out the internal organs. Less than 10 breaths, it has been dealt with cleanly. The entire process, all was watched by Silver Snake in the eyes. This killed? This is not what tuna this is a 9-clawed golden dragon Moreover, it is still a 9-clawed golden dragon from a higher world, and it just killed it like an ordinary fish? At this moment, it was indeed a bit flustered. If this man wanted to kill himself, it was also very simple. Its end would be the same as this 9-clawed golden dragon. After dealing with the internal organs, Sumu took a bucket and filled it up, storing it first, and then feeding it to the Dorado and the whole Ray in a few days. After all, he had given them a few days of vacation, so let them have a good time. This tuna, it was a good raw fish. Sumu's knife work is still okay, following the texture of the fish, slicing out a thin slice. The texture is even, each slice is like a work of art. Let's cut a small plate first, and save the rest to eat slowly. However, eating sashimi has to be accompanied by a dipping sauce, but currently Sumu cannot find a suitable dipping sauce, but do not want to take any ordinary dipping sauce to deal with. Hey! Sumu thought of a very distinctive way of eating. With a wave of his hand, a transparent glass pot appeared on the table, and then he exerted his water control magical ability, manipulating almost 2 or 3 pounds of water and filling it into the glass pot. Seeing this scene, Silver Snake was dumbfounded. A single drop of water from this long river of worlds could be a world, and with a wave of his hand, this man had directly manipulated so many separate worlds? This manipulation had again refreshed the upper limit of the man's perception in its eyes. In other words, all this man needed to do to destroy the Tianyuan continent it was in was to wave his hand. At this moment, the silver serpent only felt that its cognitive outlook had collapsed somewhat. Sumu lit a spirit fire and began to sear the bottom of the pot, and after almost 2 hours, the water in the pot began to boil. After the water boiled, Sumu picked up a piece of fish and placed it in the boiling water and started to cook it. In his heart, he began to count the seconds silently. The normal way of eating is 10 seconds before it is cooked, but in order to pursue the ultimate fresh flavor, almost 7 or 8 seconds will be enough. This kind of eating method is called clear water fish fillets hit the side of the stove. Boiled fish fillets in clear water, without adding any seasoning, the main focus is an original ecological, original flavor. Almost 8 seconds this way, Sumu picked up, into the mouth. Not bad. This way of eating, really fresh. At this moment, the silver snake not far away had been completely dumbfounded. Using the world to cook a golden dragon, this kind of operation, it had never seen before. At this second, it was truly convinced. It was also thinking about how to make this man not eat himself, how to survive, and if it could, it was even willing to submit. In the beginning, it was proud, but after these few days of observation, its pride was completely gone. If it wanted to go further and become stronger itself, following this man was the best way to do so. After eating, Sumu meditated and started to digest the energy in his body. It had to be said that eating a small plate at a time was a wise choice. Digestion was also fast, and the previous situation of almost being propped up would not occur. After digestion, his breath directly skyrocketed several times. However, there was still no breakthrough to the human immortal realm. It always felt like something was missing, but Sumu didn't know exactly what was missing. On this day, the incomparably tired silver opened its eyes and realized that the man was standing in front of it. In an instant, it immediately woke up with a start. Its sleepiness was gone, and it was very fearful inside. Sumu embraced his hands in front of his chest and looked at the silver cobra and said, "Well? Still want to escape?" When these words came out, the silver cobra was a bit tearless. When have I ever run away? Have I not always been quite honest? Only after seeing Silver being honest did Sumu slowly say, "I intend to take you in. I'll give you 2 choices, one is to be eaten by me, and the other is..." Before the words were finished, a divine thought came from Sumu's mind, and it chose Tu without the slightest hesitation. "Aren't you afraid that Tu is also being eaten by me?" Sumu didn't intend to continue to scare it. After hanging it for so many days, it also hung honestly, and its eyes became clear. Whether or not to spend 1,000 favor points to contract the silver heavenly Tao? Hearing this, Sumu's brows clustered. What? What kind of name is this? Silver-colored, heavenly Tao? The word heavenly Tao, Sumu could understand, the legendary heavenly Tao, the unity of heaven and earth, the supreme existence. Sumu grabbed the head of this silver snake and looked it up and down. Just you? Heavenly Tao? How did your mom name you? Can you afford to take on such a big name? It's like, in his previous life, a friend of his, surnamed Guan, his father was a gangster, named his son Guan Yu. When he grew up, he was nicknamed Master too. Later, the unit physical examination found more than a dozen kinds of cancer, died at a young age. An old man said, his name is too big to bear. Hearing this, the silver snake is also a little embarrassed. Indeed, in the man's eyes, he counts what the heavenly way is a common open spirit beings just contract it. In the next second, an invisible spiritual bond connected. After the contract was successful, all of the silver snake's negative animosity towards Sumu disappeared, leaving only absolute loyalty and goodwill. No, this name of yours needs to be changed. After the contract was completed, Sumu mopped his chin and prepared to change a name for the silver snake. The main thing was, he couldn't give it a nickname. He couldn't possibly call it Silver Road, right? This name was too weird. From now on, I will call you Little Silver. Sumu thought of a good name. Little Silver implies bringing oneself white flowering silver, bringing wealth and treasures. This name is very auspicious. Moreover, the gold ant that one contracted was called Little Gold. 1 gold and 1 silver, very good. Let go of it. Sumu said to Willow, and in the next second, Willow let go of the silver snake. As soon as he grabbed the little silver, he released it back into the water. Let me bring you to know, you're brothers. After saying that, Sumu released his spiritual sense and recalled the Dorado and the whole ray. At that moment, he thought of something. Little Gold has been home for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Sumu released his spiritual sense and summoned Little Gold. But the moment he released his sense, he realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Chapter 79, For your sake, I will captive all beings. Sumu went to sense Little Gold's presence, but realized that he could no longer sense it. With that, he opened the attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, Ascension Great Perfection. Mastered Avatar, Water Control Level 3, Swimming Level 3. Mastered Technique, Qing Tianhua Longi 5th Level, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength 5th Level. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 1, Law of Light Level 0. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Boundary Skate Beast, Stone Axe Beast, Chaotic Golden Spirit Fusang, Silver Heavenly Tao. River Affinity, 1%. River Favor Points, 41,100, River Affinity, 1%. After checking, he found that the Little Gold was still there, which meant that the Little Gold wasn't dead. After Sumu held his breath and carefully carried out his perception, he finally found a faint trace of sensation. At this moment, he sort of understood, it wasn't that he couldn't sense it anymore, but the distance between Little Gold and himself was just too far, so far that he almost couldn't sense it. Strange, was Little Gold's home so far away? Just as Sumu was puzzled, the little Dorado Loach and the whole ray rushed to the river bank, and when they saw the silver snake, they arrested and grabbed it again in an instant. Seeing this, Sumu flinched and said, quickly let go of it. With these words, the little Dorado and the whole ray then let go of their hands, but were still eyeing it intently, fearing that it would run away again if it didn't pay attention. Seeing this scene, Sumu then smiled and explained, let me introduce you to, it's been accepted by me. From now on, it will be your brother. I still say that you are all my favorites, although you have had previous problems with each other, but without fighting, from now on, you have to help each other and be united. At these words, the little Dorado and the whole ray also froze, but they had to listen to their master's words. However, they weren't so petty, and quickly let go of their grudges, casting a friendly divine sense at the silver snake. The silver serpent also responded to the induction. It had to be said that all of these beloved generals of his own were not fighting each other. You come over, Sumu said to the silver snake. In the next second, silver snake swam to the shore at Sumu's feet. Is it spending 1,000 favor points to help heal its wounds? Seeing this, Sumu was also stunned. Good lord, it actually costs 1,000 points. So, he had given little Silver such a serious injury? If I had known, I would have been a little lighter. But however, if the hand is a little lighter, I'm afraid that the little Dorado and the whole ray will not be able to capture it back, because the hard strength of the little Silver is far beyond the two of them, probably. This is karma, right? Having seriously injured it by itself, it ended up healing it by itself. A small 1,000 points, sprinkle water la, yes, when there is a lot of money, it is so hard. Heal it. Immediately, the stab wounds on the back of the silver snake were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just 3 breaths, they had all healed. After the healing was successful, the silver serpent returned to its full strength. Feeling the changes in his body, the silver snake stayed in place. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. In 3 breaths, it had healed an injury that it hadn't been able to heal in 1,000 years, and at this moment, it realized the power of its master, who could easily leave indelible wounds on himself, and could also easily heal himself. After recovering to its full strength, the silver snake's aura was many times more powerful than that of the little Dorado and the whole ray. But however, even though the silver snake was stronger than the little Dorado still swam in front of it and pointed at it as if to say, even though you're more powerful than me, I'm still the big brother. With that, the whole ray also swam over, indicating that it was the second brother. Although the silver snake was proud, it was only in front of the others. In front of its master it was very low-key and loyal, and in the face of the Dorado's words, it also nodded. In fact, in its view, it didn't matter who was the big brother. Anyway, they were all under the master's command. Even if they were the smallest little brother, they were still very lucky. Because it could see that this big brother and second brother of its own, the original body was Lochless Dragon, Boundary Ray Beast. The original strength is definitely not great, but because of following the master, their strength is not as good as their own, but now it is not too far off, and then give them time, maybe they can really catch up. This also reinforced their belief in following their master well. Sumu recalled that he had given Little Silver a cut at that time, and even made it break its tail to survive. Therefore, he planned to use his favor points to help it grow, which could be considered a gift as a master. Whether or not to spend 3,000 favor points to help it grow? The system's beep also made Sumu dumbfounded. Good guy, the minimum feeding needs 3,000? He spent 1,000 on contracting, 1,000 on healing, and now 3,000 on feeding. Now, isn't that 5,000 going out like this? Don't say, there is so a little bit of flesh pain, do not be a family, how to know the cost of wood, rice, oil and salt, how to understand the fortunate suffering of earning favor points. Forget it, 2,000 have already spent out, and then spend 3,000 also does not matter, otherwise it seems to own the master of the petty bar. 3,000 is 3,000, feed it, feed it. Sumu's mind moved, and a white light wrapped the silver snake. In the next second, the silver snake's body began to change. The first and most obvious change was that its body grew by a hair, its pupils turned golden, the silver scales on its body also glowed with a faint dark gold color, and its breath also skyrocketed several times. After seeing the changes in the little silver, not bad, these 3,000 points are not a loss. After feeling its own changes, the silver snake was shocked beyond words, and with a wave of the master's hand, it actually allowed its own strength to advance again, and was even on the verge of metamorphosis. This was an effect that it couldn't even achieve by captivating 2 or 3 rounds of beings, but the master did it with ease. Alright, almost there. Go, if you find any good treasures, bring them to me. As usual, Sumu said to the 3 beasts. He had raised them himself, so of course he had to let them help him find treasures. In fact, there was no need for the master to say these words. The silver snake already had the answer in its heart. The master had helped himself so much, it would definitely help the master to seek opportunities and find treasures. This was what it should do. The silver serpent, after receiving a great enhancement, already had the answer in its heart. It wasn't going to return to the Tian Yuan continent, but rather go to a higher level continent, devour the original heavenly Tao of that continent, and become the new heavenly Tao. It was sure that the difficulty would be very great, and it was even likely that it would go down in flames, but it was going to try. If it became the new heavenly Tao afterward, it would be able to once again captive beings. However, it was not captivating beings for its own sake this time, but rather for the sake of its master. Because instead of devouring it to grow itself, it would be better to contribute it to its master, who would then reward it additionally, which would serve a better purpose and help it more. After the 3 beasts left, Sumu returned to the front of the stone house. Starting to meditate, he was already infinitely close to the human immortal realm, but how could he not step out for that last step? Today, instead of patrolling, he was going to try his luck. Soon, coming to follow the markings he once made, he came to a secluded river. Once upon a time, Sumu had taken this path and then found a waterfall, found a peach tree on the waterfall, ate the spiritual peaches on it, and directly brought about a qualitative leap in Sumu's strength. So, today, Sumu planned to come and try his luck. After walking into this secluded river, the strange mist surged up once again, wrapping Sumu. However, with the increase in Sumu's affinity and divine ability, this mist didn't have much of an effect on Sumu anymore. At least there wouldn't be the situation where his head was dazed and he got lost while walking. His visual range increased to 10 meters in front of him, and he already wouldn't get lost. Following the marks left behind from before, he came to a low-lying river bank midway, and found that the river bank was densely filled with stranded fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, and so on. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. This river bank was low-lying, it was easy for stranded fish to appear. When he came last time, he also found a lot of them. This time he came several times more than last time. Sumu rolled up his cuffs and started to pick up these fish that kept crawling towards the shore and threw them into the river. Favor points plus 20. Favor points plus 30. Favor points plus 25. Favor points plus 15. Favor points plus 15. Every time he threw one, the system's reward broadcast sound would ring out. This feeling of constantly scoring money was really cool. This feeling was like catching the sea, that sense of harvest, that sense of excitement. It took a full 2 hours to throw all these stranded fish back into the river. This wave, a full 500 of them, averaging out at 20 points each, 10,000 favor points came into the account in these 2 hours. It's really cool. It seems like this place needs to be heavily marked and dealt with every once in a while. Sumu made a calculation. To raise his river affinity from 1% to 5%, he needed 400,000 favor points. Right now, he had more than 40,000 favor points, and he was still short of 360,000, a long way to go. However, now Sumu's mindset has changed for the better. It looks like he needs so many favor points, but in fact, as long as he gains something every day, he's not that far from his goal. After taking care of this river bank, Sumu stood up, patted the dust on his body, and continued to walk forward. After walking for almost half an hour, he heard the sound of gurgling water coming from the front, and following the sound of the water flow, he soon came to the waterfall that he had once seen. That peach tree was still growing on top of the cliff. Standing on top of the cliff, looking down. Abruptly, a koi carp rushed out of the water, following the water of the waterfall, preparing to climb up the waterfall. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes lit up and was instantly attracted to this koi. When this koi carp rushed to 10 meters, it didn't have enough strength and was washed down by the water. This waterfall was 100 meters high, and this water was incomparably turbulent. To rush through the water of a 100-meter high waterfall to the river area above the waterfall was really a fool's errand, completely impossible. Just as Sumu turned to leave, after a few seconds, the same little koi carp again rushed out of the water and once again went up against the water of the waterfall. This time, this little koi rushed to a position of almost 20 meters and was washed down again. Ha! This little koi was quite persistent, knowing that it was impossible for it to come up against the current, yet it was still trying. Now, Sumu stayed for a while, ready to see if this koi would make a third attempt. After a few more breaths, this koi once again leaped out of the water, and at this time, Sumu also noticed that this koi's body had grown a few points larger than the original. Unbelievably, this was a treasure fish? Sumu became interested and was ready to see if this koi could charge up or not. This time, the small koi made a dash and rushed to a distance of almost 30 meters, and was rushed back again. After it rushed to a distance of 30 meters, Sumu's eyes also changed. This little koi, after only 3 attempts, had a huge improvement each time. Soon, the little koi made a 4th attempt. This time, it directly rushed to half of the waterfall, that is, 50 meters, and abruptly a piece of debris from the cliff wall fell and heavily smashed into the body of the little koi. In an instant, the little koi was smashed back, landing heavily on the green stone under the waterfall. Its body was blown out, a large piece of flesh and blood moistened and staining a small piece of water. Seeing this, Sumu shook his head and withdrew his gaze, feeling pity. After a while, the sound of breaking water resounded again, and that little koi carp rushed out of the water, starting its 5th reverse swim. Sumu was very surprised. This little koi's self-healing ability was so perverse. This time, the little koi directly rushed to 80 meters. With only the last 20 meters left, Sumu frowned slightly, not knowing why. He actually began to look forward to this little koi rushing up. When it rushed to 90 meters, a large amount of debris suddenly fell from the cliff wall. Seeing this scene, Sumu wanted to see how it would dissolve it. Such a huge amount of debris, coupled with such a high height, if it was smashed down, I'm afraid that it would die on the spot. However, what happened next shocked Sumu. Only to see such a high density of debris falling, but not a piece of it smashed into the body of the small koi. All of them passed by. Sumu, through the divine sense deduction, only the most perfect position will not be smashed, and the probability of this perfect angle is 1 in a million. But on the contrary, this little koi just happened to find it. It wasn't the little koi's efforts that shocked Sumu, but rather its heaven-defying luck. After dodging the debris, the little koi managed to reach the 99-meter position, only 1 last meter away from the shore. But this last meter was also the most turbulent meter of the current. The little koi seemed to have exhausted all of its strength, and this last meter became a gap that it could not overcome. Seeing this scene, Sumu also sighed quietly. Most lives were like this: success was accidental, failure was the main theme of life. This little koi had enough effort and luck, but it still couldn't cross this last meter, so what exactly is it missing? Is it not trying hard enough? Or is it not lucky enough? At this moment, just as the little koi was about to fall, Sumu realized something, and with a wave of his hand, he grabbed the little koi and successfully helped it get through the last meter. After successfully pulling the little koi to the waters on this waterfall, Sumu knew that it was missing something. It was missing a nobleman. And he was the little koi's nobleman. Of course, the fact that it was able to meet this nobleman of his was also due to its own efforts and luck. If it didn't work hard enough and had given up the second time, Sumu wouldn't have noticed it, and if it wasn't lucky enough and just happened to meet itself here, then it wouldn't have come ashore. At this moment, Sumu's state of mind also gained clarity. The little koi that had managed to come to the waters above the waterfall held its head high and surveyed this honorable person who had helped it come ashore through the water, its heart incomparably grateful. At that moment, the little koi opened its mouth and spat out bubbles, and with them, something. P.S. For ease of reading, this chapter is 2 chapters in 1. The little author saw the message from all of you. Thanks for liking it. I will try to add more under the condition of ensuring the quality, and beg to catch up on the reading. Chapter 80 Chi Yun Ziling, Innate Koi Saint Body. In the next second, a piece of jelly-like thing was spat out by it. Seeing this, Sumu picked up this palm-sized piece of jelly-like thing, transparent and colorless. He couldn't tell what it was, but he felt a very pure and advanced energy from this colorless jelly-like thing. It didn't matter what it was, but just knowing that it was a treasure was enough. After he put this piece away, he realized that this little koi was constantly surging back and forth around Sumu's feet, showing its gratitude. If it wasn't for Sumu's hand, this little koi wouldn't have been able to come up. This colorless and transparent thing was also the little koi's gift to himself. Sumu carefully looked at this golden koi and found that its lines were very beautiful, and its golden scales were flooded with waves of light. This was the first time that Sumu had ever seen such a beautiful koi. At this time, Sumu had a feeling of love for talent. How about a contract? However, although this koi is beautiful, it is not really a precious fish. If it is really a precious fish, climbing this waterfall shouldn't be so strenuous. Sumu is not all fish contract. To know, after the contract will have to spend their own favor points. The follow-up also have to feed properly. One more point of burden and responsibility. Like now, Sumu contracted 4, each feeding at least have to be thousands of favor points to start. The pressure is not small. At this time, the little koi used its head to nod Sumu's feet, signaling Sumu to follow it. In the next second, it swam towards the water ahead, and Sumu also followed behind, wanting to see what it was up to. Soon, the small koi swam to a more secluded water, and swam to a place where the silk grass was overgrown, and it lightly tapped the silk grass in front of it. Ha! Is there something in here? Sumu reached into the silk grass and began to feel around, and suddenly he really felt something. He took it out. What is this thing? A seashell? The appearance was very similar to a seashell, but there was also a slight difference because the color of the seashell was purple, and there were also dense lines on it that looked like strings of crooked runes. The size of almost 2 palms so big, holding in the hand there is some weight. This has to be a few thousand pounds. From this appearance and weight, certainly not ordinary shells. This is a treasure. Good guy, he lived here for so long, did not find a treasure like this. The small koi just came to this side of the waters less than half an incense burner time, has already helped himself to find a treasure. Worthy of being a koi, comes with a lucky aura. From just now it with 1 in a million probability to avoid the rubble pile fall can be the first glimpse of some. Luck is really good. After finding this shell, the little koi brought Sumu to prepare to go to the next place. Seeing this, Sumu put this fan shell away and continued to follow. Soon, the little koi swam to a more low-lying and gentle river, and then tapped the water with its head, signaling that there was something underneath this big rock in front of it. Immediately, Sumu moved away from the boulder, and found a wooden box under the stone, and after opening the wooden box, he found that there was an elixir hidden immediately. Take out this pill, put it in the palm of your hand and carefully examine, then smell a very strange Dan incense, and in the surface of the pill has a silver texture, circle after circle. This should be a Dan pattern, right? Although Sumu didn't know about alchemy, he had read some ancient books about pills, and this kind of silver-colored texture seemed to be called the holy pill pattern, and it only appeared on some extremely high-quality holy pills. This Dan pattern is very beautiful, as if it was carefully carved by a heavenly craftsman, just like a work of art. This wooden box also seemed to be a good treasure. Sumu put the pills back into the wooden box and put it away. In this moment of time, the little koi had found a second treasure for Sumu, and both were of a very high level, not ordinary treasures. In the next half hour, Sumu found 5 treasures under the little koi's leadership. This little guy, as if his body has opened an automatic treasure hunting hanging, wherever he goes, he can find treasures, and the main thing is that it is not deliberately looking for, swimming can find a treasure. This is the innate koi holy body. Regarding this kind of innate koi holy body, Sumu had also encountered it before he traveled across the world, one of his distant cousins, who grew up with poor academic performance, but had very unbelievable luck. At the age of 5, she followed her father to the lottery store, casually took a $10 scratch prize, and directly scratched out the top prize, $300,000. Then, directly let his old father pay off the debt. When she was 6 years old, playing on the side of the road, a passing big car, loaded with steel pipe, the next second hundreds of steel pipes sliding down, towards her smashed. Bizarrely, this time the steel pipe just missed every inch of her body, perfectly avoided, even the doctor called it a miracle. Starting at the age of 7, his father discovered her luck and had her write down a string of numbers and go buy a lottery ticket, winning $5 million in one column. Since then, her family moved out of the old housing area, lived in a small house and drove a Big Ben. Her luck has continued until she grew up, poor academic performance, she did not go to college, and then followed her father to learn stock speculation. She casually selected a few stocks, just a week, directly up over, and then when she sold out, overnight and fell off. Later, only 23 years old, she is already worth more than $10 billion, entrepreneurial success, opened several companies, became the richest man in their city. Do you want to say she worked hard? She didn't need to work hard, it was all luck. Sumu saw the shadow on his distant cousin in this little koi, and his luck was invincible. Now, Sumu's hesitant heart was finally firm. This little koi, it had to be contracted, this kind of luck, looking for treasures for himself, it was simply invincible. Whether it's strong or not is not a problem, as long as it's lucky, the rest doesn't matter. Does it spend 5,000 favor points to contract the lucky child spirit? Seeing this, Sumu's eyes widened. What? Just the contract alone requires a full 5,000 favor points? Why don't you go and grab it? Moreover, the name of this koi is also very suitable for it, Shi Yun Ziling, it really has that flavor. 5,000 is 5,000, although it's a lot, but Sumu is not so bad that he can't give it up, and the child can't be caught by the wolf. Contract it. In the next second, an invisible spiritual bond linked one person and one fish together. After the contract, the little koi seemed to be very happy, circling around Sumu's legs. The little koi led Sumu to a place where the water fell sharply, and soon Sumu found a half-meter wide whirlpool. The little koi swam to the side of the whirlpool, and sent itself a spiritual sense, saying that there was a good treasure in this whirlpool. Seeing this, Sumu stepped on the water, stretched out his right hand, and reached into the whirlpool. Soon, he grabbed something and pulled it out with one hand. Chapter 81. The figure riding a green ox treading a long river, I am an immortal. He ripped out a purple bamboo from the vortex. But not a complete one, only a small section, 20 centimeters long. This section of purple bamboo, the surface engraved with a line similar to the eyes lines, looks like countless pairs of eyes grow on the purple bamboo, lifelike. At this time, he discovered that there was a hole the size of a needle's eye on the top of this purple bamboo. Sumu's nose came close to smell, he smelled a rich fragrance of wine. Just after smelling a mouthful, Sumu felt a hint of drunkenness, his head was dizzy. He then didn't dare to continue sniffing. If he sniffed for a few more seconds, he might really get drunk. Sumu took the purple bamboo and started shaking it, then he heard the sound of water coming from inside. It was evident that it was filled with wine. What kind of wine is this? Actually almost smell drunk. To know Sumu's strength is already infinitely close to the human immortal realm, not to mention the ordinary wine. Even if it is a wine brewed with spirit fruits, he would not have any trace of drunkenness even if he drank several hundred pounds of it. Looks like, this is a very good spirit wine. Sumu put it away and turned around, preparing to reward the little koi. Does it cost 500 favor points to feed it? Fortunately, the minimum was only 500, if the minimum feeding was 5,000, Sumu really couldn't afford to feed it. Feed it. In the next second, a ball of white light wrapped the little koi, and then the body of the little koi grew a few centimeters longer, and the lines on its body became even more beautiful. The little koi after getting grown was very happy, spinning back and forth in circles and continuously spitting out bubbles. Alright, come with me, I'll take you to recognize the way home. Just like that, Sumu stepped on the water and led the little koi to prepare to go home. But as he walked, Sumu realized that there was no movement behind him, and turned his head to realize that the little koi was already 10 meters away from him. After he got closer, he realized that the little koi was swimming very laboriously, swimming very slowly, and swimming for a few seconds to stop and take a break before continuing to start swimming. Is his physique so weak? Even swimming is so laborious, where is the energy you just had to swim against the waterfall? You have weak kidneys, don't you? You're just like my weak roommate who can't even take 2 steps without gasping for air, and you still say you're a sweaty body, but you're obviously weak in the kidneys. But you're a little coy, do you have kidneys? It's just a matter of helping you out. Immediately, Sumu exerted his water control aptitude and accelerated the waters where the little koi was located. The little koi that sensed the changes around it also stared wide-eyed, eyes full of admiration. Just like that, Sumu quickly arrived in front of the stone house. Sumu, who walked ashore, stood on the shore and said to the little koi in the water, "This will be your home from now on, you can go out and play, but don't forget the way home. And that is, you are so weak, there are a lot of big fish in the water nearby, so don't run too far away, or else you'll be finished if you get eaten by a big fish one day." Hearing this, the little koi obediently nodded. Immediately afterward, Sumu thought of something and initiated spiritual sensing. Soon, the little Dorado, the whole ray, and the silver snake rushed to the shore, and were also very strangely sizing up the beautiful koi. "Alright, let me introduce you guys. This is the one I just took in, the youngest of you. You 3 are the ones who are the older brothers, it's still very weak right now, so you guys watch it more, and in case it encounters any vicious big fish, you guys have to lend a helping hand." Upon hearing this, the 3 beasts nodded and moved closer to the little koi to start introducing themselves. The Dorado was the first one Sumu had contracted, and had been with Sumu for the longest time, being the oldest brother. The whole ray was the second, and was the second brother. Then there was the silver snake, the third brother. In fact, the little juvenile crab was the third brother, but it was still too small now, and was being kept by itself in a pond on the bank, so when it grew up, it would be released back into the river and get to know them again. The little koi seems to be a female fish, is considered the youngest 5th sister. After meeting these 3 big brothers, the little koi was also a bit formal, as it was the first time it had seen such powerful beings. "Alright, between you siblings, take care of each other and help each other out. Go play." Sumu waved his hand and left the shore. Returning to the front of the stone house, Sumu sat down, and after taking a short rest, he prepared to try to impact the human immortal realm with a bang. Sumu took out the colorless transparent jelly-like thing that the little koi had given him at the beginning, placed it on the stone table, and began to study it. With that, he ran his gong method and absorbed the energy inside. In the next second, a very pure and high-level spiritual rhythm traveled down Sumu's palm and spread all over his body, and for a moment, Sumu felt that every inch of his body's flesh and blood had been baptized. His breath also continued to rise, infinitely approaching that barrier, and for some reason, it felt like he was clearly ready to break through. Yet it was just missing something. At this time, Sumu took out the piece of purple bamboo that he had just obtained, took out a cup, and then tilted the purple bamboo. The next second, purple wine poured out, a large share of wine fragrance. Sumu incense confused, not yet drink. Sumu already feel a little drunk. Only poured a small cup, almost 100 milliliters, do not dare to drink too much, afraid to drink something. Sumu picked up the wine cup and smelled it, the aroma of the wine almost washed over Sumu's head. He first tentatively took a small sip, the wine entrance, did not feel any spicy feeling, also not like a fruit wine, more like the taste of drinking a beverage. Drinking it did not have a bit of alcohol flavor, and it was even a bit sweet. After the wine entered his stomach, he felt that his stomach was a little warm, a very comfortable feeling. With that, he took a sip and directly dried it. Sumu was ready to get drunk at any time, but after a while, he didn't feel anything, other than his stomach being warm. There was no other reaction. Was it possible that the amount he drank wasn't enough? Just as Sumu was about to pour a second cup, he realized that his hands were trembling, and an irresistible feeling of dizziness hit him. Abruptly, a shattering sound came from his dantian. His aura began to skyrocket, instantly breaking that bottleneck and stepping directly into the human immortal realm. At this moment, Sumu could feel that every inch of his flesh and blood had been sublimated and metamorphosed, and this feeling was something that he had never experienced before when he broke through. This feeling was like metamorphosing into a higher being, and for a moment, his body was a little light. But nevertheless, it still felt like the heavens were spinning and his head was numb, a drunken feeling that made his dead memories attack him once again. He ran his gong method and prepared to dispel the drunkenness, but no matter how much he dispelled it, it didn't help, and he even felt even more dizzy. In a trance, Sumu saw a buffalo appear on the river, and on the buffalo's back, it seemed like there was a person sitting on it. Hallucinating? Sumu rubbed his eyes and realized that it was still there. He crookedly walked towards the waters. Chapter 82 Old Green Ox, Solitary Fishing Time, Jiangji Yuan Yuan. On the surface of the river, a green ox stepped in the water and slowly swam forward. On the back of the green ox, there sat an old man wearing cloth clothes, with gray hair and a slightly dry and thin body. The old man's face was very ordinary, belonging to the ordinary appearance that can be thrown on the road and the surrounding passers-by can be obliterated into one, but the old man's eyes were very clean, without any turbidity, and if you looked closely, you could see that there was a little bit of immortal light in the pupils that was constantly jumping around and annihilating. With that, he patted the back of the green ox and said, "Stop for a moment." After saying that, the green ox stopped. The old man waved his big hand, not knowing when in his palm appeared a fishing rod. This fishing rod was made of wood, but however, the hook was straight, and did not hang any bait. The old man took the fishing rod and flung it towards the center of the river, and then he sat on the back of the green ox, his eyes gazing at the river plainly, and there was no float, and it was not known what he was looking at. After a while, the old man sensed something moving, turned his head to look, and saw a man walking crookedly, stepping on the surface of the river, walking towards himself. Seeing this, a fluctuation finally appeared in the old man's calm pupils. Just as the old man was about to politely ask the visitor who he was, a beautiful language then came. "Damn you, no fishing is allowed here." Upon hearing this sudden sentence, the old man was also flabbergasted. Sumu only felt that the sky was spinning and his head was a little unclear. The feeling of drunkenness, everyone knows, walking crookedly, babbling, and the guts are also infinitely enlarged. If he were to put aside his usual sobriety, Sumu would politely ask the visitor who he was and why he came to fish on his own river, but since he was drunk right now, he directly had a mouthful of graceful greetings, and Zero framed up his hands. "This little brother, your words. What does it mean?" The old man looked up and down at this man who was drenched in the smell of alcohol, feeling a little strange. This man was very young, but no matter what, he was just a tiny human immortal. Why did he have the strength to step on top of this long river of time? Upon hearing this, Sumu also directly blurted out, "Old me asked you, what's your name? Why did you come to my place to fish? Don't you know it? Fishing is prohibited here." Without giving me a greeting, you ran to fish on my territory, ready to dish me out? Are you out of your mind? Under the raging drunkenness, Sumu was no longer sure what he was saying. Anyway, he should have said something very unpleasant. At those words, the old man's eyes widened. After surveying the man's cultivation once again and confirming that it was just the human immortal realm, his heart was also even more puzzled. A sentence surged out in his mind. "No? How dare he?" He didn't know how many years it had been since he had heard words so offensive to him. But nevertheless, with his state of mind, he wasn't so enraged by a junior, let alone one who was drunk. "My name is Zhang Yuan. I've only come here to take a break, and I have no intention of catching up any fish." Saying that, Zhang Yuan lifted up the fish hook and pointed to the straight fish hook and said, "Look, this fish hook of mine is straight and is not baited." Hearing this, Sumu then waved his hand and said, "Old me doesn't care about that. Anyway, it's not even allowed to put down a rod here in my place. If you have to fish, you'll have to pay extra money." Although Sumu could feel the existence of his body, he couldn't control himself anymore. Under this kind of strong drunkenness, being able to keep from passing out, it was already considered Sumu's physical quality was relatively strong. "You said that this is your territory?" Only then did Zhang Yuan notice a key word emphasized in the drunken man's words. Right. Sumu thought why this old man was talking so much. Hasn't this place always been unowned? How come I didn't know there was an extra owner? Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. What? Do you have to know? From the day I subdued here, I am the master of this place, the administrator of this place, the maintainer. Whoever crosses the river from me, fishes or whatever, has to pay. Sumu, who was under drunkenness, was unusually bold, directly pointing at Zhang Yuan's nose and cursing, not giving any face at all. The sudden head-splitting scolding first made Zhang Yuan froze and was also infuriated and laughed. This young man, with a good talent and a lot of secrets hidden in his body, with a small human immortal realm he dared to rob indiscriminately on this long river of time and commit crimes, it seems that he also doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He has to be knocked down and taught a lesson. Luckily as to encounter their own, temperament is still good, willing to give you young people a chance. If encountered those short-tempered people, I'm afraid that would have long ago you this young man hand-torn thrown into the long river of time cannot be. Young man, I have to give you a lesson today. With your strength, you currently can't do anything to cause mischief here. After saying that, the old man waved his big hand, and a majestic pressure descended on Sumu's body. In an instant, Sumu only felt that the flesh and blood of his entire body was about to solidify, as if a Tarzan was pressing down on his body, unable to move. However, under the enhancement of the wine intent, Sumu actually didn't have an ounce of fear, and kept running his gong methods to forcefully resist the confinement that the old man had imposed on him. However, no matter how much he resisted, he didn't shake it by half. Seeing this, the old man shook his head and sighed. Don't struggle with your cultivation, forcibly resisting will only destroy the immortal foundation that you just built, completely. Under such stimulation by the old man's words, the alcohol in his mind kept devouring his will. Abruptly, Sumu completely lost his mind, his breath opened up fully, and the green dragon and divine elephant Dermas hovered in rows behind him. Immediately afterward, the rules of space and the power of the laws of light embraced his surroundings. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan's eyes widened as his eyes fluctuated. This man, on his body, actually controlled the power of two supreme laws, and the technique he practiced was also very uncomplicated. Not only that, the strength of his flesh was beyond one's imagination. Why did a human immortal have such a powerful flesh? Logically speaking, a human immortal's fleshly body would have crumbled long ago under his own pressure, coupled with him resisting so strongly, but now it was getting stronger and stronger the more it was suppressed. At this moment, Jiang Yuan suddenly developed a heart of love for his talent, not wanting to destroy him like this. But what happened next completely broke his perception. On weekdays, Sumu was restrained, but now under the paralysis of alcohol, his hand was not light or heavy. With that, he waved his big hand, and Jiang Yuan only felt that the calm river surface began to vibrate, and a water of time kept jumping out of the water surface, and it was as if this side of the waters where Jiang Yuan was located was being boiled. Seeing this, he was finally no longer calm. This. What the hell is this? Chapter 83, sorry, drunk, didn't do it lightly or heavily. In the next second, Sumu raised his right hand, and 1,000 pounds of water transformed into a water dragon that hovered above Sumu's head. Seeing this water dragon transformed from the water of time, Jiang Yuan was a bit flustered. At this moment, his mind went blank. This man, why was he able to affect the long river of time? Moreover, this wasn't simply influencing the long river of time anymore, this was directly manipulating the water of the long river of time and turning it into a water dragon for attacking. This scene, somewhat beyond the realm of what he could imagine. This man, was he more than just the human immortal realm? Just what kind of realm was it to be able to override such a huge amount of water of time? It was too late to think. Seeing that the man was about to sacrifice the water dragon, Jiang Yuan hurriedly cast his divine ability, preparing to resist. In the next second, a golden barrier appeared in front of him. With a drop of Sumu's right hand, this long dragon, which was transformed from the water of time, devoured towards Jiang Yuan. The moment the long dragon of time touched the golden barrier, it completely devoured the barrier. Jiang Yuan didn't even have time to perform his next divine ability before he was rushed into the long river of time by this long dragon of time, his life and death unknown. Leaving that old green ox still in place, trembling and not daring to move. After doing all this, Sumu crookedly returned to the bank, and then his head sank, collapsed on the ground, and drunkenly passed away. Sumu hadn't been this drunk for a long, long time. This sleep, I don't know how many hours I slept. Finally Sumu felt the existence of his body and slowly opened his eyes. When he sat up propped up on the ground, he felt a very painful headache. He rubbed his temples and sat cross-legged, running his gong method to dispel some of the wine remaining in his body. It took almost half an hour of conditioning before all those discomforts in his body disappeared. Standing up, heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Good guy, in the past, accompanied the leaders to socialize and drink, have not drunk so drunk. Luckily, at that time, he took it easy, and only poured himself a small cup, but also thanks to the alcohol effect on the fast, or else, Sumu definitely want to be greedy, drink a few more cups. This kind of wine, if more than a few cups, or even drunkenly die in the past are possible, absolutely not a joke. At this time, he realized that there was an old green ox standing in the water of the river, staring at himself with wide eyes and a face of horror. Ha! Wasn't it a dream just now? Sumu just remembered that when he was drunk, he realized that a cow had appeared on the river, and there was a silhouette standing on the cow's back. Then after he crookedly walked over to it, he somewhat couldn't remember much about what happened subsequently. Only a few fragmented pieces could be remembered. He seemed to swear at the old man on the back of the cow, and then gave him a beating. After all, he had been drinking, so he didn't hit him lightly, and he didn't know what he had beaten the old man into. However, from the fact that he left his old green ox here, it can be seen that he should have been beaten up quite a bit. Amat Ba Buddha, sin ah. You old man, it is also not coincidental that you yourself just happened to be drunk and you just happened to be crossing the river. Hey! In fact, although Sumu would charge for crossing the river, he generally convinced people with reason, and generally would not get rough. At this time, Sumu walked towards the old green ox. He pulled up the rope around the old green ox's neck and pulled it back to the bank. Throughout the entire process, the old green ox didn't resist in any way, and was very cooperative, but Sumu realized that the old green ox's limbs were trembling, and was obviously very scared. Seeing this, Sumu touched its head and said comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, I don't eat beef. It's really a sin, just now I drank some wine, should that master of yours be alright?" Sumu could feel that this old green ox should not be an ordinary buffalo, because the aura on its body was very strong, and it was obviously a cow that had opened up its spirit and could cultivate. Upon hearing this, the old green ox also froze, not knowing how to answer. In fact, it itself didn't even know if something was wrong. However, that master of yours is also quite desperate, leaving you here and running away. Don't worry, your master doesn't want you anymore, you'll follow me from now on. I see that you're also quite naive and honest. Sumu actually also lacked a mount. On weekdays when he went to patrol the river by himself, riding the green ox, why wouldn't it be a pleasure? Hearing this, the old green ox wanted to cry without tears. Wasn't it you who beat him away? He was having trouble protecting himself, how could he bring me along? Jianggong didn't even have the power to fight back, so he didn't know which world he was sent to buy you, and he didn't even know if he was still alive. What? You don't seem too happy about it? Sumu saw that this old green ox had a dumbfounded look on his face, and frowned as he asked. Upon hearing this, the old green ox hurriedly nodded, indicating that he was willing to follow. At this moment, the old green ox remembered this man's drunken look from yesterday, incomparably maniacal and beating people to death. Looking at the man's smile, it all felt a little creepy, as if it was about to hit someone the next second. What Sumu didn't know was that he actually asked the other party very calmly if it wasn't happy. If it wasn't happy, forget it, letting it go home was fine. But his simple question, in the ears of the old green ox, became, "You're not happy? I'll kill you if you don't like it. Eat beef." After seeing old green ox nod, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. In fact, he didn't like to force others, since the other party was also willing to follow him, then let it join his big family. Not bad, my vision was right, it's a good cow. Don't worry, if you follow me, in the future, you'll be able to eat good food and drink hot water, and you definitely won't be worse off than that old man's conditions. Sumu smiled and patted the ox's back, then led it to the willow tree, and in the next second a few willow strips completely entwined the old green ox. Seeing this, the old green ox revealed a horrified expression. No, it won't run away, it will be our family member from now on. Sumu said to the willow tree. Only then did Willow Tree put down the willow that was entangling the old green ox. After Willow Tree terrorized him like this, the old green ox completely gave up the idea of sneaking away. This man, in the end, what kind of terrifying existence is he? Dwelling in this long river of time, casually seconded the Jianggong, and how his subordinates are all so outrageous and powerful. At this time, Sumu opened his favor points panel and found that he suddenly had 30,000 more favor points overnight. It startled Sumu. Could it be that this was because of that old man? What exactly did he do to actually gain so many favor points? Could it be that the old man came to the river to cause trouble and was beaten up by himself? No matter how Sumu thought about it, he couldn't remember. So sex directly do not want to, anyway, 30,000 favor points to hand, beautiful. Today's mood was very good, Sumu was ready to go out for a trek. As soon as he sat on the back of the green ox, he rested his hands on the back of his head and lay down flat. Let's go, little greenie. Just head in this direction, walk along the river. If you see any stranded small fishes or shrimps on the bank, or if you see any breaks in the river wherever you are, or any breaks in the dike or anything, anyway, if you come across anything out of place, just stop. Upon hearing this, the green ox then walked along the river. Walking and stopping, when he encountered stranded small fishes and shrimps, he sent them back to the river with a wave of his hand. Just like this, Sumu earned favor points while lying down. At this time, Sumu, who was lying down, accidentally fell asleep, and the green ox kept going, not knowing how long it had been going. When Sumu woke up, rubbed his eyes, and after seeing his surroundings, he immediately sat up straight. I blanched, where the hell did you me? Chapter 84 The End of the Long River, Upstream of Time. Sumu sat on the back of the ox, surveying the surroundings with a dumbfounded look. The environment was slightly dim, a strange crooked-necked tree grew on the riverbank. A gust of wind came and blew Sumu a little goosebumps. There was an eerie feeling. How long have I been sleeping? Sumu asked to the green ox. Eyes. Hearing the green ox's response, Sumu's eyes glared. What? Slept for 3 days? I'm out to work, why don't you wake me up? Sumu asked through gritted teeth. As the words fell, the green ox was also silent, a little aggravated. Wasn't it you who told me to keep moving forward? Moreover, you were asleep, how would I dare to wake you up? I didn't dare to stop either. That's just it. Sumu didn't blame the green ox, after all, he was the one who shouted at it to keep moving forward. He jumped down from the bull's back and carefully surveyed his surroundings, realizing that he had already come to the very upper reaches of the river, which he had never been to before. Because in the past, Sumu's affinity for rivers wasn't high yet, and the further upstream he went, strange fog would always rise, and the denser the fog was, the more he walked, the more his head would get dizzy, so he hadn't been going too deep either. The speed of the green ox was not slow, and it also walked for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, hell knows where it dried itself out. When you were walking, you didn't encounter any strange fog? Sumu was a little surprised as to why little Chingzi was able to traverse those strange mists. Upon hearing this, the green ox also shook its head. Because it was carrying Sumu all this way, it really hadn't even encountered any mists, and it had walked unhindered. Sumu looked towards the downstream, and found that it had already started to fog up. The time of fogging up on this river was not fixed, sometimes it wouldn't fog up for several days, and sometimes it was covered in fog for a month. This is good, the fog has started, if you can't go back later, it will be fun. Although this fog won't cause any substantial damage to Sumu, it's very easy to get lost. Once a few months ago, Sumu was also patrolling when a very big fog started, making him get lost for 3 days before he could find his way back home. Therefore, Sumu generally go to what never been to the place, will be in advance on the road to do a bit of marking, due to just fall asleep, completely did not do what marking, this time the fog is going to start to get up. Forget it, wait until the fog clears up, first look for treasures in this neighborhood, or patrol and explore. He walked to the riverside and realized that the waters here flowed very slowly, so slowly that it looked like it was standing still. With that, he released his spiritual senses and prepared to summon the dolphin fish, the whole ray to come here. The response he got was that the other party couldn't find the waters he was in, which made Sumu feel strange. At this time, Sumu thought of something, took out a piece of treasure fish meat from his space ring, tied it with a rope, and put it into the water at the riverbank. Then he waited quietly, and after at least half an incense stick of time, no fish was ushered in. From this, it could be seen that this piece of water in front of him didn't have any fish. Why Sumu is so sure? This is because Sumu, this piece of precious fish meat, for the vast majority of fish in the water, is irresistible bait. Usually Sumu throws a small piece into the river, will attract countless fish to compete for food. It was hard to believe that this was stagnant water. There is a saying in the fishing world about stagnant water, which generally refers to those waters that do not flow and the water is corrupt. There are no fish in such stagnant water. However, although the water here is very slow, but still in the slow flow, as long as the water is flowing, will not become stagnant water. After studying the situation, Sumu returned to the shore. He looked at these crooked-necked trees growing on the shore, and they were also oddly shaped and twisted, as if they were like tree demons with teeth and claws, like shadows. In the waters near Sumu's stone house, there were usually very few trees to be seen, basically only one tree could be seen for a few hundred meters. However, this place was densely packed, there had to be hundreds of trees, right? At this time, Sumu noticed a trace of unusual fluctuations coming from the front, deep in the dense forest. Sumu walked to the side of the green ox, tied the rope around its neck to a crooked-neck tree next to it, and then patted its back and admonished, "It's foggy now, and this fog is very dangerous, so stay here and don't run around." After saying that, he left a breath of his own on the green ox, so as not to get separated later. Upon hearing this, the old green ox also nodded. After doing all of this, Sumu turned to look deeper into the crooked neck woods, and suddenly felt his mouth drying up, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. For some reason, the curiosity and desire in his heart kept trending him towards the depths. Holding the mentality of what if there were any good treasures, Sumu clenched his teeth and walked towards the depths, and soon disappeared into the mist. The closer he got to the depths, the more pronounced the coldness became, and this coldness wasn't just ordinary coldness, but was so deep into his soul that his soul was shivering. As he walked, he found that the fog was getting thicker and thicker. The color of the fog changed from gray to gray-black. I don't know if it was Sumu's illusion, but he smelled a faint smell of decay, vicissitudes, and desolation from this fog. This bizarre flavor caused a faint sense of fear to grow uncontrollably in his heart, which was a human instinct. In fact, Sumu himself was not very afraid, but once a person enters an extremely dangerous and bizarre environment, he will spontaneously give birth to fear, which is the fear of the unknown. As he walked, Sumu realized that his brain was a bit dizzy, and he slowed down his pace. However, Sumu, who had always been cautious, would leave a mark for every step he took, lest he couldn't find his way back later. After about another 30 meters of walking, the fog turned completely black, and the coldness became more and more obvious, already affecting Sumu's walking somewhat. In fact, these weren't too big of a problem. Rather, he didn't know why, but in his own mind, countless fearful thoughts were constantly born. The scary thing was that these fearful thoughts didn't originate from himself, as if it was the outside world that was constantly implanting these fearful thoughts in his mind, affecting his mindset. At this time, Sumu suddenly stopped his steps. He felt that he was already very close. After walking so far, it was impossible to turn back the same way, right? From his spatial ring, he took out a purple bamboo, held his head high, dripped a few drops of wine into his mouth, and then swallowed it. After a while, Sumu felt a little bit slightly drunk, but not up to drunkenness. His consciousness was still very clear. As the saying goes, wine strengthens one's courage. After drinking a few drops of purple bamboo wine, those countless fearful thoughts in his heart were swept away. Then he walked broadly towards the front, walking faster and faster, almost running. Finally, he passed through the last piece of dense forest, plucking away the obscuring leaves in front of him, and all of a sudden, the black fog instantly disappeared, and his sight cleared up. What is this place? Sumu was stunned in place, the wine waking up all of a sudden. Chapter 85 Tombstones Buried at the End of Time, 3,000 Mausoleums. At a glance, under the gray sky, a square of tombstones stood in a row, with thousands of tombstones lined up. An oddly shaped black tree was clustered around, like a black wood guard guarding the tomb. Sumu stood in place and froze for a while before coming back to his senses, and the alcohol that was originally still slightly drunk instantly sobered up. With that, he stepped on the loose scorched black soil, and walked step by step towards the square mausoleum circle. After completely walking into the mausoleum garden, he turned around and looked behind him. Those bizarre black mists were cut at the edge of the mausoleum garden, as if they were afraid to come in, and as if they were guarding this mausoleum garden. Sumu walked to a side of the tombstone before realizing that it wasn't big, not even as tall as himself. After getting close, he attempted to find the tombstone text on the tombstone, to see if he could find any information, because after a person dies, he will leave his own name on the surface of the tombstone, and will also carve down the descendants, so that it will be convenient for the descendants to come to pay homage. However, on the surface of this tombstone, there wasn't any text, only a very shallow trace. I don't know whether it was a beast mark or a sword mark. In short, it was very disorganized. Sumu stretched out his right hand and touched the surface of the stone monument, then he felt a coldness that instantly spread all over his body and even his soul, and he hurriedly shrunk back. It seemed that the source of the coldness that touched his soul that he had just felt outside turned out to be here. I don't know what kind of material this tombstone was made of, but just touching it with his hand, he felt extreme coldness. At this time, Sumu took out his silver dagger, ready to cut a small piece down and take it back to study. But he realized that it actually couldn't be cut down. This was the first time Sumu encountered something that still had a silver dagger that couldn't be cut down. No matter how hard Sumu tried, he could only leave a shallow blade mark on it, but it just wouldn't cut down. The silver dagger was the sharpest weapon on Sumu's body, although Sumu had gotten quite a few good treasures through robbing and raffling, but in terms of sharpness, this silver dagger of his own was all broken and leading, and was not on the same level. Sumu walked around the tombstone mausoleum and also counted, no more, no less, almost exactly 3,000 square tombstones. These tombstones, all of them are the same. On the surface of the tombstone, there is no inscription record. This kind of tombstone without inscription is called nameless monument. There are two kinds of nameless monuments. One is that when a person dies, the person who buries him or her can't find any information about the identity of the deceased, so he or she has to erect a nameless monument. Another kind is that the person who buried the deceased knew the identity information of the deceased, but intentionally did not leave the identity information in order to protect the deceased, to prevent grave robbers. This kind of nameless tombstones, basically buried, are very high status people. There were 3,000 tombstones buried here. They must be from the same family. Even if they weren't from the same family, they should be from the same source. Because Sumu realized that the locations of the burials here were all carefully designed and arranged, and were not the kind of mass graves that were buried haphazardly. So, excluding the first possibility, it was that the 3,000 people buried here all had extremely high identities. Now, Sumu was still interested. If you had words engraved on your tombstone, out of respect and politeness, Sumu probably wouldn't have the idea of digging up the grave. But there was no information on your tombstone, which made Sumu very curious. As we all know, people are such the more mysterious they are, the more they want to solve the mystery. The powerful curiosity finally overcame Sumu's reasoning. Freezing hands, freezing hands. Sumu put on his gloves and found a pure white ghost face mask from his space ring and put it on his face. Although this place was deserted, the preparations had to be done properly. This was a good professional habit. Students who often dug graves knew that even if they went to dig wild graves in the deserted mountains, they had to be fully armed, with only one eye exposed. After being well armed, Sumu found a site of tombstone, and since all the tombstones here looked exactly the same, he picked one at random. Before digging, Sumu first came in front of the tombstone, folded his hands and said to the tombstone, "I'm sorry, maybe it's a bit offensive. But don't worry, I'll only dig the treasure, I won't touch anything else." Offended. Sumu said as he climbed above the mound of earth, and took out a Luoyang shovel from his space ring. This Luoyang shovel was obtained from the lottery, and had been placed inside the pile of miscellaneous items, and I didn't expect to use it today. Digging and digging, a shovel went down, as if it had dug into something hard. The shovel was chipped. The powerful recoil almost made Sumu not stand still and fell down from the grave. After the shovel broke, Sumu squatted down and started digging with his hands. After digging for almost an hour, he finally dug up the coffin. The coffin was white, like a bone coffin made of bones, and it was very big. Sumu dug almost 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, but only a corner of the bone coffin was exposed, roughly estimated that it only accounted for 1/3 of the whole. This tombstone is so small, but this coffin is so big. Is the Hulk buried here? The coffin is so big. Sumu continued to dig, dug almost 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, and finally saw the whole picture of the white bone coffin clearly. Squatting down, carefully surveyed the surface of the bone coffin. Actually can find this bone coffin above there are also fine fiber lines. This is the unique human bone lines, that is to say this bone coffin is built from human bones. Moreover, the most horrifying thing was that every bone on it was the same kind of bone, the cervical vertebrae. A person, there was only one cervical vertebrae on their body. And this huge bone coffin, at least made from thousands of cervical vertebrae, that is to say, in order to bury the person inside, purposely went to kill thousands of people? A fine thought, to go and kill so many people in order to bury the people inside. Sumu stretched out his right hand, and the moment he touched this one cervical vertebrae, his pupils shrunk violently. He actually felt an incomparably majestic power of chi and blood in this single cervical vertebrae. This grave had been buried here for an unknown number of years, and judging from the smell of decay in the air, it had definitely been many, many years, decades, centuries, or thousands of years. But after so many years, a cervical vertebrae that had been detached from the physical body for countless years actually still had such majestic chi and blood power remaining. From this, it can be seen that the predecessor of these cervical vertebrae, just how powerful? Sumu took a few deep breaths and only felt his heart thumping. In the next second, he pulled out the silver dagger from his sleeve and stabbed down towards the surface of the bone coffin, easily penetrating it. He held the hilt of the dagger and slowly scratched downwards. Just like that, a 1 meter long slit was drawn. Sumu stretched out his hands, clasped the slit, and broke it with force. The bone coffin was instantly broken open with a large opening, and Sumu stood on the bone coffin, his gaze looking towards the inside of the coffin. Not knowing what he saw, Sumu instantly fixed in place. A gust of wind, blowing from nowhere, blew across the mausoleum and blew the corner of Sumu's coat. Chapter 86 3,000 Tombs, only to bury him alone. A familiar aura came from the coffin. At this time, I don't know when, a firefly appeared in the graveyard, emitting a faint greenish light, like starbursts dotted in the dim graveyard. The next second, a larger firefly landed on top of the bone coffin. With the help of the firefly light, Sumu saw the whole picture in the coffin. A rectangular ice cube was placed in the bone coffin. The familiar aura that made Sumu feel familiar was coming from this ice cube, which was the river water from the river outside. However, it had already solidified into ice. Looking closely, one could see that something seemed to be frozen in the ice. Sumu picked up the dagger and continued to open the bone coffin, opening it almost 3 meters wide before he could see the frozen thing. This is a human finger? From the appearance characteristics, it should be a right-hand index finger. The length is as long as a normal human, but the wrapped flesh and blood is already gone, only a section of index finger bone remains. There was a visual contrast between the bone coffin wrapped in an ice coffin, and this huge ice coffin wrapped in a human finger bone that was only 8 or 9 centimeters long. Going through all the trouble just to bury a finger bone? At this time, the moment Sumu stretched out his hand and touched the ice coffin, he also determined that the water that had condensed into ice was the water in the river outside. Because Sumu had been guarding the river for so long, judging by his affinity for rivers, he definitely wouldn't misjudge it. Immediately afterward, Sumu took out his dagger and prepared to cut open this ice coffin, but no matter how it cut, it was to no avail, and it couldn't even leave a trace. This confused Sumu. This silver-colored dagger of his own, how come today he encountered two things that couldn't be cut at once? The key is, this is an ice coffin. There is no reason why it can't be cut. Sumu stretched out his fist, smashed towards the ice coffin, smashed dozens of hundreds of punches, not even a trace was left. At this time, Sumu exerted his water control avatar and realized that he couldn't move it. He grabbed a corner of the ice coffin and slightly weighed the weight. It was already more than 1,000 pounds, and was estimated to be 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. It was no wonder that Sumu's current water control avatar could only override 1,000 pounds of water. But the strange thing is, even if it's 2,000 or 3,000 pounds of weight, not to mention that he is already a human immortal realm, is that only cultivation brats can carry 2,000 or 3,000 pounds of weight. Some slightly more powerful mortal generals can resist this weight. But himself, actually can't carry it? This again lets Sumu begin to suspect that he is not cultivating false immortals. This ice coffin has an oddity. Yes, it must be that it has a problem, not that he has a problem. One's own divine power of water control has stripping, accelerating, standing still, and backing up. But it could not melt this ice coffin that had become ice. Sumu operated his gong method. Majestic spiritual power burst out from his palm, turning into a scorching spiritual fire wrapping the entire fast ice coffin, but after roasting for a full hour there was no sign of melting. Chopping can't break, hammering can't open, burning can't melt, there's really no way. Under the helplessness, Sumu could only give up this side of the tombstone. Anyway, there were so many more here, so it wasn't like he had to hang himself from this one tree. Sumu checked all the corners of the coffin and found that there weren't any burial goods, and also jumped down from the grave with a lack of interest. Looking around, Sumu again targeted the next grave. But before digging, he took out 3 pillars of incense from his spatial ring, and after lighting them, he inserted them in front of the tombstone, then slowly said, "Offense, offense." After saying that, he lightly started digging. With the experience of the first time, Sumu dug smoothly the second time, finding the right position. People are like this, they can't even find the right position the first time, and even find the wrong position, but the second time was fine, and it was a breeze. This time, the coffin was dug in 10 minutes. It was exactly the same as the last coffin dug, also a white bone coffin, also a bone coffin built from a single cervical vertebrae. According to the previous method, first, he took the silver dagger to make a large opening, and then forcefully broke it open. After breaking it open, his eyes looked at it, and Sumu's pupils also shrunk and his eyes froze. Just like the last one, inside the bone coffin was still an ice coffin. But the only difference was that what was frozen inside this one was the toes, or to be precise, the thumbs. At this moment, Sumu thought of something. He quickly dug up a third tombstone again, and after digging it out, it was the exact same construction, and the frozen object became a rib. Dug up the 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 10th. They were all teeth, fingers, small arm bones, thumbs and so on, and all of them were the same. Sumu sat on the tombstone and began to contemplate. A bold speculation surfaced in his mind. These 3,000 tombstones might not be burying 3,000 people, but the same person. He guessed that if all 3,000 tombstones were dug up, after those organs were combined together, they would form the body of a complete and whole person. But however, Sumu didn't have that time and energy to dig them all up. It didn't seem to be tiring, but digging it up was really exhausting and would inexplicably make the body feel tired, and it was only after digging 10 of them that Sumu was already tired and out of breath. The most critical thing is, even if you're tired, there's no harvest, so it's very irritating. At this time, Sumu suddenly thought of something, rose up in the air, stood on the void and looked down, taking in the entire mausoleum. After carefully surveying it, he felt that the shape of this mausoleum was very much like a pattern, but he didn't know what the meaning of this pattern was. The most crucial thing was that the arrangement of these 3,000 square tombstones was also very strange, like a formation arrangement. Although Sumu didn't know about formations, he had sometimes read some ancient books on ancient formations when he was bored. The feeling that Sumu had was that this mausoleum was a large formation, and one of the tombstones was the eye of the formation, and he didn't know if his guess was right, but he would inexplicably have this feeling. At this time, he noticed a tombstone, located in the upper right corner of the mausoleum. This tombstone, with the other tombstones spaced 10 meters apart, while the other tombstones were spaced exactly 9 meters apart, this subtle difference of 1 meter, of course, could not escape Sumu's eyes. After locking onto this tombstone, Sumu landed on the ground. When he came to the front of this special tombstone, he found that this vertical tombstone was a circle larger than the surrounding ones. Climbing up the tombstone, he started digging. After digging for almost 5 meters, he couldn't find the coffin. The other tombstones, the deepest one, basically dug 3 meters and dug to it. Sumu continued to dig down, almost to 10 meters, finally dug to What was introduced to the eyes was not some huge bone coffin, but a square black wooden box. The side length was almost around half a meter. One's analysis was right, this tombstone was indeed special. Unexpectedly, Sumu easily opened the wooden box without using any means. "This is?" Sumu said with furrowed brows. Chapter 87, In order to save you, what's the harm in moving through countless times and spaces? Inside this black wooden box, there were two pitch black amber, oval in shape. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that this was not any mere amber, but instead looked like a pair of eyes, and the moment Sumu's gaze came into contact with this pair of oval amber, his entire body was staggered for a moment. This feeling was as if he and a certain pair of eyes, separated by countless space and countless time, had locked eyes. It was strange, yet very real. Frightened, he hurriedly closed the black wooden box, and after he did so, that feeling of being gazed at instantly disappeared. Combined with the finger bones, ribs, and so on that Sumu had dug up in the other tombstones, there was a real possibility that this pair of pitch black oval amber could be a pair of eyes. However, unlike the other tombstones, this tombstone that buried the eyes was in a black wooden box that looked very ordinary and was still easy to open, which was very strange. Abruptly, Sumu felt that the air had become cold, and that weird coldness was becoming more and more obvious. Moreover, obviously there were quite a few fireflies flying in the mausoleum in the last second, but all of them fled in this second, and the black fog outside the mausoleum was continuously pouring in towards the inside. Sumu sensed something wrong. This place is too weird, can't stay here any longer. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid something will happen. Looking at the black wooden box at his feet, Sumu clenched his teeth and directly put it into his sleeve, turned around and walked quickly towards the entrance. He had been delayed here for such a long time had been wasted, the grave had been dug, and if he didn't bring anything back, it would make Sumu feel very bad. So, even though this black curtain box containing the eyes was a bit weird, it was still ready to be taken and run away. Fortunately, he had just made a good mark on the way here, so even if the black fog was filled, he wouldn't be lost. It took almost half an hour to finally get out of the dense forest and onto the river. This trip, it couldn't be said that it was all unproductive, right? Sumu could only comfort himself like this. He walked to the side of the old green ox, and saw that the green ox was already lying down and sleeping. When it saw Sumu come back, it was also startled and instantly bounced up, looking at Sumu with a surprised face. Seeing this reaction of the green ox, Sumu looked at himself underneath. What was so strange about himself? What? I went for 3 months. Learning from the old green ox that he had disappeared for 3 months, it thought that he had encountered some danger and couldn't come back. During these 3 months, the old green ox had waited for what was called an incomparable torment. All the time he thought, in case he really had an accident and couldn't come back, wouldn't he have to be bolted here for the rest of his life? Sumu counted the time, full count. He went in just a few hours. How could 3 months have passed? Can it be that the time in that mausoleum just now is misplaced? This is not impossible, because Sumu learned from some ancient books, certain independent special space, and the flow of time in the outside world is not the same. It seems that just now he entered that cemetery, in fact, is a special independent space? It seems that his timely return was a wise decision. Sumu untied the rope tied to the tree around the green ox's neck, and then sat on its back as soon as he could. Then he looked upstream and realized that the upstream was full of dense black fog. This place already belonged to the very upstream. He didn't intend to continue walking upstream and was ready to go home. Take advantage of the fact that the fog is small now, and follow the path back the way you just came. As the words fell, the green ox carried Sumu and headed downstream. Congratulations! Since you saved a stranded big chub and returned it to the river, favor points plus 300. Congratulations! You cleaned up the plankton that had accumulated on the river, purifying the waters, favor points plus 500. Congratulations! You cleaned up the debris along the river, maintaining the river, plus 200 favor points. Along the way, Sumu walked and stopped while maintaining the river, cleaning up the garbage, saving the fish, and his favor points clanked up. After only 1/10 of the journey, Sumu had already deposited 5,000 favor points. Since this was Sumu's first time coming to this section of the river, there was a lot of debris and garbage piled up on the river, all of which were favor points. Just like this, Sumu walked for 5 days on a 3-day journey. In these 5 days, he roughly calculated that he had almost 30,000 favor points. If in normal times, 1,000 favor points a day was already very good, but 5 days was a month or two's worth of favor points, so it was great. Finally came to the river that Sumu was familiar with. This was the place that he often patrolled on weekdays. The old green ox was already tired and panting. Hold on a little longer, we'll be home soon. Sumu touched the green ox. Having a mount was indeed much more convenient. After returning to the stone house, Sumu jumped off the ox's back and exhaled heavily. In the next second, a willow drooped down to Sumu's ear, gently rubbing against his cheek. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sumu smiled and said to the willow. It was the first time he had disappeared for 3 months at once, and as the great steward willow who helped him look after the house, he was of course anxious. Seeing the tired and panting old green ox, Sumu asked, "Do you eat meat?" Hearing this question, the green ox froze for a moment, then shook his head. Hearing this, Sumu waved his hand and a large piece of treasure fish meat appeared in his hand and said, "It's a pity, since you don't eat meat, I'll find out if there's any grass to feed you." After seeing the piece of meat in Sumu's hand, the green ox's eyes instantly lit up, indicating that he was a meat eater. With that, Sumu threw the piece of precious fish meat in his hand to the green ox. With one bite, the green ox directly ate all of the precious fish meat, and all of the tiredness in his body disappeared, and his breath became a lot stronger. At this moment, the green ox's heart was a little shaken. It was considering whether or not to recognize this new master. Because it had, after all, followed Jiang Gong for so many years, it was hard to let go of the obsession and mustiness in its heart. But now, it had to reconsider this new master, residing on the long river of time, with a strength so terrifying that he casually defeated Jiang Gong, arbitrarily eating the powerful living beings in the long river of time. Such a supreme existence, to follow by his side by itself was a supreme chance. After a short period of entanglement, it finally made up its mind, letting go of the obsession in its heart, and completely recognizing and submitting to this new master. By following this master, it had the honor of seeing worlds it had never seen before, and coming into contact with things it had never dared to think about before. Sumu's but had just sat down. Then he sensed a strong spiritual sensation coming from the riverbank. It was then that he thought of something and quickly ran towards the river. When he arrived at the riverbank, he found that the little Dorado, the whole ray, the silver snake, and the little koi had all come to the bank, showing incomparable worry and anxiety. Only after seeing their master did they completely let go of their hearts. "All right, I'm fine." Because 3 months ago, Sumu had summoned the dolphin fish in the weird dead waters upstream. However, they couldn't find the waters they were in and could only be anxious, plus the fact that they had been missing for another 3 months, so I'm afraid they all thought something had happened to them. The small Dorado, the whole ray, the silver snake, the small koi, they did think that something had happened to Sumu. Unbeknownst to them, the 4 of them had rolled through countless spaces and spent countless hours, holding the belief that even if their master fell, they would still resurrect him, and had found a supreme treasure. What treasure? Let's see. Learning that the 4 of them, the siblings, had worked together to find a treasure for themselves that was enough to save their lives, Sumu was also somewhat moved. Chapter 88 Embryo of the Tao, Cries from Upstream. The next second, the 4 beasts jointly lifted out a piece of flesh-like thing, which at first glance looked a bit like an embryo. The surface of the embryo was pure white and flawless, without any impurities, and surrounded by a faint immortal rhythm chi. Seeing this, Sumu's pupils shrank, carefully picked up this baby-sized pure white embryo, held it up with both hands, and carefully examined it. From it, he felt an energy that he had never felt before, and if he had to let Sumu describe it, there were 3 words that were more apt: holy, vitality, purity. Even if his physical body was slightly close to this piece of embryo, he could feel that his entire body had been baptized with evolution, an indescribably unique feeling. When his palm touched on this pure white embryo, he could feel the incomparably pure and majestic vitality power coming from it. This vitality power, very special, very advanced, very pure. Sumu would not doubt for a second that even if he had been seriously injured, even if he was on the verge of death, as long as there was still a breath left, even if there was still a trace of will, this piece of pure white embryo would be enough to revive himself. At this moment, Sumu was somewhat moved in his heart. This treasure should be the most precious and rare treasure that Sumu had gotten so far. I don't know how much effort they had put in and how many places they had searched before finding such a treasure for themselves. Sumu received the embryo and placed it in the safest place in his Dantian space, although he didn't encounter any danger right now, but in case he encountered any death calamity in the future, this fast embryo would be the bottom card to save his life. Looking at the 4 beasts in the water, Sumu smiled in relief. Whether to spend 8,000 favor points to feed each of the 4 beasts? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu directly used a full 8,000 favor points to feed each of them 2,000 favor points at once. The 4 beasts that were fed with favor points all grew tremendously. Among them, the most obvious change was the little koi. Its body became a circle larger, its pupils turned purple, and the scales on its body glowed with golden light, incomparably bright and beautiful. It should be that the little koi was the weakest one, all of them getting fed with 2,000 favor points, the enhancement was the greatest and most obvious. The four beasts that had received great growth were happy, but nothing was happier than learning that their master had not encountered any danger and was safe. Alright, you guys go and rest properly for this period of time. Sumu could see how tired they were, so he planned to give them a vacation. Back in front of the stone house, Sumu opened his attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, Human Immortal First Realm. Mastered Avatar, Water Control Level 3, Swimming Level 3. Mastered Technique, Qing Tianhua Longi 5th Level, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength 5th Level. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 1, Law of Light Level 0. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Boundary Skate Beast, Stone Battleaxe Beast, Chaotic Golden Spirit Fuson, Silver Heavenly Dao, Shiyun Ziling. River Affinity, 1%. River Favor Points, 75,741 points. One's own favor points had come to the highest ever, a full 70,000 points. As usual, let's raise the affinity first. Favor points, 50,000. River Affinity, 1%, River Affinity, 1.5%. After getting a boost, Sumu could feel his connection with the river deepen a little bit more. Then, he continued to add points to boost his feats a bit. Favor points 3,000. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 5th level 03,000, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, 6th level 04,000. Favor points 2,000. Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique, 5th heavy 02,000, Qingtian Dragon Transformation Technique, 6th heavy 03,000. In the next second, Sumu's aura continued to strengthen, and behind him, the phantoms of the Green Dragon and the Divine Elephant appeared, interplaying with each other and flashing with holy light. Human Immortal Second Realm. Human Immortal Third Realm. With the two rules of the Gong method raised to the 6th level, a brand new threshold, Sumu found that his cultivation had directly increased by 2 minor realms, directly coming to the Human Immortal Triple Realm. There were still 20,741 favor points left. Today, Sumu was planning to fully raise his strength. Therefore, he continued to intend to spend a large amount of favor points. Space Rule Power, Level 10,000. Currently, there were two laws that Sumu had mastered, one was space and the other was light. Among them, the power of spatial rules needed 10,000 favor points to be raised to level 2. In fact, this 10,000 favor points was still a bit much, and after hesitating for a while, he still planned to raise it. Favor points 10,000. Power of Spatial Rules, Level 10,000, Power of Spatial Rules, Level 15,000. In the next second, countless broken law fragments appeared in Sumu's mind, and those law fragments kept combining, becoming a brand new spatial law. Abruptly, Sumu's cultivation level grew violently like a flood. Human Immortal 4th Level. Human Immortal 5th Level. Human Immortal 6th Level. Human Immortal 7th Level. Human Immortal Great Perfection. It continued until the Human Immortal Great Perfection realm, touching that bottleneck before stopping. At this moment, Sumu felt unprecedentedly powerful as he stood up and made a grip towards the void in front of him, preparing to distort space. But realized that it still had little effect? Seeing this, Sumu was dumbfounded. This enhancement of his own, how was it the same as no enhancement at all? At this time, he targeted a piece of broken stone on the shore, and gently pinched towards the broken stone, and instantly crumbled, the whole time without using any spiritual power, only using the power of spatial laws. Judging from this performance, one could only say that one's spatial law power had an effect, but it was minimal. Could it be that the space here was too solid? Otherwise, according to the ancient records, one could learn that powerful cultivators who controlled the power of spatial laws were able to crush space with a wave of their hands, traverse the void, and a series of other operations. However, there was also a special case, that is, if the space of a certain space was incomparably advanced and solid, then it would be difficult to crush the space. Law of Light, Level 10,000. After seeing that 10,000 favor points were needed to raise the Law of Light from level 0 to level 1, Sumu looked at his remaining 10,000 out of 10,000 favor points and swallowed. With this boosting down, there would only be 741 points left, so it would be hard if he encountered something. Let's put it aside for now and raise it next time. At this time, Sumu opened his eyes, and in a trance, he seemed to have heard a cry. After standing up, he realized that it had disappeared again. An illusion? It seemed that he had stayed here alone for so long that he had stayed out of his hearing. After sitting down, after a second or two, that crying sound rang in his ears again, very real. Sumu violently stood up and looked towards the river, because this crying sound came from the river, and it didn't disappear. Very obvious, it seems that he didn't hallucinate. With that, he walked towards the river. Chapter 89 Abandoned Baby Girl, Time is Crying. Walking to the riverbank and looking towards the river, he didn't see anything unusual, but that crying sound was still there. Immediately, Sumu looked upstream, and this crying sound was coming from upstream. He walked along the bank of the river, towards the upstream. The further upstream he walked, the more obvious that crying sound was. Finally, he stopped and looked towards the river, and saw a wooden basin, floating downstream. And that crying sound was coming from the wooden basin. Seeing this, with a wave of his hand, Sumu stilled the waters below the wooden basin, preventing it from floating away, and then stepped on the river himself, walking towards the wooden basin. After getting close, looking down into the wooden basin, Sumu's pupils also contracted violently, only to see a baby girl lying in the wooden basin. Pink carved jade, arms like white porcelain, small fair face like a delicate porcelain doll. After sensing that someone had come, the baby girl stopped crying, opened her eyes, a pair of big watery eyes staring at Sumu, some fear, and some curiosity. Seeing this, Sumu looked around, his divine sense spread out, and found that there was no other person's breath in a few kilometers around. Whose child is this? How did they just leave it in the river like this? What Sumu hated the most was these people who gave birth and then abandoned it. If you don't have the ability, don't give birth to it, and if you give birth to it, you have to be responsible for it. This kind of born and then abandoned, what is the meaning? Just like this, leaving the girl child on the water, in case the basin overturns, in case the big fish and beasts are staring at her, there is almost no possibility of survival. Even if she was lucky and didn't encounter any danger, but if she just kept floating like this, she would starve to death alive. At this time, the little baby girl who had stopped crying, her two pairs of little hands clutched each other tightly, her gaze timidly looking at Sumu. Sumu could feel the fear and uneasiness in her heart. At this moment, Sumu realized that he seemed to have a cold face, and in the next second, he finally managed to squeeze out a very ugly smile. After seeing the smile, the little girl didn't seem to be that scared. How could she tell if the smile was ugly or not? She only knew that this person was smiling at her. Seeing this gaze, Sumu's body also froze. Good intelligent little girl, looks powder carving, clean, pink tender, watery eyes, so beautiful little girl, this is which family is so cruel Sumu, who was furious, hugged the wooden basin, and then quickly drove towards the upstream. However, looking for a full day, did not find anyone, and the river has been a dense fog. This fog on their own certainly no effect, but on the little girl is not necessarily. Only to see her little face flushed with a somewhat sickly white color, obviously somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing this, Sumu only had to give up his search and walk towards the downstream, leaving the misty area. Looking at the little girl in the wooden basin, Sumu sighed heavily. His mood was mixed. This is good. Can't find the person who abandoned her. Is it hard to raise it yourself first? But one's own inexperience and also not so want to raise. The most crucial thing is that he is trapped on this river and can't leave. Sumu feels that he has no way to raise her. How about letting her ride on the wooden basin and go down the river? This little girl child is so pretty and cute, she will definitely meet a family that is willing to adopt her. Sumu gently placed the wooden basin on the water, then left a few treasures on it and left a note. In the next second, the girl child perhaps sensed something. She crisply stretched out her small white porcelain hand, wanting Sumu to hug her, wanting Sumu not to abandon her. Seeing this, Sumu's body stiffened for a moment, and his heart was somewhat shaken. He flinched for a moment, then unconsciously opened his hands and hugged the little girl child, then put away the wooden basin as well, and left the water step by step. Sumu hadn't even gotten married before he crossed over, let alone had a child, so he wasn't much of a hugger, and could only hold it with both hands, like a novice father. The little girl may be tired of crying, now get a sense of security, buried in Sumu's arms, fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping little girl, Sumu also sighed. Adopt her for a while first, and when she grows up some more, if she meets a kind person who has the will to adopt her, she will entrust her out again. After all, just letting her lie on the wooden basin and float downwards like this, not to mention whether or not she would encounter ferocious beasts on the way, in case she encountered a bad-hearted person who took the treasure, she might also continue to abandon her. Sumu's situation was special. His primary goal right now was to become stronger, then refine this river and leave this place, so he couldn't possibly keep her all the time, he could only keep her for a while first. Returning to the stone house, Sumu was a bit at a loss for words for a while. Then what to do? First find a crib to put down, right? At this time, Sumu began to rummage around in his spatial ring, although all of them were high-level treasures, but he couldn't find a fluffy crib. This was also the reason why Sumu felt that he couldn't raise himself well, because he couldn't leave this place, and his necessities, food, clothing, shelter and transportation all relied on robbing people crossing the river, fishing, or lucky draws. Lucky draw is another random thing, hell knows what will be drawn. Sometimes even corpses that have been dead for hundreds of years can be drawn out. Sumu doesn't expect to be able to draw out a crib. At this time, the willow tree on the side seemed to have seen Sumu's dilemma, and several hundred willows drooped down, weaving a semi-suspended willow crib. Seeing this, Sumu was also delighted. This home has to fall apart without the willow tree. He carefully placed the girl child on the wicker cot, then the willow tree began to gently rock the boat, coaxing the little girl child to sleep. Sumu sat down, picked up the water cup on the table, and violently drank a large mouthful. Looking at her, Sumu's mood was a little complicated. In fact, he was torn inside, constantly drinking water, drinking and pouring and drinking. Although Sumu is not a kind and great person, but he really can't let her keep floating in the river like this. The river water is very cold. Even if it doesn't capsize, it will gradually lose temperature under the extreme hypothermia, and die in cries. Who? Sumu exhaled heavily. At this time, Sumu's gaze fell on the soundly sleeping little girl. Only to see the little girl sleeping posture is very cute, hands clasped in front of the chest, body slightly curled up. From the psychological posture science to judge, this is the performance of some insecurity, long eyelashes slightly trembling, exquisite little face red, like the most perfect artwork under the pen of the Heavenly Lord. But however, looking at it, Sumu always felt that there was something different between her and ordinary female children, but couldn't say where it was different. Abruptly, Sumu suddenly realized something, and all of a sudden stood up and took a step towards the little female child. Chapter 90, Time Flies, Nui Nui Grows Up 4K. After getting closer, Sumu realized that the little girl's breathing was very calm, but it just so happened that this calmness was out of place. Because when a normal person breathes, their chest will rise and fall with their breath, but the little girl child is different. At this time, Sumu discovered something. His pupils shrunk violently. There was a sound missing, the sound of a heartbeat. He hadn't noticed. From the time he picked up the little girl, what he heard was the sound of crying, and then the sound of breathing. The only sound missing was the sound of a heartbeat. Sumu's divine sense unfolded, and discovered that the little girl actually didn't have a heart. Without a heart, it is logical that there is no breathing sound. That's why the breathing is so flat. Without a heart, can one be considered a normal human being? However, Sumu can really feel the vitality of the little girl. With his cultivation strength, this point can still be sure that the little girl is a living life. This cannot be false. In addition to not having a heart, everything else is the same as an ordinary little girl. There is no abnormality. At this time, Sumu rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Thereupon, he turned around and returned to the stone house, holding out a few hundred ancient books, simultaneously flipping open 10 of them and suddenly flipping through them quickly. After flipping through the last ancient book, he gently closed it, still not finding the answer he wanted. These hundreds of ancient books, which Sumu had obtained from lottery or robbery, had recorded countless special physiques from the heavens and the worlds, but he couldn't find this kind of physique without a heart. This made Sumu a little difficult, because he guessed that the little girl child was most likely a special physique, but he couldn't find any records about this physique from the ancient books. Standing up, Sumu paced back and forth in front of the willow tree. At this time, his divine sense was locked onto the body of the little girl, and soon he discovered a strange thing. The little girl actually had a dantian space. Normally, only cultivators can open up dantian space, and at the very least, they have to cultivate to Jindan in order to be able to open up. But this little girl is so small, not even a year old, but actually already has a dantian space? When Sumu carefully measured the size of the dantian space, he was surprised again. This should be out of the category of dantian space. This should be called dantian small world. Because her dantian space was very large, if she had to take a measurement to describe it, the size of her dantian space was equivalent to the sum of 100,000 Jindan cultivators' dantian spaces. Due to Sumu practicing many laws, eating many precious fish and treasures, and practicing top-notch techniques, his dantian space was also a side of the dantian world, which was incomparably huge. But the little girl child was only less than a year old and hadn't even been exposed to cultivation yet, and her dantian space was already almost 1% of her own. Don't underestimate this 1%, you have to know that Sumu was currently at the human immortal great perfection realm. At this moment, Sumu's breathing was also a little short. Could it be that this was the legendary innate cultivation saint body? In the past, he had always heard people talk about talent, but this was the first time Sumu had felt the small shock that talent brought to him so intuitively. Putting aside the fact that she didn't have a heart, if you carefully observed the little girl's breathing, you would realize that her breaths were very long. The higher the cultivation path, the longer the breath will be. The breath of the little girl has already surpassed countless strong cultivators. At this moment, Sumu began to suspect that this little girl, in the end, was she abandoned or lost? A more daring guess would be, is it possible that the little girl has no parents at all? Looking at the soundly sleeping little girl, Sumu only felt an extra burden and responsibility on his shoulders. Time flew by. Compared to the loneliness of a person, after there was one more little life, time passed less boringly and less slowly. On this day, a man dressed in black with a large fish on his shoulder was walking towards the stone house step by step. When the man got closer, a surprised voice came out, "Daddy." In the next second, a small figure rushed over and hugged the man's thigh. Seeing this, the man laughed, freeing his right hand to rub her head and said, "Nyan Nyan, from what your big brother said, it seems like you've gotten into trouble again today." Upon hearing this, the girl child pouted and muttered in a small voice, "Big brother is petty." Nui Nui was 3 years old, wearing a small lavender skirt, wearing a cute pill head. Her small face was exquisite like a little elf, every bit as beautiful as the heavenly gift. Seeing Nui Nui's adorable appearance, Sumu also scratched her nose with his hand and said with a smile, "Next time don't be so naughty, it's too dangerous." Upon hearing this, the little Nui Nui revealed her cute little tiger teeth, and hugged the man's thigh. Looking at the big fish on her shoulder, her big watery eyes lit up at once, and she said with a face of surprise, "Wow! Daddy, what kind of fish did you catch?" "A big blue fish." Sumu smiled favorably, one hand pulling Nui Nui's small hand, one hand carrying the big blue fish on his shoulder, and walked step by step towards their small stone house. Arriving in front of the stone house, the little Nui Nui hugged Willow. "Mommy Willow, today Daddy hit another big fish, hey." In the next second, the willow tree dropped a few willow branches and twisted them into a swing. Because the willow tree played a big role in accompanying and nurturing the little Nui Nui during her growth process, the little Nui Nui had always called it Willow Mom. Although Sumu had emphasized it several times, the little Nui Nui couldn't change her mind, so she just let her call it that. Little Nui Nui sat on the swing and watched her father prepare food for her as usual. Many times, little Nui Nui felt guilty because she really ate too much, and it seemed like she couldn't get enough to eat every day. For as long as she could remember, she and her father had always lived by the river, and could only rely on fishing for a living, and although her family lived in poverty, little Nui Nui felt very happy. But however, little Nui Nui is very smart and understanding, although sometimes she is indeed very hungry, but she now learns to restrain herself. Every time she will eat a little bit less, so that Daddy can eat a little bit more. She also do not want to let Daddy so fortunate. Sumu handled the fish with ease. Cut a piece, driving with an iron pot. With a wave of the hand, the water on the river was filled into the iron pot, and began to simmer the soup. The remaining half of the fish took an iron fork, skewered it, and with a thought, a spiritual fire was lit in front of him. The green fish then automatically flipped over and started to roast, and in a short while, it gave off an aroma. With Sumu's current strength, it only took a few minutes to roast such a green fish. After the green fish started bubbling with oil, Sumu took a seasoning box and sprinkled some crystal powder on it to enhance the salt flavor and freshness. The fish soup was also almost ready. Dinner is ready. Sumu placed a whole green fish on the table, then took an empty plate and empty bowl, cut a large piece of grilled fish and placed it on the plate, and served a bowl of soup in a small bowl. Soon, the little Nui Nui, who smelled the fragrance, jumped down from the swing and sat down on the seat obediently. "Daddy, I love eating grilled fish the most. Daddy is fortunate." Little Nui Nui smiled with two shallow dimples, adorable. Hearing this, Sumu smiled, "Hurry up and eat." As the words fell, the little Nui Nui shook her head and said, "Daddy works the hardest, Daddy eats first." Little Nui Nui had always been so understanding. Every time Sumu came back from fishing, she would pinch Sumu's legs, pound his back, and busied herself, and would let Daddy eat first before moving the chopsticks herself. "Daddy isn't hungry today, you eat it all," Sumu said with a smile. Because he had long since seen that the little Nui Nui hadn't been eating enough during this period of time, and that this kind of green fish wasn't much of an upgrade for the current Sumu. Only then did the little Nui Nui feast on it. This kind of green fish, although it wasn't considered a top-notch treasure fish, it also contained majestic energy in its body, but the little Nui Nui was able to digest it very quickly when she ate it. "Why aren't you eating?" Sumu asked when he saw that half of the roasted fish was still left. "I'm full, I can't eat anymore, Daddy, look, I have a little stomach." Saying that, little Nui Nui pinched the flesh on her little tummy. In fact, little Nui Nui was not full, but she wanted Daddy to eat a little bit too. She knew that her family was poor and Daddy was the backbone, so she couldn't let Daddy starve to death. Hearing this, Sumu also smiled. The little daughter he raised, how could he not understand her mind? He then ate all the rest of the roasted fish as well, and his chi and blood power rose by a few points. As Sumu's mind moved, the attribute panel about himself appeared in his mind. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, Earth Immortal 8th Realm. Mastered Avatar, Water Control Level 4, Swimming Level 4. Mastered Techniques, Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique 7th Level, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength 7th Level, Sacred Abyss Technique 10th Level. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 2, Law of Light Level 1. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Boundary Skate Beast, Stone Axe Beast, Chaotic Golden Spirit Fusang, Golden Heavenly Dao, Shi Yun Ziling. River Affinity, 6%. River Favor Points, 55,821 points. Nowadays, Sumu had already arrived at the Earth Immortal realm, and his affinity for rivers had already broken through the 5% mark. Nowadays, with a wave of his hand, he could control 10,000 pounds of water to leave the surface, and could make 10,000 square meters of water undergo operations such as acceleration, standing still, and backing up. Ever since the adopted Nui Nui, Sumu's luck had become better all of a sudden, and in just 2.5 years, Sumu had earned nearly 500,000 favor points, and the affinity degree had come to 6%. Nui Nui was the name Sumu gave her. Although Nui Nui was sometimes naughty and mischievous, she never caused Sumu any trouble, and not only that, sometimes Nui Nui would often bring herself good luck, such as sometimes picking up some treasures. Moreover, sometimes when he took his little girl out on patrol, he was particularly lucky, and at the best time, he could earn 2,000 favor points a day. In these 2.5 years, Sumu also met quite a few people who crossed the river. Some were powerful cultivators, and some were youngsters who had only just crossed over. But however, after searching for so long, Sumu still hadn't found a trustee that satisfied him. Sometimes, late at night, Sumu would quietly ask the little Nui Nui if she would be willing to leave this place with him if she met someone better than Daddy one day. However, every time he asked this, little Nui Nui would hug Sumu tightly, saying that Daddy was the best person in the world, and that she didn't want anyone but Daddy. Hearing this answer, Sumu was both touched and guilty. After all, he was trapped on this river, so the little Nui Nui's childhood could only see the river bank, the trees, and the only playmates were the fish, crabs, and so on the river bank. Nowadays, the little Nui Nui who is only 3 years old, her cultivation level is already at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. A 3-year-old Purple Mansion cultivator, if this were to spread out, I don't know how much of a stir it would cause. Moreover, when Sumu taught her some of the techniques, such as the Sacred Abyss technique, the 18 sword styles of green refinement, and so on, she was almost able to understand all of them at a single point, and all he needed to do was to bring her in, and she would be able to cultivate them all in a month until they were pure, and they blended together. This kind of cultivation talent was truly unprecedented. In fact, little Nui Nui doesn't love to cultivate, she only cultivates to make Daddy happy and reassure him. This day, Sumu got up early. He put on a basket on his back, picked up a sickle, a hoe, a dagger, and other tools and went out to patrol. Little Nui Nui, on the other hand, was sleeping sweetly on the willow bed, and when she woke up, she stretched her back and jumped off the willow bed. She went to the front of the stone house, picked up a large bucket, then went to the river bank, put down the bucket, then put her hands in a trumpet position and called out, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth sister, fifth brother." Soon, several behemoths swam slowly towards the bank. The first to arrive was a creature that looked like a small black dragon, with a length of 5 meters, and upon closer inspection, golden dragon horns, long dragon whiskers, and pitch-black scales on its body. Seeing this, little Nui Nui waved her hand, "Big brother, here, here." This creature shaped like a small black dragon was the dolphinfish. Nowadays, only a little bit of the original shadow could be seen on its body, and its physique had changed greatly. The Dorado's head was exposed to the surface of the water, and it was also looking at the little Nui Nui on the shore with a doting face. In the next second, only a round black shadow appeared on the surface of the river, with a diameter of 6 meters. Abruptly, the black shadow floated out of the water, which gave it a clear look. Purple golden pupils, huge body, reddish black body, more than a dozen tentacles glowing with a cold light. This was the Kongre's after 2 years, and it was also a big change in physical appearance. Second brother. Little Nui Nui also shouted with a smile. After another while, a circle of ripples rose on the surface of the river. A giant python black shadow swam towards the shore, and after getting close, gradually surfaced, 5 meters long, with divine fire jumping in its golden sun-like pupils, and its purple golden snake scales glowing with a bit of immortal light. This giant python is the little silver 2 years later, now also changed greatly. Third brother, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Nui Nui misses you. Seeing this golden python, little Nui Nui smiled, her eyes crescent curved. The next second, A seven-colored bright light flashed across the surface of the river, flooding the surface of the river with jagged waves, a rainbow looming, very dreamy and beautiful. Abruptly, a 1-meter-long koi carp leaped out of the water, its blue pupils were like jewels, and its seven-colored scales were intertwined with dots of immortal light. Under the illusory rainbow, it was beautiful. Fourth sister, Nui Nui is here. Little Nui Nui waved at the koi. Ha! Why hasn't fifth brother come yet? Little Nui Nui crossed her arms and looked towards the river. With that, a black shadow slowly swam towards the riverbank. P.S. In order to facilitate the readers to read, 2 chapters have been combined into one. Here, once again, weekly begging all of you can read on. The subsequent plot will be more and more wonderful. This book is really wonderful to slowly unfold, will not let the readers greatly disappointed. Chapter 91. Put down your pride, you and I are just small fish and shrimp at the bottom of the river. The next second, a red crab shadow, slowly floating out of the water, golden double pincers flooded with points of cold light, as if a pincer can clip the void broken, deep ghost-colored pupils, body length of about 2 meters. This is the small young crab after 2 years, now has become an adult. A year ago, after the small young crab became an adult, Sumu no longer kept it in captivity. Instead, he let it come out to meet with its siblings. Although Sumu was the third to contract it, due to it being the youngest and meeting the youngest, it also rightfully became the little Nui Nui's fifth brother. Red Crab's character, which was very inconsistent with its appearance, was very calm and simple, often carrying little Nui Nui back and forth on the water to play, and taking her to find fruits to eat. It was only after seeing the red crab come that the little Nui Nui said with a smile, "Fifth brother, I thought you weren't coming." After the 5 beasts had all arrived, little Nui Nui broke her fingers and confirmed one side again. Although little Nui Nui's 5 older siblings all looked very bluff, the gazes they looked at little Nui Nui were all very doting. At this time, the little Nui Nui mentioned the big bucket behind her in front of her. Inside were some of the fishes that Daddy had caught during this period of time, as well as the meals for her brothers and sisters. Father went out to make money, so the little girl took the initiative to take over this job. Don't look at little Nui Nui's small size, this foot tens of thousands of pounds of weight of the wooden barrel, she single-handedly easily lifted up. She poured dozens of different kinds of fish inside into the water, and said, "Brother and sister, Daddy and I have eaten, you guys eat." Soon, the 5 beasts ate all of these precious fish. Daddy said to me today that you guys have been fortunate during this period of time. At this time, little Nui Nui said to the 5 beasts. In fact, Sumu had gotten up very early today and went out early as well, and hadn't said this. It was little Nui Nui who took the initiative to say this, and although she was young, she was very smart and understanding. Ever since she could remember, her brothers and sisters would bring a lot of delicious food, and they also helped father with a lot of favors, so Nui Nui also felt that they were working very hard, so that's why she said this. The 5 beasts who heard these words were obviously very happy as well. In their eyes, little Nui Nui was their little master, and the little master they loved and spoiled the most. Moreover, in their eyes, in addition to their master, the little master is the human with the highest talent they have ever seen. They have been around all walks of life for so many years, they have seen quite a few great and magnificent heavenly prides, but there has never been a single one that can be compared to the little master. To be precise, there was simply no qualification to even compare. Therefore, they would sometimes bring some cultivation resources to the little master to help him cultivate. Third brother, wait. After the 5 beasts left one after another, little Nui Nui called out to the golden python. The golden python also looked at the little master with a puzzled expression. Third brother, can you take me out to play? Little Nui Nui was really bored, and she also wanted to follow third brother out to hunt for treasure and find food together. Because her family was poor, little Nui Nui didn't want her father to be so fortunate by going out early in the morning and coming back late at night. She also wanted to contribute. After hearing these words from the little Nui Nui, the golden python also immediately shook its head. As her third brother, it must do a good job of watching over the little master, and must take good care of her. Moreover, last time, I heard from my big brother that the little Nui Nui once sneaked out. If not for my big brother's timely arrival, there was almost an accident. Okay, third brother, please, I promise not to run around and cause trouble. You guys are so fortunate, I also want to contribute. Little Nui Nui knew that big brother was the most ancient and majestic, definitely refused to take himself out, although third brother looked fierce. In fact, his heart was very soft, that's why she was alone and pampered towards third brother. The golden python still shook its head, although with its own strength, nothing can go wrong within the realm under its own command, but it has always been steady, it is still not willing to take this risk. Please, brother. There was no other way. Looking at the little master's appearance, the golden python still had a soft heart, and said that it absolutely couldn't run around. Only after receiving permission did the little Nui Nui smile happily and happily spin in circles. Little Nui Nui carefully rode onto the golden python's head, and held on tightly with her two little hands. Nui Nui, sit still. In the next second, the golden python carried the little Nui Nui, following the river, going to a certain water area. The golden python was planning to go to one of the safer of the several great realms under its control. As long as the little Nui Nui was in the realm under its control, it was absolutely impossible for any problems to arise. Moreover, the golden python also planned to take this opportunity to give her a gift for her 3rd year. Immortal Dipper Continent, Sacred Forest Hall. At this moment, in front of the Immortal Hall, there was a shame tree, and under the shame tree was placed a chessboard. On both sides of the chessboard, there were 2 men sitting on the end, playing against each other. One of the men, dressed in white robes, about 30 years old, sword eyebrow, starry eyes, quite handsome, only to see the surrounding Tao rhythms around his body, embracing. And sitting opposite the white robed man is a grey robed old man, looks ordinary, belongs to walk in as the street cannot see the popular face. However, the grey robed old man's breath was also extremely strong, completely not weaker than the white robed man who was playing against him. The white robed man's name was Wang Lin, and nowadays, he had already walked to the top of the Immortal Dipper Continent, to the final step. Wang Lin dropped the white disc. The chess game immediately formed a suicidal siege situation, cutting off all the back roads of the black discs, and it looked like it was already an extermination. However, the grey-robed man first froze for a moment, and then smiled and said, "You have to know, even if you have come to this step, but the world's living beings, old age, sickness and death are destined to die, a dead person, it is impossible to be resurrected." Hearing these words, Wang Lin then looked as if he had a torch, and leisurely said, "What if I go against this heavenly Tao? Isn't this heavenly Tao in charge of reincarnation? If I become the new heavenly Tao, then why can't my beloved be resurrected?" Upon hearing this, the grey-robed old man did not reply, but instead unhurriedly picked up a chess piece and gazed at the game that was already showing a siege. With that, he found a point and gently dropped it. With the fall of the black disc, the momentum of the siege was all dissolved, and all of Wang Lin's layouts went up in smoke. Seeing this, Wang Lin's body also stiffened. "Wang Lin, I admit that you have already taken the last step, and are already infinitely close to the peak of this world, and even infinitely close to the heavenly Tao of this world. However, you also haven't thought about the fact that what you consider to be infinitely close is actually still far, far away. The heavenly Tao of this world is not as weak as you think." Saying this, the grey-clothed old man paused and continued, "Just like this game of chess of mine, you think that you're already without any loopholes, but nevertheless, as long as you can't be truly invincible, you only need a single piece to make all of your efforts go to waste." Hearing these words, Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the grey-clothed old man, saying word for word, "But, don't you want to go against this heavenly Tao? It captive feeds living beings, 1 cycle per epoch. If we don't make changes, is it true that when this epoch ends, all of us will have to become its sustenance?" When these words came out, the grey-clothed old man also fell into silence. He and Wang Lin, both of them were the strongest in this epoch, the cultivators closest to the peak of this world. They also understood the truth of this world. Since the last previous epoch, the heavenly Tao of this Immortal Dipper Continent had become out of place, and there had once been an ancient powerhouse who had deduced that the heavenly Tao of the Immortal Dipper Continent had, long ago, appeared to be spiritually intelligent. There is also an even bolder speculation that the former heavenly Tao of the Immortal Dipper Continent had been swallowed up long ago, and was in charge of another heavenly Tao with spiritual intelligence. That new heavenly Tao with spiritual intelligence would open a new cycle of reincarnation every epoch, that is, it would devour all the living beings of this epoch for the purpose of strengthening itself, and then after giving birth to a new epoch, it would continue to captive the living beings of the next cycle of reincarnation. According to Wang Lin's deduction, there are only 100 years left in this epoch. If we don't make a change within 100 years and go against the heavenly Tao, then all the living beings in this epoch, including Wang Lin, will have to be transformed into the heavenly Tao's sustenance. Wang Lin. The grey-clothed old man slowly raised his head and collided with Wang Lin's gaze as he looked serious. "I have decided, after 50 years, I will leave the Immortal Dipper Continent and go to a new world, a new continent." Hearing these words, Wang Lin rose violently, overturning the chess game in front of him, huffing, "If you escape like this, what about your heirs, your descendants? With our strength, we can't take everyone, we can only leave alone." Upon hearing this, the grey-clothed old man smiled, picked up the teacup in his hand, gently took a sip, and said, "I'm sorry to say that my last disciple, 100 years ago, had already sat down and died. You should also know that the old saint master of that long ancient Holy Land sanctuary, who was my last disciple, sat down 100 years ago. Therefore, the me of today is all alone." Saying this, the gray-clothed man opened his hands with a bland expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin calmed down and laughed coldly. What if you were me? Would you still choose to flee? At these words, the man in gray said without the slightest hesitation, yes. Wang Lin, you have to understand a cruel and realistic truth. Perhaps in the eyes of certain absolute supremes, we are all but small fishes and shrimps in a pond of water, and those supreme existences only need to wave their hands if they want to kill us. And all we have to do is to escape in advance when he makes his move and decides to kill us. The gray-clothed elder's words constantly echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin, put down your pride, you and I are just small fishes and shrimps at the bottom of the well, recognize yourself. There isn't much time left until the end of this epic, I hope you make up your mind sooner. I've already pointed out the only way to survive to you, whether you're willing to go or not, it's up to you. Put down your arrogance, I know that you are the best cultivator in this epic, and I know that you are confident, but nevertheless, in the face of an unopposable existence, confidence is arrogance, and it is unself-consciousness. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lin fell into silence. He slowly sat down, his mind seemed to be empty, he didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, Wang Lin's eyes became firm, clenched his fists and said, if you want to go, go by yourself. I want to try. As the words fell, the gray-clothed man had already expected him to say this, and just heaved a sigh, not continuing to persuade. 100 years of time hurriedly passed. The entire immortal Dipper continent began to shake as a powerful pressure emanated from the sacred forest hall, shaking the entire continent. At this moment, countless cultivators in the immortal Dipper continent all looked towards a certain direction in the sky, their faces showing fear. Today was the day that Wang Lin's death closure was released, and he had finally taken the final step, coming to the peak of this world, the final step to be on par with the heavens. And today was also the last day of the end of the era. According to some fragmented ancient records of the immortal Dipper continent, today would be the last day of the destruction of the entire era, with all the spirits silenced and transformed into sustenance for the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin sat at the highest point of the sacred forest hall, looking straight up at the sky. The gray-clothed old man who was in the same realm as himself had already left 50 years ago, while Wang Lin chose to stay. He wanted to fight against the heavenly Tao, kill it and replace it. Abruptly, the sky instantly darkened, the sun annihilated, and the entire continent was plunged into eternal night. All living beings looked above the void. At this moment, countless living beings recalled the legend that had been circulating in the continent for the last 100 years, saying that the continent's new epoch was about to open, and that all of them, as beings of the old epoch, would be annihilated. At first, they all thought it was just something that had been made up. But now, the legendary prophecy had truly appeared before their eyes. Eternal night descends, the era opens, and all spirits are annihilated. In the next second, above the void, a pair of eyes appeared. Golden pupils, gazing at the entire continent. In these pupils, countless cultivators saw the 6 paths of reincarnation, the laws, nature, and everything and anything in this world. Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Wang Lin rose up in the air and looked straight into the eye of the heavenly Tao, his powerful battle intent spreading. In the next second, his entire body emitted white immortal light, instantly illuminating half of the continent. At this moment, countless living beings looked at the silhouette in the void, and they knew that this was the continent's sovereign, the supreme cultivator who lived in myths and legends, Wang Lin. This supreme one of the continent was facing the heavenly Tao alone. You captive beings. Today, I will go against you. After saying that, Wang Lin's entire body transformed into a holy sword and stabbed towards the eye of the heavenly Tao with a powerful pressure that caused the entire continent to shake. Just when it was about to annihilate the eye of the heavenly Tao, the eye of the heavenly Tao slightly condensed. Wang Lin's entire body was fixed in place, the immortal light on his body dissipated, and his own flesh and soul instantly came to the 0 point of ashes and ashes. At this moment, Wang Lin's mind recalled the words that the old man had once said to himself, Wang Lin, put down your pride, you and I are just small fishes and shrimps at the bottom of the well, recognize yourself. In the next second, a vicissitude voice echoed out. You guys are lucky. One of you, 100 years ago, gave my little master a gift that made her happy. Therefore, I'm giving you all a chance to continue living as this era opens and the 10,000 spirits do not return to 0. The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in every corner of the continent. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's pupil shrank, remembering a past event. 100 years ago, before he closed his death barrier, he transformed into a mortal and went to live in the mortal world for a year, with the purpose of honing his mind and making up his mind to close his death barrier. And one day 100 years ago, he met a little girl who was only 3 years old on a street in the mortal world. Dressed in a long lavender dress, like a little elf, smiling with two cute little tiger teeth. At the age of 3, her cultivation had reached the purple mansion realm. He also remembered that behind the little girl, silently followed by an old man whose face could not be seen, had been secretly guarding him. Although he hadn't succeeded in accepting that little girl as his disciple, he had given her a gift. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly thought of something and jerked his head up, his face looking at the golden pupils on the void in terror. Wang Lin, can you remember? Do you still want to reverse me? The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed out. P.S. 2 chapters in 1 for easier reading. Chapter 92, turns out, the heavenly Tao also has an owner. The sound of the heavenly Tao, like the morning drum of the Tao, seemed to come from beyond the ages, echoing in all corners of the continent and in the ears of every living being. Immortal cultivators, born in the world, pursued the supreme. The heavenly Tao is the supreme of a world, the highest ruler of a continent, and no one has ever thought that the original heavenly Tao also has a mind. It stands above the 9 heavens, watching everything in the continent, and in its eyes, all living beings are nothing more than food kept in captivity in fences. Even if the continent has reached the apex of the strongest cultivator, Wang Lin is ultimately just a larger, more stubborn animals in the fence. In the eyes of the fence outside, the captive is still nothing more than things in the circle. Desperate? Cruel? Maybe in the eyes of the captive, the world is cruel, live to the end, cannot escape the fate of being annihilated and devoured. However, in the eyes of the captive, it is a very normal thing. This is like, nowadays, many people captive bullfrogs, captive fish, captive cattle and sheep. A reason, as a human being, is a normal captive. But in the eyes of the captive cattle and sheep, human beings are merciless judges. The same reason, in this world of the heavens, a world set in a world, you are captive to a world, then you can guarantee that you captive others at the same time, they have not been captive? Are you also being captive to a higher and more powerful being? It's all up in the air, no one can guarantee it, and no one can see it, because one cannot see certain harsh truths until one stands at a certain height. Hearing these words, Wang Lin fell into silence for a long time. At this moment, it seems that a thing called the heart of the road is gradually broken. When people don't see the cruel truth, they will always remain confident. If not, then it proves that they haven't seen the real truth. Against the way of heaven? Do you have that strength yourself? The little master of the heavenly Tao, so the heavenly Tao also has a master. At this moment, not only Wang Lin, but also various cultivators on the continent, all on the verge of breaking down at the critical point. A person who truly felt despair was silent. But, just now, the heavenly Tao said that it would spare them despite the opening of the new era? But I don't know, is this just a playful joke from it? At this time, Wang Lin slowly raised his head, eyed the golden pupils above the sky, and asked word for word, Will you really spare the 10,000 spirits? At these words, points of divine light flashed through the golden pupil of the heavenly Tao, and a vicissitude and majestic voice came out, Will. In fact, the 3-year-old gift it gave to the little Nui Nui should have been the power of all living beings from this epical sacrifice of all living beings, but in it, there was a small hiccup. 100 years ago, it brought the little Nui Nui here to play for a few days, but it didn't expect to run into the strongest cultivator in this world. Wang Lin gave the little Nui Nui a gift, and he didn't expect the little master to like it. He also secretly asked the little Nui Nui if she liked it here, and the answer he got was, Third brother, it's quite fun here. What all the living beings in the entire Xiangang continent didn't expect was that their lives and deaths would be decided between the little girl's words. For it, the immortal Dipper realm was just one of the weaker realms among the dozen or so large realms and many small realms it commanded, so in order to make the little master happy, it didn't matter if it let them go for an epoch, it didn't have too much of an impact on itself. Moreover, this may also be the immortal Dipper continent's luck, just happened to run into the little master wanted to come to play, and then just happened to make her happy. The people of the lower realm will never think, in fact, the superior sometimes a decision, only in a thought. The next day, Wang Lin sat on a cliff in a state of disorientation. The new era had opened, but except for himself, the memories of yesterday had disappeared from all other beings. Now, all the living beings in the entire immortal Dipper continent continued to live as usual. It knew that this was the means of the heavenly Tao, and although it spared everyone, it didn't mean that it would always spare them, and when this epoch ended, the living beings would still welcome a reckoning. Therefore, to be on the safe side, he modified everyone's memories, making them forget this truth that the epoch would end and all spirits would be overthrown. This ensured that no more living spirit cultivators would appear in this epoch that would rebel against the heavenly Tao. From this point of view, the carefulness of this heavenly Tao's mind was terrifying. However, why had it erased everyone's memories but missed out on himself? Wang Lin knew that it wasn't that the heavenly Tao was negligent, but that it seemed to be mentioning something to himself. At this time, in his mind, he recalled the words that the old man had given him 100 years ago. Did he really want to escape from this continent? In fact, within Wang Lin's heart, he still couldn't do this. However, recalling the power of the heavenly Tao, just a single look made him lose his fighting ability. Moreover, above the heavenly Tao, there is a little master, then there must be a real master. Therefore, even if Wang Lin cultivated for another epoch, when the epoch ended and he fought against the heavenly Tao again, the success rate would be less than 1 in 10,000. At that time, the living beings would likewise be annihilated, including himself. Even if one really did fight against the heavenly Tao on the day this epoch ended, what about the master behind it? And what level of existence is he? Therefore, the immortal Dipper continent was basically already a dead end. Unconsciously, Wang Lin had been sitting on the edge of the cliff for several years, watching the seasons change and the wind and snow change. On this day, a snowman sitting withered on a snowy mountain shook the snow from his body, only to realize that it was a man, already with a scruffy beard. The man slowly stood up, his heart already had an answer, rediscovered the heart of the Tao. He has already let go of his obsession, this peaceful epoch. He intends to properly accompany his loved ones, to accompany them through this life. When he was alone, he would leave this continent again. Perhaps, for them who had their memories erased, it was the best arrangement, because this era was still a long time away, and apart from himself, almost everyone from the old era would not live to see the end of this new era. Therefore, it was instead a good thing for them who didn't know the truth, and would live a peaceful life, with everything full of hope. He also understood that the heavenly Tao had retained his memories and allowed him to understand the truth, which meant informing him to leave this place and not to try to resist, which also gave him a chance to escape. Wang Lin also thought clearly that he would continue to pursue a higher realm. His own failure, in the end, was ultimately nothing more than being too weak. Just as Wang Lin turned around and was about to leave, he realized that not far ahead, there was a silhouette standing in the wind and snow. After seeing this silhouette, Wang Lin's pupils also shrunk. Chapter 93, If you cultivate, seeing me is like an ant seeing the green sky. This silhouette, dressed in a wide robe, could not see his face. But this figure, he would never forget. This was the figure that followed that little purple-skirted girl 100 years ago. Then a name came to mind, this world's heavenly Tao. With this item, you can open the passage to other worlds, remember. Only one person. The vicissitudes of the voice echoed out, and when Wang Lin fixed his eyes on it, he realized that the silhouette had long since disappeared. After he got closer, he realized that a palm-sized black crystal had appeared on the ground. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the power of laws contained within it, and from the words of the heavenly Tao just now, he understood that this should be the key that could unlock the ascension to other worlds. At this moment, he took this black crystal stone and put it away, and he already had an answer in his heart. Soon, it disappeared into the wind and snow. On the long river, in front of the stone house. Eat more. On the dinner table, Sumu kept on giving dishes to the little Nui Nui. Today's dinner was very rich, with 5 large fish, a plate of spiritual fruits, and 3 plates of vegetables. Although Sumu had long ago already dispelled grains and didn't need to be sustained by eating, and Nui Nui was also at the Purple Mansion realm, and had also long since dispelled grains. However, Nui Nui was still at the stage of growing her body and was only 3 years old, so she needed to eat more to replenish her body. When Nui Nui was more than a year old, she had to eat almost 10 fish a day, and now she has to eat 20 fish to start with. The ones on this table are all better quality treasure fish, only caught yesterday, this kind of quality treasure fish, almost equivalent to 10 normal fish. Daddy, so much delicious food today. Little Nui Nui's eyes were bright, she also kept on giving Sumu dishes. Daddy, also eat more, you've been fortunate. Although little Nui Nui's meal quantity was large, Sumu never let her go hungry. It was just that sometimes little Nui Nui was too understanding, sometimes clamoring that she would become a little fat kid if she ate fat. Many times she only ate half of the food, and left the rest for herself to eat. This month, Sumu used a special kind of holy bamboo obtained from the lottery to prepare 100 ground cages and place them in the waters. Because the previous ground cages, the materials used to compile them were not very good, their lifespan was very short, sometimes they broke down once a month, and they couldn't catch any too good treasure fish. In addition to the 100 ground cages, Sumu compiled 3 nets and placed them in 3 more gentle waters to net fish. So, in fact, the food was completely sufficient, and a day of collecting the ground cages and collecting the nets was at least 100 ordinary fish, 5 ordinary treasure fish, and with a bit of luck, you could even get an extremely good treasure fish. Nui Nui, you're at a time when you're growing your body, eat more. Our family is not poor, don't be so frugal. Although Daddy doesn't have much ability, but it's still possible to manage to feed you. Hear that? Sumu gently touched the little Nui Nui's head. Aha! The little Nui Nui ate with great gusto. These fish contained majestic energy, but the little Nui Nui could easily absorb it. This reminded Sumu of himself once, when he was still in the Purple Mansion realm. A piece of precious fish meat almost caused a big problem. After eating it, the little Nui Nui's breath continued to grow, and in an instant, it directly came to the Purple Mansion great perfection, only one step away from the Mahayana stage. 3-year-old Mahayana stage, bragging about it doesn't dare to brag like this. From a talent perspective, Sumu was indeed finished off by his own daughter. Where did you just run off to play? After eating and drinking, Sumu asked while cleaning up the dishes. Upon hearing this, a hint of cunning flashed through the little Nui Nui's watery eyes, got off the bench and sat on the swing next to her, swaying while saying, "Just went to the river to pick up stones." Hearing this, how could Sumu not understand that his daughter was lying, and then said, "Then I can go ask your brothers and sisters." As the words fell, the little Nui Nui hurriedly waved her hands, lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Daddy, the Nui 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 lied to you and just told a lie." Sumu actually didn't have the intention of blaming the inamorata. Small children's nature is to be a little playful, and if they were to be more understanding and less of a small child's nature, it would instead make Sumu feel even more guilty. Because Sumu's heart has always been guilty of not taking Nui Nui out to see the world, such as sugar gourds, paper figures, kites. These children love to play in their childhood. These toys that children love to play with in their childhood. The reason why Nui Nui lied was so that she wouldn't involve her third brother. Because she was the one who begged to let her third brother take her out to play, and she also knew that her father was sometimes very strict with her brothers and sisters, and she also knew that her father was afraid that he would have any accidents. If father knew about it, he would definitely scold third brother again. At this time, Sumu instead revealed a smile and didn't blame the inamorata, but continued to ask, "Where did third brother take you to play?" Upon hearing this, the little inamorata's eyes widened. How did Daddy know it was third brother? In fact, Sumu had already known. He had established spiritual senses with his water beasts, so how could he not be clear about their movements? When little Nui Nui and the golden python left, he already knew. But nevertheless, he acquiesced, because he was clear about the golden python's strength, and with him around, nothing would go wrong with Nui Nui. Third brother took me to a place that was particularly crowded. Daddy, look. Saying that, the little Nui Nui's hand waved, and a colorful paper windmill appeared in her little hand. This is what third brother bought for me. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed through Sumu's eyes. This paper windmill, at first glance, was a small toy from a mortal's bazaar. I also brought a present for Daddy. Saying that, from her pocket, little Nui Nui carefully took out a brown straw hat, compiled from ordinary reeds and bamboo, just a very ordinary hat. Seeing this, Sumu was also flabbergasted for a moment and received this straw hat. I see that Daddy goes out early and comes back late with that heavy cloak. This hat is lighter and better looking. Little Nui Nui said with a smile. Looking at this ordinary to ordinary straw hat in his hand, his heart was touched. He had countless treasures, but there was no treasure that was more heavy than this straw hat in his hand. Thank you, little Nui Nui. Sumu said with a smile. Father, quickly try it on. Let me put it on for father. Saying that, the little Nui Nui came to Sumu's front, picked up the straw hat in his hand, and then said with her head held high, Daddy, you squat down, you're too high. Hearing this, Sumu squatted down. Little Nui Nui took the straw hat and placed it on Sumu's head, muttering her mouth, it seems a bit too big. Not too big, just right. Sumu rubbed little Nui Nui's head and said dotingly, Do you know what place your third brother took you to? At this time, Sumu thought of something and asked little Nui Nui. Upon hearing this, little Nui Nui thought for a moment, then said, I don't know, hey, I only know that there are a lot of people, and then there are a lot of fun things. Daddy, next time I want you to go with me. As the words fell, Sumu's body stiffened for a moment, not knowing how to reply. Because of the system, he couldn't leave here yet. But he also didn't know how to explain to little Nui Nui why, so he could only smile and said, okay, in the future, Daddy will take you to a more fun place. Sumu guessed that the golden python should have taken the little inamorata to a nearby town. What he was most worried about was actually the fear that something would happen to little Nui Nui, because he had no way to leave this place right now. Plus little Nui Nui's talent was incomparable, so if she was targeted by someone with a heart of gold, there was no way for him to arrive at the scene. Nui Nui, it's not that Daddy doesn't allow you to go out and play, it's that Daddy is worried about you, because for some reasons, Daddy can't leave here at the moment, there's no way to be around to protect you. Sumu squatted down and softly said. Then, Daddy, when can we leave here? Nui Nui cocked her head and asked. Soon. Sumu replied with a smile. In fact, Nui Nui thinks that as long as I'm with Daddy, I'm happy no matter where I am. Little Nui Nui suddenly hugged Sumu and spoke her heart. By the way, Daddy, when third brother took me out to play, I met a strange big brother. He gave me a gift. Saying that, little Nui Nui held out an item with both hands and handed it to Sumu. P.S. This month home things are busy, next month we'll start to add more. Thank you for the support, thank you for thank you for chasing, all of you big chasing is my efforts to go on the power. Chapter 94, Sacred Medicine Garden on the Long River of Time, Sumu's Private Vegetable Patch. In little Nui Nui's hands, she was holding a hand rope, a thin red thread with 3 transparent diamond-shaped crystals, similar to diamonds, hanging from it. Seeing this, Sumu's brows clustered as he took the hand rope and began to carefully examine it. With a movement of his mind, his spiritual energy was poured into it, and he found that there was nothing special about the red thread, and the key lay in the 3 diamond-shaped crystals on top of it. Only after carefully examining them did he realize that the diamond-shaped crystals contained a miniature formation. This formation should be a defensive type of formation, incomparably subtle, which contained majestic spiritual power. The 3 rhombic crystals had 3 miniature formations, which was equivalent to being able to withstand 3 attacks, and was considered to be a better type of defensive magic treasure. This hand rope, although it was not as good as the jade pendant defense magic treasure that he wore on his little Nui Nui's upper neck, it wasn't bad either. After confirming that it is a defensive magic treasure, Sumu's spiritual energy in the miniature formation began to explore, back and forth dissected 10 times, confirming that there is no other anomaly, before rest assured that the hand rope back to the little Nui Nui. Because, after all, the little Nui Nui has such a high cultivation talent. Once the outside cultivators discover the potential and strength of the little Nui Nui, Sumu is worried that they will give the little Nui Nui a layout. But fortunately, this hand rope was a purely defensive magic treasure with no other backhanders. At this time, Sumu continued to ask, the big brother who gave you this hand rope, do you still remember what it looks like? The words fell. The little Nui Nui nodded. Can you describe it to Daddy? Saying that, the little Inni picked up a wooden stick on the ground, and then began to write and draw on the sandy soil on the ground. Daddy, I'll draw it for you. Soon, a lifelike portrait was drawn on the ground by little Nui Nui, and every bit of the edges and corners were clearly visible, as if it was carved by a camera. Sumu lowered his head, looked at the portrait painting on the ground, and memorized it in his mind. That big brother seems to be quite powerful, but compared to Daddy, it's not even close. Little Nui Nui was also a great cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Of course she could feel Wang Lin's cultivation realm. Don't look at her innocence and simple mind, but she was very smart. From the fact that she drew the other person's face out with a single glance, she could tell that Nui Nui was very smart. From casually sending Nui Nui this level of defense magic treasure, Sumu judged that this man's cultivation realm shouldn't be low, instead it might be very high. But however, with the little golden python following, Sumu was still relatively relieved. Compared to 2 years ago, the little silver had already turned into a little golden python, and its strength had also skyrocketed. In terms of strength, little golden python should be the strongest of all the favorites under his command. The next day, early in the morning, Sumu put on the straw hat that Nui Nui had given him, put on the basket on his back, brought along the hoe, dagger, and sickle and went out early. In order to be able to refine this river as early as possible and leave this ghost place earlier, Sumu was also very diligent. Only after Daddy went out did little Nui Nui slowly woke up, stretched and yawned. She jumped down from the willow bed, then hugged the willow tree and said in a milky voice, "Good morning, Mommy Willow." Then she trotted to the garden in front of the stone house, picked up a large kettle, then trotted all the way to the backyard of the stone house, pulled up her pant legs, rolled up her sleeves, and carrying the large kettle, she walked into the vegetable garden in the backyard. In the garden, there are big white radish, all kinds of flowers, small fruit trees, and some cabbage, green vegetables, and so on. This is the family's vegetable garden. Every day when Dad is busy, the little daughter will come to take care of the vegetable garden, watering, pulling weeds. Little Nui Nui like a fairy down-to-earth little elf, fluttering in the colorful garden, as if a dynamic and beautiful little butterfly, so that all the beauty of the surrounding have become a few points of darkness. In the vegetable garden, a faint immortal mist filled the air, and all kinds of spiritual plants and medicines grew. Abruptly, a small black shadow appeared on the ground, rapidly traveling through the vegetable garden. In the next second, a small hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the small black shadow that was haphazardly weaving, and after lifting it up and taking a look, he realized that it was a large black rat. "You damnable thieves! How can you not catch them all?" Little Nui Nui was fierce, not afraid of these rats and spiders, but all the thieves that dared to come to Huahua's vegetable garden, it arrested them one by one. After catching it, she put the big black rat into a black iron cage at the edge of the garden. Open the door above the iron cage. Inside, the more than 100 rats instantly shivering, will only catch this rat thrown in after. Closed the iron door, patted the small hand, looking at the iron cage of these hundreds of rats, forked, humph. This iron cage is their own 1-year-old. Big brother gave himself a gift. Little Nui Nui just used to lock these to steal vegetables in the garden thief. After arresting the big black rat that tried to steal the vegetables, the little Nui Nui put down the big kettle in her hand and went into the vegetable garden again. After watering everything, she picked up a pair of scissors and walked into the vegetable garden. Although she was only 3 years old, she knew a lot of things, such as gardening, how to maintain the garden, make the plants inside grow better, how to maximize resources, etc. She knew it all by heart. Although little Nui Nui doesn't like to cultivate much, but she likes to study some strange things. Daddy's room, there are very many books. Sometimes, when Daddy went out hunting, the little girl would obediently read books at home. Of course, the books she read were not about cultivation, but other books, such as The Complete Book of Spiritual Plants and The Sacred Canon of Horticulture. Little Nui Nui trimmed the tips of some spiritual plants, because through studying those cultivation classics, the Spiritual Plants book, little Nui Nui herself summarized a law, that is, for some plants, cutting off the tips can help vertical growth, and the fruit will be bigger, better and more. After the pruning was completed, the little Nui Nui wiped the sweat on her forehead. Then after resting for a while, she began to bend down and start pulling weeds. In this way, a few hours of busy little Nui Nui sat down to the edge of the vegetable garden. Handwave hand appeared in a crystal cup, a shake inside appeared sweet spring water, began to gulp drink up. After drinking it, all the fatigue in his body disappeared, and he was instantly full of energy again. This crystal cup is the second brother to her first birthday gift. As long as the older brothers and sisters to their own gifts, no matter good or bad, the little Nui Nui will bring on the body, make use of it. Abruptly, the dirt next to the vegetable garden was suddenly offered up in a small mound. In the next second, the small mound of dirt was offered up and broken. A large black shadow, transformed into a black lightning bolt, quickly rushed into the vegetable garden. At this time, the little Nui Nui was also keenly aware of the commotion, and immediately chased towards that big black shadow. Chapter 95. Come to my vegetable garden to steal vegetables, do not want to live? This large black shadow, almost a meter tall, was also so fast that it was impossible to see what it was. Only a black lightning could be seen, weaving through the vegetable garden. In just this moment of effort, there was already a spirit plant that had been plucked away. Seeing this, the little Nui Nui was so angry that her little face flushed red as she kept chasing after that large black shadow. But helplessly, the speed of this black shadow was really too fast. Even if the little Nui Nui was at Purple Mansion Great Circle Cultivation and chased it with all her might, she still couldn't catch up with it. After a while, another spirit plant was pulled away. The little Nui Nui was so angry that her teeth itched, but she quickly calmed down again. She knew that this thief's speed was too fast. If she chased after it like this, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch it. With that, she concealed her breath and looked for a fruit tree. With a wave of her small hand, an emerald green rope appeared in her hand, which was a birthday gift from Willow's mom. Crouching down, she used this emerald green rope to make a simple trap, a trap that she had learned from her father. After arranging a trap with the rope, she concealed her breath and quietly hid behind a fruit tree, and began to wait for rabbits. After a while, 2 more spirit plants were dug up in the vegetable garden. The little Nui Nui was so angry that her chest was heaving, but she still forced herself to hold it down. It's okay nothing, duh. Kung Fu, finally you. You thief. The black shadow rushed towards the fruit tree and stepped into the trap, whoosh. The rope began to shrink, directly hanging the big black shadow upside down on the fruit tree. It was then that Nui Nui got a good look at the thief. 2 exposed fangs, purple-gray skin, 1 meter tall, 1.5 meters long, and his front feet were deadlocked by the rope, unable to move. Seeing this, Nui Nui's eyes lit up. This is a wild boar. It's the same as the one on the illustration. The original wild boar is so big. But however, how come this wild boar's tusks are so long? It looks fierce and ugly. At this time, little Nui Nui ripped off the 3 vegetables held in the boar's arms. Fortunately, the roots were intact, which made the little girl feel relieved. She held the 3 plants, jogged to the original soil pit that had been pulled out, and replanted them. After replanting, the luster was immediately restored. It was good that the vegetables planted by Daddy were quite tenacious. If they had died like that, the little girl would have been very angry. After planting, the little girl returned to the fruit tree, arms crossed, angrily staring at the thief. The wild boar that was hung up by this bright green rope was instantly honest. Little Nui Nui stretched out her small palm and gave the boar's head a slap. which was not small in force, and even her eyes became much clearer. After teaching her a lesson, the little girl's anger was half gone. Other thieves just dare to steal a little fruit and leaves. This thief, no, this big thief is good, directly to rob, ready to uproot away. Nui Nui took the other end of the rope, dragging the boar to the vegetable garden. At this time, she opened the door of the iron cage, ready to lock this wild boar in. However, she realized that the boar was too big to be locked in. At this time, when the wild boar saw the hundreds of rats in the iron cage, its eyes widened and its pupils were filled with incredulity and fear. It's better to leave it to Daddy. Just like that, the little Nui Nui led the wild boar and came to the front yard. When the willow mom saw the wild boar, she instantly dropped down hundreds of willows, confining the boar, and then one of the willows fiercely smacked the boar's body, directly knocking it out of its mind. It thought that the little Nui Nui was bullied and took it out on her. This whip, quite hard, almost directly hit the boar's tears out. The wild boar could not cry. Hadn't it just been beaten? Why did it still need to be beaten now? Who is this bullying Hua? Whoops. Seeing this, the little Nui Nui then hugged Willow and said, "Mom Willow, I'm fine. This little boar just snuck into our family's vegetable garden ready to steal vegetables. Luckily I caught it. Otherwise, the vegetables would have been stolen by it." As soon as the words fell, another willow whip hit the body of the wild boar. Not. Why is it still hitting? When did I finish stealing? Didn't I steal a few here? This is nothing more than the boar's heart. It does not dare to show it. This little girl is too scary. This willow tree is even more scary. Counting the time, Daddy will be back soon. The little Nui Nui returned to the house, took out a tea set, and then took out a small jar and put flower tea leaves crushed in. With a wave of her hand, a crystal cup appeared, and with a shake, water appeared in the cup. The water was poured into the teapot, and then began to brew the tea with spirit fire. Almost 10 minutes, then warmed the tea, and when Dad came back, the tea just happened to be slightly cool, just right. Dad likes to drink slightly cool tea after a long day of work. Soon, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared on the river, seemingly carrying something in his hand, walking step by step. Seeing this, little Nui Nui also jumped off the swing and shouted, "Daddy!" After getting closer, Sumu smiled and said, "Today Daddy caught a rabbit for you, to make you spicy rabbit head." After saying that, Sumu let go of the rabbit in his hand, and at this moment, the little rabbit was fixed in place, shivering, not daring to move. Seeing this, little Nui Nui squatted down and looked at this beautiful little rabbit. Her eyes lit up. What a cute little rabbit. Like it? It looked like the little Nui Nui still liked it a bit, so Sumu asked. Like it? It's so cute. Daddy, I want to raise it. Little Nui Nui picked up the furry rabbit. Upon hearing this, Sumu then smiled and scratched her nose with his hand and said, "This rabbit can run fast, so be careful not to let it get away." Only after hearing these words did little Nui Nui hurriedly say, "Daddy, Daddy, I'll tell you." Then the little Nui Nui told all the things that happened in the vegetable garden today. After learning that the inamorata was almost injured, Sumu's face also darkened all of a sudden. Did it run away? No, it was caught by me. Little Nui Nui shook her head, then pulled up Sumu's big hand and led him to the side of the willow tree. "Look, it's it." Sumu coldly looked up and down at this wild boar, his gaze full of killing intent. Being stared at by this mysterious man who suddenly appeared, the wild boar's body stiffened, fearful to the extreme. It had never seen such a powerful man before, and just a single look almost caused its body to crumble. Sumu took a step towards the wild boar. "No more rabbit meat, today, eat wild boar meat." With dagger in hand, he came to the wild boar that was hung up. Dang! In the next second, it seemed like something fell out of the boar's mouth and landed on the ground, making a sound of gold and stone. Chapter 96 The World I Planted, Bodhi Visible in Reincarnation. A fist-sized object fell to the ground. Sumu bent down, picked it up and placed it in his palm, carefully examined it, and found that the surface was of a metaphysical yellow color, chestnut-shaped, and upon closer inspection one could see that it was covered with layer after layer of lines. Moreover, one can also feel the majestic energy from this layer of lines, which is constantly nested and circulating from inside to outside. At this time, Sumu ran his gong method, and his divine sense burst out, and started to explore along these lines. Immediately, he suddenly realized that the interior of this small chestnut-shaped object actually contained tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of spiritual energy veins, and, the most terrifying thing was that he could feel that this chestnut-shaped object was layered with a layer of independent small spaces. Because Sumu had mastered the laws of space, and had been raised to 2 levels, he could not be mistaken, this interior did contain a party of independent space. In addition to these, Sumu could also feel a majestic vitality force. This vitality force was similar to the vitality of plants. At this moment, Sumu's pupils shrunk. Could this not be a seed? Sumu held this seed in his palm, looked up at the lifeless boar in front of him, and inquired in a cold voice, "What is this thing?" Because since this wild boar was able to break into his vegetable garden with such a speed that even Nui Nui, who was at the Purple Mansion Great Circle, couldn't catch up with it, it could be seen that this wild boar must be a spirit beast, and its strength must be above that of Nui Nui's, so it must have been able to understand his words. As the words fell, a faint divine thought was transmitted to Sumu's mind. Although it was very weak and intermittent, the general meaning could be discerned. Did you steal it somewhere else? In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Sumu took the seed and went to the backyard of the stone house. In the beginning, inside his own vegetable garden, he only had white kuei medicine king and stone garlic flower planted, but however, within the past 2 years or so, when Sumu patrolled the river on weekdays, he also found some good spiritual plants, and when he came across the better ones, he would bring them back to be planted. This square vegetable garden currently also played a considerable role in one's life. There were sacred medicines used for cultivation, some edible spiritual fruits, and some healing herbs in abundance. For example, gone lattice flower, purple healing grass, and so on, because in the past 2 years, the river was not as calm as it used to be precise, it was not very peaceful. Some of the precious fish that sometimes appeared were unusually ferocious. For example, a year ago, when Sumu was repairing a dike, a 5-meter-long red crocodile, which was lurking in the water, gave a big bite to his calf so hard that it almost broke his leg. Moreover, this beast ran away after biting, and almost in an instant, it had dived into the water and ran away. Later on, it was still himself who summoned all the water beasts, and it took a full 3 days for them to capture that red crocodile back. The result, of course, needless to say, crocodile slippers, braised crocodile meat, steamed fish steak, even the ashes are given to it. Fortunately, their own flesh is strong, otherwise that bite, Sumu at least have to lie in bed for 10 days and a half months, but also enough to rest for half a day, before recovering completely. However, that red crocodile bring their own enhancement is also very huge, directly let him break through 4 small realms in a row, and the power of chi and blood has been strengthened by 10 times. Of course, the uneventfulness that Sumu was referring to wasn't just these precious fish with very ferocious fighting strength. There were also more people who came to fight and cause trouble on their rivers, but nevertheless, these were very welcome by Sumu's because not only could they earn a large amount of favor points, but they could also rob a wave. Someone might have to ask, did no one resist? From my own crossing to this long river, I have done many years. Basically things are dry 1 into 1, I don't want him to pass, he can't pass. Did any of those who crossed the river oppose me? There are, but very few, unless he does not want his own little life. Sumu walked into the vegetable garden and found that the 3 acres of vegetable garden had already been planted. Let's cultivate 1 acre first. Since the soil here was very special and very strong, even Sumu himself had to dig with 1 hoe and 1 hoe, and this also had the advantage of maximizing the retention of the soil's spiritual charm. In order to save his strength, Sumu turned around and went to the cowshed next to the backyard. When he opened the wooden fence, he found a green cow lying down to sleep inside. This was the green ox after 2 years. Nowadays, it had long since lost the old-fashioned look it had 2 years ago. Its horns had changed from once white to silver horns that glowed with a glistening immortal light, and its body had also grown a circle larger. Since following Sumu, the green ox had been living a very good life as well. But however, it was also really hard-working. Because Sumu would sometimes ride it on patrols, he would also let it plow the fields, reclaim the wasteland, and so on, and it was also the uncle ox in the eyes of Nui Nui, carrying the little Nui Nui for walks from time to time. Since the green ox has been patrolling the river for the past 2 years, it is very familiar with the river in this area, and the most crucial thing is that it can predict when the fog will start, which invariably saves Sumu a lot of trouble, and when the Inamorata goes out to play with it, he is also relieved. In terms of stability, the green ox should be the most stable of all the spirit beasts under Sumu's command. Sumu put the green ox on the silver plow that he had built himself, then cultivated the barren soil, and it took 5 hours to cultivate half an acre of land. Forget it, half an acre first. The green ox was panting with exhaustion, and Sumu picked a spirit grass from the vegetable garden and fed it, instantly restoring its energy. Then Sumu dug a small earth pit and planted this seed. Then with a wave of his hand, he transferred 1 or 2 river waters from the river and watered it. Because through the 2 years of operating the vegetable garden, Sumu also discovered that when he irrigated himself with the water from the river, the spiritual plants grew very quickly, sometimes they even matured in a second, and the quality of all of them improved by several levels, and sometimes they could even change the species. For example, some time ago Sumu fishing up a 7-leaf thousand bone flower, with a little bit of river water irrigation, directly changed into an ancient book recorded in the legend of the holy medicine 9-leaf holy bone flower. However, not all spiritual plants can be irrigated with river water, such as some more general spiritual plants, a drop of river water down, died on the spot. Therefore, for the more general spiritual plants, Sumu would just use ordinary spiritual springs to water them. After a couple of minutes of watering himself, the seed actually hadn't germinated yet. According to past experience, not to mention 1 or 2, if 1 or 2 drops of river water were poured down, it would only take a few seconds for most of the spirit plants to have sprouted, and in a few minutes they would be fully mature. Now that there was no change, then there were only 2 possibilities. 1 was that this thing wasn't a seed. 2 was that this seed was more advanced than all the spiritual plants' sacred medicines he had encountered in the past, beyond Sumu's imagination. Chapter 97 The Long River Under the Eternal Night, the Light from the End of Time. Let's not rush it yet, we'll see it the next day. Sumu left the vegetable garden and returned to the front yard. Discovering that Nui Nui was already lying on the willow bed obediently asleep. Since he had just been overly busy and spent 5 hours reclaiming the barren soil, he almost forgot that he hadn't even made today's dinner yet. Sumu took off the outer robe on his body and gently covered Nui Nui's body. I don't know why, during this recent period of time, once the temperature came to the night, it was very, very cold. This kind of cold is not ordinary cold, it's bone-chilling cold. After covering it up, Sumu waved his hand, and a lotus-shaped fireplace engraved with the texture of the sun appeared on the ground, which was a treasure that Sumu had once obtained in the belly of a precious crocodile. He used to use it to warm the tea, and now after the cold weather at night during this period of time, he realized that this fireplace had a miraculous effect, and was able to dispel the bone-piercing cold. Although this cold had no effect on Sumu, after all, he was bound to the system, and all the negative effects on this river had little effect on himself. However, Nui Nui needed it. Therefore, after Sumu took out the fireplace, Nui Nui's slightly furrowed brows only relaxed. Soon, the green ox also left the barn and came to the side of the willow tree, and plopped down close to this fireplace, because it couldn't stand the coldness of this night either. Sumu walked to the side of the stone house and opened a side of wooden boards. Under the ground was the cellar that Sumu had dug, but this cellar was not used to store things to store wine, but was used to raise fish, used to raise treasure fish. The cellar was filled with river water, and there were quite a few fish swimming around in it. Because Sumu's catch had become more abundant in the past 2 years, the treasure fish that he couldn't finish eating, he raised in the cellar. Standing on top of the cellar, he began to pick them out. You're it. Sumu waved his hand, and 2 fire yang fish were grabbed out. These 2 fire sun fish, their size was not small, the big one had 3 pounds, and the small one also had 2 pounds, their bodies were golden red scales, and when they looked closely, they could also see a texture similar to a flame cloud dotting the fish's body, and their pupils were like rubies. Since dinner time has passed, can only eat a snack, plus the night is incomparably cold, this fire sunfish can just warm up the body. Grabbing the fire sunfish and pressing it onto a flat pebble, it was handled cleanly with a light hand. Then take 2 sticks, the fire sunfish strung up, built a simple grill, lit the spirit fire, began to turn roast up. This fire sunfish, very resistant to baking, almost baked half an hour, only began to nourish the oil. At this time, was hanging on the willow tree bore, looked at the man in the hands of the 2 fish baked, the heart set off waves of shock, the brain a blank. Such a powerful living being was just roasted by the man like this? At this moment, it was truly scared and regretful. It shouldn't have dived in here itself. Legend had it that above the long river of time, there existed a site of the sacred pill circle, in which countless divine medicines grew. In order to pursue the last step by itself, the clan had laid out thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, generations of ancestors had gone before and after, and sacrificed countless living beings before opening the ancient array and sending itself up this long river of time. There is only one purpose, and that is to sneak into the legendary holy medicine garden on the long river of time. As long as you bring back a holy medicine back to the clan, that will be enough to change the chi of a clan. As the patriarch of this generation, it was also known as the strongest person in the clan for 10,000 years, and in the end, it lived up to its name, passed through the ancient array, came up to the long river of time, and succeeded in sneaking into the legendary sacred pill garden. Originally, it had already picked 3 plants, but it was helplessly caught by a little girl. At this moment, after the father of the little girl it saw lived above this long river of time, standing on time to live, overlooking the 10,000 realms, and eating food from the 10,000 realms of the most powerful living beings. Only then did it realize that its own clan had been wrong from the very beginning, and shouldn't have targeted this long river of time sacred pill garden, because it was simply not in the same world, not in the same dimension. Who were the ants on the ground to be qualified, who dared to steal from the hands of the gods in the sky? Despair, the feeling of sadness, grew infinitely in its heart. So what if he was the strongest person in the clan? In the eyes of the man, he is just an ordinary boar, a boar to be slaughtered. Finally, the 2 fire sunfish were roasted, overflowing with a strange fragrance. Little Nui Nui smelled the smell, slightly knitted her agitated nose, slowly opened her eyes, sat up from the willow bed, and saw her father sitting beside the bonfire, holding the roasted fish in his 2 hands, and said to herself, "Nui Nui, come over and eat." Little Nui Nui neatly folded up the outer robe covering herself, then jumped off the willow bed and ran to her daddy. Sumu then said with a heartbroken face, "Nui Nui, Daddy was just busy in the backyard and forgot about it, you're all starving." At these words, Nui Nui hugged Sumu and kissed him, saying in a milky voice, "Daddy, Nui Nui isn't hungry, it's you who are so tired every day, Daddy. Take it, be careful, it's hot." Sumu handed both fire sunfish to Nui Nui. Seeing this, Nui Nui took the smaller one and handed the larger one to Sumu. "Daddy, one for each person. Daddy is an adult, eat the big fish, Nui Nui is a little kid, eat the small fish." Hearing this, Sumu then smiled and said, "But Daddy isn't hungry today, hey? The books all say that a family should eat together, and they should all be full." The firelight reflected on Nui Nui's flushed face, her eyes were like the brightest moon in the night sky, instantly igniting Sumu's heart that was once accustomed to solitude. At this moment, Sumu seemed to understand, this is the loved ones, will always be the only warm candlelight in the night sky, lighting up the small world at all times. Sumu received the fish, father and daughter sat around the campfire, and ate with great gusto, eating with a mouth full of oil. Nui Nui's silver bell-like laughter echoed in the cold and silent night, adding a few threads of warmth and happiness. This fire sun fish is considered a very good treasure fish, I'll let Nui Nui eat to support. In the next second, Nui Nui's breath began to soar, instantly breaking through to the Mahayana stage. Seeing this, Sumu was also very happy. Seeing Nui Nui continuously getting stronger was also Sumu's happiest thing, because in case one day in the future, he was not by Nui Nui's side, she would also have the strength to protect herself. Being strong was the only security. However, in Nui Nui's heart, she didn't have much of a concept of cultivation, nor did she have much of an interest in it. She only knew that what she was happiest about right now was sitting around the campfire with her father and eating grilled fish. Just like this, Nui Nui fell asleep while lying in Sumu's arms. Looking at the flames dancing in front of him, in a trance, Sumu also felt that with such a cute little angel by his side, he didn't feel lonely and boring anymore. But nevertheless, he would still keep working hard to earn favor points, refine this river as soon as possible, leave this place, and take Nui Nui to see a more wonderful, broader world. At this time, a gust of wind blew. It blew the bonfire in front of it. Drip. 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 A sound similar to water drops falling into the water surface came from the river. Hearing this sound, Sumu turned his head violently and looked onto the river. Abruptly, at the end of the river, a little bit of bright light appeared, which appeared very obvious in the night. The bright light was getting a little bit closer, and it was also gradually getting bigger. Seeing this, Sumu gently picked up Nui Nui, walked step by step to the willow tree, and placed her on the willow bed. With that, he looked up at the willow tree. The willow tree also had a heartfelt feeling and dropped down countless willow strips, transforming into a fortress and protecting the little Nui Nui within it. At this time, the green ox that was sleeping on the side also stood up and looked at the pitch-black river with a vigilant face. The wild boar that was hanging upside down from the willow tree was also staring at the river with wide eyes, looking at the surface in fear. After settling down, Sumu walked step by step towards the river surface, towards the bright light that was constantly approaching. Chapter 98, My name is 0, 0 of 0. On the surface of the river at night, one could see wisps of jagged waves constantly rippling and reverberating. At this moment, a small fishing boat was slowly traveling on the cold water, and a candle flame was lit at the end of the fishing boat, appearing very bright in the darkness. At the bow of the boat stood a hunched figure, with a hat, wearing gray linen clothes, is holding a bamboo pole, rowing the boat. Through the candlelight, can see the hands holding the bamboo pole is very shriveled, bloodless, as if a layer of thin flesh skin sticking to the bones. The hunched figure rowed the boat very slowly, and it looked very strenuous. Finally, when the ickle figure rowed the fishing boat to the center, he put the bamboo poles back on the boat and threw out a square piece of iron anchor and threw it into the water, which stabilized the boat in the water and prevented it from being washed away by the current. After doing all this, the figure picked up a wooden stick from the boat, very slender, about 3 meters. At the tip of the wooden root, a very thin silver line was linked, glistening with a bit of cold light, and a curved golden fishhook was hanging from the end of the silver line. The hunched figure took out a piece of air-dried minced meat from his waist pocket, hung the minced meat on the fishhook, threw it with force, and the fishhook entered the water. The long silver-colored line was like a silver needle, plunging straight into the water. The silhouette then sat on the bow of the boat, quietly gazing at the water. Only after a few minutes less, the fish line began to appear trembling, hunched silhouette of a wave of one hand, the fish line instantly taut, gently lifted a big fish directly was raised to the surface. This is a 1 meter long kissing finch eel. From the appearance and breath, it was obviously a precious fish, but it was very easily fished up by the hunched silhouette. The entire process was watched by Sumu, who was standing on the riverbank not far away. It seemed that it was another fishing man who came to fish on the river. However, this fishing guy was different from the ones he had encountered in the past. He couldn't feel this one's aura, and from the surface, it was an ordinary person. In the world of cultivation, there is a rule: the more ordinary people seem to be, the more uncomplicated, because there is a realm called return to simplicity. This word is to describe the daily state of those powerful cultivators. In fact, from the fact that he easily caught a precious fish, you can already see that it is not simple. The hunched silhouette removed this long-nosed finch eel from the hook and casually threw it onto the ship's board. Just as he was about to throw the rod again, his body flinched and he turned his head to look ahead. In the next second, along with a light sound of treading water getting closer and closer, a man with a handsome appearance, slender physique, and wearing a long robe slowly stepped out of the darkness, his hands behind his back, and stepped upright on the water's surface. The hunched silhouette slowly raised his head, and under the faint turbid light of the boat, he could see the face under the bucket hedge, with high cheekbones, deep eye sockets, cloudy eyes, and a bearded and scruffy chin puffed with the vicissitudes of life. After seeing the man, a trace of surprise clearly flashed through the eyes of this old man with the bucket hat. Then he gently took off the bucket hat, revealing his long gray hair, and said to the man with a smile, "I've heard it said that a river keeper has come here. I think it must be your excellency." As the words fell, Sumu was also stunned. So he had a reputation? Without waiting for Sumu to speak, the old man in the bucket hat then took out a cloth bag from the boat, not knowing what was inside, and said to Sumu, "I understand your excellency's rules. This is my fee for fishing." Hearing this, Sumu's gaze looked up and down at the cloth bag in the old man's hand. It seems that not only does he know that he is guarding the river here, but he also knows his rules. It seems that one's own reputation is already outside? However, it is estimated that it is a fierce reputation. Sumu didn't take the cloth bag, but instead dropped his gaze on this fishing rod in the old man's hand. The fishing rod that he had built himself had been ripped off a year ago. Thinking back to a year ago, Sumu just wanted to give himself a slap in the face. What anglers want to know the most is not the lottery numbers, but how many pounds of the big fish that ripped the rod off that day. A year ago, I don't know what I caught. A second directly ripped off the fishing rod. Those days Sumu night's sleep is not good. Every time I think of it I want to give myself a slap. Damn off. Therefore, Sumu has always lacked a good fishing rod. Just saw the old man easily hanging up a treasure fish. This fishing rod, absolutely powerful. Seeing the man looking at his fishing rod, the old man with the bucket hat was also stumped for a moment, and after slightly agonizing for a while, he handed the man the fishing rod in his hand and said, "Since your excellency likes it, it's yours. Consider it as making a friend." Seeing this old man being so understanding, it made Sumu himself embarrassed. Sumu didn't push back and took the fishing rod. Holding it in his hand, he realized its terrifying weight. Just now the old man waved it casually with one hand, so it was evident that his chi strength was great. "Do you still have it yourself?" After all, he himself took people fishing guy, then asked. "No more. But, spend some time and still be able to make one out of it. It's not in the way." The old man waved his hand and said, only to smile and realize that the old man's teeth had all fallen out, and his speech was breathless. "You came today just to fish?" Sumu asked again. Because of the many river crossers he had encountered, the ones who simply came to fish were very few, and most of them wanted to come to make trouble. Not all. Also wanted to come and get to know you, the famous river keeper. The old man in the bucket hat also did not hide it, and said it generously. Everyone was smart, there was no need to beat around the bush. Big name isn't really a big name, it's just maintaining the order. Otherwise, if everyone messes up, wouldn't it be a mess? Sumu leisurely replied. At these words, the old man was also flabbergasted for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "Indeed, since your excellency has been guarding the town, it's indeed a lot more peaceful. Let's do it this way. You take the fishing rod and you fish first." Sumu took the fishing rod out and handed it to the old man in the bucket hat. "No need, this one fish is enough." The old man waved his hand. "Just one? I see that your fishing technique is quite good. One is enough, people are old and their teeth have almost fallen out, this fish is enough to eat." Judging from his demeanor, this old man really wasn't much different from an ordinary old man. Where are you from? Sumu was also interested, and was ready to inquire about the other party's origin. As the words fell, the old man pointed downstream and said, "Tailin town, downstream, a bit far. Do you want me to give you a ride?" When Sumu raised his hand, the waters under the old man's fishing boat instantly became still. Seeing this scene, the old man was also flabbergasted. Sure enough, he really could manipulate the long river of time. "No need, thank you for your kindness. I came today just to meet your excellency," the old man said with a smile. Sumu. Since it was a matter of making friends, Sumu also graciously introduced his name. 0. A single name with a single word. A look of reminiscence appeared on the old man's face, as if he was recalling his own dusty name from a long time ago. "I don't know how long Brother Su is planning to hold down the town?" the old man suddenly asked coldly. At those words, Sumu also felt a little strange. Chapter 99, If you see him, please let him cross the river. "I don't know." Sumu shook his head, because it wasn't that he had to guard the river, but he needed to earn favor points by guarding the river to refine this river before he could leave. Otherwise, who would be too idle to panic about guarding this broken river every day? Moreover, he himself really didn't know how long it would take to refine this river. "What's wrong?" Sumu frowned slightly and continued to ask. "Nothing. It's just that I have an ungrateful request that I want Brother Su to be able to do a favor. This is a small token of appreciation." Saying that, the old man fished out a wooden box from his wide cuffs and handed it to Sumu. "You say first, what is it? I can't guarantee that I can help. To do things, you can't promise first, you have to see what the other party asks for first. This is a means of negotiation." The old man stretched out his right hand, closed his eyes, and began to count something, counting for a while before finally raising his head and saying, "About 3 months later, there will be a 17-year-old youth named Return crossing the river. I still hope that Brother Su will let him cross." Hearing this, Sumu smiled and replied, "Yes, this is not a problem." He thought it was a big deal, so he accepted the old man's wooden box, and then continued to ask, 3 months later, right?" "Yes, 3 months at the earliest, and not more than half a year at the latest." "Thank you, Brother Su, this favor will be remembered by the old man." After saying that, the old man clasped his hands and bent heavily in gratitude towards Sumu. Small matter, no need to be so courteous, it's just a matter of lifting a hand." This matter for Sumu was originally a show of hands, and Sumu had already received the river crossing fee in advance, and according to the rules, he would also be released to cross the river. If that youth doesn't show up after half a year, Brother Su wouldn't have to wait any longer, he should have had an accident. The old man slowly said. "Is he your grandson?" Sumu asked. This question caused the old man to fall into silence, and only after a while did he say with a bitter smile, "It can be counted or not counted, right? Don't worry, if he shows up, I'll make sure he passes safely." Sumu was a person with strong principles. If you take money, you have to do something, and he also very much hated those who took money and didn't do anything. "Thanks a lot. Then the old immortal won't bother Brother Su. Farewell first." Saying that, the old man picked up the bamboo pole on the fishing boat, then rode the water and turned the boat towards the downstream. Bywith was going with the current. The old man's fishing boat was much faster than just going against the current, and the candlelight soon disappeared at the end of the river. Only after looking at the fishing boat disappearing did Sumu withdraw his gaze. "What a strange old man, I don't know what kind of cultivation realm it is, I actually can't see through it." However, this old man was quite kind. Unlike some of the people who came to the river to cause trouble, on the surface they looked honest, but the next second they directly raised their knives and chopped it themselves. Sort of the best to get along with and the most knowledgeable river crosser in the past 2 years. Returning to the bank, Sumu first put away the wooden box and began to scrutinize this new fishing rod. This fishing rod does not know what kind of wood is used to build, very heavy, but also very soft, full of toughness. There is also this fishing line is also very special, very thin, almost less than a millimeter, without looking carefully cannot be seen. Sumu tugged hard and found that it was very sturdy, and then didn't continue to tug. Just like a lot of people smashing down from a high building in order to test the sturdiness of a glass cup, it finally smashed, but the cup was also ruined. Although there were many ways for Sumu to catch treasure fish now, ground cages, fish nets and so on, but every time that kind of very top quality treasure fish, he caught it himself. After all, the better the treasure fish, the smarter it was. Even if it was caught in a fishing net, it would try to escape by all means. After putting the fishing rod away, he took out the wooden box. After opening it, it was found to contain a stone blade, almost 18 centimeters long, very light in the hand, but the blade surface was very blunt. Was this really sharp? Immediately, Sumu took out a shell-shaped defensive magic treasure from his spatial ring, ready to try the sharpness. Holding the stone blade, he slashed down at the magic treasure, only just touching it for a moment. The shell-shaped magic treasure instantly crumbled into a little bit of powder, floating in the air. Seeing this, Sumu's eyes widened. So strong. At this moment, Sumu pulled out his silver dagger and used it to gently scratch on the stone blade, finding that it didn't leave any traces. From this performance, this stone blade was more or less the same than the silver dagger by how much, except that this stone blade's attack was even more violent than the silver dagger, which was able to easily slice through whatever it was. It seemed that this stone blade could be used as an attacking magic treasure. This night, it was very quiet, except for the hanging boar that was still shivering. Everyone slept peacefully. The next day, Sumu went out early in the morning. The wild boar that was still hanging from the tree had a face that was lifeless. Hey hey hey. Can you give a pain in the ass? What's the point of hanging me here all the time? When Nui Nui woke up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes, and after saying good morning to Mrs. Lu, she came to the green ox. Uncle Ox, let's go. Nui Nui jumped onto the green ox's back and then walked down the river in the opposite direction of her father. She sat on the green ox's back, holding a small notebook in her hand, and at each place, if she found anything unusual, she would write down the detailed location. Because father said, they cannot be too close to the river, also not allowed to go swimming in the river. If you encountered stranded small fish and shrimp, do not go to pick up, encountered the river where the water was washed away, but also cannot hastily go to repair. In short, is encountered all the abnormal situation, cannot go to pay attention to. However, Nui Nui would write down these abnormal situations and give them to her father to deal with, because this is her father's daily work. From the time she remembers, she already knows that this river belongs to her family, and her father will maintain the river every day. This river is also very important to her, because her daily food depends on this river, and she depends on the river for her livelihood. Therefore, my daughter will also help my father as much as possible to guard the river together. After a busy day, little Nui Nui arrived home one step ahead of Daddy, and after returning home, she picked up the kettle in front of the yard and went to the vegetable garden in the backyard. But as soon as she entered the vegetable garden, she shocked the little Nui Nui. Immediately afterward, she immediately ran out of the vegetable garden, hovering back and forth in front of Mrs. Lu, anxiously waiting for Daddy to come home. After a while, Daddy finally came back. Nui Nui immediately ran over, holding Sumu's big hand and said, "Daddy. Our vegetable garden, it seems. Something happened." At this moment, Sumu thought of the seed he planted yesterday, and with an uneasy premonition in his heart, he hurriedly ran towards the backyard. Chapter 101 Flower, One World, One Leaf, One Bodhi. After quickly stepping to the backyard, just as he approached the vegetable garden, he felt a majestic aura of spirituality. Pushing open the wooden door to look at it and looking up, Sumu's pupils also shrank. Only see yesterday planted seeds, now has grown into a high 5 meters, the crown spread diameter of a full 5 meters of the tree, and just felt that the spirit of the chi is from this tree, has materialized into a thin immortal mist, diffuse in the vegetable garden. Look carefully, you can see the branches on the crown of the tree hanging down a slender green strip, counted, no more, no less just 3,000. At the end of the green strip, there is a green-colored fruit, thumb size. This is not yet mature performance. Fortunately, Sumu specially reclaimed half an acre of land and planted this seed alone, otherwise, if it was planted with the other spiritual plants in the vegetable garden, I'm afraid that it would have to absorb all the surrounding spiritual plants cleanly. At this time, Sumu came to the front of the tree and began to survey it. This tree was 3 times similar to a peach tree in terms of appearance, but the leaves of this tree were very fat, each piece was the size of a palm. The main trunk of the tree was so large that one person could not hug it. On the trunk of the tree, there was a circle of shallow annual pattern, as if the god of heaven deliberately seal carving general, ghostly workmanship, very exquisite. From these signs, this tree hadn't fully grown, that is, it could still grow. Sumu's divine sense spread out and locked onto a thumb-sized green fruit, and he was shocked to find that this green fruit contained majestic to the extreme spiritual charm power, and it also contained the power of laws. One of the law powers Sumu was more than familiar with, it was the power of space law. Besides that, there were many other kinds of law powers that he had never touched before. It seemed that these green fruits that hadn't matured yet were the essence of this tree. Immediately, Sumu executed his water control avatar, and towards the river not far away, with a wave of his hand, he directly transferred a full 0.5 kilogram of river water, and poured it all down. After pouring, Sumu rubbed his chin and circled around the tree, attempting to see what characteristics. He also wanted to know what kind of tree it was. At this time, Nui Nui didn't know when she also ran to the front of the tree, and after looking around, she whispered, "Daddy, this tree seems like I've seen it somewhere before?" At these words, Sumu froze. "You've seen it before? In what place?" Sumu asked. "I've seen it in my dreams." Nui Nui shook her head, and a look of reminiscence appeared on her face. In a dream? Sumu thought that he had seen it on one of the riverbanks when Nui Nui was playing by the river on weekdays. Aha! Little Nui Nui raised her head and pointed at the green fruit on the tree and said, "I still remember that in my dream, this fruit had 7 colors, as well as white and black." After saying that, she recalled something else, then swallowed, "It seems. I even ate it in my dream, it's sweet and seems delicious." Listening to the little inamorata speak in colorful tones, it can't be that these fruits, in the end, were really colorful? Right. Daddy, I know what this tree looks like. Saying that, little Nui Nui ran towards the house, and after a while, she took out a dusty ancient book, placed it on the ground, and began to flip through it. With her memory, she accurately found a page, then pointed to an illustration on the ancient book and said, "Daddy, look." Hearing this, Sumu squatted down and looked at the illustration. The bark was gray, the shoots were stars, the leaves were round, and the fruit was a ball. Finally, it landed on a sentence next to the iconography: "A flower is a world, a leaf is a Bodhi." Bodhi tree? This kind of tree, Sumu had also seen it before he crossed over. The Bodhi tree grows on coastal islands. About the Bodhi tree, there were also its myths and legends. The Bodhi tree on the Vajra seat, the tree of the mantle. In the past, when the Buddha was in the world, it was hundreds of feet high, and it was repeatedly mutilated and felled, and the Buddha sat underneath it to become equal enlightenment, so it was called the Bodhi tree. Moreover, in the past life of some records, according to legend, Buddha Shakyamuni had in the Bodhi tree meditation 6 years before cultivating the right fruit, so the Bodhi tree is known as the Buddhist sacred tree. But it doesn't really look like it. Sumu picked up the ancient book, compared to the tree in front of him, and began to compare one by one. The bark of the tree is gray, but the bark of this tree is purple-black. The shoots have stellate hairs, this tree doesn't. There is only a circle of shallow annual texture on it. The leaves are ovoid, this tree has maple-shaped leaves. Other than the fact that the fruit trees are all round, the other features don't match up. But however, while none of the details are similar, the body shape is roughly the same. So, is this a Bodhi tree? According to Nui Nui in the dream, the fruit is colorful, and normal Bodhi fruit is also colorful. This is right on the money. Except for the fruit, everything else matches. Is it possible that it's another kind of Bodhi tree? Forget it, I can't find out even if I study it now. Wait until it matures and then we'll see. For Sumu, in fact, what kind of tree is this? Tree is not very important. The important thing is that it can help with cultivation. It's a treasure tree on it. At this moment, somewhere in the world, Tao ancient divine sect. Jolien mountain vein like a dragon ridge winding hibernation in the earth, stretches for 10 million miles, rich aura turned into an illusory rainbow bridge interlaced in the mountain streams, the chi rises, purple chi to the east, a sacred and peaceful atmosphere. From time to time, you can see the richly dressed, shiny young teenagers flying between the various peaks of the imperial sword, but also see the breath of a powerful variety of powerful green luan birds flying through the. But they are all flying low, do not dare to fly too high, for fear of disturbing that glazed immortal hall above the Jolien mountain vein cluster. That was where the sect leader of the Tao ancient god sect lived, the legendary immortal hall, the green dye immortal hall. At night, above the green dye immortal hall, the white moon hung high above the thick ink like night color. The thin moonlight was like an ice veil pouring down, draped over the body of a woman in green. The woman in green just stood on the edge of the cliff. The thousands of moonlight in Tao rhyme will be carefully embraced in her body, just like the heavenly fairy. Let a person dare not look directly at. By the light of the moon, I could see the face. Simple and clean green clothes cannot cover her splendor in the city, eyebrows and eyes such as the snow lotus on the ice mountain, absolute and independent, but also as if containing the stars in the sky. This is the temperament of the superior, beauty and powerful. 2 words, although very simple at this moment to use, but very apt. Yi Qingdian, the first female patriarch in the history of the Tao Gushin zone, is also the strongest patriarch ever. To be precise, other than the founding sect master and the originator, she was the strongest. With her gaze, she looked into the distance, not knowing where she was looking and how far she had seen. So, it has all been so long ago. The woman's voice echoed out. Looking at the wooden boat placed in front of her, her eyes drifted off into a trance, falling into memories. Chapter 101, 30,000 years later, she came in time. 30,000 years ago, she witnessed the sect's founding master ancestor ride the Wood of Time and leave the continent for a higher world. Before the master ancestor left, he left behind a piece of the Wood of Time. The purpose was to leave the future generations a chance to ascend. At that time, she was still just a small core disciple, but full of ambition. Later, after tens of thousands of years, step by step to the peak of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, also came to the top of this continent. 10,000 years ago has become the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's patriarch. She already has the strength to ascend, but she delayed to move. The wooden boat in front of her is made of the Wood of Time. According to the ancestral teachings left by the founder of the sect, if the future generations of people appear to have the destiny of the people, with enough strength, can use the Wood of Time, step on the legendary River of Time, to go to a higher, more expansive world. Yi Qingye had always remembered that on top of the long River of Time, she would meet a man who was the originator of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. Therefore, she had always wanted to set foot on the long River of Time, go to the broader upper world, and also meet that ancestor. However, there was still something she couldn't let go of. He had been pursuing the peak of the great Tao all his life, and had no Tao partner, much less an heir. The only loved ones she couldn't let go of the most were her several disciples. "Master, you're looking for me?" At this moment, a silhouette walked out in a graceful manner and came behind the woman in green, saying softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingdian turned around and looked at the silhouette. A long pale white dress, slender and delicate body, with an appearance of a city, and eyes like cold tans, with a few shadows of Yi Qingye. "Little Chan, master is leaving." Upon hearing this, the white-skirted woman's body stiffened slightly, although she was happy for her master teacher from the bottom of her heart, but nevertheless a trace of imperceptible confusion and fear flashed through her beautiful eyes. She knew that sooner or later, master teacher would have to leave one day to pursue a higher path. Only, when that day actually came, she didn't expect that she would actually appear confused. "You are the one who is most like me, and the one I am most at ease with," Yi Qingye said quietly. Baiyue-chan, the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's most outstanding and gifted disciple from ancient times, in terms of her cultivation talent, she even surpassed her own master teacher. Now serving as the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's 10 Palace Masters, she was also the legendary Moon Cicada Palace Master, and was this era, the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's most brilliant and stunning pearl, also known as Patriarchia's most excellent successor. "But, you are also the one I am most relieved about. You've been by my side since you were a child, and your talent in cultivation is better than mine, but your mind is too pure. You have to know that the way of cultivation is full of deceit. Even if you don't fight or rob, there will be people who will set their eyes on you, lay out a plan for you, and pull you down to the altar. Now that I'm still here, no one will make a move on you, but once I leave, then the people who pull you down to the altar of the gods will keep emerging. Even in this Tao Ancient God sect, there will be such people," Yi Qingye slowly said. In the past, Yi Qingye felt that as long as he stood high enough, then he could not have to worry about anything. However, when he truly stood at this height, he realized that there were even more worries. As the backbone of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, once he was gone, then the Tao Ancient Divine Sect would face a great calamity. The sect could be torn apart within the sect, and his own disciples could be subjected to retaliation. It was precisely because she had stood too high. Once she left, then everything under her shelter would be met with insane retaliation, and people, as always, would try to pull down those who stood high enough. This was also the main reason why she was slow to leave. After hearing these words from her master, Baiyue Cicada was silent for a long time. "Senior, I want to go with you." At those words, Yi Qingdian's body was slightly stunned. This question was the question she was most unwilling to face. In fact, she also wanted to take her disciples and leave together. However, once the sect opening master ancestor said before he left that the Wood of Time he left behind could only carry one person. She had even thought of leaving this Wood of Time to her best disciples, leaving the opportunity to ascend to the heavens to them. It wasn't that Yi Qingdian was selfish, but she no longer had that much time left for them to grow up enough for one person to cross the long River of Time. Baiyue Cicada, her own most outstanding disciple, but for her to leave alone on the Wood of Time, she would need at least 20,000 years of growth. And he no longer had 20,000 years of longevity to wait for her to grow. When he himself sat down and the white moon cicada hadn't grown fully, then someone would step in to grab the Wood of Time. Because of this continent, she is not the supreme. There is another person who is in the same realm as her, with the same strength. The demon lord of the Dark Diffusion Demon Hall. Su Ming. Once one sits down and Su Ming is still alive, if he wants to grab the Wood of Time, will his disciples be able to resist? Because after so many years of fighting, Su Ming already knew that he possessed the Wood of Time in his hands for ascending the long River of Time. Just when Yi Qingye did not know how to answer. With a wave of the white moon cicada's jade hand, a piece of wood appeared in front of her. Upon seeing this piece of wood, Yi Qingdian's beautiful eyes also stared, filled with shock. This was wood of time. Master, you told me 20 years ago to look for such a piece of wood, and just yesterday I found it. In fact, Bayu Cicada herself didn't know why her master would ask her to look for such a wood, but just yesterday, when she was practicing in the mountain range, she picked it up in a pool of water. Seeing this, Yi Qingdian was stumped for a while, and revealed a smile and said, Cicada, I'll take you with me. Possibly, from the moment she found the legendary wood of time, the heavens had destined that Bayu Cicada could follow her and ascend away to a wider world. This was a fortune that belonged to her own. Hearing this, Bayu Cicada was stunned. She didn't expect her master to agree just like that. Yi Qingye gave a vain grip to the piece of wood in front of him, and it instantly turned into a small boat. At this moment, Bayu Cicada suddenly thought of something. In her memories, her master had a special item, an ordinary small boat, and ever since she had followed her master, he had kept this small boat well and carried it around with him. After that, she also knew some of the secrets of the divine sect, and that was that the Tao ancient divine sect had a sect-suppressing treasure, but no one knew what it was, even White Moon Cicada herself. And today, it seemed like she knew. This is the Wood of Time. Riding the Wood of Time, one can enter the legendary River of Time and go to the upper realm. Yi Qingye told Bayu Chuan the biggest secret of the divine sect. The long River of Time? Is it a river? It was the first time Bayu Cicada heard such a term. Upon hearing that, in fact, Yi Qingye didn't know either. The only thing she knew was that it was a supreme river of laws, and in order to ascend to the upper realm, one must cross the long river of time. I don't know, maybe. Yi Qingye himself had never seen it before, and didn't know how to explain it. With that, Yi Qingye waved his big hand, the soundproof boundary unfolded, and his expression became serious. The founding master left behind ancient teachings. Above the long river of time, there is our God sect's founding master, my founding master and your founding master. Hearing these words, Bayu Cicada's beautiful eyes were stunned, and waves of shock were set off in her heart. At this moment, Yi Qingdian recalled a sentence left behind by his master ancestor and said it to Bayu Chuan. When you see him, please remember to remain in awe. This sentence echoed in Bayu Cicada's ears. Master ancestor. When do we leave? Now. Chapter 102, Patriarch, I've finally met you. Now. Bayu Cicada was flabbergasted. She didn't expect it to be so soon, and her heart was suddenly still a bit unprepared. Since you choose to leave, you should be more decisive. Sometimes when you hesitate, you don't want to go. Yi Qingye said quietly. She had decided to leave 1,000 years ago, but she had been hesitating, all the time saying, wait a few more days, wait a few more days. Just like this, she had been waiting and waiting for 1,000 years, and the more she waited, the more she would hesitate, the more she would worry. The more you wait, the more you will realize that the more you carry, the more you need to cut off when you leave. 500 years ago, she had stopped accepting disciples, because she needed to slowly cut off the connection about this world, and Bayu Cicada was the only one who broke her principle, and was also one of her last disciples, the youngest, and the one with the strongest talent. Nowadays, most of those disciples of hers were already on their own. Some had established their own clans, started their own sects, and became the supreme giants of this continent, and some had already sat down and passed away, and the disciples under their doors were also very outstanding. Moreover, because Yi Qingye decided that she would have to leave one day, every time she cultivated her disciples to the point where they could go out on their own, she would slowly drive them outside, allowing them to go out on their own, to live their own lives, and to establish their own forces. The purpose was so that, when they left the continent in the future, they would have already established themselves on the continent as well. As for Bayu Cicada, she was too young, although her talent was peerless. Unfortunately, she was too outstanding and dazzling. Once she left the Tao ancient divine sect to go off on her own, she would definitely be assassinated by some old things out of the blue. Therefore, she was the only disciple that Yi Qingye had left by his side, the most assured and least assured disciple. Do you have anything else to take care of, or anything to take away? Yi Qingye inquired when he saw that Bayu Cicada looked like she had something on her mind. Upon hearing this, Bayu Cicada shook her head and said, I just didn't expect it to be so soon. I don't have any friends, or anything to worry about, or anything to take away. Bayu Cicada had always been a more withdrawn character. She was obsessed with cultivation, and the people she came into contact with were basically rivals of the same generation. Although she had countless suitors, and as the Lord of the 10 Palaces, she had thousands of followers under her command, she didn't have a single true friend, and she didn't want to have one. In her world, there was only mastery in cultivation. Hearing these words, Yi Qingdian was also silent for a moment. Then, he turned his head to look at the rolling mountains, the huge god sect. Today's god sect can stand at the top of the continent's pyramid, mainly because he himself is sitting on it. After his own departure, the divine sect would usher in a cataclysmic disaster in the future, returning to its original rightful place. As to whether it would revert back to this position or not, it would depend on its own destiny. Master, what about you? Bayu Cicada asked in a small voice. Because the master is the lord of a clan, just leave without a word? I've already ordered it down. I'll be closed for an indefinite period of time, and no one will be allowed to come near this place unless they encounter a sect catastrophe. The White Moon Cicada was a little confused as to the meaning of Master's words, revealing a puzzled expression. Me leaving in a big way will cause a change, and as long as no one knows about it, there will still be a deterrent power stored. Yi Qingdian murmured. As long as no one found out that she had left, then her deterrent power had always existed and would not mess around with the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, and it was also considered to give the Tao Ancient Divine Sect a little more time to buffer its development as much as possible. Moreover, she had also left behind a legacy in the ancestral land of the Divine Sect, hoping that in the future, someone would be able to inherit her position and carry the great beam of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect again. Let's go! With a wave of Yi Qingye's big hand, majestic spiritual energy instantly erupted, wrapping the White Moon Cicada and transforming into a stream of light that flew above the void. Due to Bayu Cicada's low cultivation, her face looked a little pale as she traveled through the spatial turbulence. Yi Qingdian took care of Bayu Cicada while searching for the legendary Long River of Time in the spatial turbulence. Fortunately, with the guidance of the Wood of Time, they finally found it in the void, and eventually passed through an unknown number of layers of void space, and finally with a burst of heavenly rotation, the two came to a river. Yi Qingye stood on the boat, looking at this very ordinary-looking long river in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. Is this the Long River of Time? Bayu Cicada calmed down for a long time before she slowly recovered, and only then did her face gradually gain blood color. After coming back to her senses, she also curiously surveyed her surroundings. Is this the Long River of Time that her master said? Why does it look no different from an ordinary river? The two of them followed the normal flow of the waters and began to slowly travel. At this time, Yi Qingdian's gaze kept staring ahead as if he was searching for something. Abruptly, a silhouette, not knowing when, appeared on the surface of the river and was slowly walking towards them. Seeing that silhouette, Yi Qingye's beautiful eyes were stunned, and her breathing became gamey. Bayu Cicada also noticed that her master's father was out of sorts, and also looked towards the silhouette that was slowly walking towards them. This was the first time she had ever seen her master's father have such a large emotional fluctuation. In the next second, they realized that the waters under the ship had stood still. When they looked up, the silhouette had already walked 5 meters in front of them. A clean green and white robe, slender figure, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, knife-like edges. Standing on the water you can see the seemingly immortal charm of the chi around his body, calm pupils like the abyssal stars, such as out of the painting, but also as they heavily walk down the banished immortals. For a time, Yi Qingdian was slightly lost in thought. About this day she had imagined it countless times in her mind. When she actually stepped into the Long River of Time with her own efforts, after meeting the patriarch, she felt a hint of unreality. The White Moon Cicada was also in a trance. This young man made her briefly lose her mind. It wasn't how handsome he was, it was the temperament he had. She had never seen such a man before, and couldn't use apt words to describe what she felt inside. Immediately, without waiting for the man to open his mouth to ask, Yi Qingye then cupped his fists and bowed slightly, saying to the man, Yi Qingye, the 40th generation of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect Master, I pay my respects to the patriarch. At these words, Bayu Cicada's beautiful eyes were stunned, and waves rose within her heart. This man was the beginning ancestor? She also turned to the man and said respectfully, late generation Bayu Cicada, disciple of the sect leader, pays homage to the beginning ancestor. Seeing this scene, Sumu also froze in place. What? What was the situation? What the hell was the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, and what the hell was calling out to his patriarch? Get up first, Sumu said to the two girls. Only after the words fell did Yi Qingye Bayu at once slowly raise her head and look at Sumu. What do you guys mean by calling me patriarch? Sumu asked. Chapter 1032 Silly White Girls? The Karma of 10,000 years ago. Sumu was really a bit puzzled. Could it be that he recognized the wrong person? Or is there something wrong with their brains? It's not right. This green skirt woman's cultivation breath is quite strong, and both of them look beautiful. It's not like they have brain problems. As the words fell, Yi Qingdian was also stunned, and then said, "Once upon a time, Master Ancestor passed through this place, received the favor of the Patriarch, and eventually founded the Tao Ancient Divine Sect. We are the descendant cultivators of the Tao Ancient Divine Sect, that's why. That's why we call you as the Patriarch." Yi Qingdian said all the things she knew, because before the Master Ancestor ascended and left, he left behind too little information about the beginning ancestor, and she only knew. If one traveled through the long river of time and encountered a man blocking the way, he would be the Tao Ancient Divine Sect's Patriarch. After listening, Sumu was still confused, listening as if she hadn't listened. "Your Master Ancestor. What's the name?" Sumu inquired. As the words fell, Yi Qingye shook his head. Regarding the true name of the Master Ancestor, he really didn't know, because when she knew about the existence of the Master Ancestor, he was already preparing to ascend and leave, and didn't leave a name behind. "Then, do you know?" Sumu turned his head and asked this woman wearing a pale white long skirt. Upon hearing this, the white moon cicada was first stunned and replied with some stuttering and stammering, back to the Patriarch. Moon cicada also. "I don't know." Family members, who understands encountered two naive people who don't know anything at all, and the moment they came up, they were calling out Patriarch, Patriarch. It's hard not to, trying to not pay the river crossing fee in this way? Now the people who cross the river, have they all learned to be smart? Learned to play the emotional card. However, this trick may work for others, because some people eat soft but not hard, and some people eat hard but not soft. Coincidentally, Sumu is special, he is soft and hard to eat, or that, you are the Jade Emperor, but also have to pay the river crossing fee. This is the rule. Once you break this rule, in case it spreads out, it also says that I, Sumu, engage in differential treatment. In response, Sumu said that everyone was the same and had to pay. Ahem. Sumu coughed and slowly said, "You guys probably recognized the wrong person." As soon as these words came out, Yi Qingdian immediately said, "Beginning ancestor, we definitely didn't recognize the wrong person. This is what the Master Ancestor personally said when he left. The Master Ancestor also said that when we are allowed to cross the river, we have to pay the crossing fee." After saying that, Yi Qingye waved her jade hand and took out 2 space rings, handed them to Sumu and said, "Master Ancestor, these things, I hope you don't mind. If it wasn't for you, the Tao Ancient Divine Sect wouldn't exist, and I would only be a precarious little cultivator, and I wouldn't be here to see the Patriarch." In fact, these treasures, Yi Qingdian had long been prepared. These were those top treasures in the continent, many of which she had kept, just waiting for this day. Seeing this, Sumu first accepted the 2 spatial rings, then also revealed a smile. "You just said that you are the sect leader of the Tao Ancient God Sect?" The money was also collected, and it didn't matter as to whether what they said was true or not, but nevertheless, they said it in a colorful manner, and even mentioned the river crossing fee, so could it be that there really was such a thing? At those words, Yi Qingye nodded. "Let me run through it, Your Master Ancestor once received a favor from me, and then created the Tao Ancient God Sect, and then you were the 40th generation head of the Tao Ancient God Sect?" Sumu asked word by word. As the words fell, Yi Qingye and Bai Yuechuan nodded at the same time. "Do you still remember, what does your Master Ancestor look like?" Because these past few years, there were so many people crossing the river, he himself did help some people sometimes, helping to give them a ride, but it wasn't a heavenly favor, was it? Master Ancestor doesn't have a physical body, cloaked in an outer garment, inside are white bones. Yi Qingye replied. As the words fell, Sumu rubbed his chin and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Abruptly, 4 special river crossers appeared in his mind, odd-looking and distinctive. One of them was a skeleton, and the 4 of them were crammed into a small boat, leaving a special impression on Sumu. "I remember. Your Master Ancestor, aren't there 4 of them?" Because those 4 people, at that time, their cultivation strength was very strong, starting a sect and becoming a Master Ancestor or something, it was very reasonable and not unexpected. The words fell. Yi Qingye recalled that at that time, when the Master Ancestor ascended, was that there were 3 other people, who were about the same strength as the Master Ancestor. Hearing these words, Yi Qingye had already 100% confirmed that the man in front of him was the Master Ancestor. There's only one, but the other 3, with the Master Ancestor should also know each other. Hearing this, Sumu nodded thoughtfully. This was a match. It seemed that there was indeed a connection and a destiny with himself. Just didn't expect that he would somehow become some kind of patriarch. On the spot he didn't do anything to help, just gave them a ride. It's just that, since the money has already been collected, and also quite a destiny, let's help them. "You guys are preparing to go somewhere?" Sumu asked. As the words fell, Yi Qingye fell into deep thought. In fact, she had initially planned to go after her master ancestor and go to the world where he was. However, now that 30,000 long years had passed, she didn't know where her master ancestor was, nor did she know if he was still alive, because when he left, he didn't leave a specific world for them. Later, Yi Qingdian also figured out that there was no need to have to go after the world where the master ancestor was. Because she always believed in the saying that as long as one stood high enough, one would always meet again at the top. Therefore, she planned to go to an even higher upper world to continue her cultivation, break through the bottleneck, and continue to pursue the top of the Great Tao. Now that she had met the beginning ancestor, her greatest wish had been fulfilled, and she could continue to go after her own Tao. Back to the beginning ancestor, I want to go to a wider world, Yi Qingdian murmured. At those words, Sumu was flabbergasted and also smiled bitterly inside. Envious, Sumu also wanted to go to a broader world and show off his skills, but unfortunately, he himself was trapped in this small river, and could only bitterly refine it, waiting for the day when it was completely refined. Let me give you guys a ride. After all, no matter what, these two women were also considered half of one's juniors, and had some destiny with oneself, so let's help a little if we can. With that, Sumu released his spiritual senses. The next second, a small black dragon came to the river bank. This is Dorado. Due to the big change in body shape, Sumu is now calling it small black. When Yi Qingye and Bai Yuechuan saw this small black dragon, they were also startled. Especially Yi Qingye, because she could feel the strength of this little black dragon's aura, to be able to casually travel over the long river of time. What a terrifying strength it must be, worthy of being a spiritual pet of the ancestor. Little Black, this is considered my. Saying that, Sumu looked at the two women, paused, and continued, sort of my two juniors. Make some arrangements to send them along the river to a slightly better place. After all, Little Black could swim along the river and could send them to a faraway place, and since it had lived in the river for so many years, there were definitely some places it was more familiar with than itself. Hearing his master's words, the little black dragon caught a keyword, master's offspring. Then it could indeed take care of it. At this moment, the little black dragon revealed its body, signaling the two girls to stand up. Seeing this, Yi Qingdian and Bai Yuechuan froze, somewhat at a loss for words. Little Black is my beloved, it will send you away to wherever you want to go. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingye and Bai Yuechuan looked at each other before finally standing up to the little black dragon. Little Black, let's go. The words just fell. Yi Qingye's words, which he had hesitated for a long time, finally came out, Patriarch. Can I still come to you in the future? As the words fell, Sumu froze for a moment and said, yes, you can come and play when you have the chance. However, it's fine to come and play for a few days, but you can't stay here with me permanently. Raising the little Nui Nui by himself was exhausting. Raising two more not-so-smart stupid white sweeties, the pressure was too much. Alright, cheer up and cultivate. I see that both of your roots and bones are good, don't waste your talent. After saying that, Sumu waved his hand and said, Little Black, let's go. As soon as the words fell, Little Blackie catapulted off and instantly rushed out. Yi Qingye and Bai Yuechuan didn't even have time to say goodbye, and when they turned around again, they realized that the figure of the beginning ancestor was no longer visible. At this moment, both of them quietly buried a seed in their hearts, not knowing when it would germinate. They also remembered what the first ancestor had said and cultivated hard, striving for the day when they would set foot on the long river of time again and come to see the first ancestor. They also hoped that when that day came, they would be able to brighten up the beginning ancestor's eyes and not let him down. At this time, the little black dragon began to ponder exactly what world would be good to send them to. Since the two of them were the master's descendants, they definitely had to be arranged properly. Abruptly, the little black dragon's eyes lit up and thought of a world that would be perfect for them. Chapter 104, Willing to Rule the Worlds for My Master. Has it been delivered? After Sumu saw that the little black dragon had sent it back, he came to the riverbank. Sniffing. The little black dragon nodded. It had already instructed Lao San to take care of the care, although he was the oldest, but in all fairness, he was no match for Lao San in terms of strength and ability to command. Leaving it to Lao San to arrange was the best. Lao San is in charge of more than a dozen big worlds and hundreds of small worlds, and recently he seems to be attacking an immortal realm world, depending on whether he will be successful or not. As for himself, although he also commanded a dozen or so worlds, compared to old 3, he was still a long way behind. After all, the means were different. Little Black, you're the one who has followed me the longest. Sumu looked at Little Black Dragon and said in a serious tone. In fact, he also understood that as the boss, Little Black was more composed in all aspects. But nevertheless, Although he was the eldest, the third was the strongest, the second's strength was on par with it, and although the fourth was of average strength, it had unrivaled chi, and its cultivation was like riding a rocket, so maybe in a few years it would catch up as well. It will also be able to steadily suppress little 5, but little 5 is the youngest one, and has only been an adult for more than a year, and is in an upward phase. Therefore, Sumu was prepared to secretly give Xiaohei a small opening, if this big brother really went good. Whether it's bringing little 4 to cultivate, leading little 5 to familiarize herself with the environment, and fighting together with old 2, from time to time, it will also go to help old 3, and sometimes it will also help take care of little Nui Nui. Once, when the little Nui Nui was only 1 year old, when he was playing by the river, he accidentally fell into the river, just as he went out on patrol again. Fortunately, Xiaohei arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Sumu also understands that being a big brother is not easy. These years, when the big brother is the most difficult, coupled with the small black is not the most outstanding strength, although their own these love will get along very well. The oldest 2, oldest 3, small 4, small 5 are very respectful of the small black, this big brother, but in fact, the small black heart will be more or less feel that their own this big brother is not strong enough. Whether to spend 8,000 favor points for feeding? Yes. In the next second, little black dragon's aura began to continuously surge, his body grew another half a meter, and the scales on his body glowed with a faint purple light. The enhancement was very huge. Seeing this, the little black dragon was dumbfounded in place, staring blankly at Sumu, somewhat flattered. You as a big brother, sometimes when I'm not around, take care of your siblings more, we're all family. You're the first one to follow me around, you've been fortunate in these years. Sumu said with a smile. When he first arrived here and was at the beginning stage of his own cultivation, the little Dorado helped himself a lot, growing from a little Dorado to a little black dragon, and he was also countless times stronger than he was 3 years ago. Spiritual pets under his command, Sumu has always treated them as relatives. This 8,000 favor points, it seems a lot, but for the little black's silent contribution, not much at all. This time, a one-time give it 8,000 favor points, also is hoping that its strength to raise a large section. Is Sumu a little bit of favoritism? Cannot say favoritism, this is what it deserves. After listening to this, if you look closely, you can see a little tear in Xiaohei's eyes. Seeing this, Sumu then waved and said, okay, oh when big brother, crying what, how girly. Alright, you go play, do your own thing. After saying that, Sumu left the waters and walked towards the stone house. The little black dragon watched his master leave, and his gaze became firm. His master had high hopes for himself, and he definitely couldn't let it down. Before, he privately asked Lao San what his dream was. He told himself. His dream was to rule the heavens and the worlds for his master. His thoughts were the same as his own, to keep getting stronger and stronger, to keep going to unify more and more worlds, to relieve his master's problems and maintain the stability of the realms of the heavens and the earth. When will it be completely stabilized? That would be the day when the master had completely unified all the worlds of the heavens. Therefore, not only himself, but also Lao San, as well as Lao Er, Xiao Si, and Xiao Wu are all conquering in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, using the strength that the master had bestowed upon them to conquer and fight. Old 3 was fighting a great realm of the immortal realm, and now that his own strength had increased greatly, he could go to reinforce him. With this in mind, it dived into the water and went to a certain immortal realm where Old 3 was. At that moment, the system's broadcasting voice rang out in its mind. Congratulations to the host, the river order that was maintained triggered an additional karmic blast, gaining 40,000. After seeing 40,000 favor points, Sumu also froze. Did he hear it correctly? 40,000. My goodness, gave 40,000 in one go, cool in just one word. River favor points, 125,000. Now, it has already saved up to 120,000 favor points, breaking 6 figures again. On this day, Sumu was ready to give himself a vacation. It's rare to have a free day, and yesterday only 40,000 favor points were deposited, so it's not too much to give himself a day off, right? He put on his straw hat early in the morning, took his fishing rod, carried a big bucket, and went out the door. After these 3 years of patrolling, Sumu was very familiar with the nearby river. What fishing spots were all mapped out, and I don't know if I fished too hard. Those treasure fish all learned to be smart and didn't dare to come to this section of the river. Therefore, Sumu intends to find a new water, a new fishing position. Just like this, Sumu spent a full hour of rushing, and had traveled far, far away to a very secluded water. At this time, his eyes lit up and he found an excellent fishing spot. There was a broken stone bridge that was very flat and extended out just 2 meters. When he walked up to the stone bridge, he realized that there was a green stone placed on the bridge, just enough to come and sit on. It was hard to believe that someone had once fished here as well. This pit is all done. It can be said that the former people planted trees, the latter people multiply the kula. Well, now this pit is mine. I sat down on the rock, then put the big bucket on the side, and started to organize the thin line of the fishing rod. I got this rod from that old man, and I saw him easily catch a big eel at that time. Today, how can I catch a precious fish that is not worse than a sparrow eel? Immediately, Sumu took out a small jar from his sleeve, and poured out a round fleshy thing from it. This was Sumu's own research bait, which was mixed with more than a dozen kinds of precious fish viscera meat, and also added some elixir powder, spirit medicine powder and so on. The effect was very good. The last time his own fishing rod was ripped off, it was with this fish bait. Today, Sumu was full of confidence and hoped that this new fishing rod would not let himself down. After hanging up the bait, Sumu realized that the water flowed very slowly here, very suitable for fishing. A fling, flung into the river, fishing treasure fish does not need to float, because once hooked, the line will immediately taut. The reaction is very violent. Sat down and waited for the fish to take the bait. Once sitting, is an hour no mouth. For a senior fishing guy, an hour no mouth is the norm. Fishing guy may be bad in other places, but patience must be good. Abruptly, the silver line was instantly taut, a strong pull, directly pulling the fishing rod into an inverted U shape instantly. Chapter 105, The Three Giants of Chingu, using the realm as bait, fishing for the immortal realm. Seeing this, Sumu lifted his hands, and due to the force being too fierce, he almost pulled Sumu all the way down the river. Sumu stood up, pulled the fishing rod, and started to pull back. This extreme sense of pulling force made Sumu retrieve the feeling he had a year ago when the fishing rod was pulled off. Sumu held the fishing rod with both hands, and without realizing it, veins popped out on his arms. It had to be a new fishing rod. If it was an old fishing rod, it might have been pulled off in an instant. Fish pull more fierce, Sumu is more excited, pupil is full of excitement color, who can understand this pull big fish feeling Pulling for a full 5 minutes, abruptly, the fish suddenly let go. Sumu seized the opportunity, quickly began to collect the line. Just about to pull out of the water, the next second, was caught in the fish violently force, then just fierce more than 10 times, the relaxation of vigilance Sumu instantly pulled to the edge of the stone bridge, almost was pulled down. Fortunately stabilized, Sumu's breath burst out and began to power up. Because he was also afraid of cutting the line again, he didn't dare to force it violently, he could only freeze like this and exhaust its strength. This is walking the fish, a skill that every fishing guy knows. Feeling this force, Sumu are beginning to doubt, his own TMD is fishing the aircraft carrier? At the same time, a certain immortal domain far away. Green ancient immortal domain, within the Taiha Hush domain. The void was chaotic, the laws were broken, and all that could be seen was a piece of space that had been broken into pieces and floated away within the Taiha Hush domain. The three immortal realm supreme existences, standing in the void, their eyes all staring at the golden light ball that emits divine immortal light floating in the void. And the golden light ball is connected to a straight silver color light column, rushed to the sky, penetrated the entire Taiha Hushu domain of the sky, do not know where to extend. With their strength, they could distinguish that this silver-colored light pillar linked to another world, and it was definitely a very high world, perhaps the legendary God realm. Therefore, the three of them, in order to fight for this chance to ascend to the God realm, fought for as long as 100 years, causing the entire Taiha Hush realm to be shattered and the entire Cyan ancient immortal realm to tremble. At this time, an old man wearing a gray tunic with a head full of white hair swallowed the blood in his mouth and said to the other two, "If we continue to fight like this, we will only lose both of us and be taken advantage of by others." As the words fell, a middle-aged man snorted coldly. The man had long blood-red hair, the armor on his body had been shattered to pieces, the blood fiend aura was spreading, and behind him, the blood sea dharma phase was constantly manifesting if anything, ready to unleash the next attack at any time. "Old Taoist Gushi, I think you've lived too long and your head isn't too bright anymore. If you say so, in order to avoid others from taking advantage of the situation, why don't the two of you take the initiative to withdraw and give this opportunity to me? How about it?" At these words, the white-haired old man fell into silence, not choosing to chime in. At this moment, the last man, much younger than the other two, dressed in white robes, handsome appearance, gaze as stern as a sword, just standing there, it was like a holy sword independent of the world, could cut through all the aura, the entire Taiha Hush domain whistling sword intent, was caused by him alone. My suggestion is that we first combine our efforts to lay down a boundary, wrapping the entire Taiha Hush domain and isolating it from the outside world. Now, during these 100 years that we have been fighting, those few old undead are all eyeing the Taiha Hush domain, just to find a perfect opportunity. Construct the boundary first, then continue the fight. The young-looking man who made the comment was named Li Changxiao, the sword venerable of the Cyan ancient immortal domain, the pinnacle of the sword Dao, and in the Cyan ancient immortal domain there was a saying that if one cultivated the sword Dao, Qianxiao was the peak. He was the most powerful sword exalted in the entire Cyan ancient immortal region for tens of thousands of years, and also the youngest sword exalted. Li Qianxiao was actually not a native of the green ancient immortal domain. He was born in the Li family in a small town in the lower realm of the lower realm, and he kept getting stronger and stronger, and kept ascending, and step by step, he came to the top of this green ancient immortal domain, and nowadays, he is just 20,000 years old, which is considered to be very, very young. The white-haired old man is an old demon that survived the last epoch of the immortal domain. He fell into a deep sleep and lived for a full epoch. As for the blood-haired middle-aged man, the world respectfully called Bloodzoon, leaving behind countless miracles and legends, as early as 50,000 years ago was already one of the highest in the immortal domain. Therefore, Li Qianxiao is considered a junior, but everyone is a giant of the immortal domain. There is no such thing as a junior. Although Bloodzoon could not stand this upstart, he had to admit that he was indeed the most terrifyingly gifted sword Dao genius in the past 5,000 years, and in just 5,000 years, he had become the head of the sword Dao in the green ancient immortal realm, alongside the two of them as the green ancient triumvirate. Sword Father Li proposes, Old Ni agrees. Old Taoist Gu Shi was the first to state his position. Seeing this, Bloodzoon also had to agree. This proposal was favorable to all three of them. After saying that, Li Qianxiao waved his big hand and countless sword shadows burst out behind him, surrounding the entire Taihahush domain. Both of you, please don't hold back. As the words fell, the old Taoist and the blood venerable waved their large hands, and the majestic spiritual energy intermingled, instantly infusing into the sword formation, and in just a few breaths, the sword formation was already solid as gold. This is the immortal domain 3 giants unreservedly joint cast formation, unless they take the initiative to lift, otherwise the outside world is impossible for someone to break. After casting the formation, the three were just opposite each other, and the entire Taihahush domain was plunged into dead silence, with only the terrifying battle intent rising continuously. The next second, the battle was imminent. The entire Taihahush domain sword light and sword shadow, space vibration, piece after piece of space was broken into pieces, and was broken into pieces. This battle went on for several years. Finally, on this day, Li Qianxiao seized a gap and grabbed that golden light mass. In the next second, that golden light mass began to shrink upwards. Seeing this, the other two frantically jumped up and also grabbed the light mass at the same time, their breaths going all out as they frantically pulled at it. Just like that, the three of them kept pulling on the golden light mass. Abruptly, that golden light mass violently pulled upwards, and the three people dead grasp, all do not let go, so, all three people were pulled into the void, to a certain world. At this time, the three people's hearts were overjoyed. It's hard not to be able to three people to ascend together. Just like this, they gave up their resistance, letting the silver light pillar keep pulling them to soar, shuttling through layer after layer of space. At this moment, outside the Taihahush domain, countless powerful immortal domain powerhouses were constantly squatting. Heavenly Father, should we continue to wait? Of course we have to wait. Those three are still inside competing for the chance to ascend. Everyone else is eyeing us. We can't leave either. We have to seize the opportunity. Chapter 106 God's Realm? Sumu created a water cellar. Finally, Sumu pulled violently, pulling what he had caught straight out of the water. On a fish hook, there were actually 3 big fish hooked. Moreover, all of them were 1 meter long big fish, and looking at the character and breath, one could tell that they were definitely treasure fish, and they were still extremely valuable fish. Sumu hadn't caught this kind of superb treasure fish for a long time. He hadn't fished for so long, and the first time he fished, he gave himself a big wave, kula. However, a fish hook catching 3 big fish, even for Sumu who had traveled across the fishing grounds for countless years, this was the first time he had seen it. Thanks to the fact that he has already crossed, otherwise, the first time, open the cell phone, take a picture, first send a circle of friends to pretend to be a friend, and with the text friends and friends, I'm this lighter is good to look at? Then the second step, the 3 fish on the waist, walking home, everyone said, how do you know I hooked 3 fish? Did you eat them? Yes, 3, dozens of pounds. Brother Su long time no see ah. That's right, 1 hook up. These 3 fish, all of them were different varieties of fish. A body blood red, scales are very thick and wide, a piece is almost half a palm this big. The most critical thing is that there are long red hairs on the tail of the fish. This fish, if Sumu distinguishes it correctly, it should be a Tongxian fish. This true blood fish, don't look at the name as ordinary, really is a very rare treasure fish and the strength is also quite big, where Sumu pressed on the shore, still struggling. Seeing this, Sumu to the fish head is a slap. A slap down, immediately honest. 2 outside A, which is a black fish, but however, this black fish and ordinary black fish is not the same. The scales on its body is like a piece of dark amber, the tail is crescent-shaped, and the breath is also very strong. However, this black fish was much more honest than the tong blood fish, being pressed under its own hands, it didn't move a muscle, as if it had already resigned itself to its fate. The one that struggled the most was this last sword-kissing fish. Having been slapped twice by Sumu, it still wasn't honest, and even attempted to attack Sumu's hand, with much more strength than the other 2 precious fish. This sword-kissing fish, silver-white, because the tail is like a sword and so named, called the sword-kissing fish, but this sword-kissing fish's scales are sword-shaped, it seems to be the sword to the end, belongs to the sword-kissing fish's mutant species? Seeing that the sword-kissing fish is still not honest, after attempting to break free, Sumu took down the silver dagger from his waist, and put it on its neck. After feeling this overpowering sense of pressure, it instantly became honest, and didn't dare to continue struggling. 3 fish, can you still let you turn over the sky? Put these 3 big fish into the big bucket, 3 is almost full, Sumu intends to catch up, once again dumped into the river, sat down, continue fishing. I don't know if today's luck was used up, or if the surrounding fish were scared by these 3 precious fish and didn't dare to eat the hook. In this way, Sumu fished for an afternoon, did not catch anything, but also have a belly full of gas. Looking at the 3 fish in the bucket, the heart instantly more comfortable. Carrying the bucket, I returned home, and saw my little daughter alone tinkering with something. Turning his head, he saw that 4 or 5 plates of dishes had already been prepared on the table. There were boiled fish fillets, there were sashimi, there was also a plate of small dishes, and a plate of spirit fruit meat. Seeing that Daddy came back, Nui turned around and put the last dish that was ready on the stone table, then wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a smile, "Daddy, you're back." As the words fell, Sumu also asked with a surprised face, "Did you do all this?" Upon hearing this, Nui nodded, "I learned Daddy's method and tried to make it myself. I just don't know if it's good." Daddy quickly tasted it. Sumu put down the vat, put down the fishing rod, sat down, then took chopsticks to clip a slice of boiled fish fillet. The mouth was tender and smooth, the fresh aroma was overflowing, instantly widened his eyes. The little guy's first time cooking, are so talented? Daddy, is it delicious? Nui looked at Sumu with a nervous face, her little hands unconsciously clenched. Yummy, I didn't expect that the first time an inamorata cooks, she can cook so well, not bad. Sumu smiled and rubbed his daughter's head. Hearing Daddy's words, Nui instantly smiled with her eyebrows open. "Daddy, eat quickly, or else it will get cold in a while." Since it was the first time that Nui had gotten herself a meal, Sumu was also very facetious, her emotional value pulled full, and she even finished the soup. After eating and drinking, Sumu realized that there were still 3 fish inside the barrel. He stood up, came to the side of the vat, and realized that the 3 precious fish were still alive and well even though there was no water, so he breathed a sigh of relief, only that his eyes looked as if they were a little bit grumpy. At present, the family still has a lot of fish left to eat, there is no need to kill fish in a short period of time, these 3 precious fish, so just raise them first. Immediately, Sumu carried the big bucket, came to the side of the stone house, opened the sealed wooden lid, revealing the cellar, which was filled with river water. It shouldn't be called a cellar anymore, it should be called a water cellar. This water cellar, dug quite deep, quite large, to raise a few thousand head of precious fish, that is not a problem at all. In the past few years, those who caught the precious fish, more basically were Sumu raised to this water cellar. After all, can't eat so much besides as the precious fish, and can't eat every day. Have to say, this water cellar Sumu still spent a lot of thought, when it took a whole week to build, transferring almost 10,000 kilograms of water to fill up the water cellar. Go you! Sumu picked up the big bucket and threw those 3 extremely precious fish into the water cellar. After getting it done, he covered the top again with a wooden lid, patted the dust on his hands, and looked at this water cellar that he had created. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. At this moment, when Li Changxiao woke up again, he realized that he had already come to a new world. He only felt the pain of his head exploding, rubbed his temples, sat up in place, and began to run the gong method to regulate and recover his body. It took a full 5 hours of sitting on his end before he completely came back to his senses and exhaled a heavy mouthful of turbid air. His brows furrowed as he began to wonder if it was a dream or not. Ever since he had ascended in the green ancient immortal region, he seemed to have been grabbed by a pair of large hands of nothingness, and his memories were a bit confused, no longer able to remember the faces that followed those large hands. He only remembered a pair of large hands of nothingness, a magnificent silhouette, and nothing else. After he regained his senses, he had already arrived in this side of the world. Li Changxiao raised his head, looked up to the sky, and muttered, "Is this the God realm?" Chapter 107, Let's go, we don't take waste here. Immediately, Li Chanxiao's divine thoughts were fully open, spreading all the way to countless kilometers, and he couldn't even find the border. This world, it was so big that it was terrifying, to know that the green ancient immortal region was already very, very big. When he opened his divine thoughts, he could cover half of the immortal region. But here, after his divine thoughts were fully opened, he had the feeling that he could never reach the border. Just how vast and huge this world must be. This is at least 1,000 times the size of the green ancient immortal region, or even 10,000 times, right? It was only his conservative estimation. If he compared the entire green ancient immortal region with the current world, the green ancient immortal region was equivalent to the tip of the iceberg of this world, a drop in the ocean. Abruptly, an extremely powerful pressure flashed through the sky. He raised his head violently and looked above the void. Just in the last second, an extremely strong aura passed through this place. Just that pressure alone had already made him feel a sense of oppression. Li Chanxiao walked aimlessly towards the front. In just one day's time, he had already felt a dozen or so existences whose aura was not weaker than his own, giving him the feeling as if everyone he encountered was a strong person. It seems that one should really be ascending to the divine realm, Li Chanxiao said categorically. If it wasn't the divine realm, how could it be possible that in one day, all the people he encountered were existences stronger than himself? Although the ascension process had a little bit of a small accident, but fortunately, he had successfully ascended to the divine realm, and the result was good as long as it was good. To a new world, you have to develop a little bit, from scratch. This Li Chanxiao was very familiar with. He had gone from a small family in a small world, ascended to the great realm, then to the immortal realm, and finally became the immortal realm's sword venerable, starting from scratch after each ascension. Now that he had ascended to the higher level divine realm, he would first find a small place and a small clan to stand firm and familiarize himself with the new world before making his next move. After all, no matter if it was a great realm or an immortal domain, it was definitely not possible for everyone to be strong. There would definitely be some ordinary people and some weaker clan forces. Just like the green ancient immortal domain that was once located, there would also be a bottom layer. There would also be mortals who could not cultivate. In any higher world, there would be a difference between high and low classes. He himself had at least ascended from the top of the immortal domain, and even in this divine realm, he wouldn't be reduced to the point where he was enslaved to dig for coal. That would be too dogged. I just don't know if Blood Dignity and old Taoist Gu Shi also ascended to the divine realm along with themselves. However, the three of them had ascended together, so they definitely should have arrived as well. At one time, the three of them were the three giants of the green ancient immortal realm, three divisions of the immortal realm, the superiors who stood at the top of the pyramid. Now, the three of them had ascended to the same divine realm and were on the same starting line again. People all have the desire to win and lose, and Li Chanxiao was also looking forward to it, making a big splash in this world, and on the day when he came to the top of this world, he might already be able to look down on the Blood Sovereign and the old Tao of ancient sunset. Then the sentiment was nothing more than a bit of wind and frost. In fact, in Li Chanxiao's mind, he should be taking the main character script, so he firmly believed that he could also go to the top in this god world. After organizing his mood, he began to continue walking, and when he arrived at the divine realm, he still kept a low profile, so he didn't engage in any operations like crossing the void, flying with a sword, or anything else. Low profile, low profile, low profile again. Li Chanxiao was relying on this to step by step to this point. Low-key development, stable, don't wave, this is the truth. In this way, after walking for almost a week, he finally saw a small village. Seeing this, Li Chanxiao was overjoyed. Although he is walking, but his walk is also very fast. A day can cross tens of millions of kilometers, and he is still belong to the walk and look for. Try to walk towards the place that seems to be crowded. But even so, he had searched for a week before he saw a small village. This also made him feel very strange. Were there so few people in this god realm? It could also be that the world was too big, causing some of the sects and towns and such to be more spread out. Starting low was fine. Let's start with a small village first. At least we need to find someone to understand the pattern of this world first. However, this god realm wasn't quite the same as the god realm he had imagined. He had thought that the god realm was surrounded by immortal clouds, rainbow bridges, and immortal sects. Just like this, Li Chanxiao arrived at the entrance of the village and looked at the humble village gate, next to which a stone monument was engraved with three big words, Remnant Valley Village. Just at the moment he was about to step in, a glimpse of an invisible wall of air blocked him off. He reached out, only to realize that it was a side boundary. Moreover, this boundary was very high level. The next second he waved his hand, an illusory immortal sword shot out from his sleeve. The moment it hit the boundary, it was instantly annihilated, and the powerful recoil force shook his entire body backward a few steps. What a strong boundary! Just from this strike just now, it could already be judged that this boundary could not be breached by himself, I'm afraid. At this moment, Li Changxiao froze in place for a long time. I just want to find a peaceful place to settle down first, just find a small village, is it so difficult? I can't even enter the village entrance. At this moment, a white-haired middle-aged man in cloth, hand cranking a folding fan, walked out step by step and arrived at the village entrance. After seeing Li Changxiao, he put away the folding fan, put his hands behind his back, and after looking Li Changxiao up and down, he then shook his head and said, "Go away, we don't take in trash here." Once these words came out, Li Changxiao was dumbfounded, the whole is petrified, fixed in place. Waste. Waste? This word, too unfamiliar, going back tens of thousands of years ago, when he himself was still a waste young master of the lower realm of the mortal world to go. At that time, he was a waste in the eyes of all people, and then rose step by step, 3 years later, has been completely rid of the word waste, since then, all the way to hang, all the way to push, enjoy the reputation of the genius, demon. The title of genius and demon are all that he is known for. Unexpectedly, now that I have come this far, I can still hear this strange and familiar words waste. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Li Changxiao was constantly consoling himself, telling himself that this was the divine realm, this was the divine realm, this was the divine realm. This white-haired man in front of him, at a glance, is a big man of the god realm who retired from the mountains and forests. From this sense of oppression, it can be seen, so that he can call him a waste, it doesn't matter, bear with it. First endure, about the feeling of enduring, this Li Changxiao was very familiar with it. Senior, the latter's first arrival, much offense, please bear with me. Li Changxiao was worthy of being a character with a protagonist script in his hand, instantly calmed down, then cupped his fists and smiled. After hearing that Li Changxiao was only just here, the white-haired middle-aged man's brows only slightly stretched out, and then with a wave of his hand, he put away the boundary at the entrance of the village, seeing that your strength is still not bad, let you come in. As the words fell, Li Changxiao cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, senior. P.S. In a few minutes, almost 001, there will be additional chapters." Chapter 108 Broken Divine Realm, Disappearing Ancient History. After walking into the ruined valley village, he realized that the village was very small, with almost only a dozen or so families. When Li Changxiao followed behind the white-haired middle-aged man, he realized that he was walking with a slight limp, as if his leg had suffered a very serious injury. It was confirmed that this white-haired man must be some big shot from the god realm, who was recuperating in this small village due to a serious injury, and just happened to be bumped into by himself. Being shouted at as a waste by a retired and recuperating god realm bigwig didn't seem to be that hard anymore. "Senior, this injury of yours?" Li Changxiao couldn't help but inquire with concern. "I have some medicinal herbs and elixirs here, I don't know if I can help, senior." The first step to rise to power is definitely to make a good relationship with the god realm big brother. This chi of his own came to the god realm, it's still as good as ever. Just look for a random village and you'll be able to run into a god realm big brother. It can't be cured, there's no need to bother more. The white-haired man then replied indifferently. Finally, he brought Li Changxiao to an unused empty wooden house in the village and turned to Li Changxiao, "You'll be staying here from now on. Since you're a newcomer, I have to remind you of one thing, this world isn't as safe as you think, don't go out of the village recklessly when you're fine." The white-haired man admonished Li Changxiao. "Thanks for reminding senior, junior Li Changxiao." Li Changxiao introduced himself graciously. "Bai Qiu, you're too far behind me in age, forget about calling me uncle Bai from now on." Bai Qiu was also a little more patient when he saw that this youngster was quite resourceful. "What place are you from?" Bai Qiu thought of something and asked. At this point, Li Changxiao knew that he couldn't reveal his identity as an ascended being, as many indigenous cultivators were more resistant to some outsiders, so he was prepared to make up a random place. "Don't think about making it up. Just say it directly, from what world, what immortal domain?" Bai Qiu recognized what Li Changxiao had in mind with a single glance. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao's eyes widened, his face filled with an unbelievable expression. Can it be that senior is also ascended? As soon as these words came out, Bai Qiu gave him a blank look. This kid is resourceful, why is he not too smart sometimes? Nonsense. It's not a secret, there's no need to hide it. Bai Qiu said slowly. Green Ancient Immortal Region. Since he had said so, there was no need for Li Changxiao to hide it and said it directly. Green Ancient Immortal Region? Bai Qiu fumbled with his chin and started to recall something, then really couldn't think of anything, smacked his lips and said, "What garbage immortal domain, never heard of it." At these words, Li Changxiao involuntarily swallowed. Garbage. Garbage immortal domain? In this senior Bai's eyes, was the Green Ancient Immortal Region trash? Dare I ask Uncle Bai, is it from? Li Chanxiao inquired tentatively. Taishan immortal domain. Even as Bai Qiu spoke those 4 words, he just heaved a sigh. After hearing Taishan immortal domain, Li Chanxiao instantly closed his mouth. Indeed trashy, Xingu was indeed trashy, shutting up and being honest. When he was in the Green Ancient Immortal region, he had already heard of the legend of the Tai Gotham Immortal region, which was an ancient immortal region that had existed for hundreds of epochs, and even in the Green Ancient Immortal region, which was separated by an unknown number of worlds, legends were left behind, so it could be seen that the Tai Gotham Immortal region was so strong. In the Cyan Ancient Immortal region's ancient records about the Tai Gothic Immortal region, the Tai Gothic Immortal region was already infinitely close to some lower divine realms. No wonder Elder Bai gave himself such a strong sense of oppression, so it turned out that he had ascended up from the Tai Gothic Immortal region. So Uncle Bai is from the Taishan Immortal domain. Li Chanxiao wasn't flattering, but rather exclaiming from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, so what if it's the Taishan Immortal domain? After saying that, he pointed at this empty wooden house in front of him and said, this wooden house you're going to live in right now, used to be a place where a senior from the desolate immortal region resided. As the words fell, Li Chanxiao turned his head violently and looked at this plain wooden house in front of him. Good lord, desolate. Desolate ancient immortal domain? This immortal domain, even older than the Taishan immortal domain, it was said that when the desolate ancient immortal domain existed, the Taishan immortal domain didn't even exist yet, it was an ancient immortal domain that existed in myths and legends. It seems that this small remnant valley village is hiding 2 dragons. Then this senior, where did he go? Li Chanxiao asked. As the words fell, Bai Qiu then waved his hand and said, as for where he went, you will slowly understand later. Anyway, this world is very dangerous, you try not to go out of the village on weekdays, first feel at ease and cultivate here. After saying that, he turned around and left. Li Chanxiao also stayed in this wooden hut first. It was night. Li Chanxiao, who was sitting on the bed and meditating and practicing, slowly opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. Standing up, he walked over to the windowsill and looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. Immediately, he realized that there was actually 1, 2, 3 in the night sky. 7, 8, 9. A full 9 moons. Was this the God realm? At this moment, Li Chanxiao's mood was very calm and pleasant. A new world, a new journey, a new starting point, everything seems to be full of hope, full of challenges. He who had been invincible for thousands of years in the Green Ancient Immortal realm, that ancient and unperturbed heart, at this moment, is finally beating again, and the blood that had cooled down, is beginning to boil. His goal was to make a name for himself in this divine realm and stand at the top of the divine realm. Unknown. Where is Bloodzone and that gushy old Daonao, how are they doing? But they are no more lucky than surely not as good as himself, right? He met a great man of the God realm as a guide right at the beginning of the game. In this regard, Li Chanxiao said, Blood sang, ancient sang, really sorry spicy, I this day who opening. At this time, he discovered a book on the wooden table in front of the windowsill. He walked over, sat down, and started flipping through this one book, realizing that most of these books were about the history of this God realm. Seeing this, Li Chanxiao was delighted in his heart. The first and foremost task when going to a new world was to understand the pattern, history, and so on of this world. These books just happened to be recording some of the history of this God realm. With this, Li Chanxiao found a book titled Ancient History Chronicles of the Divine Realm and started flipping through it. On the first page, the oldest and longest historical events of the Divine Realm were generally recorded. 20,000 years ago. When he saw the words 20,000 years ago, Li Chanxiao's eyes widened, and then repeatedly confirmed that this was the first page. What the hell? The history of this divine realm, why is it so short, the longest recorded only up to 20,000 years ago? How come the history of this God realm is not as old as his own? Impossible. The history of the Green Ancient Immortal realm, our epoch as a unit, this higher God realm, why is it year as a unit, too unreasonable? With a puzzled mood, Li Chanxiao slowly turned over the second page. Chapter 109 Truth, do not pry. That's terror, that's karma. 20,000 years ago, the divine realm was born, the next day when the sky, September when hanging, encompassing the world. At the beginning of the divine realm, the 3 gods founded 3 great religions, namely, the human religion, the universal spirit religion, and the Zen religion, which opened up the divine realm's sectarian precedent. The divine realm was renamed Taihong Divine Realm, and the year of the realm was Taihong. In 102 years of Taihong, the deputy head of the human sect, Guangfu Xianjun, disappeared in the ancient states in the south in the same year, and since then the human sex fortunes have declined, and it has been suppressed by the other two sex, and has fallen into a low period. Taihong 343 years, back Lin Xianzong's patriarch, in the Keiyu secret realm disappeared, back Lin Xianzong tilted the whole clan to look for no avail, announced the fall, back Lin Xianzong fell down Taihong 8 immortal doorseat, from then on a fall. In the year 399 of Taihong, a strong man ascended from the ancient immortal domain and was absorbed by the humanist church, named Heavenly Cold Venerable, becoming one of the top 10 warriors of the humanist church, and the humanist church is once again thriving. Taihong 401 years, the All Souls Church, Kirin Immortal June disappeared in the Black Stygian Sea, the All Souls Church with the cause of the wheel mirror deduction, but still deduction cannot be traced, and the following 300 years, the All Souls Church strength declined, the other two religions suppressed for 300 years. In the year 485 of Taihong, the Great Diffusion Immortal sect absorbed a strong person from the lower realm of the immortal realm who ascended to the world, called Qingyun Lao Dao, and won one of the top 10 positions of the Great Diffusion in a powerful position, and became the deputy head of the Great Diffusion Immortal sect, and the Great Diffusion Immortal sect was sitting at the top of the list of the 8 major immortal sects. In the year 555 of Taihong, Zen Buddhism Smiling Eye Buddha meditated in the 9th temple, disappeared in Zen Buddhism up and down the panic, lifting the religion to move. Since then, Zen Buddhism was greatly injured, closed the religion for 200 years, only to be able to recover. Seeing this, Li Changshao slowly closed the ancient book and did not continue to read it. From this chronicle, he learned about many great events in history, but he also discovered a very weird place. That is, every 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, there would be a great man in the Taihong divine realm who would inexplicably disappear, either by falling or disappearing. Because falling down was normal, but going missing was bizarre. Especially in Taihong 401 years, the All Souls Church's Kirin Immortal Monarch disappeared, and the entire All Souls Church conducted a search, and even used the All Souls Church's treasure of the town religion, the in-wheel mirror, to deduce, and couldn't find any traces of it, and it just seemed too bizarre. Can it be that this is the reason why Uncle Bai reminded himself during the day to not run out of the village if nothing happens? At this time, Li Changshao noticed again that there was a thick yellowed book on the table. After opening it, he realized that it was a diary. Because the cover reads Chen Jian's diary. It seemed that the previous owner of this wooden house, that big brother who ascended from the ancient immortal realm, was called Chen Jian. Turning over the first page of the diary. Today, in the year 21003 of Taihong, he ascended to the Taihong divine realm from the ancient immortal realm, and a new journey has begun. Taihong 21010, Taihong divine realm is really crouching tigers and hidden dragons, big brothers all over the place. Yesterday suffered a loss, painfully lost a treasure, but also in the battle to get a new sense of enlightenment, have a new breakthrough. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the best out of it, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get the best out of it. Taihong 21,050 years, do not know, now come to this world, has been a son of years, time flies really fast like a blink of an eye, but it is worth recording is that I have succeeded in joining the teachings of 10 years, and now has become a deacon in the teachings. I have to say, the teachings of the people of the disciples of the people are all people and the dragon and phoenix, are all the world of the immortal kingdom to the big brother, the next goal, to fight for 10 years to become an elder. Become an elder. Taihong 21,100 years, today, the whole through the secret realm, chopping 10 road test opponent, successfully promoted to the human religion elder, the master personally come to congratulate, the master is really strong just the breath all let my mind unsteady, now, finally in Taihong stand firm. Taihong 21900, damn the old dog of All Souls Church. Play halfway ambush intercepted, now cannot return to the human religion, first in the residual valley village to recuperate for a period of time injury it. Taihong 21901, a weird thing happened today. The diary came to an abrupt end here. Li Changshao stared with wide eyes, gasping for air, a sense of fear that did not know where it came from spreading and growing in his heart. This last day's diary was obviously not finished. Normally speaking, unless one encountered something urgent, it was impossible to not write a complete paragraph. He gently closed the diary, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and waited for daybreak. However, no matter how he tuned in, his mood was not able to calm down, and his heart was beating more and more. In this way, it continued until dawn. The rising sun rose in the east, and purple energy came from the east. Li Changshao opened the wooden door and saw Bai Qiu who was feeding his horse not far away. Uncle Bai. Li Changshao walked forward and cupped his fists and shouted. Well, still getting used to staying, right? Bai Qiu nodded and asked while feeding the white horse in front of him. Not bad. Li Changshao replied. Uncle Bai, this house that I live in, its previous owner, wasn't it called Chen Jian? Li Chanxiao opened the door and directly inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu raised his eyebrows and turned around, asking with a surprised face, "You know him?" "There was his name left in the house, I found it unintentionally." After saying that, Li Chanxiao paused and continued to ask, "Uncle Bai, did Elder Chenjian leave Remnant Valley Village on a certain day 30 years ago?" As the words fell, Bai Qiu pondered for a while and nodded, counting the time. "It should be 30 years ago." Immediately, his brows furrowed as he pursued, "You've only been here for a day, why do you know all this? Could it be? Do you know how Chen Jian disappeared?" At these words, Li Chanxiao's heart was startled, it seemed. Chen Jian really did suddenly disappear while writing his diary, that is, he disappeared out of thin air inside the house. Moreover, from Uncle Bai's words, one could tell that he also didn't know how Chen Jian disappeared. With that, Li Chanxiao told the matter of the diary, one by one. After hearing this, Bai Qiu fell into a long silence, then turned around and continued to feed his white horse before saying quietly, "Regarding the matter of the disappearance, it's better if you don't go deeper into it, just cultivate well." Seeing Uncle Bai's very calm expression, Li Chanxiao felt that something was very wrong. Chen Jian was a big shot who ascended from the desolate ancient immortal region and an elder of the human sect. For such a big shot to disappear out of thin air in a tiny wooden hut in this village, wasn't this a very bizarre thing? However, it seemed as if Uncle Bai was purposely avoiding this topic. "Uncle Bai, don't you find it strange?" Li Chanxiao continued to ask tentatively. As the words fell, Bai Qiu abruptly changed his color and roared at Li Chanxiao, "Li Chanxiao! P.S. There will be another chapter soon in a while. Chapter 110, Don't Look Up, He's Watching, Signal for Help." Li Chanxiao, do you think you're special, thinking that you're the son of Qi, that no matter what you do, you'll succeed and have smooth sailing? I'm telling you. It doesn't matter if it's the missing Chen Jian, the others in the village, or me. Which one of them didn't descend from the lower realms? Which one of them isn't a son of luck? But do you know why we are willing to stay here and cultivate in silence? Because there has always been a forbidden legend in this world, that is, as long as you touch some kind of karma, you will suddenly disappear. We stayed in this Remnant Valley village in order to avoid karma as much as possible and not to be tainted by it. I've already reminded you, just cultivate at ease, don't delve more into some other things, just go with nature. We are all deliberately avoiding it, deliberately not talking about it, deliberately avoiding it, while you are going deeper towards this karma. You are. Really don't want to live anymore? As if Bai Qiu had been touched by some reverse scale, he frantically roared towards Li Chanxiao, not just scolding Li Chanxiao, but also venting the uneasiness and panic in his heart. Being so output by Bai Qiu, Li Chanxiao was dumbfounded in frozen place. He didn't expect Uncle Bai to react so much. In his mind, he kept echoing these words of Bai Qiu's, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Then, he shook his head violently, discarding all the distractions in his mind, no longer thinking about it. As long as he didn't think about it, he wouldn't panic. A gust of wind rose, blowing the fallen leaves on the ground, brushing over the two men, drifting all the way to the outside of the village. The two were silent, and as they looked at each other, they both saw the complex emotions in each other's eyes. Finally, Bai Qiu sighed heavily, breaking the silence, "I'm sorry, I was the one who lost my temper. You've only just come to this world, there are many hidden secrets you don't understand, I understand you." Saying that, he pointed at the ants on the ground and slowly said, "The ant on the ground, as long as it doesn't raise its head, then it will always only see what's on the ground and live peacefully. But once it raises its head, it will see a behemoth looking down on itself, then. It will then likely be trampled to death. Like this." Saying this, he lifted his foot and trampled the ant to death. Seeing this, Li Chanxiao muttered, "But it didn't raise its head, and it was just walking normally." At these words, Bai Qiu then laughed bitterly and continued, "Yes, but I just wanted to trample it to death, what's wrong with that? This ant is just like us, once we are tainted with karma, for an existence higher than us to want to obliterate us, it doesn't need a reason, it doesn't need us to raise our heads to explore, it's only at his whim, if he wants to trample us to death, it's entirely at his liking, and we can't resist it." After hearing these words, Li Chanxiao's body stiffened, realizing something, the whole person froze as if he had been hit hard. "I'm just giving an example, there's no need for you to be overly nervous or overly panicked. In the history of the Taihong God realm, it's true that a few hundred years there would be one or a few great men who would inexplicably go missing, but nevertheless, the God realm is so vast and there are countless living beings, so it's not necessarily true that the next one will be on their own. It could also just be a coincidence that happens once every few hundred years. So, just cultivate at ease, like I just said, if we are truly ants, the existence overlooking us would want to trample us to death, and we wouldn't be able to resist. In the future, this matter, don't mention it again. You've only just come to this world, familiarize yourself with it more first. After familiarizing yourself, in the future, you can go out of the village if you want to. After all, the Taihong divine realm is full of sex, vast and boundless, and it is also a big stage and a big heaven and earth, so going out to make a name for yourself is also the pursuit of you young people. Just remember, in the future when you go out to make a name for yourselves, keep a low profile, don't get involved in too many karmic consequences, and don't delve into some hidden truths that you shouldn't be exploring. Bai Qiu slowly said word by word. After hearing this, the panic and uneasiness in Li Changxiao's heart instantly dissipated a lot, and he also revealed a light-hearted smile as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks for Uncle Bai's advice. Being new here, I really don't understand a lot of places and have annoyed Uncle Bai." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu waved and said, "There's no such thing as annoying or not, instead, it was me who just lost my temper." In fact, during the years of living in the Remnant Valley village, Bai Qiu had already forgotten about his elder brother's mysterious disappearance 1,000 years ago, and had also slowly looked away. What Bai Qiu said just now was unintentionally reminding him of something, which was why he reacted so strongly. "Young man, you're still young, you've only just ascended to Taihong, your path has only just begun, it's only just begun. What Uncle Bai said just now are just some legends, some taboos about Taihong, most of them are just speculations, there's no need for you to get too entangled, and there's even less need for you to panic. First live in the village for a few years, after you are familiar with it, then leave the village. Nowadays Taihong has 3 great religions, 8 great immortal sects, and countless sects. That's the stage for you young people to show off your strength isn't bad, let's not talk about the 3 great religions first, in the future, mixing with the top level of the 8 great immortal sects shouldn't be much of a problem." Bai Qiu was also optimistic about Li Changxiao's cultivation talent, that's why he said so much to him. Good. Bear in mind Uncle Bai's teachings. After hearing this, Li Changxiao also swept away the haze in his heart. Yes, what he had just seen and heard were just some legends, not necessarily all true. It could be that he had only just arrived here and was just too cautious, leading to a restless mind. "Uncle Bai, then you go ahead and get busy, I'll go cultivate first." Saying that, Li Changxiao walked towards his own wooden house, first settling down before leaving the village to go on a big journey. Uncle Bai was right, this world is vast and wonderful, he should go and make his own world. Meanwhile, after Sumu put the 3 precious fish he caught into the water cellar, he returned to the front of the stone house and started meditating. It was almost nightfall, so he built a fire early and took out the fireplace. Although it was said that the night was incomparably cold, Sumu also discovered that meditating and cultivating at night made it very easy to enter the state of epiphany. On this night, Nui Nui lay down on the willow bed early and fell asleep. Abruptly, a ripple of spiritual energy burst out. Sumu's breath surged, and in an instant, he broke through 2 small realms, coming to the earth immortal perfection realm, actually heavenly immortal, just a foot short of the threshold. This was the result of this period of time's thick and thin accumulation of water. A night of meditation, consolidating his realm. He had come here for 3 years already, although guarding the river was really boring, 1,000 things, but the good thing was that the realm was basically always surging forward. The following day, Sumu, who was in the middle of meditating, violently opened his eyes, stood up and looked towards the river. At this second, he sensed the spiritual sense of distress from the river waters. With that, he immediately rushed towards the river. Chapter 111 Peak of the Immortals, Proud of the World. At this moment, above the surface of the river, a majestic man with long silver hair, wearing golden armor and holding a long spear stood with his feet on a lotus leaf. He was seen holding a golden lance in his right hand and grasping a red crab in his left hand, playing with it. Under the powerful pressure, this red crab that was being grasped showed a pained face, and the crab armor on its body was broken in large chunks, all of its legs were cut off, and only one of its 2 crab pincers was left, and its vitality was weak and dying. "Little, I would like to see, who is your master, dare to go to my territory to cause trouble." The golden-armored majestic man teasingly looked at the red crab in his hand, and with a forceful finger, he crushed the last intact piece of crab armor on the red crab again. Abruptly, 2 purple-black tentacles rushed out violently from the water surface, one stabbing towards the golden-armored man's eyes, and the other towards the red crab in the man's hand, ready to save it. Seeing this, the golden-armored man's pupils shrunk violently, and with a wave of his right hand, he directly chopped off the 2 tentacles on the spot. At this second, the gold-armored man revealed a playful smile. Immediately, another dozen tentacles instantly burst out of the water, with a terrifying cold light, forming a strangulation momentum destroying towards the golden-armored man. Seeing this, the golden armor majestic man's pupils flashed through a trace of surprise, hand gripped the golden spear, powerful golden light interplay, a pick chop, will be more than a dozen tentacles instantly chopped off. The next second, a purple black hole ray floated out of the water, purple and gold pupils, huge body, just chopped off a dozen tentacles at a speed visible to the naked eye in the rapid healing. After seeing the whole ray, the majestic man revealed an astonished look and said in surprise, "Boundary ray beast?" It was his first time to see a boundary skate beast. This kind of saint beast was incomparably rare, and if one were to trace the history of its birth, it could at least be traced back to the ancient era of the opening of the heavens. As far as he knew, hadn't the boundary skate beast gone completely extinct 100,000 years ago? It was actually possible to see it here. Moreover, the strength of this realm skate beast was also very strong. To be able to travel through this long river of time and still dare to attack itself, its strength should be almost at the heavenly immortal realm, right? As far as he knew, although the sector ray beasts were born with a holy body, from the day they were born, their bodies came with some fragments of space laws, which could allow them to travel through space during their infancy, and belong to the category of creatures that even the heavenly Tao was jealous of. However, the heavenly Tao had deficiencies to make up for, and no creature was perfect. Boundary skate beasts were a very typical example. They were born without the need for deliberate cultivation and could arrive at the immortal beast realm in 100 years, but its biggest drawback was that its lifespan was too short. A boundary skate beast could only live for 1,000 years, so even if their innate talent was extremely high, it would be difficult for them to cultivate to an extremely high realm. However, this Kong ray beast in front of him had broken the laws engraved in its genes, and from its breath and roots and bones, it could be initially judged that it had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the golden armored majestic man's eyes flashed with greed. It seemed that he was about to take in a boundary ray beast with unlimited potential that broke the longevity vector law. Just in the moment he was thinking, the realm skate beast opened its tentacles, and its 18 tentacles transformed into a pitch-black lance, glowing with a terrifying to the extreme pressure as it attacked towards the golden armored man. Seeing this, the majestic man waved his lance in a circular sweep, and easily cut off its tentacles as quickly as possible. The gap in strength, at this moment, was displayed to the fullest. Without any hesitation, the severely injured boundary ray beast continued to attack towards the dignified man, but its target was the red crab cupped in the man's left hand. At this time, the majestic man noticed something, and after dodging it with a sidestep, he asked with some surprise, "You want to save it? It's hard to. You two are the same master?" With these words, the majestic man clearly felt the boundary ray beast appeared a tiny wisp of emotional fluctuation, and then confirmed the conjecture in his heart. It seems that it really is the same master. Now, the majestic man was somewhat curious as to who, in the end, actually possessed both the stone axe beast and the realm skate beast, such a top-notch and rare saint beast. Well, it was now his own. He was prepared to take in this boundary ray beast, while for this stone battle axe beast in his hand, he was prepared to teach it a good lesson before considering forcefully taming it. Follow me. Follow me, and I will let you get the best resources, the highest status, and you will be the holy beast under one person and above 10,000 people in my foreign domain. Before forcibly taking it in, the majestic man still planned to persuade it first. If he made it follow him willingly, he wouldn't have to make much effort. Moreover, as he was the lord of the foreign domain, how many spirit beasts would not be moved by the conditions he could give? After the words fell, the boundary ray beast's injuries had completely recovered, and in an instant, it immediately launched another attack on the majestic man. Seeing this, the majestic man was surprised by its powerful self-healing ability. This level of injuries could actually be recovered in such a short period of time. This boundary skate beast was not an ordinary breed. However, the stronger he saw the sector skate beast, the more excited he became. Facing the attack launched by the realm skate beast, the majestic man also stopped holding back. A golden ancient character emerged around the tip of the lance, which then transformed into a terrifying immortal mansion, directly annihilating all of the realm skate beast's tentacles into a piece of flesh and blood fragments. The realm skate beast instantly spat out purple blood, its breath weakening to the extreme. "Hey, I've said it all, you're not on the same level as me, and it's just a wave of my hand if I want to kill you. I'll give you one more chance, die, or choose to submit to me." As the majestic man spoke, a powerful pressure also descended on the boundary ray beast's body, pressuring it to the point where it couldn't breathe and its vitality was weak to the extreme. However, the pupils of the realm skate beast stared at the majestic man with a deadly stare. From the pupils of the realm skate beast, he could not see any hint of fear, there was only determination and fearlessness. Sensing this look, the dignified man was also flabbergasted. He didn't think that there was actually a spirit beast in this world that wasn't afraid of death, facing the threat of death, but still unwilling to betray its original master, and he couldn't even see even the slightest hint of fear in its eyes. What kind of a master was it that could actually make a proud realm skate beast so determined? Not only the boundary ray beast, but also this stone battle axe beast in its hand, broke into the foreign domain after being discovered by itself. After being tortured for a month, it didn't let go of its mouth. It wasn't willing to disclose half a bit of information about why it broke into the foreign domain, and even who its master was. It also kept its mouth shut. After all, this is also the legendary stone battle axe beast. During the process of torture, he was also up in love with his talent, wanting to make it submit to himself, but its bones are even harder. In the face of countless death threats, it refused to give in. Very well, both of you are a hard bone. In that case, don't blame me. The majestic man held his lance and aimed it at the boundary ray beast in the water. He was prepared to completely and seriously injure it first, making it lose its ability to move, and then bring it back to the foreign realm together, locking them up for a few decades and a few hundred years first, and then through means, slowly making them submit. After saying that, the majestic man stabbed towards the head of the boundary ray beast. At the moment when the golden spear was about to penetrate the boundary ray beast, a curtain of water rose up and blocked the center. In the next second, a dividing line appeared on the surface of the river, dividing him from the boundary ray beast, and the majestic man revealed a shocked expression after his shot hit the water screen and fell short. Phew! A gust of wind blew the faint mist on the long river. The water curtain fell, and a silhouette, not knowing when, arrived in front of the majestic man. P.S. The next chapter of the system has a bug. Into the review, is expected to be no later than an hour will be released. Chapter 112 sending you into reincarnation, so that you will repent constantly in reincarnation. After the curtain of water in front of him fell, the majestic man stabilized his body. His eyes looked towards the front behind the water curtain, and then landed on the man who was standing on the surface of the water. This man, dressed in a greenish-white immortal robe, had a handsome and different appearance with rigid angles, and his gaze was calm as he looked at himself, but he saw a surge of anger from this calm gaze. The man's gaze looked calm, so calm that it was terrifying, like a powerful undercurrent swirling beneath a calm cold pool. Immediately, the immortal robed man lowered his head, looked at the dying boundary ray beast next to him, his body visibly stiffened, squatted down, stroked the head of the boundary ray beast, and then smiled. "It's all right, I'm coming." After saying that, he stood up and with a wave of his big hand, he collected the boundary ray beast into his sleeve. Looking to himself, and then to the stone battle axe beast with weak vitality held in his left hand, the majestic man realized that the man in front of him should be the owner of these two beasts. The majestic man looked up and down at this young immortal robed man, and realized that his apparent cultivation was just the earth immortal great circle. Such a weak cultivation. To actually be able to tread on the water of time so lightly? Even if it was himself, although he didn't need to use the wood of time, he also needed to use other mediums and couldn't directly touch the water of time. Moreover, the water moo that just appeared before his eyes? It was formed by the water of time. Could it be that he made it? But he was not even a heavenly immortal. How did he manipulate the water of time and even use it to defend against attacks? It couldn't be that he cultivated the way of time very deeply? However, it was impossible to directly manipulate the water of the long river of time even if it was even deeper, right? Moreover, the water curtain was directly formed all at once. It would be understandable if he manipulated a little bit. After all, he could do it himself. The most crucial thing was that this long river of time was the only river of space-time rules in all the heavens and all the worlds, and the ordinary way of time would not be of much use here. As if, his own foreign domain of ancient history has records, once foreign domain out of a foreign domain named Time Demon Lord, cultivate the time way of an epoch long, across the 9 heavens in 10 places, the power continues to expand, and even invaded several other big worlds, became the 10 worlds of the common Lord. Slowly, really feeling invincible, he went to the long river of time, preparing to refine it. Later on, there was no more news of him, and the ancient history of the foreign realm about the Time Demon Lord ended from the day he went to the long river of time. So, as strong as the Time Demon Lord, he couldn't even control the river of time, but this young man in front of him, who doesn't even look 100 years old, can still control the river of time? This is unreasonable, right? Who are you? The majestic man's brows furrowed as he asked the immortal robed man. As the words fell, the immortal robed man continued to look at him calmly, ignoring his own words, and asked coldly, "Were you the one who injured them?" At those words, the majestic man snorted coldly, "So what if I am? What's your name?" At this moment, Sumu, surprisingly calm, asked the other party's name. He had never been this calm at this moment, nor had he ever been this angry at this moment. And Nan. The majestic man's gaze was like a torch, and he met the man's gaze without fear. And Nan. Sumu muttered, memorizing the name. What about you? Why don't you report your name? Why are you here? Annan felt that this man was calm and somewhat abnormal. Dead people don't need to know my name, there's no point. Sumu looked at Annan and said word for word. The moment these words came out, Annan was first flabbergasted for a moment, then he laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. After laughing, the whole person also chilled down. His voice was majestic, like the sound of bells and drums echoing, and it's, young man, I forgive you for your disrespect. Because you do not understand me, I can forgive. You, a small earthy mortal realm, may never understand that the throne sits above and the end is how you cannot look up to the existence. In the face of these words from Annan, Sumu didn't have any change in expression, but instead pointed to the red crab in his hand and asked, my family's little five, can he have made a mistake? Sumu had delayed making a move, just in the process of figuring out one thing. Although he indulged his spirit beasts, he wouldn't let his spirit beasts go and make extremely bad mistakes, first figuring out what was right and wrong. Your family's beast, trespassing into my realm without authorization. Annan said word for word. And then? May it have violated the others? Sumu continued to ask. There was no then, my territory does not allow such a beast to appear, so I stepped in to suppress it. Annan replied with a cold smile. Oh, so little five didn't make any big mistakes and didn't steal anything from you. After figuring out this matter, Sumu's gaze instantly became stern, and a powerful battle intent was slowly spreading. First of all, my little five, being somewhat playful, accidentally trespassed into your territory, and as its owner, I was the one who failed to discipline it properly. But, even if my home little five made a mistake, it's okay for me to fight. What gives you the right to? Hands on him. Saying that, Sumu's spiritual energy burst out, and behind him, the Dharma phase divine image appeared, and the powerful immortal deity embraced his surroundings. People who have raised children know that their own children are playful and go out to get into trouble. They as parents themselves will certainly teach them a good lesson. But, when their own child accidentally ran to someone else's home, without asking the reason, was beaten to death by others. My child, I hit can, you have the right to hit? This is the selfishness that every person who is a parent has. Sumu was no exception. He was not a great saint, he was just a normal parent with selfishness. No matter if it was little five or the others, they were all his children, the ones he watched grow up. The moment he saw the whole Ray's body chopped into 1,000 holes, little five's crab shell crushed, and all of his legs and feet chopped off, even if they had really done something wrong, Sumu's anger would be irresistible and unsuppressible. You? Who are you to dare speak out against me? After saying that, Annan put down the red crab, heavily stomped it with one foot, took the silver shield in his left hand, held the golden spear in his right hand, and pointed it at Sumu's neck. I'll send you into the cycle of reincarnation, so that you'll keep going to repentance in the cycle of reincarnation. In the next second, Sumu's breath was fully open. At this moment, he no longer had any reservations, any suppression, he released it all. Two powerful battle intent collided together at this moment, startling ripples after ripples on the river. Kid, you let you see where the gap between you and I lies. I won't kill you, I'll chop off all your legs and feet and bring them back to the foreign land. I'll make you beg bitterly to me so that I can send you to reincarnation. After saying that, Annan stabbed out a spear towards Sumu's neck. Chapter 113, at this moment, he saw true terror. This shot, fast to the extreme, the powerful immortal deity converged at the tip of the gun, forming a golden spear on that went straight for Sumu's head. With this strike, he was prepared to directly waste Sumu. Since this place was a long river of time, and Nan didn't dare to let go of the fight, if it was in his own foreign realm, or elsewhere, a small earthy mortal, he only needed a mighty pressure to make the other party kneel down and beg for forgiveness. That terrifying spear mane came to his eyes in an instant, and due to its excessive speed, Sumu only had to dodge. He operated the 9th level of the Sacred Abyss technique, and his body left a residual shadow in the last second, which was equivalent to having a brief moment of invincible dodging time. The spear instantly pierced Sumu's neck. Seeing this, Annan showed a disappointed look, not expecting that he couldn't even receive one of his own moves, let alone letting himself have fun. He didn't even have the qualifications to bring up his interest. The next second, directly back a cold, Annan pupils shrinking violently, hand folded, toward the back to resist. A collision sound rang out, and the golden spear in Annan's hand was almost knocked away, and the whole person fell back several meters before stabilizing his body. At this moment, Annan only reacted. It turned out that what he had just stabbed was only a residual shadow. In just an instant, the other party had already come behind him. Fortunately he reacted, or else he would really be sneak attacked by him. What a fast stance! Rao and Nan had to marvel at the power of his technique. Although in this long river of time, his strength was suppressed, but this strike of his own, not to mention a tiny earth immortal perfection, even if it was a heavenly immortal perfection, he couldn't dodge it. Sumu's this Sacred Abyss technique also came to be very outrageous. As he went out on patrol one day, picked up underneath a rock, and found that there were words engraved on the volume, and then after cultivating it, he found it very good, and since then, he has been using the favor points to add points to the 10th gravity. Just now, the Holy Abyss 9 Heavens, unusual Earth Immortal cultivators, during a battle, can be used up to 3 times, because the consumption is really too great. But 3 times was already very outrageous, equivalent to having a tolerance of 3 times of being hit and missing. And Sumu had tested it himself, he could use it 10 times in an hour, which means that the enemy would have to kill himself 11 times in an hour in order to defeat him, otherwise. Sumu was basically invincible. It seems you're harboring quite a few secrets. After saying that, Nan waved his hand, and a golden ancient character surrounded his body and the tip of his gun, and the pressure was several times stronger than just now. He was prepared to waste Sumu, then capture him back to the foreign realm and snatch his entire chance through soul searching. Just like that, a sound of collision rang out. Due to the excessive difference in strength, in the next half hour, Sumu was hit 6 times, and each time, Sumu's Holy Abyss 9 styles dodged it. However, during the fights over and over again, Sumu also gained new insights, and had vaguely touched the threshold of a heavenly immortal. The more he fought, the more Nan's heart became unsettled. What kind of technique did he cultivate that he was actually able to dodge his own sure kill move 6 times? Since this was the long river of time, he couldn't unfold his domain, otherwise, once he unfolded his domain, even if his stance was more exquisite, as long as he was within the domain, he would die for sure. Right after Anan hit Sumu for the 9th time, almost an hour had passed. He knew very well that he couldn't waste any more time. The flow of time on the long river of time was different from the foreign domain, and the longer he stayed here again, the more likely it was that something would go wrong with his foreign domain at that time. Abruptly, Sumu's aura erupted violently, countless immortal rhythms surrounded his body, and the powerful impact caused the unguarded Nan to be jolted back several meters. At this moment, Sumu felt that every inch of the cells in his entire body was sublimating, and his entire person was transforming. This mysterious feeling was like clouds traveling to the 9 heavens, ethereal and divine. Heavenly Immortal Realm. Sumu had gained enlightenment during the battle and directly broke that bottleneck to the Heavenly Immortal Realm. The moment he truly broke through to the Heavenly Immortal Realm, Sumu realized just how big the gap between Heavenly Immortals and Earth Immortals was, and to say that it was a chasm would not be an exaggeration. Seeing this, a trace of gravity finally appeared on Nan's face. He didn't expect that the other party had actually broken through to the Heavenly Immortal Realm in such a short period of time, knowing that once upon a time, his own self had spent as long as 5,000 years in order to break through to the Heavenly Immortal Realm, which was still considered to be very fast. The average Earth Immortal Perfection cultivator, unless they encountered a great chance against the heavens, would not be able to touch the Heavenly Immortal Realm in their entire life. Heavenly Immortal, Earth Immortal, one was heaven and the other was earth, and there was a world of difference between them. After the breakthrough, Sumu began to launch a counterattack. Anan perhaps panicked, and was briefly overwhelmed by Sumu's aura, losing ground. At that moment, a mist suddenly rose on the river. Feeling the mist spreading, Anan finally panicked and couldn't continue to tangle with him. Subconsciously, she prepared to leave the river of time first and return to the foreign realm. However, what made Anan feel unbelievable was that this man seemed to be unaffected by the time mist in the slightest, but instead, he grew more and more courageous as he fought. At this moment, he wasn't going to delay any longer, and a powerful golden astral energy accompanied a spear and stabbed out. Seeing this, Sumu waved his hand, and a silver-colored dagger appeared in his hand, meeting the lance. At the moment of impact, Anan sensed something and whitened his eyes. Crunch! A shattering sound rang out, and the golden spear in his hand instantly broke. The moment it broke, the shield inside Anan's left hand resisted. The silver dagger stabbed towards the shield after it severed Anan's golden spear. Dang! The immortal shield he was so proud of was split in pieces in an instant. After chopping the golden spear, it pierced through the immortal shield and stabbed towards Anan's chest. Seeing this, Anan's pupils shrunk violently, and he was completely flustered. The dagger in his hand, what level of weapon was it? His own immortal shield was an immortal king-level ancient shield, accompanying him in battle for tens of thousands of years without any damage. But now, with just one blow, it was shattered. And Nan's spiritual power erupted and instantly moved out of the way, and as the blow fell short, Nan turned around and prepared to leave. His own original weapon had been damaged, and the mist on the river was getting thicker and thicker. If the stalemate continued, something might have to happen, so he first retreated back to the foreign realm, and after recuperating, he would kill and come back. With Anan's cultivation realm, if he wanted to run, even if an immortal king great success wanted to chase after him, he wouldn't be able to do so. In just one breath, Nan had already rushed to the end of the river and immediately dissipated into the mist. Seeing this, how could Sumu let him escape like this? He slowly raised his right hand and executed his water control avatar, and the waters where Anan was immediately stood still. At this moment, Anan looked down at the still water of the long river of time under his feet, his pupils contracted violently, and he raised his head to once again look at the silhouette in the mists at that end of the river, and a powerful sense of uneasiness grew within him. P.S. Soon there is a chapter, immediately sent, these 2 days are too busy, the reality of the matter of the heart exhausted, almost 10 minutes, the next chapter immediately sent, the Chapter 114, Master, I'm late. He can really manipulate the long river of time, could even directly stop the flow of the long river of time. At this moment, Nan's breathing became rapid as if he had seen some great terror. What kind of cultivation realm was this to be able to still the long river of time with the lift of a hand? This was already somewhat beyond the realm of what he could imagine. Could it be that he was just toying with himself just now? Because there was absolutely no way that he was only at the cultivation level of a heavily immortal. Even if an immortal emperor came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to still the long river of time. That means the fight he just had with himself. It was just toying. At this moment, a great sense of humiliation surged through his heart, but it was immediately covered by a powerful fear, and it was only at this moment that he realized just how terrifying an existence he was facing. If he had known this, he would never have dared to come to this long river of time, much less challenge him. But it was already too late to say those now. Looking at the silhouette that was constantly and rapidly approaching towards him, and Nan directly burned half of his essence blood, he wasn't going to go back to the foreign realm, casually fleeing to whichever time and space he wanted first, and surviving first. In the next second, a pillar of water surged up around him, transforming into a spear of water, stabbing towards him. Seeing this, Anan subconsciously resisted, but could not resist at all, that a water spear, directly through his whole body, the whole person's vitality is weak, like a candle in the wind, will go out at any time. At this moment, he no longer had the strength, also not qualified to burn the remaining blood, all the cards, at this moment all lost their role. His whole person, kneeling on the lotus, his body was inserted full of water spears, golden red blood, constantly flowing, and even penetrated into the surrounding water. Death. At this moment, Anan was finally feeling death so close to him. As the king of the otherworldly realm, known as the king of immortality, he had fought for countless years, and the number of worlds that had been annihilated in his hands was so many that he had already lost count of them. Had he not encountered death? Yes, of course he had, but that wasn't considered a true death calamity. To completely kill himself, too hard, he has too many means of preserving his life. Even if he kills his soul, as long as someone inherits his will, all can be reborn again. But now, all of his will has been completely banned, all of his cards, all of them are gone. Once upon a time, he might have felt that he would lose, but never felt that he would die. Defeating an existence of his level, and killing him, were two completely different concepts. Endless feelings of fear continued to spread in his heart, and he knelt like this, looking at the silhouette that continued to walk towards him. In a trance, the man had already arrived in front of him. At this moment, the pride in his heart had long been shattered. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't even make a sound anymore. He could only kneel in place like this, waiting for judgment, waiting for death to come. Sumu arrived in front of Anan, and with a wave of his big hand, he collected Little Five into his sleeve. Little Five was already dying, but it was still conscious, and everything that had just happened had all been seen by it, and the master had saved himself. At this moment, there are no words that can describe how touched it was in its heart. It also blamed itself for bringing such a big trouble for its master. After saving Little Five back, Sumu's heart was finally relieved, but the anger in his heart had not weakened at all. He lowered his head and looked at Nan, his gaze calm and cold. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, ready to end him. Abruptly, Anan didn't know where the strength came from and began to laugh maniacally, ha 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 ha. Eventually, the entire person's pupils lost focus and collapsed into the water. After his flesh fell into the water, it instantly attracted quite a few fish that began to nibble on his flesh, and in just a few breaths, all of his flesh had already been completely nibbled on. Seeing this, Sumu heaved out a breath. With a wave of his hand, he released the dying Kong rays and the tattered Little Five. Looking at them, Sumu's heart was also tightened. The whole skate's body was full of shocking blood holes, a dozen or so tentacles were all chopped off, while Little Five was even more miserable. Its legs and feet were all chopped off, the crab pincers were also broken hard, and all of the crab shells on its body were all pinched, and you could see the internal organs jumping inside. At this moment, Sumu's heart ached to the extreme. Moreover, from the small Five's injuries, this is not a recent new injury, but an old injury plus a new injury. which means that it was imprisoned by Annan and abused it inhumanly. In the next second, there was movement on the river. The oldest big black dragon, the oldest golden python, and the youngest four-koi carp arrived here without stopping, panting with exhaustion and looking extremely depleted. The moment they saw the momentary appearance of Old 2 and Little 5, they also froze in place. Especially the little black dragon could feel the anger and self-reproach in its pupils. Little 5 also had red eyes, and Oldest 3 was silent, but could feel the anger in its heart. "Master! We came too late." At those words, Sumu tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I've taken care of it." This was because from their panting appearance, one could tell that they had also rushed here from a faraway place. It was actually good that they were rushing here now, because if they had all just been there, Sumu would have taken it into consideration instead and wouldn't have dared to let go of the fight. Whether to spend 5,000 favor points to heal them? At this second, Sumu didn't have any hesitation, not to mention 5,000 favor points. Even if it was 50,000, he wouldn't hesitate. From 5,000 favor points, it could be seen just how serious the injuries that the Kong Rays and Little 5 had suffered were, and if he hadn't been able to heal them with his favor points, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to save them. Their injuries of this degree are not too different from near death. If not for their strong will, it is estimated that they would have died already. This treatment lasted for 5 minutes before the two beasts' injuries were completely recovered. Only after seeing the recovery was complete did Sumu let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Sumu said to the 5 beasts, "I've always said that you guys are my beloved generals, and if any one of you gets hurt, it's a harm to me." Hearing this, the 5 beasts looked at their master. Countless emotions welled up in their hearts. There was no self-reproach for arriving in time, there was no guilt for protecting their brothers, there was touching their master, there were many, in a word, the more they carried, the more they bore. On weekdays, they fight and joke around, and when they really encounter danger, they are all united. Perhaps, after this incident today, the cohesion between the 5 of them was even stronger. After all, they had all experienced many things together. At this time, Sumu noticed that the boss and the oldest 3 had quite a few injuries on their bodies, so he inquired, "Why are you guys injured as well?" As the words fell out, the boss and the oldest 3 looked at each other, and then they jointly took out an item, which was a gift that they had given to their master. A very special gift that could substantially help their master. Chapter 115 Mystery of 9, Extremity of the Tao, Rule Dharma Platform. The oldest and the oldest 3 took out a piece of crystal amber in the shape of a futon. The texture was somewhat like pure white crystal amber, and it was heavy in their hands, and they could feel the unceasing immortal rhythmic power inside. This kind of immortal rhythm power was very high and pure. For Sumu, it was extremely helpful in aiding cultivation. "Where did you get this?" Sumu asked with a surprised face. After so many years, he had also seen quite a few top-notch treasures, and this square amber futon was definitely a rare item, very advanced. Combined with the injuries on Boss Lao San's body, you two boys, you wouldn't be stealing from someone's old home, would you? When the words fell, the oldest 3 said that this treasure was something they had gotten together, so of course it wasn't considered stealing. Sumu also spent a few hundred favor points to treat the injuries of both the oldest and the oldest completely. In the end, Sumu also said to the 5 beasts in a serious manner, "In the future, when we go out, we won't cause trouble, and we won't be afraid of causing trouble. In short, no matter what we do, saving our lives is most important." Because as long as they keep a breath and come to themselves alive, any more serious injuries, Sumu can cure them, provided that have to be alive. That's why Sumu purposely urged these words. After returning to the shore, Sumu opened the attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation level, Heavenly Immortal First Realm. Mastery of Avatar, Water Control Level 4, Swimming Level 4. Mastered Techniques, Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique 7th Level, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength 7th Level, Sacred Abyss Technique 10th Level. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 2, Law of Light Level 1. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Boundary Skate Beast, Stone Axe Beast, Chaotic Golden Spirit Fusang, Golden Heavenly Tao, Shi Yun Ziling. River Affinity, 6%. River Favor Points, 120,500 points. Let's raise the affinity first. Favor Points 100,000. River Affinity, 6%, River Affinity, 7%. Directly throwing 100,000 favor points, raising it by 1% to 7%. Doing the math, it was still 9,300,000 favor points short of 100%, which seemed like an astronomical figure, but slowly working on it, it wasn't very far away. Just like the other day when he himself directly credited 40,000 at once. 9,300,000 divided by 40,000, almost 2,300,000. No way, can't keep counting like this, we'll always earn enough anyway. Sumu was waiting for a big wave, a few days ago a one-time entry of 40,000, in case one day, a direct one-time 100,000? This is not impossible, right? People have to have a dream. If you don't have a dream, what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? There are still 20,000 favor points left. It has been a long time since the last lottery must be in the last time. Anyway, it's been a long time, these 2.5 years he basically did not dare to spend, all here, in addition to leave some for themselves to subsidize the living of the family, all used to refine this broken river. Today, he always had a feeling to ship. Drawing the first step, first on the mat, first with 10 points for 10 times the most common extraction. Thank you for your patronage. 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 10 consecutive draws, all thank you for your patronage, nothing. Although it was only 10 favor points, the insult it brought was tremendous. However, people who have played with poison milk powder know that before strengthening the graduation weapon, will be on the mat, certainly hope that the mat constantly fail, and then further enhance the success rate of the graduation weapon, although it is said that the probability of each reinforcement is the same, but the metaphysics of this thing, should believe or have to believe. Moreover, the penguin probability of this thing, understand, give you say is 20%, but in fact there are only two possibilities, 0% and 100%. Continue to pad. Another 10 consecutive draw. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. The colorful thank you, I don't know if I should be happy or angry. I don't know if I should be happy or angry. I've been drawing 100 points, and all of them are thank you for your patronage, none of them have any, but Sumu has a lot of patronage in his hand now, and if he had put it in a few years ago, it would have been a red warmer. Sumu has never been so moldy, he has not drawn for so long, should not give himself a wave of surprise, right? Feeling almost padded, Sumu was ready to draw the bronze draw of 10 points and one method. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Sumu's mind is constantly thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you to the point that he is not clear-headed. A series of 10 draws for nothing, Sumu has been a little taught. In the end, he started the 100-point silver draw. Thank you for your patronage. Draw to the first, Sumu no longer continue, now has 300 points of white give, do not look down on this 300 points this has to save more than a dozen crabs in order to earn. Sumu has never tried 1,000 points in a gold lottery before. He has now padded so much, directly try a wave of it, pumping not hit, if you punish yourself the next week from 9 to 5, double the white to the favor points to earn back. Drawing in. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the 9 secrets complete. In the next second, in Sumu's mind, 9 ancient words emanating golden light appeared, which were pro, soldier, fighter, person, all, count, group, former, walking. Immediately afterward, the 9 ancient characters transformed into densely packed words that appeared in his mind. Sumu looked internally at the ancient characters and realized that the more he looked at them, the more he was amazed. What a powerful and profound cultivation technique. In this way, Sumu was mesmerized for several hours. Finally, he was able to understand what kind of technique this was. 9 ancient characters, representing 9 secrets, also represented 9 styles. 1. All is the secret of the word all, cultivating the great success, can increase the strength of the battle 10 times. 2. Do is the secret of the word do, which is an extremely powerful attack technique. 3. Soldier is the secret of the word soldier, is a secret law about refining weapons. After cultivation, as long as the cultivation level is sufficient, it is possible to manipulate all the weapons in the world. 4. Is the secret of the character, which is a secret method for healing wounds. 5. Xing is the secret of the character Xing, which represents the world's pole of action and pole of speed, and the yellow springs of the upper and lower reaches of the blue sky. 6. Qian is the secret of the word Qian. After practicing to the extreme, one can predict part of the future briefly, but sometimes with uncertainty. 7. Number is the secret of numbers, representing the wisdom of the world, and can be a glimpse of heavenly principles, formations, heavenly numbers. 8. Group for the group word secret, representing the recast reorganization, summarized to the truth, everything in the heart, survey of all things. 9. Lin is the word secret of Lin, Lin in the mountains, Lin in the earth, Taishan collapsed in front of but did not instantly, and the pawns are not shocked, for a door of the heart. After reading it, Sumu sucked in a breath of cool air, his heart shocked. He couldn't wait to try to cultivate it. As long as he initially cultivated a part of it and got started, he could use his favor points to add on. Sumu looked at the amber futon in front of him and sat on it. This was the treasure that the oldest had found. It could assist him in meditating and cultivating, so he had just tried the effect. After sitting on the futon, he closed his research and began to comprehend the 9 secrets. Without realizing it, Sumu felt that the scene around him was constantly changing, as if he had entered an illusory yet incomparably real world. Abruptly, a gust of wind blew up, and Sumu slowly opened his eyes, realizing that he had arrived high above the sky, and when he looked down towards the bottom, his pupils contracted violently. This place is? P.S. There will be another chapter in a few minutes. Chapter 116 2 Gothic, Unpredictable Back, Desperate Immortal Realm. What came into view was a towering mountain, dense immortal mist, and the purple energy in the sky transformed into an illusory rainbow bridge, interlacing between rivers and lakes. One could see an immortal hall built in the middle of certain mountain ranges that stretched out like a dragon's ridge, lined up in a row. From time to time, one could also see some huge green lawn, immortal cranes shuttling through the clouds and mist, and on the backs of the cranes stood some immortal monks, who were extraordinary and spirited. Continue to look, can see a mountain dome basin. A silver dragon is with a body such as the mountain of the Devil Ape War, vibrate the whole mountain dome basin rustling. Can also see some appearance of the city, figure delicate, like a fairy-like female cultivators, walking together in the lake above. At a glance, the immortal clouds were abundant, a peaceful atmosphere. Sumu's perspective at this moment, as if sitting on top of the 9 heavens of this earth, overlooking the earth, although the distance was so far away, but every move on the ground was clearly visible in his mind. He was clearly meditating in front of his stone house. Why had he appeared here? It should be an illusory space. It should be the same as the blank space that Sumu had entered when he realized the technique of light. His real body was still outside his stone house. So, this world in front of him should be illusory? However, looking at this vivid and real scene, it didn't seem like it was fictionalized, but more like it really existed. Abruptly, Sumu could feel a strand of very peculiar energy, coming from the earth below, continuously converging onto the futon below himself, and then entering his body. Under this wisp of energy, Sumu felt that his brain was incomparably permeable, and every inch of his body's flesh and blood was nourished, and the entire person was like bathing in a spiritual spring, with an indescribably peculiar and soothing feeling. After Sumu felt the changes, he closed his eyes and started cultivating. It was very smooth, incomparably penetrating, with a kind of one-point, water-to-water feeling. Only a few hours had passed, and Sumu had already cultivated the fighting character secret to the introductory level. In an instant, his aura also skyrocketed. It seems that this futon is really a top-notch treasure that can help one meditate and cultivate. Just like this, Sumu was mesmerized as he meditated and cultivated. At this moment, in the Taishan immortal region, in the middle of a quiet mountain range, there stood a green mountain, lush and green. At the top of the green mountain, a 9-story wooden tower leaned against a huge ancient tree and rose up from the ground. In the highest layer of the wooden tower, there is a huge ancient copper clock hanging on the wall, a black and white pattern engraved on the ground, some rusty items, iron swords, fangs, tortoiseshells hanging on the wall in bits and pieces, and in the middle of the black and white pattern, there is a copper mirror. In front of the bronze mirror, there was a withered bone sitting on the end, and the next second the withered bone opened its eyes, only to realize that it was a dry and thin old man, with a white ancient shin color robe draped on his body. The old man's face was full of grooves and his hair was thinning, except for his pupils, which were like a calm abyss, with spots of chaotic immortal light constantly annihilating and reviving in them. Knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door. Enter. The old man's voice was hoarse, squeezed out from his throat as if it were a voice. The door was pushed open, a woman in white slowly walked in, 3,000 green silks draped down, her face was as beautiful as snow, her gaze was clear and cold, she walked slowly, her temperament was extraordinary, this was the noble and majestic aura that was unique to the superior. Old ancestor, you call me? The clear and cold voice came. The woman bent down slightly to the old man sitting in front of the bronze mirror in front of her. Her tone was respectful, her voice was clear and cold was the way she spoke all the time, there was no meaning of disrespect. The turmoil outside the realm, how is it going? The old man slowly asked. The one from Falling Emblem Mountain, and the one from Evergreen Immortal Sect, all died in battle. The white-clothed woman murmured, I'm sure the old ancestor should have already known about it. Dare I ask, old ancestor, has the enemy deduced it? The words fell. The old man shook his head and sighed, I'm afraid that the other party's purpose is not to compete for any opportune treasures. Rather. Speaking here, the old man paused and continued, rather, they intend to invade. Hearing the word invasion, the white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes clearly showed a hint of movement. The word invasion had never been used for Taijin to invade other worlds, and when she heard that someone else was invading the Taijin immortal region, she would feel very strange. Tai Gotham Immortal Region, the upper immortal region, under the command of hundreds of middle and lower immortal regions, in the history of Tai Gotham, there had never been any invaders. The battle you were involved in, did you see it? The old man turned his head and asked the woman in white. A black dragon with great strength, but the most threatening thing was the black-clothed man standing on the black dragon. I can't see his face. The exact strength can't be judged either. But the fact that he was able to easily kill the one from Falling Emblem Mountain, along with the one from the Evergreen Immortal Sect, one can tell that their strengths can definitely be ranked in the top 10 of Taijin, at least above me. The white-clothed woman was also severely injured in that battle, and nowadays, she hadn't even completely recovered fully. But old ancestor, don't worry, that black dragon and that man in black are both outside the realm and haven't really fought their way into the immortal realm. Other than the one from Falling Emblem Mountain, and the one from the Evergreen Immortal Sect who died in battle, the immortal realm has no other losses. After hearing these words from the woman in white, the old man then sighed heavily and shook his head. You're wrong, they've already fought their way in, and the immortal domain has suffered great losses. Taijin is in danger. This is probably the most dangerous havoc in the history of Taijin. At those words, the white-clothed woman's pupils shrank, her face showing shock. Cataclysm? The ones fighting with you outside the realm are not their true bodies, the old man said quietly. As the words fell, the white-clothed woman's breath caught. That means the ones fighting with us are just their bilocations? At those words, the old man nodded. They're real bodies, they have long since sneaked into the immortal domain, and have long since set up a trap in the immortal domain. Haven't you noticed that? The rules of heaven and earth in the immortal domain have changed a bit? It was only when these words came out that the white-clothed woman suddenly thought of something. Ever since the great battle outside the realm 100 years ago, every time she cultivated, she would feel that the spiritual energy of the immortal domain had become not quite the same, as if it had become a little thinner. But nevertheless, she hadn't put it too much on her mind, and it wasn't until now, when she heard these words from her old ancestor, that she snapped out of it and thought about it in detail. Old ancestor, what kind of trap have they laid? The white-clothed woman asked after him, her heart vaguely a little uneasy. I don't know. My guess is that they have laid out the rules of heaven and earth for the immortal domain. This one is the first step of the bureau. There will be a second step, a third step, the old ancestor said quietly. Then what is their purpose for doing this? The words left his mouth. The old man turned his head and looked at the woman in white, his gaze like a torch. Unification. Their purpose is most likely to invade the Tai Gotham immortal region and then unify Tai Gotham. The old man's voice, constantly echoing in the empty house, was so terrifyingly quiet that only the sound of breathing and the step-by-step aggravation of the heartbeat could be heard. The white-clothed woman froze in place, her chest constantly rising and falling. Today, I summoned you here. It is in order to make you remember everything that happens next. After saying that, the old man burned half of his essence blood, turning it into bloodlight, and poured it into the ancient mirror in front of him. Behind them, there must still be a behind-the-scenes layout person standing. Next, I will deduce the true body of that behind-the-scenes layout person, and during this process, I will most likely fall. Therefore, I asked you to come because I'm afraid that if I die during the deduction, the truth will be lost. Once I deduce the true body, you must remember the other party's true body. Look clearly. After saying that, the old man gave a virtual grip to the ancient mirror in front of him and urged it with all his might. The next second, images began to appear in the ancient mirror, and the outline of a silhouette gradually appeared. The old man and the woman in white looked at the image in the ancient mirror. Chapter 117. His back, with his back to time, looking down on the ages. Only the image of the ancient mirror was chaotic, weaving and searching. Eventually, a silhouette of a human figure appeared in the mirror, and at this moment, the gazes of the old man and the white-clothed woman were fixed dead center on the mirror. In the next second, behind the silhouette, a long river emerged. The moment the long river silhouette appeared, a shattering sound rang out, and the mirror instantly shattered into small pieces. Put! The old man's face turned pale as he spurted out a mouthful of blood, his hands propped up on the ground as he gasped for air. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman's face was shocked. Old ancestor, are you all right? At this moment, the old man no longer had the strength to answer. His vitality was weak to the extreme, like a weakly flickering candle flame in a gale. It would go out at any time. After a long time, the old man's hoarse voice came out. We, Tyson, are afraid that we are destined to not be able to withstand this calamity. He burned half of the essence blood of his entire body to deduce. and he couldn't even deduce the appearance of the other party, and could only see a back outline. The Heavenly Luan Mirror was one of the 3 great extreme immortal artifacts of the Thai Gothic immortal realm, and the Heavenly Luan realm had existed from the moment the Thai Gothic immortal realm was born. If one were to trace back history, the Heavenly Luan Mirror was even longer and older than the Thai Gothic immortal realm. In the history of the Thai Gothic immortal domain, the fight over the Heavenly Luan Mirror had not stopped in every epoch, and once, in the most horrifying epoch for the Heavenly Luan realm, countless top powerhouses fought for thousands of years, shattering 1/5 of the immortal domain's territory. The masters of the immortal region in every era had possessed the Heavenly Luan realm. The Heavenly Luan realm had accompanied the Taishan immortal domain for so many years, through countless epochs, suffering from vicissitudes and damage, but it was still intact, thus showing the strength of the Heavenly Luan realm, which was basically impossible to be damaged. But now, just to deduce a person, even before successfully deducing the real face of the other party, just a back silhouette, it directly made the Heavenly Luan realm completely shatter. After seeing the Heavenly Luan realm shatter, the white-clothed woman's mind also went blank, losing the ability to think. In order to compete for the Heavenly Luan realm, her Bai family had laid out a plan for tens of thousands of years, and countless clansmen had come before and after her to seize control of the Heavenly Luan realm. It was also because of the Heavenly Luan realm that the gold content of the Taishan Bai family standing at the top echelon of the Taishan immortal region was established. Moreover, even if the Bai family obtained control of the Heavenly Luan realm, it would at most be in control for a period of time, and once the Bai family didn't have the next Ding-resistant character appear, the Heavenly Luan realm would all be snatched over, and would even become a target. Therefore, generally if the mastermind in control of the Heavenly Luan realm fell, his family or power would take the initiative to hand over the Heavenly Luan realm for others to fight over, and without the strength to control it, it would become an incomparably dangerous bomb. For the Bai family, if the old ancestor fell, the Heavenly Luan mirror would have to be handed over as well, allowing the immortal domain to start fighting for it. There was once a top immortal sect in the Taishan immortal domain that didn't hand over the Heavenly Luan mirror after the head of the mirror fell, causing countless other forces to besiege the immortal sect and directly destroy it overnight. And now, the old ancestor's vitality was weak, and the Heavenly Luan realm was directly shattered. This was not only a heavy blow to the Bai family, but also to the entire Taishan immortal region. What kind of existence and what kind of cultivation was the other party, who had shattered the Heavenly Luan realm with just a mere deduction? The white-clothed woman froze in place for a long time without being able to come back to her senses, and her heart could not control the breathing of a fear that was spreading. The only sound that could be heard in the room was the rising and falling of breathing. After a long time, the old man finally regained a little bit of vitality, sat up straight, and a hoarse voice followed, "Xiaolu, you leave Taishan." Upon hearing this, Bai Cholua came back to his senses and said with a puzzled face, "Old ancestor, why? You just saw, I burned half of my blood to deduce, and I don't even know where the other party's true body is. Even the Heavenly Luan realm has completely collapsed. Our Thai Gotham immortal region is facing an enemy that is too powerful to deduce, it's impossible to have a chance of winning." The old man's voice was weak, and one could hear that the tone was filled with despair. Hearing this, Bai Cholua also revealed a bewildered look. She was the contemporary leader of the Bai family. From the day she stood at the top 10,000 years ago, it was the Bai family's card, and there was still the old ancestor who was in charge of the Heavenly Lunar Mirror sitting at the helm of the White family, and the White family became the topmost immortal sect family in the immortal domain. But now, the old ancestor was seriously injured and dying, the Heavenly Luan realm was crumbling, and the entire Bai family was in a shaky state, so how could she leave, and how could she leave? Old ancestor, let's spread the news out. Since Taishan is facing the calamity of extermination of the domain, it's not just about our Bai clan. Bai Cholu tried to calm herself down as much as possible, to analyze all the possible chances of victory. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man shook his head. When the dam collapses, even if more ants hold together, they can't resist the flooding beast. Those 2 extraterrestrial invaders who invaded the immortal realm were able to drag you outside the realm for hundreds of years in mere detachments, and managed to lay a trap in the immortal realm. And the existence standing behind those 2 invaders, the height he stands at may be at a level we cannot imagine. So what if you spread the news? Those forces in the immortal region will only blame us for spoiling the Heavenly Luan realm, and will even launch an attack on our Bai clan. In their eyes, the Taishan immortal domain has been the land of powerful immortal domains since the beginning of time, standing too high and sitting too long. Even if you tell them that the immortal domains will be facing the disaster of extinction of the domains, they won't believe it. Only when that day truly comes will they feel despair. After saying this, the old man gasped out his breath. At this moment, even speaking became incomparably difficult for him. After hearing this, Bai Cholua conquered and muttered, "Old ancestor, can he really overthrow the entire Thai Gotham?" Because at this moment, Baichulua had already lost his judgment on overthrow, and had never thought about what kind of existence could overthrow the whole of Taizhen with his own strength. Can. The old ancestor stared at Baichulua and solemnly said, I'm already dying and only have 100 years left. You can't spread any news of today, nor can you say to the outside world that the heavenly Luan realm has been damaged. For the next 100 years, you secretly execute a seed program to select a group of the most promising people from the Bai family. There can't be too many of them, but every one of them must be excellent. On the day I fall, you will take your clan and leave Tai Gotham. Never look back. After saying that, the old man waved his hand, and an immortal light burst out from his sleeve and landed in front of Baichulua. The immortal light dissipated, and after seeing it clearly, Baichulua's beautiful eyes were filled with a look of shock. How did it get here? Chapter 118, Don't Look Back, Go in Search of Survival. After the immortal light dissipated, it was a 1 meter high, 2 meter long wooden boat, its hull engraved with densely packed immortal text talismans, its body was a metaphysical yellow color, and an aura of antiquity came to the surface. Since ancient times, the Tai Gothic immortal domain had a total of 3 great extreme Dao immortal artifacts, the heavenly lunar mirror, the hushless sword, and the boundary opening boat. The celestial lunar realm represented precognition, deduction, and drapery. The no-hush sword represented destruction, might, and annihilation. Among them, the realm opening boat was the most special. It was not an offensive or defensive magic treasure, but a magic treasure that could travel through the void. Of course, there were countless magical treasures in the immortal domain that could travel through the void, and being able to travel through the void wasn't a special powerful ability. The most powerful ability of the boundary opening boat was not only the ability to travel through the void, but also the ability to break the fortresses between realms, the ability to travel to other immortal realms, and the speed was extremely fast, and it could not be captured or tracked, as the boundary opening boat was able to travel to any world at will. However, 30,000 years ago, the realm opening boat had disappeared, and it was rumored that a person from an outside realm had infiltrated into the immortal realm's Swire immortal sect, stolen the realm opening boat, and left the Taizen immortal realm in it without a clue as to its whereabouts. The ancient immortal sect's head of the lungs have blown up, tipping the whole immortal sect's power to go after the first time, closed for tens of thousands of years of old ancestors have come out to chase together, the whole immortal sect, all up and down, all mobilized, and even watchdogs have gone out to look for it. But still did not chase, by that person ran away. How could it be here in the old ancestor? It's hard to believe that the one who stole the boundary boat back then wasn't the old ancestor. Back then, I used the heavenly Xian mirror to deduce the existence of that person, and it's a good thing he hadn't left Taizen yet and was intercepted by me. The old man of course saw the doubts in Baichulua's mind and explained. In fact, back then, the Taigu immortal sect master had even come to him in order to ask for his help in deducing it, and he had already found the boundary opening boat at that time, but however, he had lied and concealed it. Because once upon a time, he had used the heavenly Xian realm to deduce the future of the White family and found that in tens of thousands of years the White family would likely face a calamity, so he had kept the boundary opening arc for selfish reasons. Unexpectedly, the prophecy from back then really came true. The Tai Gotham immortal region was about to face a great calamity, and the boundary opening boat was the only hope to escape. Because between the upper immortal realms, there will be a barrier. This is the heaven and earth rules that exist in the heavens and the world itself, if there is no this barrier. If there wasn't this barrier, the Taizhen immortal realm would have been enslaved a long time ago, because you never know how many other worlds are stronger than the Taizhen immortal realm. I have used the heavenly Xian realm to project the future of our Bai family, and there will be an extinction in the future. I didn't expect that it wouldn't just be a tribulation of extinction for the Bai family, but a tribulation of extinction for the entire Taizen immortal domain. This realm opening boat, I've kept the right one. For the next 100 years, then just follow what I said and select the outstanding geniuses and prides of the clan. Hearing this, Baichulua nodded, knowing that she had to make a decision. With a wave of her jade hand, she put away the boundary opening arc. The boundary opening arc was sealed by me, and when I die, the seal of the boundary opening arc will automatically be lifted. The day when the seal of the boundary opening arc is lifted will be the moment of my fall, and the moment of your departure. There is no need to come to bury me, and there is no need to care about anything else. Don't look back, leave Taizen and go in search of survival. Go. The old man's words echoed in Baichulua's mind. Don't look back, go in search of survival. At this moment, Sumu slowly opened his eyes, and as he did, the scene around him returned to reality. Immediately afterward, his aura violently exploded. Heavenly Immortal Second Realm. After a few days of sitting in silence and cultivating, he had managed to cultivate the 9 mysteries into the gate, and as a result, he had directly broken through a small realm. It had to be said that this magic treasure that the boss and the oldest got for himself was really not bad. Having been initiated, the next step was of course to add points. Why would I want to eat the pain of cultivation when I can add points? The main fight to eat cultivation initiation of suffering is enough, can eat bitter, but cannot eat more. Open the attribute panel. Host, Sumu. Cultivation, Heavenly Immortal Second Realm. Mastery of Avatar, Water Control Level 4, Swimming Level 4. Mastered Techniques, Jing Tianhua Dragon Technique 7th Level, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength 7th Level, Sacred Abyss Technique 10th Level, 9 Mysteries Introductory Level. Mastery of Laws, Space Rule Power Level 2, Law of Light Level 1. Water Beasts, Lochless Dragon, Boundary Skate Beast, Stone Axe Beast, Chaotic Golden Spirit Fusang, Golden Heavenly Dao, Shi Yun Ziling. River Affinity, 7%. River Favor Points, 19,200 points. The mastered technique already has the 9 secrets, and has the conditions for adding points. 9 secrets, 0802,000. Seeing this, Sumu was flabbergasted for a moment. Good guy, from the 0 weight to the 1 weight would require a full 2,000 favor points. To know, Jingtian Dragon Transformation Technique from the 5th to the 6th level is only 2,000 favor points. This is only the 0 level to the 1st level, it's 2,000. However, this also confirms that this 9 secret should have a higher ceiling than the Green Sky Dragon Transformation Technique. 2,000 is 2,000. Favor points 2,000. 9 secrets, 0802,000, 9 secrets, 1805,000. After adding points successfully, Sumu's mind had countless more experiences and insights about the technique, as if he was personally practicing it himself. Sumu's breath also skyrocketed by a large margin, and he had already touched the threshold of the 3rd realm of Heavenly Immortals, and if he practiced for some time next, he should break through to the 3rd realm. The most crucial thing was that the mastery of this 9 mysteries allowed Sumu's combat power to increase by another big chunk. The favor points had already been spent to the 7th degree, and there was only 10,000 or so left in his hand to use as a buffer, so he had to be diligent. For the next period of time, Sumu got up before dawn and came back late at night. Nui knew that her father was busy during this period of time, and she also shared some of the household chores as much as possible, such as tending the vegetable garden, cooking for her father, making tea, and following Uncle Qingyo to go out and record whether there were any abnormalities by the river. Perhaps the heavens also realized that Sumu's money was about to run out, and was exceptionally lucky, earning thousands of favor points on the worst day. Moreover, in the past 2 days, Sumu also found a good place, a small break in the slope along the water bank. There were constantly silly fish rushing up the small break in the slope to the bank, and then stranded, so Sumu picked them up and threw them down. Just like this, wash up, throw down, wash up, throw down. Just like the game inside the card bug, card a day, card almost 3,000 favor points out, can put Sumu laugh hemp. However, let Sumu strange is, how this period of time did not cross the river people. How come even the people who came to make trouble on the river had disappeared? Every day when Sumu went out on patrol, he would stand blearily on the riverbank for a while, expecting someone to come and cause trouble, preferably the kind of rash people who came in groups, arrogant and bossy, clamoring to make a mess of the place. Because that's how you make money fast. On this day, Sumu still went out early as usual. Standing on the riverbank, looking over his shoulder, after waiting for a short while, he shook his head in disappointment. Just as he turned around and prepared to continue to go on patrol to clear the river, a low and magnetic voice came from far away from the other side of the river. "Kid, don't run away, you can't get away." This voice, like immortal music, instantly sobered Sumu. Finally. It was finally a big job coming. Sumu dropped the sickle, hoe, etc. in his hands and followed that voice. Chapter 119. Kill the past body, don't let him grow. On the surface of the water. On a small wooden boat stood a youngster with a childish face, about 13 or 14 years old, with a panicked look on his face. He was constantly shaking the oars in his hands, driving the boat to flee towards the front. And in the teenager behind dozens of meters, followed by 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, feet each stepped on a leaf of duckweed, closely followed. The male was tall and sturdy, almost 2.5 meters tall, holding a silver halberd and wearing black armor. No, looking closely, this was not armor worn on the body, but rather pitch-black scales that grew on the body, like dragon scales. A head of thick brownish-black hair, in addition to the scales growing on the body, the physical appearance inhuman almost, the pupils are light gold, there are a little bit of magical light breeding change. The woman's physique is petite, but it is also relative to the 2-meter-high man who is pretty small. Her height is around 1 meter 78, and her long silver hair is spread out, revealing her snow-white neck. The figure of delicate bumpy, slender physique, the thin place thin, the rich place is also just right, a pair of peach wind dan eyes, charming state of heaven, between the knit and move all show charm meaning, let a person look at a glance will fall into the fall and charm. However, she also has a peculiar place, with 2 small silver horns on her head, but does not look out of place at all, but also adds a hint of magical girl flavor. If you look carefully, you will find that the stout man's stature should obviously lag behind the woman by a small half, so it can be seen that the woman's status is honored, above the stout man. It should be the relationship between the main inferiority. Your Holiness, if we chase after them like this, we will most likely be out of time and space for 1,000 years. At this time, the lanky man whispered to the silver-haired woman standing next to him on the floater. As the words fell, the silver-haired woman's voice came out, as long as we can kill him, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years would be fine. Her gaze, staring at the teenager on the small boat in front of her, her purple pupils were filled with killing intent, but hidden in this thick killing intent was a trace of imperceptible fear. Because, even when facing the teenager, there was still no way to completely erase that fear in his heart. Due to being on top of this long river of time, their speed was greatly suppressed, not to mention, it was still against the current, and they could only chase at this speed. This teenager had all his cards out, it was too difficult to chase, even when they reversed time and went back to the past to chase after him as a teenager, they chased after him for a year, and they couldn't even catch up with him. Even, he didn't know what method he used, but actually went up the long river of time with such a weak cultivation, and they chased him up this long river of time as a result. She guessed that it was likely that the powerful future him had already deduced in advance that she would reverse time and space to kill his past body, so he had laid a backhand for his younger past self in advance. Because once the past body was killed, then the future body dissipated with it. She had to seize this excellent opportunity, because at this moment, those several adults had already stalled him in the future, causing him to be unable to descend in his true body to stop her. If she missed this chance, she wouldn't have any chance in the future. The teenager in the small boat kept rowing frantically, he didn't know why these 2 people behind him kept chasing after him. He had only been in contact with cultivation for less than a year, and had never remembered when he had provoked such a powerful enemy, and he didn't have that qualification to provoke such an enemy. It was only a year ago that he realized that the other party was targeting himself when these 2 appeared in his sect and killed the sect leader and all the elders with a wave of their hands. He followed the words of that old man in his dream and found a spatial ring underneath a rock, then used the treasures inside to keep running away. It was a full year of running. Moreover, he still remembered that in the dream, that old man gave himself some words. Remember, in the future, 2 incomparably powerful enemies will appear to hunt you down, and all you have to do is to use the treasures in the ring to keep escaping. Never think of resisting, you must keep escaping. If you are really desperate, drive the small wooden boat in the ring and you will come to a river. Remember, after arriving on the river, you will meet a man. If he still keeps his promise, he will bail you out. If he doesn't, it will be your destiny and mine. This same dream, the same words, he kept dreaming a year ago. At first, he thought that he had gotten carried away with his cultivation and had frequent nightmares. It wasn't until those 2 powerful enemies appeared later that he realized that what that old man said in his dream was true. He himself also came to this river as that old man said. However, he did not see any manhwa. At this moment, he had already exhausted his strength, and all the cards on his body had been emptied. As his speed slowed down after, the burly man and the silver-haired woman quickly closed the distance, only less than 10 meters away. After this distance, the silver-haired woman waved her jade hand, a silver needle appeared in her hand. Due to the fact that this place is a long river of time, in order to make sure that nothing is wrong, wait until there is only a distance of less than 10 meters before she strikes. With a wave of her hand, the silver needle transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the teenager's brow. The teenager's pupils shrank, and just at the moment the silver needle was about to pierce his skull, he closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. A sound of gold and stone rang out. The teenager only felt a coldness in front of him and slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the silver needle had been struck by something and crashed into the water. The next second, a silhouette slowly stepped out of the mist, stepping out of the water. It was only then that the lanky man and the silver-haired woman realized with a jolt that the long river of time under their feet, when had it suddenly come to a standstill. Raising her head towards the silhouette that came step by step, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Only after getting closer did he see the man's face, simple and clean white robes. His face was more handsome, his body was slender, his temperament was very extraordinary. He was carrying his hands behind his back, sizing up the 3 people. For a moment, the 3 people all froze. Sumu briefly surveyed the standing position of the 3 people. In front, the rash young man standing on the boat with a dumbfounded face should be the one being chased, and this man and woman behind him should be the ones chasing him. Jianghu's grudges, those who have a grudge to avenge, and those who have a grudge to complain, Sumu would not intervene. But however, before that, first pay the river crossing fee, the repair fee for maintaining the river after the fight, and so on. You guys stop for a while, pay the river crossing fee first, then you have your revenge and grudges, I don't care. Sumu looked around at the three people and said word by word. At those words, the burly man and the silver-haired woman froze, unconsciously swallowing their mouths. The silver-haired woman sized up this man who walked on top of the long river of time and waved his hand to still the long river of time, her beautiful eyes saved, her heart shocked beyond words. She had never seen such a powerful man. What kind of strength did this have to be able to do this? Dare I ask, Gong Senior, what is the meaning of the river crossing fee? The silver-haired woman subconsciously blurted out Gongzi, but immediately realized it was inappropriate and hurriedly changed her tone to shout Senior. For this question, Sumu already had a standard set of words. After listening, the silver-haired woman nodded thoughtfully, then took out a spatial ring and handed it to Sumu. The burly man also obediently presented a spatial ring. At this time, Sumu turned his head to look at the teenager who was being chased and said, "What's yours?" As the words fell, the teenager was dumbfounded. What? I'm being chased here, this also has to pay a river crossing fee, Sumu's brows clustered as he urged, "Hurry up, everyone is the same, they all have to pay." The teenager fumbled for half a day, he really couldn't find anything else, he was a bit tearless, and finally took out a broken iron sword and handed it to Sumu. "Senior, this is the only thing I have left." Seeing this, Sumu was flabbergasted for a moment. It's just that, people are being hunted down and killed, so just understand. Anyway, this is the rule, at least you have to hand over something. After collecting it, Sumu lifted the stillness of the waters and said to the three, "Alright, you guys continue. You guys continue to chase. You continue to escape. I'll leave you guys alone." Hearing Sumu's words, the teenager almost didn't cry out. At that moment, the teenager flung himself down towards Sumu and shouted, "Senior." At those words, Sumu also revealed a difficult look. To be honest, not every act of bravery was a good thing. Think about it, you have a father killer, and after unremitting efforts, the moment has finally come when you can kill your father killer handily. At this time, suddenly jumped out of a hot-blooded passerby, without saying a word, directly give you cuckoo a few big mouths, let go of your father killer, and then also said a sentence, "Road to see the injustice of a roar." At this point, are you angry, you never despair? So, for this kind of situation, try to ignore as much as you can, let them have revenge. Because you are not sure what the other side in the end is. What grudge, the public said, the mother-in-law said. It's not like the one that seems to be the weaker party is necessarily right. At this time, Sumu suddenly thought of something and asked the teenager, "What's your name?" "Gue." A single name and a single word. The teenager replied. Chapter 120, Zeroing in, Future Taboo, This Karma, Can You Bear It? Hearing this name, a fishing old man appeared in Sumu's mind. More than a month ago, he himself had gotten a new fishing rod from him, and Sumu had also promised the other party that if he met his grandson in the future, he would help out. He gave himself the word that it would be 3 months later. It was only a month. In any case, this was not important, since he had already promised and collected the river crossing fee in advance. He had to send him there peacefully. Sumu was still very much a man who kept his word. "Are you really called Return?" Sumu asked again to the teenager. As the words fell, the teenager nodded, and it could be seen from his clear and somewhat stupid gaze that he shouldn't be lying. At this point, Sumu already had a decision in his heart. Okay, this had to be helped. Just now, he really couldn't find a reason, but now there was a reason he could help. After all, he had promised first. With this in mind, Sumu took out the broken sword that the teenager had just given him and handed it to him, saying, "You don't have to give this." Seeing this, the teenager looked puzzled and looked up at Sumu. "Because someone else gave it for you. Your grandfather has already given me your crossing fee in advance." When these words came out, not only the teenager, the two people on the side also revealed a puzzled expression. "My grandfather?" The teenager was at a loss, as he had been an orphan since he was a child and had no relatives, much less a grandfather to speak of. At this moment, in the teenager's mind, the old man that he once dreamed about in his dreams came back to him. Could it be that it was him? Or was it his grandfather whom he had never met who had dreamed to him? As for the other two people, when they heard Sumu's words, their hearts also set off shocking waves. The grandfather in this man's mouth was, I'm afraid, his future body. At this moment, the silver-haired woman realized that he had already laid down a backhand, had deduced that they would reverse time to behead his past body, and had come to this long river of time in advance to make a good layout. And this man in front of him who guarded the long river of time is his dependence. At this time, Sumu turned his head, looked at the two men, spread his hands and said, "Sorry both of you, this man I have to let him pass safely." The voice was soft, but intimidating. As the words fell, the burly man couldn't help but clench his fists and said in a deep voice, "Senior, I still hope that you won't intervene." With that, the lanky man's breath erupted, and a powerful astral wind surrounded him, sweeping up ripples after ripples on the surface of the river. Existences that could set foot on the long river of time and could hunt down and kill up the long river of time were not simple. Hearing this, Sumu then sighed and then slowly said, "Let's put it this way, if you feel unconvinced, either defeat me or let him pass." This teenager, Sumu, was guaranteed. Upon hearing this, the burly man showed a sulky expression and held his halberd, preparing to stab towards Sumu with a halberd. "Stop!" At this time, the silver-haired woman scolded. A powerful pressure directly stunned the lanky man in place, unable to move. After this man who was guarding the long river of time decided to bail him out, the silver-haired woman already knew that this mission was bound to be a failure. An existence that waved his hand, stilled the long river of time, and walked on the long river of time at will was not something she could deal with, and was already beyond the scope of what she could control. One could only say that this time, the layout was completely changed because of the variables that appeared in this man. She also didn't know what kind of karma would be caused this time, but it wasn't something she could control anymore. Let those few honored ones go up and have a headache. The development had already exceeded her expectations. "Senior, are you sure you want to preserve him?" The silver-haired woman was silent for a long time and asked quietly. As the words fell, Sumu nodded. There was nothing to say, it was only natural to take someone's money and do something for them. Just when Sumu thought that the other party was going to tear his face off and launch an attack, he only saw that the woman then clasped her fists and said quietly, "Senior, since you intervened, it means that you support him. As for what kind of karma will be caused in the future, I believe that you should be able to foretell it as well, Senior." In that distant future, the word return to zero was a taboo, and this time was probably the only chance to kill him, but it still failed. "Senior, you might regret it." After saying that, the silver-haired woman looked deeply at Sumu, then turned around and walked towards the back. The burly man also didn't say a word, silently following behind. Regarding the silver-haired woman's words, Sumu was a bit confused. When the two disappeared at the end of the river, Sumu thought of something before he slowly turned around and asked the teenager in front of him. "Let me ask you. Do you know the name Zero?" The words fell. The teenager was silent for a long time, and finally raised his head, looked at Sumu and said, "Senior, I don't know." At those words, Sumu's brows furrowed, revealing a puzzled expression. He actually didn't recognize that old man? What in the world was going on here? His own grandfather didn't even recognize him? However, a month ago, that old man clearly said that there would be a teenager called Gue crossing the river in the future, and he did see him now. However, this young man does not recognize him? Where in the world is the problem? Could it be that the old man was actually the third grandfather of the second aunt's husband of some distant cousin of the teenager? After all, there are so many relatives these days, plus young people nowadays have a strong sense of boundaries. It seems normal not to recognize any of one's distant grandfathers. "Senior, what's wrong?" The young man returned. Indeed does not know what Zero name. In his world, there is no one called Zero this name. "Nothing." Sumu waved his hand and said. "However, you kid is so weak, you should have only just come into contact with cultivation. How did you mess with such two strong enemies?" Sumu asked with some curiosity. Two such powerful cultivators actually went after a small cultivator who had only built the foundation. "I don't doubt." The youngster said that he was also innocent. Somehow two people came and chased and killed him for a year. He himself was also very broken. "You kid, you look white and clean, quite a look of a little white boy. It won't be seducing someone's daughter-in-law, right?" Sumu asked with a smile. At those words, the teenager frantically shook his head and said, No, I never do those immoral things." "All right, the matter is also settled. You go." Sumu waved his hand at the teenager and said. At those words, a confused look appeared on the teenager's face. Now that his clan had been slaughtered, he had no place to go. "Let's start over, change the place, change the name, start over. Today's favor, late generation remembers it in my heart. Now I have no way to repay it, but this favor I will always remember in my heart." The teenager knelt down towards Sumu and heavily kowtowed. "Small matter." Sumu then waved his hand and said. For Sumu, it was indeed just a matter of raising his hand. "Senior, this is for you." Saying that, the teenager took out an item from his sleeve and handed it to Sumu.